The sky was heavy and dim, as if the end of the world was upon us, while the dull rumble of thunder reverberated incessantly. Soon, a gentle drizzle began to fall. A weathered, ancient city loomed amidst the misty rain, washing away the faint scarlet hues from its walls. This was Wuching, a remote town in the northern region of the Land of Fire, situated at the border of two warring nations. In the spacious courtyard at the heart of Wuching stood a stern-looking middle-aged man, with dark hair, quietly observing the fierce duel between two adolescents amidst the curtain of rain. The boys, both around 12 or 13 years of age, bore numerous fine scars upon their bare torsos. With long wooden swords in hand, they clashed fiercely, the dull thuds of their strikes echoing through the air, sending ripples through the rain, their strength rivaling that of adults. Not far from the eaves, in a shadowy corner, a slight figure watched the boys' fierce battle with a hint of disdain and helplessness in his eyes. To think that I, Yi Wu Dao, have fallen to such depths. Is this truly the world depicted by the great manga master from my previous life, the world of Naruto? Yi Wu Dao mused, feeling a sense of resignation. Having spent over a month in this unfamiliar realm, he was astonished to discover that it was indeed the real world of the immensely popular manga, Naruto, from his past life. He now found himself in a northern town of the Land of Fire, 3 years after the conclusion of the Third Ninja World War. Although the Leaf Village had achieved final victory and signed non-aggression pacts with the major ninja villages, skirmishes along the borders persisted. Wuching, located at the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, still witnessed occasional minor conflicts. Wuching belonged to the Tokugawa family, and Yi Wu Dao was a scion of this clan, being the direct offspring of the family head. In this life, he bore the name Tokugawa Madeo. The Tokugawa family was a once noble samurai lineage that had now fallen from grace. Family's youth underwent rigorous training from a young age to become the backbone of their clan. Unfortunately, Tokugawa Madeo was neither favored nor valued by the family head, resulting in his lack of even the most basic samurai training. Prior to awakening, Yi Wu Dao had secretly observed the training of his family's members, but regrettably, his limited talent had prevented him from becoming a true samurai. Instead, he often injured himself due to a lack of guidance, and his reincarnation was precipitated by a head injury sustained during a practice session. For this, Yi Wu Dao felt a certain gratitude had he not awakened in time. His consciousness might have been irrevocably lost in the vastness of time and space. Reflecting on his past life, a trace of melancholy crossed the youthful visage of Tokugawa Madeo. In a previous life, as a foremost wielder of supernatural abilities, Yi Wu Dao served loyally in a government special operations unit. Unfortunately, during a covert mission to an island nation, he was ambushed by a coalition of formidable supernatural beings from that nation and the United States. Ultimately, he fell victim to the temporal exile technique of the most powerful supernatural entity in existence, resulting in the obliteration of his physical form within the chaotic currents of time and space. Only a fragment of his consciousness persisted, leading him to wander into this strange yet familiar world of Naruto. Naruto. As a former inhabitant of Earth, Tokugawa Wu Dao was well acquainted with this wildly popular anime. Real world he now inhabited was rife with legends of the heroic ninjas from the Land of Fire, including the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the Third Hokage, the Fourth Hokage, and the Sharingan wielder Kakashi, igniting a flicker of fervor within his once dormant heart of a warrior. Wait for me, world. In just a few days, my mental prowess will fully merge with this body. I, Yi Wu Dao, shall remain a force to be reckoned with, regardless of the universe I inhabit. A glimmer of resolute determination shone in Tokugawa Dao's eyes. Having once stood atop the pinnacle of power, he would never resign himself to mediocrity. At that moment, as Tokugawa Wu Dao solidified his resolve, 2 figures swiftly approached the courtyard, their wooden swords clashing fiercely in a rapid exchange. Crack! The sharp sound of a break echoed suddenly to a young boy with short, fierce black hair, changed expression abruptly. Unable to evade in time, as a wooden sword struck heavily against his chest, drawing forth a painful wound. Blood gushed forth as the boy emitted a pained grunt, his body collapsing onto the muddy ground. Gasping for breath, in the arena, the muscular and aloof victor slowly retracted his wooden sword, disdainfully snorting as he shook the droplets from his tousled hair. He then called out loudly to the middle-aged man, standing under the eaves, "Father, I have triumphed once again. In 3 days, I shall secure first place in the selection." The middle-aged man nodded non-committally, then closed his eyes in contemplation before addressing the struggling, short-haired boy. "Do you understand why the same sword is broken? In your hands, my strength is inferior to my brother's." The short-haired boy's face darkened as he violently threw the broken sword into the mud. Quite the opposite. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes wide, glaring fiercely at the short-haired boy. Tokugawa Yasu merely utilized half of his strength otherwise. That last strike would have shattered your bones. He engaged you in a duel with 2 swords 42 times, each blow diminishing in force, with him always taking the lead. Each strike's deviation was less than a finger's breadth, and his sword bore the marks of your attacks throughout its length. What? The short-haired boy's face reflected disbelief as he stared intently at the aloof figure of Tokugawa Yasu not far away. Had it not been for the words spoken by the one he revered most in life, he would have never believed that his elder brother's mastery of the sword had reached such extraordinary heights. "Ken, your talent is commendable, ranking among the elite of the younger generation. However, complacency is not an option. In this world, there exists an abundance of formidable individuals." Yes, Tokugawa slowly lowered his head, yet a hint of skepticism flickered in the corners of his eyes, revealing his lack of conviction. The middle-aged Tokugawa Jink waved his hand dismissively, seemingly lost in thought, before he sighed and turned to head toward the inner courtyard. The 2 youths in the courtyard shook off the rainwater from their bodies, exchanged glances, and then departed in their separate ways. In an instant, the once spacious courtyard fell into a profound silence, until a frail boy with vibrant red hair emerged from the shadows of the corner, picking up the discarded wooden sword. Tokugawa Madeo gazed at his hands with a bitter smile. They appeared so weak that even lifting a broken wooden sword proved to be somewhat taxing. Despite being merely 9 years old, his body was excessively frail. Though the time for the fusion of spirit and flesh was gradually approaching, there remained a few more days to wait. However, through certain reasonable methods, the timeline for their convergence could be hastened. For instance, engaging in the practice of simple sword techniques. In his past life, Yumadeo was not only a powerful supernatural being, but also a Chinese individual with considerable knowledge of ancient martial arts. Tokugawa Madeo swung his hands vigorously, nodding in satisfaction. The weight of the broken wooden sword was perfectly suited to his current state. Perhaps in less than 3 days, I shall once again feel the surge of supernatural power. A sense of relief washed over Tokugawa Madeo. Although his understanding of this world was limited, primarily derived from his previous lives' comics, one truth remained undeniable. It was a world steeped in bloodshed, where the strong wielded the knife and the weak served as mere meat. Neither Yumadeo nor Tokugawa Madeo had ever entertained the thought of being the latter. The rain continued to fall in a gentle drizzle, enveloping the heavens. In the courtyard, Tokugawa Madeo laboriously rested his wooden sword upon his shoulder when a voice filled with profound disdain unexpectedly pierced the air from behind him. "Well, where do you intend to take my sword?" Turning to look, Tokugawa Madeo found himself face to face with the short-haired youth who had just lost in their earlier spar. The boy stood amidst the rain, his expression cold, with blood still seeping from the wound on his chest, projecting an air of both dishevelment and ferocity. He gazed at Madeo with a mocking glint in his eyes. With a resigned shrug, Tokugawa Madeo feigned confusion. "Your sword?" "I was unaware that my second brother had discarded it." This youth was none other than Tokugawa Jiren, the second son of the Tokugawa clan. In the depths of his memory, Madeo recalled that Jiren was the only member of the Tokugawa family with whom he had any interaction, albeit an unpleasant one. Jiren's expression momentarily faltered, then hardened as he barked, "You may call me second brother, but I have no brother as worthless as you." Humph. As he stepped closer, he raised his right leg and forcefully drove his knee into Tokugawa Madeo's chest, watching with a sense of satisfaction as Madeo fell into the mud. Reminiscent of his own earlier plight, he laughed heartily. Someone like you is fit only to dwell among commoners. You are unworthy of the Tokugawa name. Just like your detestable red hair, you carry the tainted blood of the Tokugawa lineage, just as your mother does. Tokugawa Madeo coughed a few times. The pain was not as severe as he had anticipated, but rather, a surge of spiritual energy began to stir within him, ignited by Jiren's derisive words, evoking a flicker of anger and murderous intent deep within his soul. What? This fury is the residual spirit of this body. Tokugawa Madeo's eyes widened in realization. It was this primal spiritual force that affected the integration of his spirit and flesh. Now, it seemed to be unleashed. Spurred by Jiren's taunts, a cascade of genuine sensory perception enveloped him, and he almost blissfully closed his eyes. Yet, Jiren showed no signs of relenting, slowly advancing towards Madeo. His foot poised to strike his chest with force. Crack! A broken wooden sword suddenly intercepted, landing heavily against Jiren's advancing leg, producing a dull thud. Tokugawa Madeo grasped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes snapping open to regard Jiren with a frigid stare, a subtle chill of murderous intent rising within him. The bond between his spirit and body intensified, granting him greater control over this form, bolstering his strength considerably. Ah, how dare you? Ambush me. Jiren's face flushed with rage, his expression fierce as pain surged through his right leg, nearly robbing him of sensation. However, Tokugawa Madeo's counterattack only stoked his fury further. Do you truly believe you can challenge me with this broken sword? Jiren roared, casting aside all restraint as he swung his fist down with tremendous force. Bang! However, this forceful punch did not strike Tokugawa Madeo. As Tokugawa Shuren made a move, Tokugawa Madeo nimbly rolled away. Subsequently, with great effort, he swung the broken wooden sword and struck fiercely at the neck of Tokugawa Shuren, who was unable to evade in time. A profound dizziness and excruciating pain instantly enveloped Tokugawa Shuren, causing his body to fall awkwardly into the mud. Ugh! Tokugawa Madeo gasped heavily. The series of actions had nearly exhausted the explosive strength of his small frame, and at that moment, even the broken sword felt unsteady in his grip. Tokugawa Madeo, I have avenged you. You should be grateful. Tokugawa Madeo leaned the broken sword against his feet and gazed up at the misty sky, silently shouting in his heart. The Tokugawa family's estate occupied 2 entire streets of Wuching, with the residence of the Tokugawa clan leader taking up more than half of one street. Although he was not favored within the family, Tokugawa Madeo still possessed an independent courtyard and an elderly servant to attend to him. This courtyard was serene and elegant, adorned with several blooming cherry blossom trees, creating an atmosphere of exquisite grace. As Tokugawa Madeo returned to the courtyard dragging the broken sword, he spotted a figure that had scarcely visited the courtyard once a year in his memories, the head of the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Jinkong. It was evident that he had come directly from the front yard and was now standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the cherry blossom trees shrouded in rain and mist, without any cover against the rain, his entire body drenched. An elderly man, frail and with a weathered countenance, stood quietly beside him, holding an oilcloth umbrella to shield him from the rain. His expression bore a faint hue of naturalness, as if he were not the leader of the Tokugawa family, but merely an ordinary person. Tokugawa Madeo regarded the two with a sense of strangeness, noting Tokugawa Jinkong's lack of anger, which only deepened his confusion. The clan leader stood in the rain while the servant sheltered beneath the umbrella. Truly, this world had gone mad. Young master, the elderly servant, upon seeing Tokugawa Madeo's muddy and rain-soaked figure, hurried over, raising the oilcloth umbrella above him to shield him from the pouring rain. He is the third in the family. You cannot call him young master. The somewhat stiff words were met with Tokugawa Jinkong slowly turning around, standing beneath the tree and silently gazing at Tokugawa Madeo, his expression one of enduring indifference. Ah, is that so? The third? But he is the son of the elder lady. In the eyes of the old servant, he is the young master. The servant spoke nonchalantly, standing tall and calmly meeting Tokugawa Jinkong's increasingly dark expression without a hint of trepidation. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Tokugawa Jinkong exhaled slowly, his expression returning to its cold indifference. You are ultimately not a member of the Tokugawa family. With his hands still clasped behind his back, he uttered this parting remark and walked away, not casting another glance at Tokugawa Madeo. Hee. Tokugawa Madeo chuckled lightly, carelessly tossing the oil umbrella aside, and once more shouldered the wooden sword as he made his way toward the dwelling. Young Master Madeo, The old servant suddenly appeared like a fleeting shadow. Standing before Tokugawa Madeo, his gaze deeply fixed upon the young man's eyes. Within those pupils, which mirrored the color of his damp, blood-red hair, a hint of astonishment glimmered. While his expression remained calm and composed, devoid of any trace of panic. Over the course of this month, the young master had matured significantly. Perhaps the young lady in the heavens would find solace in this. The old servant gazed thoughtfully at the somber sky, whispering softly. A shiver ran through Tokugawa Madeo. Although he had been cautious and discreet, subtly altering his demeanor and actions over the past month, he sensed that the ever-watchful old servant had noticed. A month, after all, is but a fleeting moment. As thoughts flickered in his mind, Tokugawa Madeo beamed a broad smile. Just as I had once posed a question to Aunt Da. She had inquired whether I desired a life of tranquility or hardship. My initial response had been tranquility, but Aunt Da had shaken her head. Now, however, I have changed my mind. I refuse to be a mere survivor. The old servant's body trembled slightly, his gaze lowering as he observed the young man's suddenly composed countenance. On that youthful face, a subtle air of steadiness emerged. After a prolonged silence, the old servant finally let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "It seems that young Master Madeo has truly grown. Ah, who knows?" Tokugawa Madeo felt a wave of relief. It seemed he had successfully concealed his thoughts. Yet the old servant's sudden display of speed had surpassed his expectations. Clearly, this individual was not to be underestimated, though in his memories, he appeared to be someone left behind by his mother to care for him. Despite his efforts to recall, Tokugawa Madeo found no concrete information about his mother in his memories, only a vague awareness that she had passed away shortly after his birth. Within the entire Tokugawa family estate, it appeared that only this old servant would occasionally bring her up. "Perhaps I should reveal to you the truth about your mother." After a moment of silence, the old servant abruptly lowered his gaze, fixing it intently on Tokugawa Madeo with a serious expression. The gentle rain continued to fall until night fell completely. In the courtyard of Tokugawa Madeo, the lights from the houses flickered to life amidst the dimness. Dressed in a fresh, dry kimono, Tokugawa Madeo sat quietly beside a low table. Meanwhile, the old servant, with a grave countenance, placed an ancient scroll stained with dark red blood upon his lap and slowly unfurled it. Buzz! Within this aged scroll lay a world seemingly sealed away. Upon its opening, a faint yet brilliant white light emanated, and with a sudden pop, half of a tattered black mask floated into view amidst the radiance. The mask was exquisitely crafted, exuding a mysterious dark allure, yet it only depicted the upper half of a human face, suggesting a sense of incompleteness. "This mask was left for you by your mother, said to have been passed down from the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, imbued with extraordinary powers. Young master, you possess the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan." The old servant's aged voice echoed within the room, calm yet stirring a tempest within Tokugawa Madeo's heart. The Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan. Once one of the most legendary and powerful families in the world of Naruto. The physical prowess of this clan is innate, and upon becoming a ninja, the quantity of their chakra surpasses that of ordinary individuals by several hundredfold. The clan is also renowned throughout the ninja world for its mysterious and enigmatic sealing jutsu. Moreover, there exists a latent bloodline within the clan. For instance, in the original narrative, the blood of Karen possesses a unique ability to rapidly restore chakra and mental acuity. I bear the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Tokugawa Muda gazed in shock at his hands, finding it hard to believe. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan is an immensely powerful ninja family, and your mother was a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan, named Uzumaki Kushina. At that time, I was merely a low-ranking ninja of the Uzumaki village, tasked with safeguarding the young lady's safety. Many years ago, a group of unknown ninjas invaded the Uzumaki village, annihilating the entire settlement, leaving only a handful to escape with their lives, while I escorted the young lady to safety in the Land of Fire. Initially, we intended to seek refuge in the village hidden in the leaves, but at that time, Konoha was in a state of turmoil, and relations with neighboring villages were fraught with tension. For the sake of the young lady's safety, I eventually made my way to this remote little town, where I have concealed myself for many years. Young master, the Uzumaki clan has now vanished from the entire ninja world. The once mighty ninja village was obliterated overnight, and the remaining clansmen are perhaps few and far between. The revival of the Uzumaki clan was once the young lady's hope, yet she could not become a ninja. And thus 10 years ago, she married Tokugawa Shinku, only to pass away in sorrow after giving birth to you. The old servant sighed deeply, then retrieved a mask. placing it solemnly before Tokugawa Mudo, saying, "The young lady was once torn within herself. She wished for you to live a mundane life. Yet the dignity of the Uzumaki clan continually weighed upon her. She hoped that this choice would be yours to make. But she always wished for you to one day restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. The glory of the Uzumaki clan." Tokugawa Muda stared vacantly at the black mask before him, gently caressing it. The cold iron texture resonated from the depths of his heart, as if the remnants of this mask were recounting that fateful, bloody night filled with sorrow. "Rest assured, Uncle Tokugawa, I shall not betray the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Originally, I had no intention of participating in the rookie selection 3 days from now, but this time, I shall not forfeit." Tokugawa Muda quietly set the mask back into the white light of the scroll, stating calmly, "Only by participating in the selection does one qualify to enter Konoha and become a ninja. Ninjas. This formidable group in the original narrative serves as the backbone of this world, and to rejuvenate the Uzumaki clan, one must inevitably become a powerful ninja. However, the old servant suddenly furrowed his brow, sighing, "Young master, your strength." "Haha, there is no need for concern." Tokugawa Muda's expression shifted, a mysterious smile emerging as his brows knitted together. With a flick of his palm, an eerie force suddenly coalesced within his hand, gradually forming a slender iron needle, about an inch in length. This tiny iron needle spun within Tokugawa Muda's hand, weaving effortlessly between his fingers at astonishing speed. Is this the bloodline?" The old servant's expression hardened, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Last month, I unexpectedly discovered my ability to manipulate certain ferrous metals. After a month of diligent practice, I have finally begun to grasp this extraordinary skill." Tokugawa Madeo spoke softly, betraying a complex emotional state within. "Just moments ago, my mental energy successfully merged for the first time, and the source of my supernatural ability released a faint trace of power. However, it is perplexing that manifesting this power within my current body seems exceedingly arduous. What once allowed me to condense dozens of iron needles now barely yields one. How remarkable! The young master has awakened the bloodline power without undergoing chakra training." The old servant gazed in astonishment at the iron needle in Tokugawa Madeo's hand, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. "Young master, this is the essence of bloodline power. It is said that such abilities appear only in extremely rare clans. And the Uzumaki clan possesses a similar capability, though this may not be the same. Could it be a newly awakened power? How intriguing." Chakra." Tokugawa Madeo abruptly looked up, a flicker of insight igniting within him. Chakra is something only ninjas can cultivate, but in this world of ninjas, is it true that the laws of power can only align with chakra? In truth, Tokugawa Madeo's speculation was entirely accurate. Each distinct world operates under its own unique laws. And in the realm of Naruto, the governing principle is solely the manipulation of chakra. "Uncle Da, from this day forward, please instruct me in the fundamentals of ninjutsu." With this thought, Tokugawa Madeo gazed earnestly at the old servant, speaking with sincerity. "If my supernatural abilities cannot be fully realized, then the path of the ninja is my only recourse." "Very well, even if you had not requested it, I would still teach you. However, the fundamentals of ninjutsu encompass a vast array of techniques, and the application of shuriken and others may require considerable time. Given your current state, you should first focus on the art of chakra refinement. Within 3 days, considering the unique physical traits of the Uzumaki clan, one could effectively refine a substantial amount of chakra, thereby transforming the body entirely." The old servant nodded in quiet approval. Tokugawa Madeo's possession of bloodline power indicated that he held the potential to become a top-tier ninja, and the revival of the Uzumaki clan seemed no longer a distant dream. With this in mind, the old servant suddenly rose with a grave expression. Despite Tokugawa Madeo's potential, if this power is not excavated, then all efforts would be in vain. He resolved to be the one to unlock Tokugawa Madeo's latent abilities. Thus, the old servant solemnly began his lesson. Ninjutsu finds its roots in the art of chakra refinement. Refining chakra requires a deep understanding of one's mental fortitude. Chakra is born from the fusion of the spirit and flesh within the human body. It is said that the progenitor of ninjas, the sage of 6 paths, bequeathed the techniques of chakra refinement, thereby ushering in an era of peace. Mastery of chakra is the fundamental aspect of being a ninja. Most ordinary individuals lack the capacity to refine chakra, which is why they cannot become ninjas. In the hushed confines of the room, the elderly servant meticulously elucidated the methods of chakra cultivation. Tokugawa Madeo gradually closed his eyes, allowing himself to delve into a profound introspection, sensing the potency of both spirit and corporeal cells. The essence of spiritual strength was remarkably familiar to him, after all. In his previous life as a wielder of extraordinary abilities, his mental fortitude had been immensely powerful. Although he had expended considerable reserves within the realm of time and space, the core of his spirit remained intact, far surpassing that of the average individual. Upon grasping the nature of his spirit, he subsequently attuned himself to the subtle energies residing within the myriad cells of his body. This force emanated from the very depths of human essence, and through the application of mental prowess, it was extracted from the cells to manifest as chakra. However, the energy contained within the human cells is finite and necessitates time for replenishment. Thus, the daily chakra refinement need not consume excessive time. It merely requires a protracted accumulation. Consequently, ninjas are compelled to commence their chakra refinement from a tender age to establish a solid foundation. Fortunately, Tokugawa Madeo bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, endowing him with a natural reservoir of strength that far eclipsed that of ordinary individuals, even surpassing some adult ninjas. Therefore, as he closed his eyes and guided a thread of mental energy to extract chakra from his cells, a faint golden flame-like aura abruptly surged at the tips of his clasped fingers. This ethereal current flickered like a dying candle at Tokugawa Madeo's fingertips, with wisps of visible energy gradually coalescing from within his body towards his fingertips, flowing through the meridians of his hands and circulating throughout his being. Unlike the internal energy storage encountered in his past life with ancient martial arts, chakra was a nearly condensed life force, permeating his entire body and gradually enhancing his physical constitution. As Tokugawa Madeo progressed into a deeper state of chakra refinement, the pale golden chakra in his hands began to glow brighter, casting a soft luminescence upon his 4 interlocked fingers, which took on a delicate golden sheen, reminiscent of metal. The elderly servant stood quietly nearby, observing the meditative Tokugawa Madeo with a serene expression. After a considerable duration, Tokugawa Madeo sensed a dwindling of his mental energy. After all, the integration of spirit and flesh was not yet complete, and the usable mental force was limited. He ceased the refinement and redirected his focus towards the chakra within. Through his mind's eye, he distinctly perceived the thin stream of chakra energy coursing through the meridians of his hands, manifesting a gentle golden glow as it flowed slowly. With a mere thought, Tokugawa Madeo applied the techniques from his previous life to manipulate the chakra energy between his hands using the remaining thread of mental power. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred within the room, and the seated youth's hands began to shimmer with golden radiance. In an instant, a finely crafted golden needle danced swiftly between his fingers, as agile as a fish gliding through water. Tokugawa Madeo felt an overwhelming joy within his heart. Although the forceful creation of steel needles through mental energy had drained a considerable amount of his vitality and was not executed as smoothly as he had hoped, utilizing chakra to forge the needles consumed merely a tenth of his chakra, leaving his mental energy almost entirely intact, allowing for a far more adept control. The needles, now gracefully maneuvering away from his palm and swirling around him, gleamed like silver lightning, moving with astonishing speed within a 5-meter radius. Only when his mental energy was fully exhausted did Tokugawa Madeo slowly open his eyes, which appeared somewhat fatigued. The young master's innate talent surpassed the old servant's expectations, having successfully refined chakra in a mere hour. Such mastery was unparalleled, even among the esteemed inhabitants of the Whirlpool village in his previous life. The old servant nodded slowly, his gaze settling on Tokugawa Madeo's somewhat pale visage. And with a gentle smile, he remarked, "In the early stages of chakra cultivation, one must expend mental energy to refine cellular strength, which can be quite taxing on the body. However, with proper control, as one accumulates more chakra and gradually opens up the body's meridians, the chakra will nourish the self, enhancing overall physical capabilities." Tokugawa Madeo silently nodded. Although the limits of his mental energy had been reached, the boundaries of his physical form had not. Truly, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan endowed him with cellular strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Ultimately, the exertion required to control the steel needles had depleted the last vestiges of his mental energy, leaving him appearing exceptionally weary. The old servant carefully rolled up the scroll from the table and solemnly placed it into Tokugawa Madeo's hands, stating, "Since you have chosen this path, please safeguard this scroll. It is a relic of the Uzumaki clan and rightfully belongs in your possession." As Tokugawa Madeo held the scroll concealing a mysterious mask, He could not discern any extraordinary efficacy from the black mask due to his current lack of power. Yet, knowing it was a relic of the Uzumaki clan, he surmised it must possess remarkable qualities. Having initially grasped the refinement of chakra, let us continue our training tomorrow, the old servant advised. Noticing the fatigue on Tokugawa Madeo's face, he then rose and departed. The following morning, the skies began to clear, and the remnants of last night's rain slowly dissipated. In the serene courtyard, Tokugawa Madeo held a broken wooden sword in his right hand, his eyes gently closed, and then he gradually extended his body, maintaining this posture. The sensation of bodily integration intensified, and this position was a simple method from his past life to refine his spirit, enabling a swift gathering of focus, allowing him to sense everything around him and invigorate his mental energy. Bit by bit, the energies merged. Tokugawa Madeo could distinctly perceive that as time flowed, the mental source within his mind gradually dispersed pure mental power, a culmination of his relentless efforts over the years in his previous existence. In this life, the physical potential of this body was immense, and his mental energy was equally substantial. It seemed as though fate had already orchestrated everything. Perhaps, becoming a ninja would not be such a bad fate after all. The tranquil visage of Tokugawa Madeo gradually unveiled a hint of a smile. At that moment, a faint commotion began to filter in. I apologize, but the young master is resting and cannot receive anyone. The old servant's indifferent voice resonated. Suddenly, a voice filled with indignation and fury rose sharply. Get lost, you old wretch. Tokugawa Madeo recognized this voice as belonging to Tokugawa Shorin, his half-brother, who had been toppled to the ground by Madeo just the day before in the courtyard. Despite being of the same bloodline, Tokugawa Shorin had always taken pleasure in bullying Madeo. However, yesterday, he had been left unconscious and sprawled in the mud. Had it not been for his rigorous training in swordsmanship from a young age, he would surely be bedridden today. Every time he reflected on this, Shuren's expression twisted with further malice. I am a scion of the illustrious Tokugawa family. Had I not been so careless yesterday, that worthless fool would never have had the chance to ambush me. Thus, with the dawn just breaking, Tokugawa Shuren, disregarding his daily training, stormed into Madeo's courtyard. Yet, the indifferent old servant stood resolutely in his path. When did he, a distinguished scion of the Tokugawa lineage, become so easily dismissed by anyone? Shuren's face flushed with rage, and he gripped the hilt of the long sword at his waist tightly. This sword was clearly not the wooden practice blade used in their previous sparring, but rather forged from fine steel. A subtle movement of his hand produced a crisp hum. The old servant remained unperturbed, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Shuren with a dispassionate gaze. Madeo had now embarked on the path envisioned by the young lady. No longer the timid and self-deprecating young master, and would no longer endure the wanton bullying of others. He would be the future luminary of the Vortex clan. Contemplating this, the old servant's eyes grew cold, as Shuren's past and present words evidently brushed against the servant's threshold of tolerance. Suddenly, a shadow flickered. An inexplicable chill enveloped Shuren's heart, and he was horrified to discover that the old servant had silently positioned himself before him, his gaze piercingly cold. It seemed the very chill seeping into his bones emanated from this man. Realizing this, Shuren widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the old servant. From this day forth, those who dare to humiliate the young master shall meet their demise, the old servant stated calmly, extending his right hand towards Shuren's forehead. At that moment, Shuren appeared to lose consciousness, his gaze vacant as he watched the servant's finger draw closer. Then, a gentle voice floated through the air. Uncle Da, spare him, after all. He is my brother. The faint blue light between the fingers hesitated briefly before vanishing in an instant. The old servant's expression remained unchanged as he slowly withdrew his hand, casting a cold glance at the terrified Shuren before turning to retreat. What just happened? Shuren stood dazed, watching the old servant tidying up the courtyard as if in a stupor. In that fleeting moment, his entire being seemed to freeze, offering no hint of resistance to the outstretched right hand of the old servant. What manner of power is this? A sudden recollection struck him, and Tokugawa Shuren's face transformed into a mask of terror, swiftly followed by a fervent zeal. He was no fool, nor had he been raised in ignorance. Wuching, situated on the fringes, was perpetually embroiled in the friction between two nations. Perhaps apart from Tokugawa Madeo, every scion of the Tokugawa family had matured amidst the battlegrounds. It was only natural that Tokugawa Shuren, distinguished among the younger generation, possessed remarkable talent. A ninja. He must be a ninja. Having once observed a ninja's battle from a distance, Tokugawa Shuren's heart skipped a beat. Just moments ago, he had brazenly insulted a ninja. In this world, a ninja is the epitome of a noble profession, embodying supreme power, the aspiration of every individual residing in this realm. Every decade, the Tokugawa family sends their most exceptional offspring to the land of fire's sacred ninja sanctuary, the renowned Konoha village, said to house the mightiest ninjas of the age. With gritted teeth, Tokugawa Shuren noted the modest size of Tokugawa Madeo's courtyard. Standing at the entrance, he could discern Madeo's indistinct figure, while the old servant, resembling a ninja, stood nearby, seemingly imparting knowledge. He must be teaching the fundamentals of ninjutsu to Tokugawa Madeo. How infuriating. This lad has concealed his abilities for so long. With a countenance brimming with resentment, Tokugawa Shuren ultimately refrained from entering the courtyard, turning instead to flee in disgrace. At that moment, he seemed to lack the courage to confront Tokugawa Madeo any further. In the serene courtyard, imbued with the refreshing scent of post-rain, Tokugawa Madeo set aside the broken sword in his hand and gradually closed his eyes. After a night of recuperation, his spiritual energy had once again expanded. With unwavering concentration, he focused intently on the position in the center of his mind, a realm originating from the essence of his soul, the source of his spirit. In a hazy reverie, Tokugawa Madeo sensed a vast, void-like expanse at the center of his brow, where a magnificent gray orb, akin to a star, gently floated, emanating a faint mist that enveloped the entire space. This was the ethereal realm of the spirit. My mental recovery has exceeded my expectations, and it seems that certain basic applications of my spirit are now within reach. Tokugawa Madeo nodded inwardly, recognizing that the refinement of chakra appeared to facilitate the integration of spirit and body. He then directed his focus inward, contemplating the complexities of the physical form. The human body is remarkably intricate. Even the most advanced devices of a past life would struggle to uncover the profound mysteries hidden deep within. Yet, the wonders of spiritual power far surpass technology. Through the lens of spiritual insight, Tokugawa Madeo perceived his entire physical being as a confluence of myriad life forms, representing the primal cellular strength of humanity from which chakra is distilled. In the hands of Tokugawa Madeo, a faint golden chakra flowed gently between the meridians. This chakra bore a unique attribute, seemingly unlike any found in the ninja world. Although Tokugawa Madeo had never directly encountered ninjas, he had gleaned some knowledge of their chakra attributes from the comics of his past life. Ninja attributes were classified into fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. However, this golden chakra within his body did not belong to any of these categories. Perhaps it was due to his first attempt at refining chakra last night, coupled with mental fatigue, that he had not considered this earlier. Yet, upon witnessing this chakra coursing through his meridians, an unusual sense of familiarity washed over him, a fusion of the most intimate mental and physical powers. Tokugawa Madeo's spirit was imbued with metallic abilities, while his physical prowess was devoid of any specific attribute. Typically, an attribute-less body would be incapable of producing chakra, yet his mental prowess possessed a distinct quality. Thus, this extraordinary chakra imparted to Tokugawa Madeo a metallic essence. It became evident that although the innate potential of this body was rather limited, rendering it unfit to become a ninja, his metallic psychic power compensated for this shortcoming. His chakra was unlike that of any other in this world. Yet metal was the attribute he knew best. Gradually, Tokugawa Madeo focused his mind, bringing his hands together to form a seal. A gentle golden light enveloped his hands in an instant. The old servant beside him observed Tokugawa Madeo as he quietly refined his chakra, seemingly relieved. "Young master, you have not disappointed the young lady." Countless golden specks danced through the meridians of Tokugawa Madeo's hands, guided by his spirit. This chakra appeared exceedingly rare, yet it emanated a subtle sharpness. Compared to his previous attempt, this time the refinement lasted considerably longer, nearly half an hour, before Tokugawa Madeo paused, his complexion slightly pale. Yet, the amount of chakra he had amassed had doubled, and he had not yet uncovered the limits of the Uzumaki clan's cellular power. Deep within the cells of the Uzumaki clan lay an immense and pure force, which each time brought Tokugawa Madeo's mental power close to its limits, forcing him to halt. Following this, he assumed a sword stance with one hand, gradually calming his mind and invigorating his spiritual energy. The old servant watched quietly, refraining from interference. In his view, 3 days was a scant amount of time. Fundamental training as a ninja required considerable dedication. To rush and grasp too much would be futile for Tokugawa Madeo. Rather, the potential displayed by his bloodline was exceptionally remarkable. suggesting that imparting the technique of chakra refinement to him was more beneficial. With chakra at his disposal, the true power of his bloodline would be unleashed. He paid little heed to the impending family selection after 3 days. It was essential to understand that ninjas possessing a potent bloodline could not be evaluated merely by their rank. In the ninja world, many lower-ranked ninjas with formidable bloodlines could triumph over, or even slay, middle and upper-ranked ninjas. It is evident how powerful the force of blood can be. Tokugawa Madeo stood silently, his body unmoving, while his spiritual energy continuously coalesced and fluctuated. Moments later, a flush gradually appeared on his face, ultimately culminating in beads of perspiration. As time passed slowly, after midday, Tokugawa Madeo finally sensed his spiritual energy reaching its fullness once more. Thus, he resumed the refinement of chakra. By nightfall, he had completed yet another chakra refinement, achieving this remarkable feat 3 times in a single day. This left the old servant in a state of exhilaration. An exceptional ninja often possesses talents beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Some grasp ninjutsu with remarkable speed, while others are naturally endowed with superior speed or strength. The Uzumaki clan, renowned as a legendary family in the ninja world, boasts an extraordinary reservoir of chakra, yet even in the former Uzumaki village, no genius had ever been witnessed accomplishing 3 chakra refinements in a single day. Tokugawa Madeo, however, felt little excitement about this achievement. His spiritual energy had yet to fully merge with his physical form, and its application remained limited. Merely restoring his spiritual energy demanded an extensive amount of time. Nevertheless, he distinctly sensed that after 3 rounds of chakra refinement, the dissipation of spiritual energy in his mind accelerated markedly. In the dead of night, Tokugawa Madeo sat quietly in his room, his spiritual energy once again restored to its peak. At that moment, he suddenly experienced a sensation akin to clairvoyance. As his heart stirred, his spiritual energy gently oscillated, and in an instant, it was as though he had gained a second pair of eyes. Although his eyelids remained closed, everything around him became vividly clear. He could even distinctly perceive a slender figure standing quietly beneath the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, silently watching his room. It was the old servant. In this moment, a warmth blossomed within Tokugawa Madeo's heart. In his previous life, as a secret weapon wielded by the state apparatus, he had been covertly selected from among the youth of the nation and subjected to arduous training. Upon reaching adulthood, he traversed the underworld, his path littered with perilous missions, often sacrificing his life without hesitation to fulfill special assignments. The state referred to them as cold weapons, while enemies labeled them as emotionless demons. Indifference, ruthlessness, destruction. In short, throughout Tokugawa Madeo's life, he had seldom felt the warmth of others' care. The warmth of humanity had always eluded him. Yet now, in this inexplicable anime world, he felt the quiet concern of another for the first time. Although the old servant genuinely cared for Tokugawa Madeo rather than himself, what did it matter? He was Tokugawa Madeo. A gentle warmth flowed through his heart, an exceptionally comforting sensation. A faint smile graced the corners of Tokugawa Madeo's lips. And then he drew his focus inward once more, shutting his eyes. The refinement of chakra is a tedious and intricate process, yet Tokugawa Madeo showed no signs of complacency, consistently refining chakra 3 times daily before allowing himself to rest. The moments of respite were fleeting, as he arose before dawn to continue his arduous training. In comparison to the other shinobi, his age was considerable. I recall, during my previous life of reading manga, that in the Hidden Leaf Village, the prodigy Kakashi Hitaki had already attained the rank of a genin at the tender age of 5, and merely a year later, he ascended to chunin. By the age of 12, he not only became a jonin but also pioneered the formidable technique known as chidori. This serves as a quintessential representation of genius. According to the narrative timeline, we find ourselves 3 years post the Third Great Ninja War, with Kakashi now 15 years old. Such a remarkably talented and formidable ninja. Yet by the latter arc of the Naruto saga, he nearly faded into mediocrity. Perhaps it was not due to Kakashi's lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming presence of powerful figures in this world. Tokugawa Madeo felt an intense urgency. He was the sole individual in this realm who possessed knowledge of the future, and he could not permit himself to exist as an ordinary individual. At the very least, he must fulfill the hopes of his mother and loyal servant, restoring the Vortex clan to its former glory. As Tokugawa Madeo diligently honed his skills, 3 days gradually slipped away. Another gloomy morning dawned. Tokugawa Madeo sat quietly in his chamber, this time not refining chakra, but rather silently nurturing his spirit. attuning himself to the myriad changes that had transpired within his body over the past 3 days. With the continuous growth of his mental fortitude and the lineage of the Vortex clan, he had refined an immense quantity of chakra, multiplying it several dozen times compared to his initial attempt. Initially, the chakra was scarce, merely coursing through the meridians of his hands, but now, Tokugawa Mideo's chakra had begun to circulate harmoniously throughout his entire being, achieving a perfect cycle of chakra. The ability to circulate chakra throughout one's body is paramount for a ninja when executing ninjutsu. Beyond the refinement of chakra, the transformations in Tokugawa Mideo's mental prowess and physical form were profound. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy occupying his mental realm had considerably diminished, while his mental sensitivity extended beyond the confines of the courtyard, encompassing a radius of over 10 meters. Moreover, inheriting the bloodline of the Vortex clan, his physical body underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The tempering of metallic chakra rendered his flesh as resilient and formidable as steel. At this moment, the day of the Tokugawa clan's decade-long selection of outstanding heirs had arrived. The Tokugawa family placed immense importance on this selection process, for it was an era dominated by ninjas. Even the feudal lords of the various nations across the continent were compelled to act in deference to the wishes of the village leaders. To become a ninja was to wield significant influence in this world. As dawn broke, the descendants of the Tokugawa clan converged upon the residence of their clan leader, Tokugawa Jink, where, in the expansive courtyard of the leader's estate, a colossal arena measuring nearly 30 meters in both length and width had been meticulously erected. A multitude of warriors adorned in the attire of the Tokugawa clan gathered around the arena, their expressions brimming with excitement. Though they were all adults and had surpassed the age limit for selection, they could not suppress their fervent emotions, for today's selection included their children. They harbored hopes that their offspring might fulfill the dreams their forebears could not, becoming a ninja and illuminating the illustrious legacy of the Tokugawa family. Not far from the arena, several rows of neatly arranged low tables were set, where some esteemed members of the Tokugawa clan sat silently in a kneeling position. However, several spots in the front row remained conspicuously empty, suggesting that certain individuals had yet to arrive. At that moment, along a mountain path south of the martial city, 3 figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured by fox masks, ambled forward. Their pace was leisurely, almost languorous. Among them, the figure in the center was slightly shorter and slender, his robe concealing his head, revealing only his left eye, which bore a languid expression. "Captain, is there something special about the Tokugawa clan? Why has the village granted 3 slots this time, while other clans have only 1 or none at all?" One of the black-clad figures suddenly inquired, his voice low and deliberate, almost imperceptible to the average ear. The captain, evidently not an ordinary individual, surveyed his surroundings before retracting his gaze and responding, "This seems to stem from the contributions made by the Tokugawa clan during the Third Shinobi World War. Moreover, the Tokugawa clan is an ancient samurai lineage of remarkable strength, which enhances their potential to become ninjas. Hence, the village elders decided to bestow 3 slots this time. However, if none possess exceptional qualifications, it is possible that not a single one will be granted." His voice, though youthful, was imbued with a steady and profound tone that showcased an extraordinary presence. Indeed, the low-voiced figure nodded slowly, then added, as a samurai clan, "They must excel in close combat. Such a pity that Akai is on a mission, otherwise he would undoubtedly find the Tokugawa clan fascinating," perhaps the young black-robed man said, massaging the back of his neck, his demeanor suggesting a hint of exasperation concerning the Akai mentioned by the low-voiced figure. "Captain," another black-clad figure interjected, "at this pace, it seems we've already missed the selection time for the Tokugawa clan." Suddenly, the young black-robed man stiffened, as if struck by a realization, and exclaimed, "What? Is it already time?" His tone became urgent, revealing his anxiety. Yet, moments later, he relaxed, reverting to a languid tone as he remarked, "Oh well. Arriving a little late is not a concern." As he glanced up at the sky, he noted, "Is it about to rain again? Truly, what a dreadful day." No sooner had he spoken than ominous thunder rumbled overhead, followed by a gentle drizzle. Amidst the hazy drizzle, a gentle breeze lifted the brim of a young man's black robe, revealing strands of silver hair. In the courtyard of the Tokugawa clan, time flowed slowly with the falling rain, and the air was gradually filled with hushed murmurs. Was today not the day of selection? Why had the clan leader yet to make an announcement? A boy of around 11 or 12, his expression fraught with confusion, stood on an empty corner of the arena, flanked by 40 to 50 other youths of similar age. These were the promising scions of the Tokugawa family, among whom were Tokugawa Yasushi and Tokugawa Shuren. The former was a leading figure among the younger generation, renowned for his exceptional talent and rumored to have surpassed many adult warriors in his swordsmanship, earning the favor of the clan leader, Tokugawa Jink. At this moment, Tokugawa Yasushi stood with his eyes closed, his posture erect, cradling a long sword in his arms, motionless amidst the rain, seemingly indifferent to the world around him, which accentuated his remarkable composure. In contrast, while Tokugawa Shuren did not possess the strength of Yasushi, he still far surpassed his peers. Unlike Yasushi's aloof demeanor, Shuren was lively and maintained good relations with the other clan members. Upon hearing the murmurs, he flicked the raindrops from his head and replied, "Our clan selection is primarily to identify the most exceptional youths to enter Konoha as ninjas, and each selection must be attended by Konoha's ninjas. As none of them have arrived, the selection cannot commence." The surrounding youths, upon hearing this, appeared enlightened and resumed their quiet vigil in the rain. A subtle smile graced Tokugawa Shuren's lips as he cast a glance at the still Yasushi, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He believed himself to be inferior in talent to Yasushi, thus incapable of entering Konoha as a ninja. However, he mused, once Yasushi departed, who among the younger generation could contest him for the position of clan leader? Furthermore, Shuren maintained amiable relations with most of his peers, ensuring his future prominence would greatly benefit his aspirations for leadership. Ninja. What prestige could surpass that of a clan leader? Humph. Foolish Tokugawa Yasushi. Shuren chuckled with delight. But suddenly, his expression froze, as if he had seen something that made him stiffen. Tokugawa Mud. At the outermost edge of the crowd surrounding the arena, atop a grand tree in the courtyard, stood a 9-year-old boy, calmly observing the scene below. His hair and eyes were of an unusual crimson hue, emanating an unsettling chill with his gaze. His slender form was concealed among the branches, revealing only his intense stare, had it not been for Shuren's chance glance. It is likely that no one would have noticed his presence. Shuren's expression shifted, his brows knitting together. Since that day he had fled in disarray from Tokugawa Mud's residence, he had been filled with trepidation, compounded by a profound sense of confusion. A servant who had been part of the family for over a decade had suddenly transformed into a formidable ninja, one who now guarded Tokugawa Mud. Why did this ninja remain indifferent during the days when he bullied Tokugawa Madeo, only to suddenly reveal a fierce intent to kill on that fateful day? Moreover, Tokugawa Madeo appeared somewhat transformed. His usual demeanor, which was as soft and gentle as that of a girl, had hardened and grown cold. He now even bore a resemblance to Tokugawa Yasu, his gaze sharp and disdainful. Disdainful? Tokugawa Shuren furrowed his brow. Although he felt a twinge of fear towards the elderly servant by Tokugawa Madeo's side, he still regarded Tokugawa Madeo with contempt. After years of being a useless wretch, could the presence of a mysterious ninja truly elevate him to strength in an instant? If Tokugawa Madeo possessed the potential to become a ninja, how could he have endured years of humiliation at my hands? Tokugawa Shuren secretly speculated. Useless. Ultimately, he remained useless. This fact could not be altered. Perched atop the tree, Tokugawa Madeo silently observed the crowd below, entirely unaware of Tokugawa Shuren's conjectures. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Madeo, since you are here, why not come down? Why hide in the trees? Upon hearing the familiar tone, Tokugawa Madeo's gaze sharpened, and he frowned at Tokugawa Shuren, who stood beside him, sporting a short haircut and a smile. Humph, perfect. Since you are present today, I shall teach you a lesson before everyone. To relieve the anger I felt a few days ago when you had the audacity to knock me unconscious. Remembering the day he had been foolishly struck down by Tokugawa Madeo, Tokugawa Shuren's hands clenched at his sides. Yet, a faint smile graced his face as he proclaimed loudly. Today is a significant day for the Tokugawa clan. As a member of the main family, my younger brother must not miss this decade-long selection. After all, you are also an excellent descendant of our illustrious Tokugawa lineage. The members of the Tokugawa family followed Tokugawa Shuren's gaze and spotted Tokugawa Madeo perched atop the tree, their expression shifting to one of astonishment. Some of the younger clan members standing beside Tokugawa Shuren displayed open scorn, and a few even wore smirks of disdain. A particularly burly youth suddenly let out a derisive laugh and exclaimed, "Surely, young Master Madeo cannot participate in such a selection. Perhaps he cannot even qualify for the selection of distinguished descendants." Humph. He unabashedly mocked in front of numerous family warriors and the clan leader at the forefront of the arena. A few youths chuckled softly, and even Tokugawa Yasu, who had been deep in thought with his eyes closed, opened them to scoff derisively. Tokugawa Madeo's brow furrowed slightly. Although the memories in his mind and the experiences of the past month made it clear that as the scion of the main family, his standing within the clan was lowly, such that even these first-class descendants disregarded him, he nonetheless felt a surge of anger within. It was the fury that once belonged to Immortal, the sovereign of abilities in a past life. Though my power has yet to be restored, I am still not someone you can look down upon. Tokugawa Madeo's gaze swept coldly over the crowd below, a chilling smile crossing his lips. With a sudden burst of strength, he leapt from the treetop, soaring through the air as if flying, covering a distance of 5 or 6 meters before landing directly at the edge of the arena, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those beneath. In the realm of whispers, it was said that the head of the family's 3 sons was frail and feeble. Yet, upon witnessing him leap from such a height, one cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary prowess required. Could it be that Master Muto has been concealing his true strength all along, merely for the sake of today's selection tournament? It seems plausible. Some elder members of the Tokugawa clan exchanged hushed murmurs, casting astonished glances toward Tokugawa Muto. A young man who understands the virtue of patience is destined for greatness. Meanwhile, nearly all the younger generation regarded Tokugawa Muto with wide eyes, as if beholding the miraculous. His indifferent and frigid demeanor, coupled with an unspoken aura, seemed to weigh heavily upon them the moment he touched the ground. At the forefront of the arena, Tokugawa Jinkyo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Tokugawa Muto. He has indeed transformed. He is remarkably different. Hina. He has ultimately. His gaze, once sharp, soon turned obscure, his voice dwindling into a barely audible murmur. It appears you have long concealed your true capabilities. A chilling voice resonated, and the surrounding chatter abruptly froze. As if encased in ice, Tokugawa Kyo's astonishment gradually shifted to a contemplative intensity, his sharp gaze fixed on Tokugawa Muto. His mastery of the sword was profound, allowing him to keenly perceive any slight opening in an opponent's defense during the fleeting moments of combat. In that instant of Muto's leap, Tokugawa Kyo had keenly discerned the terrifying explosive power of Muto's physical abilities. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary samurai. Tokugawa Muto let out a cold smile, tilting his head to the overcast sky, allowing the fine droplets of rain to drench him. His body radiated a formidable vitality and explosive energy. No longer the frail figure of 3 days prior. At this moment, he brimmed with unwavering confidence, determined to claim victory within this small courtyard. Concealing his strength? Perhaps. Muto's words dripped with a nonchalant disdain, prompting Tokugawa Kyo to frown unconsciously. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Jujin observed Muto with an unsettled expression, a sense of unease stirring within him. He had never witnessed such a formidable version of Tokugawa Muto, as one of the few familiar with Muto, second only to the old servant. Jujin had never encountered this assertive side of Muto, who seemed to regard no one with regard. His demeanor and tone completely transformed. His previous judgment of Muto as a worthless individual began to crumble. Could it be that the former Tokugawa Muto was merely feigning weakness? This notion seemed implausible. Tokugawa Jujin swiftly dismissed the thought, for in the past, Muto had been both timid and lacking the qualities of a samurai, enduring bullying without the courage to resist. Except for that one unforeseen incident a few days ago. Just as Tokugawa Jujin pondered these thoughts, a strong arm suddenly draped over his shoulders, and an overwhelming force yanked his head downward. I say, dear brother, as this is your first participation, shouldn't you enlighten your younger brother about the rules of this selection? Before him stood Tokugawa Madeo, whose calm demeanor seemed to defy the passage of time. It was not merely an illusion. As Tokugawa Shurin gazed into those blood-red pupils, a brilliant golden glimmer began to emerge, stirring an unsettling sense of trepidation within him. Hey, Hiki, this is also the first time for you, second brother. Tokugawa Shurin responded with a somewhat grim expression. In that moment, he felt an undeniable aura of danger emanating from Tokugawa Madeo, reminiscent of the previous day when it had fallen into the old servant's hands. A ninja? Could it be possible? Tokugawa Madeo, even in this very place, was unqualified to participate. At that moment, a robust youth, who had previously mocked Tokugawa Madeo, sneered at him. Why? Tokugawa Madeo inquired without turning his head. Haha. The sturdy boy laughed heartily. Every disciple of the Tokugawa clan must possess the certification of a samurai to participate. If I'm not mistaken, you, Tokugawa Madeo, are still of common status within the family. The Tokugawa clan, a lineage of samurai, granted the honor of samurai status only through the direct endorsement of the current clan head, denoting not only strength, but also familial recognition. Do you possess the strength to be acknowledged by the clan head? Tokugawa Madeo gradually lowered his arms, his gaze abruptly shifting towards the northern side of the arena, where, among a cluster of clan elites, sat the solitary figure of the stern middle-aged man, Tokugawa Jinkyo, the current clan head and the father of this body. A complex emotion welled within him. For this nominal father, Tokugawa Madeo harbored not a shred of warmth. He felt an alienation stemming from his origins in another world, compounded by the memories he had inherited. Why? Why has father never imparted to me the ways of the samurai? A 5 or 6-year-old boy, with red hair, bowed his head, stifling tears at the corners of his eyes, his gaze filled with helplessness. Before him stood a cold-faced youth who merely smiled ironically in response to the boy's lament. The secret arts of the Tokugawa samurai are not for everyone to practice. Young Master Madeo, his voice was light, yet it sent a shiver through the boy's body. For the first time in his life, he found the courage to gaze up at the towering figure before him and shouted defiantly, "Am I not my father's child? Am I not a scion of the Tokugawa family? Why can my brothers pursue their training while I cannot?" The indifferent youth was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the defiance shining in the boy's small eyes. Just as he was about to respond, a deep voice resonated from behind. "There is no reason." A cold-faced middle-aged man approached slowly, dismissively waving his hand to send away the indifferent youth, then fixing his icy gaze upon the boy. That gaze seemed to penetrate the air, invading the very flesh and blood of the child. The boy, overwhelmed, lowered his head in silence. The middle-aged man remained expressionless for a moment before slowly walking past, leaving behind a fleeting remark. "You can never become a warrior. You can never become a warrior. You can never become a warrior." This brief utterance became an incantation in the boy's heart. Despite his timid nature, he possessed an extraordinary inner resilience, silently determined. From that day forth, he furtively observed the training of the Tokugawa clan's disciples, imitating their practices. However, his aimless endeavors often left him battered and bruised, culminating in his tragic demise. Tokugawa Madeo pursed his lips and suddenly emitted a cold laugh, shouting loudly at the still kneeling Tokugawa Jink, patriarch. "Might I ever become a warrior of the Tokugawa clan?" With that, his slightly diminutive form took a bold step forward, and the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, as if a fierce aura erupted from above his head, enveloping the surrounding space. Instantly, the expressions of the Tokugawa clan's disciples changed, not just the younger generation, but even the elders were taken aback, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The mere appearance of Tokugawa Madeo had not evoked such astonishment. This is energy. Could it be? Has he grasped the essence of energy at such a tender age? A prodigy, a rare genius, seen only once in a decade. Besides young Master K, young Master Madeo has also comprehended the mysteries of energy, truly an extraordinary achievement. Tokugawa Madeo gazed coldly at Tokugawa Jink, the biological father of this body. As the power of his cells gradually receded, the so-called energy of a warrior is in essence attained through arduous training and the honing of the physical body, a manifestation of pure cellular strength. In contrast, the chakra of a ninja encompasses both cellular and mental power, making the mobilization of cellular energy a relatively simple task for those who understand chakra. However, the energy of a warrior, cultivated through years of diligent practice, is formidable and condensed, something ordinary ninjas cannot rival. Yet, the limitations of physical cellular strength become evident, while chakra can be refined and stored within the body, continually enhancing its potency. Thus, in this realm, the might of a ninja far surpasses that of a warrior. At this moment, the courtyard was eerily silent, with nearly all the Tokugawa clan's disciples gazing intently at Tokugawa Jink. Observing this scene, Tokugawa Jink's expression abruptly shifted, darkening significantly. Humph! With a low, cold snort, his tall, somewhat slender figure rose slowly, his gaze still icy as it bore into the fearless eyes of Tokugawa Madeo. The family warriors represent honor, beyond strength. One must contribute to the clan to earn the title of warrior. You still lack this qualification. You lack this qualification. The chilling words resounded heavily within the courtyard, causing many elder members of the Tokugawa family to furrow their brows in confusion as they gazed at Tokugawa Jink. In the family, when an exceptionally talented descendant emerges, they are typically bestowed with the title of samurai, not only as encouragement for the outstanding heir, but also to incite a sense of rivalry among the other descendants. This was akin to the time when Tokugawa Kei was granted the title in his youth. Among his peers, there was only one such privilege. It was evident that in this generation, the privilege belonged to Tokugawa Kei. Now, as Tokugawa Mud suddenly demonstrated talents far superior to those of Tokugawa Kei. Tokugawa Jinx still adhered to the family rules, clearly holding Tokugawa Kei's status in far greater regard. Moreover, I recall you never underwent samurai training. How could you possess such skill? This perplexity lingered in my mind. Ignoring the sympathetic gazes of the family elders, Tokugawa Jinx slowly clasped his hands behind his back, his expression suddenly turning icy as he inquired. Ha! Ha ha! Tokugawa Mud silently chuckled, despite having some suspicions about Tokugawa Jinx's response at this moment. He truly felt the cold indifference within this family, as well as the callous tone of his father, Tokugawa Jinx. A ninja. Perhaps venturing directly to Konoha would invite much skepticism, yet it seemed that the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan was rather amicable. So he should not face too harsh a reception, right? Huh. My desire to participate in this selection is not merely to become a ninja, but rather an attempt to compensate for the past injustices faced by Tokugawa Mud. It appears this is nothing but a fanciful hope. Tokugawa Mud let out a long sigh, a languid and indifferent smile resurfacing on his face. Seemingly unfazed by Tokugawa Jinx's inquiries as he turned to stride towards the inner courtyard, Tokugawa Jinx's brow furrowed deeply, his expression shifting as he fixated on Tokugawa Mud's retreating figure. Lost in thought for a moment, he then suddenly regained his composure. Many of the elder members of the Tokugawa family cast sympathetic glances at Tokugawa Mud, yet the younger generation harbored an unmistakable air of disdain. What does it matter if one is a genius? Without the acknowledgement of the head of the family, one holds no status. Just as Tokugawa Mud reached the periphery of the crowd, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. Simultaneously, a relaxed, youthful voice rang out. Ah, what a splendid performance. Tokugawa Mud abruptly turned his head, his body instinctively reacting as he shook off the hand, a surge of sharp chakra swirling within him. A faint voice of intrigue echoed near Tokugawa Mud's ear, and he felt the hand on his shoulder slowly retract. The chakra he had unleashed dissipated as if it had struck an impenetrable barrier. At that moment, the members of the Tokugawa family noticed, to their surprise, 3 strangely attired figures emerging from the crowd. Cloaked in black and adorned with fox masks, these enigmatic figures seemed to blend seamlessly with the ring. They stood silently in the shadows of the crowd before stepping forward, exuding an almost ghostly presence. A figure clad in a black robe, slightly shorter in stature, revealed only a pair of eyes beneath a mask. With a look of curiosity, he cast a glance at Tokugawa Madeo, his right hand moving ever so slightly, causing a flurry of fine fabric particles to drift down. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed the black-robed man's gaze before he naturally lowered his arm. At that moment, before the members of the Tokugawa clan could react, the elder of the Tokugawa family and the previously sullen Tokugawa Jinkong rose swiftly and approached. It was the 3 esteemed ninjas from Konoha, finally arrived. Tokugawa Jinkong spoke with a calming demeanor. This brief statement ignited the previously silent courtyard. Well, they're ninjas. The ninjas of Konoha from our land of fire. Could this attire belong to the legendary Umbu members? When did they arrive? We didn't sense a thing. The younger generation was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain their emotions, even the aloof Tokugawa Yasu and the brooding Tokugawa Shurin. Tokugawa Madeo abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 figures before him. Konoha ninjas, hailing from the most formidable ninja village in the world. Konoha is renowned as the strongest sanctum of ninjas in the land of fire and indeed across the globe. Not merely the mightiest military institution within the land of fire, but possessing an unparalleled status within its military hierarchy. In stark contrast, the Tokugawa family merely governs a peripheral territory, their standing and strength vastly disparate. While the armed forces of various nations nominally fall under the leadership of their respective ninja villages, the land of fire is no exception. Confronted with the envy and longing reflected in the eyes of the Tokugawa family, the 3 ninjas appeared accustomed to such gazes. One ninja, stationed on the left, slowly produced a sealed scroll from within his black robe. His gravelly voice resonated throughout the courtyard. By decree of the daimyo, a selection of ninjas has been made. The Tokugawa family is granted 3 slots for Konoha's genin. Upon the conclusion of his announcement, not only the younger generation, but even the elder clan members displayed expressions of shock and excitement. 3 slots. This time, we possess 3. An elderly man with graying hair standing behind Tokugawa Jinkong, murmured with a smile. Simultaneously, Tokugawa Jinkong's demeanor softened as he smiled at the slightly shorter ninja in the center. Thank you, Lord Fourth Hokage. Haha. The Tokugawa family has long safeguarded the borders and has rendered considerable service. Thus, the daimyo and the Hokage have personally nominated you. However, he paused, straightening his posture, and spoke solemnly. Becoming a ninja is not a privilege granted to all, even for a genin. His voice was strikingly youthful. Yet the gravity of his latter statement bore a palpable intensity, as if one could sense the bloodshed within his words. At that moment, the ninja unexpectedly placed a hand on Tokugawa Madeo's shoulder, just as before, and without him sensing it at all, gently squeezed his shoulder, uttering a phrase that left the Tokugawa family even more astonished. However, his abilities indeed warrant consideration for a genin. I wonder why the clan leader has not permitted him to participate. The words of the figure in the black robe were excessively youthful, yet his tone bore an almost apathetic gravity. Under his piercing gaze, Tokugawa Nobuyasu furrowed his brow, recalling some of the rumors surrounding this individual. An instinctive awareness, shrouded in the ethereal, subtly sensed the abyssal chill emanating from the shadowed left eye of the black-robed man. Though his heart tightened, his expression betrayed none of his inner turmoil, and he merely flickered. According to clan regulations, he simply lacks the qualifications to participate. Oh, is that so? The black-robed man scratched his head, his tone reverting to a casual demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, in that case, I shall bestow upon him one of my recommendation slots. That should pose no issue, correct? Captain, the recommendation slots must be reported to Lord Hokage afterwards. Another black-clad ninja queried, his tone laced with uncertainty. Fear not, I am aware. He waved his hand dismissively, and then turned to the complexly expressive Tokugawa Nobuyasu, inquiring, under these circumstances, can he now participate? I will recommend him in my capacity as a jonin. Jonin. The members of the Tokugawa clan gasped in astonishment, their incredulous gazes fixating on the somewhat diminutive black-robed ninja, their expressions momentarily vacant. A jonin stands as a paragon among the formidable ranks of ninjas, rumored to wield the cataclysmic power to rend the earth asunder. A single jonin could effortlessly devastate this peripheral town. The expression of Tokugawa Nobuyasu shifted, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. If that is the case, Tokugawa Mudu shall indeed possess the qualifications to participate. Furthermore, he may be directly selected as a Konoha ninja. No. The black-robed man suddenly gestured, a hint of amusement dancing in his voice. My interest in him is merely that he can only hold the qualification to participate. Even with my recommendation, he shall not ascend to the rank of a genin. That is what I mean. Well, very well. Tokugawa Nobuyasu nodded with reluctant acquiescence, waving his hand to direct everyone back to the viewing platform. Why do you recommend me? Surely it is not merely out of curiosity? Tokugawa Muda remarked, observing the advancing figure of the black-robed ninja. The silhouette paused slightly, and a languorous voice drifted back. You are mistaken. My interest extends beyond mere curiosity. I am intrigued by that which dwells within you, the sharpness of wind chakra and the weight of earth chakra. What could this be? Tokugawa Mudu's expression jolted, his gaze fixated intently upon the receding figure. The preceding words hinted at the profound mastery of mental energy, a skill possessed solely by those endowed with formidable spiritual strength and delicate control. Furthermore, Tokugawa Mudu was astonished by the implications of the man's statements. Something extraordinary. The sharpness of wind chakra and the weight of earth chakra. Could it be my metallic chakra? He is capable of perceiving the chakra within me. Is this the strength of a jonin? More potent than Uncle D? Tokugawa Muda pressed his lips together, revealing a trace of solemnity. Upon concluding his remarks, the black-robed man waved his hand behind him and called out cheerfully, Do not let me down, Tokugawa Mudu. Tokugawa Madeo walked calmly into the midst of the competing youths, offering no response to the inquiries of the man in the black robe, while meticulously pondering the identity of his interlocutor. As a formidable time traveler, he could almost instantly recognize the powerful ninjas from the world of Naruto. However, the individual before him, shrouded in the attire of the Konoha Umbu, eluded his identification. Yet, the Umbu garb, revealing only the right eye, suggested that there was but one such ninja in Konoha. Based on age estimation, that individual was merely 15 years old. Tokugawa Madeo narrowed his eyes suddenly, a slight furrow forming on his brow, as a subtle mental energy began to emanate into the air. At this distance, it should suffice. Silently affirming in his mind, He gradually advanced his mental energy closer, employing the methods he had mastered in his previous life. In silence, the figure seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to reveal half of the face concealed beneath a fox mask. In an instant, Tokugawa Madeo's mental energy penetrated through the veil of the mask. Boom. His mental force was almost instantaneously repelled by an inexplicable counterforce. Yet, for a fleeting moment, he still glimpsed a blood-red eye amidst the darkness. A mesmerizing eye, almost resembling blood in its brilliance. It exuded an aura of coldness and desolation. Surrounding the crimson pupil were 3 dark comma-shaped marks. This was the Sharingan, the unique bloodline mark of the legendary Uchiha clan, renowned as the most powerful. It was him, the elite jonin known as the first technician among Konoha ninjas. The copy ninja Kakashi. Tokugawa Madeo gazed in astonishment at the figure who had also turned to look back, his expression complex and inscrutable. The striking silver hair and the crescent-shaped smile of the eyes he had seen in comic illustrations now vividly appeared before him. Although he understood that this was an absurd world, perhaps situated within an unknown space-time continuum, the impact on Tokugawa Madeo was nonetheless profound. This world harbored an abundance of enigmas and confounding phenomena, much like the familiar yet strange individuals and the bizarre occurrences unfolding around him. "Captain, what is it?" A voice beside him roused the man in the black robe from his reverie, a hint of perplexity crossing his features as he turned back, lazily waving his hand. Such intriguing fluctuations, reminiscent of the Byakugan, yet he clearly lacks that bloodline. Curious, pondering this mystery, the man in black followed Tokugawa Madeo to take a seat at the north side of the arena. "Does that child possess something extraordinary?" one of the black-robed figures asked, hesitantly inquiring, his voice barely audible. Indeed, Kakashi, concealed beneath the fox mask, slowly shifted his right eye, fixing his gaze upon Tokugawa Madeo. "He possesses a unique chakra, quite rare yet distinctly special." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at his right palm, which had been affected by Tokugawa Madeo's chakra, revealing a faint red mark. "Ah, no wonder the captain recommended him. He indeed exudes an extraordinary aura." Another previously silent black-robed ninja nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with intensity as they narrowed slightly beneath the mask. "Red hair, red eyes. Indeed, it should not solely be the descendants of the Tokugawa clan. Their lineage lacks such a history." At this point, he abruptly halted, falling into an unexpected silence. "A clan? History, huh? It appears you possess considerable knowledge of the Tokugawa lineage." Kakashi chuckled softly, his gaze gradually settling upon him. The black-robed ninja's expression remained concealed beneath his mask, rendering his emotions indecipherable, yet his body stood motionless like a wooden post. "Alas, never mind. All those emerging from your ranks are thus. I shall pay no heed. However, this young lad is ill-suited for life in the shadows. This, you must comprehend." Surrounding the arena, many members of the Tokugawa clan had yet to recover from the shock of the Jonin title, creating a somewhat raucous atmosphere. In contrast, the younger generation appeared remarkably calm, though a few cast resentful glances at Tokugawa Madeo. Whispers circulated. "This fellow is indeed extraordinarily fortunate to be recommended by a Jonin. Even if recommended, it matters little. He is merely a young lad who has never seen the battlefield. What of his abilities, even if somewhat formidable? Yet, he seems to possess considerable strength. Ha! I wonder if he might faint at the sight of blood. If that were the case, it would be a disgrace to the Tokugawa clan." A few youths laughed mockingly, their eyes glinting with jealousy and disdain. Previously, Tokugawa Madeo's displayed prowess seemed to surpass that of all present, earning him the recommendation and regard of a Konoha Jonin. This nearly ensured that after today, Tokugawa Madeo would undoubtedly become a Konoha Jonin, destined for that hallowed land of the Fire Country. With only 3 available slots, one had already been claimed, and Tokugawa Waisuke would undoubtedly seize another. Only 1 slot remained. This incited a frenzy of jealousy among those who had once looked down upon and even bullied Tokugawa Madeo. Humph. Tokugawa Madeo, roused from his contemplation of Kakashi's complex emotions, cast a fleeting glance at the envious faces surrounding him, offering a cold smile before closing his eyes. Tokugawa Jink observed the diminutive figure below, a flicker of complexity passing through his expression, but ultimately sighed, his demeanor returning to calm as his voice resonated. "By the decree of the Daime and the orders of Lord Hokage, the selection for elite youths under the age of 16 from the Tokugawa clan commences. Begin." As Tokugawa Jink's words fell, the previously boisterous crowd instantly quieted, only to erupt in excitement moments later. They existed on the fringes of the Fire Country, battling against hostile forces from neighboring lands, teetering on the brink of life and death, their yearning for power beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Undoubtedly, becoming a ninja is the optimal path to acquiring strength. From this day forth, our Tokugawa clan shall grow even more formidable. A middle-aged warrior clenched his fist tightly. He had but one arm, the other sleeve billowing before him, appearing quite destitute, yet his visage now flushed with fervor. "Ah, thank you, Lord Fourth Hokage. Thank you, Daime." At some point, someone began to cheer loudly, igniting the excitement within the crowd. Amidst this fervor, the selection of the Tokugawa clan officially commenced. A middle-aged man, his demeanor cold and his frame slender, ascended the arena with deliberate grace. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd below, and his voice rang out like a blade slicing through the air. "The rules are simple. I shall not elaborate. 2 contenders shall step onto the stage. The victor remains while the vanquished departs. Those who achieve 10 consecutive victories shall earn a place in the ranks. As for the order, you shall decide amongst yourselves." With that, the man slowly retreated from the stage, taking his position below, silently observing the young warriors who had fallen into an immediate hush. The selection rules, stark in their simplicity, were laced with an icy aura of menace, yet the youths began to stir with a palpable thrill. Some among them, their faces flushed and eyes glinting with lethal intent, were the elite scions meticulously chosen from the numerous branches of the Tokugawa family. These individuals had faced death on multiple occasions, each one a survivor emerging from the clutches of mortality. At this moment, their blood surged with fervor. With a swift motion, a live figure burst through the final curtain of rain, alighting gracefully upon the arena. The rain in the heavens began to ebb, and a faint beam of light broke through the clouds, illuminating him. His long hair flowed wildly, setting him apart as he clasped a cold sword sheath. Standing tall and resolute, Tokugawa-ko, his gaze remained unwavering and composed. In an instant, another figure ascended the stage, landing on the opposite side. This was a robust youth, his long hair cascading to obscure his visage, wielding an enormous blade 2 palms wide and 4 feet long, resting upon his shoulder. From beneath his disheveled hair, a pair of wolf-like eyes emerged, fixed intently upon Tokugawa-ko, fierce and domineering. Before the arena, 3 ninjas from Konoha could not help but brighten their eyes. In this moment, they seemed to recognize that despite the Tokugawa family's limited contributions during the Third Shinobi World War, the Hokage would generously grant this warrior clan 3 coveted slots. This was a formidable lineage. Even its younger members exhibited extraordinary prowess. While this power might appear diminutive in their eyes at present, it was certain that with the training of a ninja, they would surge forth, becoming a force to be reckoned with. An unusual form of cultivation. Beneath the mask of a fox, blood-red eyes slowly pivoted, fixating intently on the 2 youths on the stage. As the sky gradually cleared, beams of light cascaded down, and with a nod of mutual acknowledgement, the 2 youths sprang into action. Bang! A heavy collision echoed instantaneously as the robust youth furrowed his brow, feeling a formidable force impact him, causing his body to sway slightly. "Ko, your strength remains formidable," he exclaimed, feeling a sudden tingling sensation in his arm. His pupils constricted momentarily before a cold, fierce smile broke forth. "But for this day, I shall not yield easily." "Huh." The youth summoned his energy, erupting in a powerful burst, shattering the clash of their blades, and once more raised his colossal sword, aiming a vicious strike at Tokugawa-ko's neck. Tokugawa Yasu remained remarkably composed, even in the face of his opponent's sudden onslaught, his cold gaze unwavering. With a swift motion, the robust youth's attack proved futile, as Tokugawa Yasu effortlessly evaded it, wielding his blade with a flourish that sliced through the air. His grip remained steady, an inexplicable energy coursing through him, as the blade in his hand ignited with a brilliant luminescence. This radiance directly clashed with his adversary's massive longsword, and amidst the flickering light, a dim, obscure blade became discernible. This weapon, far from gleaming, appeared dull and unremarkable, its surface marred by patches resembling rust. Yet, it was this seemingly discarded rusty sword that elicited gasps from the audience below. The cold night blade. A subtle stir arose among the Tokugawa clan, clearly indicating that despite its lackluster appearance, the longsword wielded by Tokugawa Yasu possessed an extraordinary lineage. Humph! How could the clan leader's blade be bestowed upon the elder brother? Tokugawa Shorin's countenance darkened as he glared at the rusted sword in Tokugawa Yasu's grasp, a flicker of envy crossing his features. The cold night iron blade, a chilling brilliance soaring through the skies. An elder could not restrain himself, narrowing his eyes and turning to the front where Tokugawa Jinkyo stood, inquiring. Has Yasu reached the stage of accumulating energy? Indeed. Tokugawa Jinkyo nodded slowly, casting a satisfied glance at Tokugawa Yasu amidst the arena. He felt immense pride in this son, who not only exhibited remarkable talent in the art of the sword, but had also attained the spirit of a warrior at the tender age of 14. His temperament was calm and resolute, embodying the potential to become a formidable figure. As for Tokugawa Jinkyo turned his gaze towards Tokugawa Madeo in the audience, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed a different energy emanating from this son, one that lacked the refined purity of a warrior's spirit. Instead, it was richer and more mysterious, reminiscent of a peculiar force, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. He has ultimately been led down that path. Tokugawa Jinkyo pondered silently. At this moment, 3 Konoha ninjas observed quietly from the sidelines, oblivious to the central figure of the black-clad ninja, whose blood-red eyes spun incessantly beneath his mask, revealing an expression of astonishment. In those mesmerizing pupils, Tokugawa Yasu radiated an aura akin to blazing flames, brimming with explosive power. The ability to condense such feeble cellular strength to this extent seemed to transcend the physical techniques of ordinary ninjas. Indeed, the Tokugawa clan was no ordinary lineage. Kakashi, concealed beneath his mask, experienced a shift in expression as he gradually ceased the use of his Sharingan. Merely observing would not unveil the method behind this energy's emergence. Rather, it would incessantly deplete his mental fortitude, rendering the effort futile. Below the arena, Tokugawa Madeo's expression shifted slightly. His mental acuity was remarkably sharp. The warrior's spirit exuded by Tokugawa Yasu was as intense as a fireball, his physical strength surging dramatically. This clearly belonged to a unique refinement technique of the Tokugawa lineage, one devoid of any imprint in his memory. Clearly, he lacked the prerequisites to attain such a method. As he contemplated, Tokugawa Madeo's eyes flickered with a serene expression, and a cold smile graced his lips. I possess the art of chakra refinement and a body of metal. What can such mere energy achieve against me? Today marks the day when Tokugawa Madeo shall make his name resound throughout the Tokugawa clan, and his efforts will bear fruit. He then slowly closed his eyes, choosing to withdraw from observing Tokugawa Keio's match. On the arena, the burly youth had ceased his assault, gradually regulating his breath and slowly channeling his energy. Yet, it was evident that he had not cultivated the spirit of a samurai. Observing the cold demeanor of Tokugawa Ko and the inexplicable aura emanating from him, the youth hesitated momentarily. However, with a fierce roar, he lunged forward. If he were to concede defeat now, he would forfeit his chance to chase his dreams, perhaps never to soar in the vast world beyond. Thus, even with the odds stacked against him, retreat was not an option. With a whoosh, the massive longsword sliced through the air, producing a mournful sound as it hurtled toward Tokugawa Keio's neck, the force even more intense than before. Humph! Tokugawa Keio's expression turned icy, and the blade of his cold night sword shimmered like a phantom, swiftly blocking the oncoming giant blade. Simultaneously, his other hand struck out with the force of a hammer, landing a devastating blow to the chest of the unsuspecting burly youth. Bang! The impact was tremendous, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones, sending the stout youth staggering backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Tokugawa Ko swiftly unleashed a flurry of strikes with the cold night sword, retracting it just before the opponent could react. Clang! The enormous blade fell heavily at Tokugawa Keio's feet, echoing a dull thud. The youth's body was instantly stained crimson, blood jetting forth as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, he did not perish. His limbs were merely rendered immobile, pain etched upon his face. I have lost, he rasped, filled with regret. Tokugawa Keio's expression remained solemn. He did not even glance at the pale youth. Instead, he spoke in a subdued yet distinctly audible tone toward the audience below. This is not merely a selection. It is no game. A moment's carelessness could be fatal. His gaze, sharp and resolute, swept over the figures below, exuding a sense of confidence. The crowd followed his gaze, ultimately resting upon a somewhat diminutive figure. Have you lost your confidence in victory? Tokugawa Madeo slowly opened his eyes, fixing them on the youth in the arena. Do you truly believe I have never witnessed bloodshed? A cold smile spread across his face, emanating a chilling aura that enveloped him, eliciting astonished glances from those around. At that moment, 2 servants of the Tokugawa family ascended the stage, lifting the grievously injured burly youth from the arena to seek medical attention. Only Tokugawa Ko remained on the stage, standing resolutely, as if the earlier confrontation had not drained him in the slightest. showing no signs of fatigue. The indifferent middle-aged man stood at the edge of the stage, slowly proclaiming, "Tokugawa-ko, accumulate a round. Will you continue or take a break?" "No need." Tokugawa-ko coldly waved his hand, opting to persist in the contest. He possessed unwavering confidence in himself. Despite Tokugawa Madeo previously revealing an astonishing warrior spirit and exceptional physical prowess. Nevertheless, Ko chose to press on, evidently yearning for a confrontation with him. He sought to demonstrate that among the younger generation, Tokugawa-ko remained supreme. Tokugawa Madeo smirked contemptuously but refrained from entering the arena, choosing instead to remain on the sidelines. Meanwhile, a profound silence enveloped the crowd of youths. The robust young man who had just competed was exceptionally strong, ranking high among them. Yet, he was swiftly defeated by Tokugawa-ko, delivering a significant blow to their morale. The fervent battle spirit that had once ignited within them began to wane. As each individual contemplated their next move, awaiting someone to step forward and challenge Ko, hoping to exhaust him for a chance at victory. Given Tokugawa-ko's characteristic arrogance, enduring 10 rounds of combat was entirely plausible. This time, 46 Tokugawa heirs participated in the selection, with only 3 coveted spots available for recognition as a leaf ninja, ascending to the rank of a genin. Moreover, there lay the opportunity to train in the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, an incredibly rare chance that arose only once every decade. Each youth remained silent, as the previously formidable young man had lost this opportunity, and it was evident that his injuries would hinder his performance in the forthcoming battles. This was advantageous for everyone else, prompting a lack of sympathy, even a sense of relief. Every individual here was a rival, and Tokugawa-ko had deliberately injured the robust young man to intimidate his competitors, unsettling many of the stronger contenders who hesitated to enter the arena. Instead, they urged some of the less promising youths to step up and satisfy Ko's ascent. In stark contrast, the stands before the arena exuded an air of tranquility. The disputes among the young members of the Tokugawa clan were nurtured through indulgence, with any challenges or hardships borne solely by themselves, no one would intervene. Only in this manner could true elite successors emerge. At last, a slightly younger boy, unable to withstand the pressure, ascended the stage with a pained expression to engage in a second bout with Tokugawa-ko. Contrary to expectations, he did not concede but instead made a final desperate attempt, swinging his long knife toward Ko. However, the disparity in strength was immense, and within moments, the boy was deftly dispatched from the stage. Fortunately, this time Tokugawa-ko refrained from inflicting severe damage, leaving the young challenger with only minor scratches. This elicited a flicker of joy among some youths, recognizing the efficacy of this approach. Is this selection process what they deem elite successors? Tokugawa Madeo observed coldly, harboring disdain for Ko's ostentatious display of prowess in the arena. "Humph. If you feel dissatisfied, you are welcome to experience it for yourself," a youth retorted with a sly smile. Indeed, there would be an opportunity to learn, and it would come at the moment of his greatest triumph. Tokugawa Madeo's demeanor was calm as he surveyed Kakashi, who was seated high above in the stands. At this moment, Kakashi, a character from the original work, piqued his interest far more than the ongoing competition. In his youth, Kakashi was undoubtedly a prodigy, far surpassing his peers. Whether as a disciple of the Fourth Hokage or as the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Kakashi achieved the rank of Jonin at a remarkably young age and joined the Yumbu, a feat that shone brightly in his early life. At this point in time, Kakashi should have been at the pinnacle of his existence. Despite the loss of his most cherished friend, he did not exhibit the cold, ruthless demeanor depicted in his youth in the original narrative. Clearly, the significant event that would forever alter his life had yet to occur. The tragedy of killing Rin, manipulated by Jinjutsu, not only changed their fates, but also propelled another man into an endless abyss. All of this, aside from the hidden Uchiha ancestor, can be said to have guided the destinies of the ninja world for decades to come. At this moment, Tokugawa Madeo harbored no intention of altering the course of this world. The time ahead was precisely when the tale of Naruto would unfold, a period he was most familiar with. His former mindset, to seize every opportunity to grow stronger and survive, remained, and until he regained his peak strength, he could not impede the relentless tide of progress in this world. "My strength is still somewhat lacking," he murmured softly, exhaling deeply. In the arena, Tokugawa-ke had already achieved 4 consecutive victories, showcasing his extraordinary prowess that far exceeded his contemporaries. The 5th battle was about to commence. A shadow darted forward, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. Crack! The crisp sound of a blade shattering echoed through the air as Tokugawa Kei's cold night blade proved to be exceptional. After just 3 fierce clashes, he managed to sever his opponent's long sword, forcing them to concede. The cold night blade was indeed as sharp as the legend suggested, capable of slicing through the darkness itself, let alone mere iron. However, this was excessive. It was astonishing that the head of the family entrusted such a weapon to him. Yet one could argue, without the cold night blade, could anyone truly defeat young Master Kei? I dare say even the second son, Tokugawa Shurin, would stand no chance. Beside him, Tokugawa Shurin, upon hearing the surrounding whispers and discussions, felt a weight settle heavily upon his brow. His fists clenched slowly. Although he had resolved internally to forego the opportunity to become a ninja in favor of becoming the family's heir. The fact that Tokugawa Kei had entrusted the cold night blade to Tokugawa Kei without his knowledge spoke volumes. It indicated that in his father's eyes, he could never be compared to Tokugawa Kei. A sense of pain enveloped Shurin's thoughts. Perhaps, in his father's view, he was insignificant, just like that fellow. With a heavy heart, he cast a fleeting glance at the composed Tokugawa Madeo, a wave of desolation washing over him. Bang! On the arena, another figure stumbled and fell. Tokugawa Yasu, having achieved 7 consecutive victories, faced a choice, to rest or to continue. A middle-aged man in the audience, maintaining an expression of icy indifference, inquired. No need. Huffing. Tokugawa Yasu finally caught his breath, revealing a hint of fatigue, with beads of sweat glistening on his brow. This sight ignited a spark in the eyes of the young spectators. Tokugawa Yasu was the foremost among the younger generation, having mastered the spirit of a warrior at a remarkably young age. Although Tokugawa Madeo had previously displayed a similar aura of intimidation in their hearts, the threat posed by Yasu was evidently far greater. With a swift motion, the next contender ascended the stage, exhibiting no hesitation, clearly harboring considerable hope for victory. Simultaneously, several youths preparing to take the stage furrowed their brows slightly, pausing momentarily. This scene elicited a sly smile from Tokugawa Yasu, who revealed a chilling grin. He uttered not a word, merely gripping the cold blade of his longsword tightly. Today, he aimed to present himself as an invincible force in the eyes of the Konoha Jonin, solidifying his reputation as a prodigy. Those below the stage would merely serve as his backdrop, a moment his father, Tokugawa Shinku, had long anticipated, sacrificing the counsel of certain clan elders to bestow upon him the divine blade in his grasp. With this weapon, he would vanquish all adversaries. This was his unwavering belief in invincibility. For the first time since stepping onto the stage, Tokugawa Yasu let out a thunderous shout, his complexion unusually flushed. A surge of potent energy brewed within his body, and his presence grew increasingly formidable. Not bad, young man, a dark-clad ninja from Konoha murmured, unable to suppress his admiration, which brought a glimmer of delight to the faces of the Tokugawa clan elders nearby. Yasu is indeed serious now. Perhaps he has gone a bit too far? Chuckled an elder with grizzled hair, shaking his head in amusement. Though he remarked on the excess, his tone conveyed admiration, subtly indicating that Yasu had only just begun to unleash his full potential in previous matches. Indeed, Yasu has grown somewhat arrogant. Other elders chimed in, their expressions illuminated by smiles. Is that so? At that moment, even the most composed of ninjas scrutinized Tokugawa Yasu intently, nodding in approval. Compared to before, his strength has doubled. Truly, he is a remarkable scion of the Tokugawa clan. He possesses the qualities of an exceptional ninja. Kakashi, seated at the center, also nodded in calm affirmation. At this juncture, Tokugawa Yasu's demeanor had transformed entirely. His gaze flickered with a fervor that contrasted sharply with his usual coldness as he launched his first attack against his opponent. In this moment, Yasu was a tempest, his typically icy demeanor replaced by a fierce intensity. The cold blade in his hand gleamed with a radiant aura as it swiftly sliced toward his opponent's face. His imposing presence was staggering, causing the youth across from him to pale, trembling slightly as he gripped his longsword. Fortunately, he was also one of the elite scions of the Tokugawa family. In a crucial moment, he swiftly raised his longsword to parry the strike. Bang! A resounding clang echoed, piercing the air, reminiscent not of 2 swords clashing, but rather like 2 iron rods violently colliding, imbued with a raw, forceful intensity. The agonizing cry reverberated through the arena as Tokugawa Yasu's opponent was sent flying, as if struck by a rampaging buffalo, crashing heavily to the ground below the platform. His face turned pale, his hands marred with gaping wounds, the bloodstained sword reduced to a twisted fragment. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as nearly all eyes were fixated in shock upon the young boy still standing resolutely on the arena. At merely 13 years of age, he emanated a fierce aura that rendered even the seasoned warriors breathless. In that moment, he did not gaze downwards but instead closed his eyes to regulate his rapid breathing, clearly having expended considerable energy in the explosive clash moments prior. Below, Tokugawa Mud observed calmly, his mind replaying the instant of the two swords' impact. Clang, clang, clang. It was not a single strike. The speed of Tokugawa Yasushi was so extraordinary that the three collisions formed a powerful shockwave, merging sound and force, instantly propelling his opponent from the arena. Impressive. Aside from Tokugawa Mud, only Tokugawa Nin among the younger generation displayed a flicker of recognition. Lacking Mud's profound mental prowess and extraordinary perception, he was unable to discern the precise details of the encounter. Yet that brief moment evoked memories of his last duel with Yasushi. The same sensation, likely the same technique on that occasion. He too had been vanquished, as he had been time and again, with his elder brother remaining far ahead in the martial arts journey. This left him feeling both frustrated and powerless. Tokugawa Yasushi, victor of 8 consecutive matches. The cold voice of the middle-aged man sliced through the hearts of the young onlookers. The earlier few who had arrived late wore expressions of relief. Though Yasushi may have exhausted some energy, his prowess remained terrifyingly formidable, swiftly eliminating a worthy adversary and employing considerable force. This was still a demonstration of intimidation, an intimidation directed at all of them. For a time, no one dared to ascend the stage again, and the atmosphere grew somber. Moments later, the middle-aged man displayed a hint of impatience, proclaiming loudly, "If there are no challengers, then Tokugawa Yasushi shall advance directly, securing a position." The audience remained silent, clearly indicating that after Yasushi's relentless victories, no one wished to provoke him further. Rather, they hoped he would expedite his ascent to the next round, allowing them to vie for another spot. Yet, just as the middle-aged man prepared to signal for Yasushi's advancement, a calm voice began to resonate. It was Tokugawa Mud. Ignoring the middle-aged man's displeasure and the surrounding gazes of astonishment, mockery, and confusion, Mud steadily approached the arena, gathering strength in his legs as he leapt onto the stage. As the eyes opened, Tokugawa Yasumitsu's expression remained indifferent. He had anticipated this final encounter, yet was surprised to find that none dared to approach him. What a pity! Tokugawa Mud tilted his head slightly, shaking it in a show of pity. Indeed, it was unfortunate. You could have secured a place. After all, you are one of the few among the younger generation capable of harnessing energy. Nevertheless, I must emerge victorious in this battle. No one can obstruct my path. Tokugawa Yasumitsu's expression was impassive, yet his face still bore a flush, and the aura of the cold night blade in his hand became increasingly formidable. Even if you are my so-called younger brother. Humph. At this moment, Tokugawa Yasumitsu felt a peculiar sensation. Though the figure before him shared the same noble blood of the Tokugawa clan, the bond felt extraordinarily cold and detached. Although he did not torment Tokugawa Mud like Tokugawa Shirito often did, he too harbored a sense of disdain for him. Yet, at this instant, it was this very brother he had long overlooked who suddenly seemed to possess a strength rivaling his own, which astounded Tokugawa Yasumitsu. A breath. An invisible wind swirled gently between the two, tousling their hair. In that moment, both figures moved. There were no extravagant techniques. Their initial clash was a contest of sheer power and speed. In an instant, they exchanged blows dozens of times, the sound of clashing steel resonating throughout the arena, drawing gasps of astonishment and admiration. As they momentarily separated, Tokugawa Yasumitsu paused, astonished, as he gazed at the weapon in Tokugawa Mud's hand. What was that? Words failed to capture the strangeness and surprise that filled Tokugawa Yasumitsu's heart. In Tokugawa Mud's grasp was a wooden sword, and not just any wooden sword, but a broken one, a weapon typically used by the descendants of the Tokugawa clan for practice. At this moment, how could it withstand over 10 strikes from the renowned Cold Night Blade without shattering? Onlookers cast puzzled glances at Tokugawa Mud, questioning how he achieved such a feat. Previously, Tokugawa Mud had concealed the wooden sword behind him, sheathed and unassuming, leaving no room for doubt. Yet now, as the sword was drawn, it was revealed not to be the expected chilling blade, but merely a rough wooden sword. Ah, there's no alternative. I lack a proper warrior's equipment. I can only make do. Is your weapon truly rusted, incapable of even cleaving wood? Tokugawa Mud offered a bland explanation that nearly caused the spectators to faint. How could the Cold Night Blade possibly rust? How could it fail to sever wood? Meanwhile, above the arena, Kakashi had unknowingly activated the Sharingan once more. Aside from this, no one noticed the tiny golden needle within the hilt of Tokugawa Mud's sword, faintly shimmering with a soft golden aura. It was this golden needle that dispersed a stream of energy throughout the sword, inducing a remarkable transformation that effectively resisted the sharpness of the cold night blade. It seemed to possess a chakra sharper than that of wind. Kakashi's expression was peculiar. Amidst the subtle aura, he discerned the genuine essence of chakra. Despite having had a prior encounter, he found himself grappling with an ineffable sense of bewilderment. Raising his right hand, he scrutinized the faint wound on his palm. Lost in contemplation, this chakra bore no resemblance to the traditional 5 elemental attributes, nor did it exhibit the characteristics of any known mixed chakra. What manner of power was this? Could it be something concealed by the Tokugawa clan? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Kakashi's heart. Could it be bloodline? But was that even plausible? Would a power as rare as bloodline manifest in an ordinary member of the Tokugawa clan? This youth, regardless of the speculations and astonishment of Kakashi and others, on the arena, Tokugawa Madeo wielded his wooden sword, fearlessly clashing with the cold night blade. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Yasu was thoroughly exasperated. This time, his cold night blade not only failed to sever the wooden sword held by Tokugawa Madeo, but he also sensed an inexplicable intensity and speed in Madeo's formidable strength that seemed to surpass his own. As their weapons collided once more, Tokugawa Yasu unleashed his utmost prowess, moving beyond the simplicity of the initial phase, leveraging years of combat experience in this duel. The long blade soared like a comet, radiating a brilliant glow. The struggle continued unabated. The cold night blade in Tokugawa Yasu's grasp morphed into a phantasm, encircling Tokugawa Madeo as if he were facing dire peril. Yet, only the parties involved understood that Madeo's figure danced with the rhythm of the blade, narrowly evading each strike, and whenever escape seemed impossible. That astonishingly fractured wooden sword would invariably intercept the seemingly unparalleled cold night blade. Neither party yielded. Their fierce contest raged on, and as time passed, Tokugawa Madeo's movements became increasingly fluid. This bout not only allowed him to adeptly practice the sword techniques of the Tokugawa clan he had surreptitiously learned, but also integrated experiences from past life and death struggles. As a top-tier metal manipulator, he was relatively weaker in close combat skills compared to those possessing formidable abilities. However, he now found a glimmer of opportunity for rectification. In this moment, Tokugawa Madeo reveled in a state of joyous exhilaration. Simultaneously, in the midst of the intense selection process of the Tokugawa clan, a secluded forest path in the southern region near the martial city unfolded. 3 figures traversed quietly. The 2 figures behind were cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by fox masks, unmistakably members of Konoha's Umbu. The man in the forefront, a man in his 40s, donned an ordinary robe, his short hair exuding a rugged demeanor. Though his countenance appeared unremarkable and indifferent, a natural aura of authority emanated from him even at a distance. Surrounding the trio, within the dense forest, ethereal shadows flickered, exuding an icy presence. Through this narrow path, a small city constructed of blue stones loomed in the distance, solitary against the vast sky. The martial city. Could this be the residence of the Tokugawa clan? The middle-aged man ahead inquired with an air of indifference, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, seemingly lost in contemplation. His voice was slow and grave, imbued with the authority of one in power. Yes, my lord. That location is the current stronghold of the Tokugawa clan, the last of the Golden Warriors. According to intelligence reports, they have concealed themselves there for over 2 centuries. A member of the covert division respectfully responded from behind. Over 2 centuries. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. Time truly is a relentless passage. The Golden Goddess Repository. I wonder what treasures the Tokugawa clan possesses. How do they compare to the other clans? A gust of mountain wind swept by, and a faint smile graced the middle-aged man's face, yet his words carried a chilling indifference. Let us proceed and witness this once glorious, now dwindling golden lineage. As his words faded, shadows surged forth towards the distant town with astonishing speed, their swiftness both terrifying and remarkable. In the arena, Tokugawa Yasushi cast a grim gaze upon Tokugawa Madeo, discerning his intentions to hone his skills through their battle. Alarmingly, Madeo's aura continued to intensify. This fellow's energy is incredibly solid and potent. At that moment, Yasushi felt his stamina waning, teetering on the brink of fatigue, while the challenger, Tokugawa Madeo, appeared relaxed and unfazed, brimming with vitality. This rascal is utterly shameless. After 9 consecutive matches, even Tokugawa Yasushi is starting to feel weariness. What an unfair advantage. I hesitated earlier. Clearly, this bout is nearing the end for Yasushi. Some youths gazed in astonishment at the two combatants on the stage. And soon a cacophony of murmurs arose, laced with envy for Madeo, who now seemed to have a chance at victory, lamenting the earlier hesitation. Is this the end of my path? A bead of sweat trickled down Yasushi's cheek, a wave of fatigue washing over him. The exhaustion from exerting every ounce of strength arriving far more swiftly than anticipated. No, I am Tokugawa Yasushi, the foremost elite of my clan. With renewed determination, he tightened his grip on the cold blade of his ordinary yet chilling longsword, eyes wide open, his heart roaring within. How could I allow failure? How could I betray my father's lofty expectations? I must achieve victory, enter Konoha, fulfill my father's wishes, and bring glory to the Tokugawa clan. With a fierce resolve solidified in his heart, Yasushi slowly sheathed the cold blade at his waist, standing tall as he faced the somewhat astonished Tokugawa Madeo. The next strike will be my strongest. I advise you to concede. Otherwise, Tokugawa Madeo narrowed his eyes in surprise, perceiving a rare seriousness and caution in Yasushi's gaze. This typically proud and aloof youth was displaying an uncommon expression. What if I refuse to concede? You will perish. Suddenly, Tokugawa Yasumoto opened his eyes wide, a suppressed aura leaking from his gaze, sharp enough to seem as if it could sever the very fabric of reality. On the viewing platform, the head of the Tokugawa clan could not help but rise abruptly, his eyes flickering with a complex and hesitant expression as they fell upon Tokugawa Yasumoto and Tokugawa Mud. Could Yasumoto wield that technique? Tokugawa Mud gazed at Tokugawa Yasumoto with astonishment, for in that instant, Yasumoto's entire presence shifted dramatically. Almost all of his energy coalesced, gathering in his tightly clenched right hand. Yet this concentrated power did not exude a violent aura. Rather, it accumulated force in an extraordinary manner. Yasumoto then slightly crouched, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, trembling as if he held not a mere blade, but a ferocious beast. In that moment, a terrifying presence enveloped him, and his expression grew increasingly cold and desolate. An invisible wind swirled around him, his hair wildly obscuring his face, rendering it indistinct. One sword style, Iato slash. A low voice resonated, followed by a blaze of brilliant sword light that engulfed all illumination in the vicinity. The dazzling brilliance compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. What is this? Faced with the sudden, blinding radiance, the three ninjas from Konoha could not suppress their astonishment. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Unbelievable. In his right eye, the glaring light seemed almost non-existent as Tokugawa Yasumoto slowly drew the cold night blade and then instantly unsheathed it. The extraordinary speed created an illusion of slow motion. This was a simple yet direct draw and cut strike. The blade shimmered with light, undulating like a surging tide. Amidst the seemingly overwhelming power, Tokugawa Yasumoto let out a fierce shout, swinging his blade with force. Boom! An ethereal mist converged, transforming into a dazzling, visible foot-long aura that surged towards Tokugawa Mud. Such terrifying cutting power. A cautious expression crossed Tokugawa Mud's face. This attack seemed to transcend common understanding. But so what? In that moment, blood surged as if ignited, and Tokugawa Mud suddenly clasped his hands together, for the first time channeling all of his metallic chakra. Hiss, hiss, like a swarm of bees buzzing. In the void surrounding him, metallic phantoms darted rapidly. Yet, all of this remained concealed within the brilliance, unnoticed by anyone. How intriguing. Both of these individuals are extraordinary talents, even exhibiting a rare bloodline. Kakashi mused with a smile, seemingly uncovering something delightful. Bang, bang, bang. In the fleeting moment, that foot-long aura, trailing a devastating essence, soared across the sky, but was instantly met with countless strikes, unrelenting. Golden steel needles shattered, and the aura continued to diminish. Bang. At long last, all the metallic steel needles were annihilated, leaving behind a solitary beam of energy, approximately 3 inches long, which forcefully struck between Tokugawa Madeo's seemingly metallic hands and chest. The immense force erupted upon his chest, propelling Tokugawa Madeo backward while simultaneously generating a formidable cutting power that instantaneously shredded the upper half of his garments, revealing a flesh glimmering with a faint golden hue. The crisp sounds of impact rang out in rapid succession, etching white marks across Tokugawa Madeo's chest. The ruptured energy beam unexpectedly emitted dozens of miniature, razor-sharp energy blades, slicing through the air in every direction. With his metallic chakra nearly depleted, the metallic transformation only enveloped the upper part of his chest, while his unprotected abdomen was swiftly carved with several inch-long lacerations, blood gushing forth. In midair, Tokugawa Madeo deftly pressed several points around the wounds, sealing the ruptured veins to temporarily staunch the flow of blood. He then crashed heavily onto the edge of the arena, and aside from the pain emanating from his abdomen, a profound soreness enveloped his entire body. The preceding maneuver had been perilously taxing. Not only had his chakra been nearly exhausted, but the mental strain of controlling numerous steel needles had also taken a significant toll. Indeed, it was a formidable technique, capable of concentrating all the warrior's spirit within the long blade and releasing it in an instant, with a lethality that was simply staggering. Gasping, Tokugawa Madeo managed to flip over at the edge of the arena, raising his gaze toward Tokugawa Yasu. At that moment, the blinding light had completely dissipated, revealing a deep chasm that nearly spanned the entirety of the arena, its edges charred and blackened, while fragmented wood particles swirled chaotically in the air, rendering his vision somewhat hazy. Yet, Tokugawa Yasu's condition remained discernible. He sat quietly on the ground, his pallor resembling that of a specter. As if all his blood had drained away, the cold blade of his sword leaned heavily before him, and his gaze toward Tokugawa Madeo was filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? The Aido strike was thwarted. It was inconceivable. Tokugawa Yasu murmured in a daze, then suddenly his countenance flushed, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth as he coughed violently, expelling a copious amount of blood. Clearly, that last move had not only depleted his vigor, but also inflicted grievous harm upon his body. The Aido technique had left both of the young warriors on the arena injured and one unconscious, a truly terrifying outcome. At this moment, the stunned crowd, initially enveloped in silence, gradually came back to their senses. Shock and confusion clouded everyone's minds. The previous brilliance had been so dazzling that they were compelled to shut their eyes, only hearing the fleeting sounds of intricate attacks. Yet, the transformation before them was so dramatic that many gazed incredulously at the ravaged arena, almost doubting their own vision. There was nothing impossible. With a furrowed brow, Tokugawa Madeo slowly rose from the edge, his expression returning to an air of calm. At this moment, his hands and chest had reverted to normal, with only a few crimson marks lingering on his skin, although the wound on his abdomen had been staunched temporarily by a technique of pulse-stopping. Any slight movement caused fresh blood to seep forth, a vivid scarlet. His upper body appeared somewhat frail, his complexion as pale as a maiden's. Yet no one dared to doubt the formidable strength of this exceptionally delicate-looking 9-year-old. At this moment on the stage, he had triumphed over the young generation of the Tokugawa clan, emerging as the foremost victor. Surrender or perish. Following the edge of the arena, Tokugawa Madeo slowly approached Tokugawa Ko, bowing his head to speak softly. His gaze was calm and profound, bearing little resemblance to that of a typical youth. It was as if a bottomless abyss threatened to consume one's very soul. Tokugawa Ko's countenance grew grim as he faced those eyes. He could scarcely hesitate to acknowledge the truth embedded in Madeo's words, yet this very realization sowed seeds of doubt within him. As the chief genius of the younger generation, Tokugawa Ko was prideful. How could he lower himself to concede defeat? Yet, the stark reality was undeniable. His opponent stood before him while he remained powerless, kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, 3 figures leaped onto the arena, interrupting the tension. Tokugawa Jinko, with a solemn expression, approached Tokugawa Ko and gently lifted him, placing him upon a stretcher held by a servant. Take him to the finest medical room. Father, I'm sorry. This match I have lost. I have failed your teachings. With Tokugawa Jinko shielding him from Madeo's sight, Tokugawa Ko sighed in relief, closing his eyes as he whispered in regret. He lay quietly on the stretcher, drifting further away, and in a moment unnoticed by anyone, a single tear slipped quietly from the corner of his eye. A subtle sense of loss filled his heart. He had become the vanquished, giving rise to Tokugawa Madeo's brilliance. Tokugawa Jinko turned silently to gaze at the equally pale Tokugawa Madeo. The onlookers watched anxiously, for it was evident that Madeo had utterly defeated Tokugawa Ko. Despite Ko's previous endurance through 8 consecutive battles, the final move he unleashed had shattered the arena, revealing an overwhelming power that surpassed the capacity of ordinary individuals. Remarkably, Tokugawa Madeo had withstood such an assault. His strength was indeed astonishing. How incredible! That previous surge of sharp energy seemed reminiscent of the ultimate technique of the Iiryu, an extraordinary display of talent for one so young. Yet, It was regrettable that young Ko had ultimately succumbed. It was a mystery how Madeo had managed to withstand that strike. A pinnacle technique of the family's most formidable Iiryu, one that even many adult warriors had yet to master. The head of the household had personally taken the stage. How would matters unfold now? The cacophony of the crowd formed a striking contrast to the stillness of the arena, where the tension lingered palpably. Tokugawa Jinx silently gazed at the seemingly familiar figure before him. The almost identical contours evoked a flicker of struggle in his expression, a stark contrast to the indifference he usually displayed in front of Tokugawa Mud, and even a hint of nostalgia. Finally, just as Tokugawa Mud was about to express his growing impatience, Tokugawa Jinx took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and declared, "In this contest, you have triumphed." He then opened his eyes, regarded Tokugawa Mud earnestly, turned, and began to descend, leaving behind a faintly warm voice. "Ultimately, you have become what your mother hoped for, a ninja." Tokugawa Mud, with a calm demeanor, suddenly raised his head to look at the retreating figure, his expression filled with surprise. Yet, simultaneously, a peculiar confusion began to unravel itself. The guardian ninja, Uncle Tokud, had been part of this family for a decade. Did this silent man truly remain oblivious? This was evidently implausible. In their previous conversation within the courtyard, Uncle Tokud had shown no respect toward Tokugawa Jinx. Rather, there was an unmistakable air of subtle rejection. This suggested that Tokugawa Jinx was indeed aware of his mother's circumstances and knew that Uncle Tokud was a fugitive ninja. Only he existed in this triad, living in a state of ignorance, blissfully unaware. Even what Uncle Tokud had conveyed to him seemed to be but a fraction of the truth. Tokugawa Mud had defeated Tokugawa Kn, who had achieved 8 consecutive victories, yet he too was marred with injuries and did not persist for the next bout, opting instead to seek treatment. At that moment, nearly all the youth regarded him with awe, clearly impressed by his conquest over Tokugawa Kn, the young champion of their clan, which endowed him with a greater sense of authority than Tokugawa Kn himself. In this instant, mockery was absent, replaced by admiration and aspiration. The contest between Tokugawa Kn and Tokugawa Mud reached a temporary conclusion, as Tokugawa Mud did not remain on the stage. Following their duel, the selection competition of the Tokugawa clan continued, igniting excitement among the younger generation, who flushed with enthusiasm as they eagerly took turns demonstrating their training achievements. After all, the rules merely indicated that those who secured 10 consecutive victories would have a greater chance of obtaining a coveted spot. Rather than directly acquiring the status of a low-ranking ninja, the ultimate authority rested with the ninjas of Konoha. Becoming a ninja necessitated talent. The ninjas of Konoha observed not merely the momentary prowess of the youths, but scrutinized their latent abilities to ascertain their potential to become exemplary ninjas. This understanding was already ingrained among the elder Tokugawa clan members, and once revealed, it rekindled the fighting spirit of every youth who had witnessed the contest between Tokugawa Kn and Tokugawa Mud, as they yearned to showcase their own innate talents and capture the attention of the Konoha ninjas. The Tokugawa ancestral estate sprawled widely, and adjacent to the competition grounds lay a unique garden, where a series of closely knit bamboo houses exuded an air of elegance. This was the sanctuary where the young recuperated after their training. In the serene confines of the chamber, Tokugawa Madeo waved away the attending servant. Reclining quietly upon the pristine bed, the wound on his abdomen was swathed in a layer of white gauze and herbal remedies, leaving only a faint sensation of soreness. Such an injury did not trouble Tokugawa Madeo. He had endured far worse pains during his past missions without so much as a furrowed brow. Furthermore, his current physique was even more remarkable than in his previous life. The utilization of metallic chakra was still a realm of exploration for him, employing techniques reminiscent of his former abilities. He sensed that this method was not the most effective, for both in the comics and the whispers of this world, every formidable ninja was said to perform hand seals to maximize the potency of their chakra. Yet, he had no recollection of any such seals, indicating that he would have to rely on the system's teachings upon entering Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Tokugawa Madeo closed his eyes, gradually recuperating his mental energy. The battle against Tokugawa Yasushi had granted him victory through the intricacies of metallic chakra, yet it also illuminated a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Aside from the drawbacks of utilizing chakra, his mental prowess, once a cornerstone of his identity as a top-tier metal manipulator, had almost ceased to be of any use in combat, a realization he found difficult to accept. After a period of fruitless reflection, his thoughts drifted back to Tokugawa Yasushi's Ii strike. This technique, originally a commonplace drawing attack among samurai, had reached an astonishing level of speed and lethality. Had it not been for the resilience of his metallic chakra, he might have perished, as Tokugawa Yasushi had ominously suggested. This powerful secret technique was evidently a core skill of the Tokugawa clan, having only witnessed Yasushi's execution of it. He pondered how it would manifest in the hands of a more formidable warrior, particularly if that warrior were his father, the legendary head of the family. What kind of overwhelming and terrifying destruction could that entail? Iato, the II strike. Might there be other potent secret techniques yet undiscovered? This contemplation rekindled his appreciation for the notion that powerful samurai could indeed rival ninjas in this world. A deep sigh escaped Tokugawa Madeo. Such thoughts left him with a bittersweet sense of loss. Whether for the unattainable secret techniques or for the former self of Tokugawa Madeo, he could not tell. Perhaps it was a mix of both. Just as he contemplated rising from his repose, an abrupt knock at the door interrupted his musings. Before he could respond, the latch was turned, and a narrow gap appeared. "I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to speak with you," came a voice through the crack. To his surprise, it was Tokugawa Yasushi, the usually aloof youth, who seemed to have regained his composure. His expression remained impassive, the only visible change being his right hand, thickly bandaged. "Very well," Tokugawa Madeo nodded in agreement. Tokugawa-ko pushed the door open and slowly stepped inside, revealing a complexion that remained somewhat pale, yet devoid of the confusion that had marked his departure from the arena. "We are half-brothers, sharing the same father, aside from the battleground. This is the first time I have truly perceived you." Tokugawa-ko took a few steps, leaning his body against the wall beside the door. Gazing intently into Tokugawa Madeo's eyes as he spoke earnestly, "You bear a striking resemblance to that woman. What exactly are you trying to say?" Tokugawa Madeo frowned, aware that the woman in question was likely the mother he only vaguely remembered. This body has perfectly inherited all the features of that swirling woman, her crimson hair and red eyes, making him a most unique presence in a family predominantly characterized by black hair and dark eyes. Yet, inexplicably, even though he occupied Tokugawa Madeo's body, each mention of that woman stirred an uncomfortable emotion within him, a sentiment that seemed to belong to the genuine Tokugawa Madeo, an unresolved obsession. The last time, it was the provocation from Tokugawa Shurin that had awakened these feelings, and he had believed them to have dissipated, only to find they still lingered now. "I harbor no intention of insulting you, even if that woman was ultimately the cause of my mother's demise," Tokugawa-ko stated coldly, and as he uttered the latter part of his sentence, he slowly closed his eyes, clearly betraying a tumult of emotions beneath his calm facade. "What do you mean?" Tokugawa Madeo exclaimed in shock, taken aback by Tokugawa-ko's words. "Humph," Tokugawa-ko scoffed, continuing, "This matter is known to only a few. Besides myself, both father and Shurin are privy to it. 10 years ago, although I was merely 5, my memories remain vivid." He paused before continuing. "On a certain day a decade ago, father married a woman, by then having ascended as the head of the Tokugawa clan, a position of great honor. Furthermore, he already had a wife and children. That woman was your mother. At the time, this led to a fierce quarrel between father and mother, resulting in him never seeing her again. Subsequently, mother was heartbroken, her health deteriorating to the point of a grave illness, ultimately." At this juncture, Tokugawa-ko halted, regarding Tokugawa Madeo with a glint of cold intensity in his eyes, and remarked, "Shurin learned of this by chance, which is why he has always sought amusement in tormenting you." "And you?" "Seeking revenge on me," Tokugawa Madeo replied coolly, placing his hands behind his head, his expression equally devoid of warmth as he regarded Tokugawa-ko. Though unaware of the details, he had never held much interest in them. He was not the true Tokugawa Madeo, but rather a stranger who had bizarrely arrived in this world, lacking any intention to repay the pain of others. "No, I have never contemplated such a thing." Tokugawa-ko reined in his demeanor, stating simply, "Regardless, you are still father's child. Moreover," as he spoke, he turned his head and fixed his gaze upon Tokugawa Madeo, saying, "In the year of your birth, your mother also departed. I am unaware of the events that transpired at that time, but on that fateful night, a formidable ninja unexpectedly attacked my lord father. Although he sustained no severe injuries, my father almost lost his life. Furthermore, he personally issued a gag order regarding the incident, forbidding anyone from mentioning it." Upon hearing this, an image suddenly flashed through Tokugawa Madeo's mind. Uncle Tokugawa. Perhaps only he possessed the strength and motive to carry out such an act. "While I cannot ascertain the source of your power, it must be intertwined with the ninja who assaulted my father. I vividly remember his voice and silhouette from that night. Tokugawa Kei spoke, his eyes fixed intently on Tokugawa Madeo. You have come here for this purpose, haven't you? Tokugawa Madeo scoffed disdainfully. Indeed. I cannot accept that over a decade of my efforts could be undone by you. Tokugawa Kei replied in a solemn tone. In pursuit of mastering the profound essence of sword-drawing techniques, I practice thousands of times daily. It has taken me 10 years to attain the mastery of Iaido. I refuse to believe that your victories are solely the result of martial prowess. After the gentle rain, the sky radiated a serene azure, appearing exceedingly tranquil. Beneath the city gates of Wuching, 3 figures quietly observed. This was a city steeped in the trials of war and bloodshed. Even in silence, one could still feel the weight of the storms that this city had weathered. The weathered walls bore mottled stains of blood, still faintly red after being washed by rain. As though this hue were the original color of the walls, exuding an air of ancient sorrow and menace. 2 robust middle-aged warriors at the city gate regarded the 3 with suspicion. Had it not been for the presence of 2 individuals clad in the attire of the Konoha Anbu, they would have long since treated the trio as spies. Nonetheless, after a moment, one of the middle-aged warriors could no longer contain himself and inquired, Are you 3 lords also from Konoha? His tone conveyed respect. His gaze sweeping over the 2 Anbu ninjas before finally settling on the short-haired middle-aged man, evidently recognizing him as the leader of the trio. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, slowly regained his composure, calmly withdrawing his gaze, yet he did not respond to the warrior's question. Instead, he remarked with a hint of indifference. It is indeed commendable for a family of warriors to have defended the borders of the Land of Fire for 200 years without faltering. You are deserving of the title of a golden lineage. Yes, my lord, but that is precisely what you require. One of the Anbu ninjas respectfully replied in a low voice. Then, with a fleeting glance, he quietly asked, Shall we commence according to the plan, my lord? As he spoke, the ninja slowly reached towards the package at his waist. Do not rush. Let us observe for now. The middle-aged man gently waved his hand to halt him, then, with a smile, turned to the middle-aged warrior who had posed the question and said, You mentioned that we are also from Konoha. Does that imply that our people have visited here before? The middle-aged warrior did not perceive the movements of the hidden ninja behind him, yet he noticed the latter's respectful demeanor towards him, causing a subtle tremor in his heart. He realized this individual's identity was far from ordinary, and thus he became acutely alert. Upon hearing the inquiry from the middle-aged man, he promptly replied, At noon. 3 esteemed ninjas from Konoha arrived here. What is the matter? The middle-aged man's expression flickered momentarily, yet he maintained his composure and continued to inquire. Today marks the day when my Tokugawa clan selects exceptional youths to join Konoha as genin. At this juncture, the middle-aged warrior paused. A glimmer of joy gradually illuminating his gaze, and he remarked, Could it be that the 3 lords have come to witness the occasion? Hiki. Not quite. We have another task at hand. The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head, and then fell silent, his expression indifferent as he slowly proceeded towards the city gates. Indeed. The middle-aged man dared not obstruct him and quickly stepped aside. Initially, he had presumed that this unidentified dignitary had come to observe the Tokugawa clan ceremony, which had stirred a sense of excitement within him. However, the answer he received now rendered him with a faint expression of disappointment. Passing through the gate, the middle-aged man led the 2 hidden ninjas into the bustling streets of the inner city. Do you know who has come to assess the Tokugawa clan? After a brief moment, the middle-aged man inquired slowly, a sharp glint flashing across his countenance. It is an Anbu squad led by Kakashi Hitaki, responded another hidden ninja in a low tone. Kakashi Hitaki? The young one, son of White Fang, the 4th Hokage? We must not underestimate him. Prepare our men. Yes, my lord. In a nearby chamber, upon hearing Tokugawa Yasu's question, Tokugawa Muto felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he had not achieved victory through the means of a warrior, but rather by utilizing the unique properties of metallic chakra to thwart Tokugawa Yasu, a seemingly guaranteed strike. It seems my intuition was not mistaken. You have already refined your chakra as a ninja. Observing Tokugawa Muto's silence, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Tokugawa Yasu's eyes, and his entire demeanor shifted, regaining its proud essence. Once we enter Konoha, I shall challenge you to another duel, my brother. Tokugawa Yasu smiled faintly, extending his fist earnestly towards Tokugawa Muto. Tokugawa Muto, taken aback, gazed at the outstretched fist and Tokugawa Yasu, gradually extending his own hand. Smack. The 2 fists met softly in midair. This shall be our pact. Tokugawa Yasu waved his hand and, with an air of ease, exited the room. In the arena, Tokugawa Shurin slowly withdrew his foot. Observing his opponent sprawled on the ground in disarray, a subtle smile gracing his face. I have finally surpassed them. I have achieved my first 10 consecutive victories. He roared triumphantly within, as if to assert something profound, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. Since Tokugawa Yasu and Tokugawa Muto had withdrawn due to injuries, the arena seemed to have transformed into his domain, where he, with extraordinary prowess, vanquished 10 opponents in succession, achieving the remarkable feat of 10 consecutive victories. In stark contrast to Tokugawa Yasushi's quiet joy, the audience remained largely unenthusiastic, their applause sparse and lackluster, causing Yasushi's heart to darken instantly. What further fueled his anger was the indifference displayed by those in the stands above the arena. Not only were the 3 esteemed ninjas from Konoha somewhat distracted, but even the elders of his clan appeared to be growing weary of the spectacle, although his prowess did not rival that of his elder brother. Nor could it compare to the suddenly unleashed Tokugawa Madeo. His ultimate aspiration was never to become merely a low-ranking ninja of Konoha. Yet, within him simmered a relentless spirit of defiance. Why did their father consistently favor the elder brother, even bestowing upon him the family's treasured blade, Cold Knight, and imparting the family's rarely shared secret techniques of swordsmanship? At this moment, having achieved 10 consecutive victories, he found himself drenched in disappointment as his father's face bore no trace of approval, leaving him feeling as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Tokugawa Shurin has won 10 consecutive matches. We request the esteemed judges of Konoha to make a determination, boomed the indifferent middle-aged man in charge of the selection process, casting his gaze upward toward Kakashi. This proclamation caused Tokugawa Shurin to tremble, igniting a flicker of hope within him. If he could gain the recognition of the Konoha ninjas, he would no longer be deemed inferior to Tokugawa Yasushi, perhaps even surpassing him. Perhaps their father would finally reconsider his worth. But his burgeoning hope was soon shattered by a faint yet dismissive voice that echoed through the arena. I apologize. While his stamina and flexibility are commendable, he simply does not possess the qualities required to become a ninja, Kakashi stated, his left eye silently observing the dejected Tokugawa Shurin on the stage. This was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Every failure unfolded in this manner. Yet, was it truly a matter of celebration to become a ninja? Kakashi pondered somberly. At that moment, Tokugawa Shurin sank to the ground, tightly closing his eyes, his face contorting in anguish, revealing the torment within. In that instant, it felt as though a ferocious beast had escaped its cage, rampaging and roaring, engaging in solitary slaughter within him. His eyes reddened, and he dug his nails deep into his flesh. An uncontrollable surge of malevolent desire suddenly took root in his heart. After a brief pause, Tokugawa Shurin stood, his demeanor now cold and devoid of his previous smile, exuding a subtle chill that made him appear even more frigid than Tokugawa Yasushi. This transformation elicited sighs of regret from some members of the Tokugawa clan, lamenting what had become of Shurin. Unbeknownst to them, as Shurin slowly descended from the stage, 3 shadowy figures quietly observed him from a nearby rooftop. This boy is remarkable. His mind is profoundly intricate. I am intrigued, murmured a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with short hair, a glimmer of admiration flickering across his countenance. With that, his body abruptly vanished, only to reappear instantaneously at the edge of the arena. Who goes there? A low exclamation broke the silence, causing Kakashi, seated above the arena, to rise abruptly. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Lord Danzo." "Kakashi, it's been a long time." The short-haired middle-aged man, known as Danzo, smiled faintly and greeted Kakashi. Swiftly, 2 figures appeared behind Danzo, revealing themselves to be the previous 2 Umbu ninjas. Kakashi observed them silently, a slight tremor in the corner of his eye. The Umbu served as the shadowy elite force directly under the current Hokage, and now this man had managed to infiltrate their ranks to such an extent. This was far from good news. Kakashi contemplated inwardly. "Kakashi, have you considered my invitation?" Danzo disregarded Kakashi's silence, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke with a casual smile. "I apologize, Lord Danzo. I must decline your generous offer. My allegiance lies with the village, and I serve only the Fourth Hokage. Nothing more." Kakashi replied coolly, seemingly unfazed by the cold, menacing gazes of the 2 Umbu ninjas behind Danzo. "Ah, what a pity. I have always held you in high regard." A flicker of disappointment crossed Danzo's face. Yet it quickly dissipated as he recalled the purpose of his visit. He then shifted his gaze to the astonished members of the Tokugawa clan surrounding them. You are the Tokugawa clan, I presume? I come on behalf of the Konoha Elder Council to pay my respects to your esteemed family. And I hope I have not caused any disturbance, Danzo said with a friendly smile, though a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. The Konoha Elder Council. A collective gasp escaped the elders present on the platform. Unlike ordinary clan members, they had a deeper understanding of Konoha's political structure. The Elder Council operated as an independent authority and could sometimes influence the will of the Hokage. Those who ascended to the Elder Council were typically revered and powerful ninjas within the village, representing the true upper echelons of Konoha. At that moment, the man named Danzo, representing the Elder Council, exemplified a tier of status even among them. The fact that an elder had personally attended the decennial selection tournament was a matter of great honor for the Tokugawa clan. Lord Danzo, we are truly honored by your presence. The Tokugawa clan feels fortunate. Tokugawa Jinken suppressed his astonishment and respectfully bowed. The elder behind him also expressed his fervent greetings with palpable excitement. As the head of the clan and the elders acknowledged Danzo, the ordinary clan members below watched with astonished expressions, murmuring among themselves. Throughout this exchange, Kakashi remained a silent observer, composed and calm. Though a faint curiosity lingered in his mind, he understood Danzo's identity very well, having gleaned insights into matters unknown even to some Konoha ninjas from his teacher. The Fourth Hokage. The power that manifests on the surface of Konoha belongs to the current Hokage. However, lurking in the shadows lies an unknown yet formidable force, the architect of which is the man before me, Danzo. This power is referred to as root, much like the leaves of a tree basking in sunlight. The existence of root has always dwelled in darkness and obscurity, seldom revealing itself to the public eye. And now, how could the leader of root, a man whose influence in Konoha's upper echelons is second only to the Hokage, inexplicably appear in this remote northern town? Is there something amiss here? Unconsciously, Kakashi's gaze flickered briefly to a silent companion behind him, another member of root. Could it be? As such thoughts coursed through his mind, his left eye beneath the mask slowly turned, emanating a hint of coldness. At this moment, on the arena, Danzo maintained his calm demeanor, showing no sign of altering his respectful attitude towards the Tokugawa clan. Instead, he gradually lowered his head to regard the young man, Tokugawa Shorin, who had halted due to an obstruction in his path. A faint smile danced in his eyes as he remarked, Kakashi's judgment is quite precise, yet not infallible. Tokugawa Shorin trembled, abruptly lifting his gaze to the figure before him. Though not imposing in stature, at this moment, he felt as though he stood before a towering mountain. You possess qualities I admire. What say you? Would you accompany me to Konoha? Danzo's voice resonated in Tokugawa Shorin's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astounded. Perhaps it was the provocation from Tokugawa Yasushi and Tokugawa Madeo, or perhaps it was the disappointment in his father coupled with a flicker of resentment deep within. In that fleeting moment of failure, his long-held aspiration of becoming the head of the Tokugawa clan began to dissolve within him. He yearned for power, for the annihilation of all that stood before him. At that moment, Danzo's words, whispered like a devil's temptation, echoed softly in his ears. Follow me, and your growth will surpass all others. Even now, you could dominate this insignificant clan. Should I desire destruction, in but a moment, the city would turn to dust. No one can impede me. Power, destruction, domination. These concepts reverberated within his soul. Suddenly, Tokugawa Shorin, with his head bowed, erupted into a low, mocking laughter, his shoulders shaking. His face flushed, eyes glimmering with a blend of rage and arrogance. With a resounding thud, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Tokugawa Shorin cast aside the long knife at his waist and knelt before Danzo, deeply bowing his head. Please, Lord, take me in, he intoned, his voice low and deliberate. In that moment, save for Danzo and a few others, nearly everyone was taken aback by the boy's sudden act, bewildered by his unexpected display. Only Kakashi's gaze narrowed with intensity. Heh. Danzo chuckled softly, extending a hand to assist Tokugawa Shorin to his feet. He then turned his gaze towards Kakashi and stated, I apologize, Kakashi, but your mission ends here. What do you mean? Kakashi furrowed his brow tightly, bewildered. Suddenly, a scroll materialized in Danzo's hand. He slowly unfurled it and intoned, the Hokage's decree. Jonin Kakashi, you are to terminate your current mission and, within 3 days, must journey to the land of mist to rescue our ninja who have fallen under enemy control. At this juncture, a faint smile graced Danzo's lips as he continued. That individual, Is Lin. What? Kakashi's demeanor shifted from calm to tense, his eyes instantly becoming cold and desolate. The left eye concealed beneath his mask began to whirl, emanating an aura of annihilation akin to an abyss. Isn't Lin in the village? How could she? How could she be captured by the mist ninjas? This is beyond my capabilities. Danzo allowed a cold smirk to cross his face as he slowly closed his eyes. Humph. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, fury boiling within him. Yet, this was not the time for grievances. Remembering the promise made to his dearly departed friend, he vanished in a flash, leaving behind a single utterance as he soared into the air. Umbu Team 11 commenced the rescue mission. Yes, 2 Umbu ninjas responded affirmatively, transforming into fleeting shadows that followed Kakashi closely. Unbeknownst to all, one of the Umbu dropped a paper ball midair. With a silent swiftness, another Umbu ninja, positioned behind Danzo, caught the falling paper ball and gradually opened it. What is it? Danzo's eyes opened, revealing a glimmer of cold light. A member resembling the Uzumaki clan has emerged within the Tokugawa family, possessing a unique bloodline ability capable of wielding metallic kunai. A rather fortuitous discovery, the Uzumaki clan. Metallic prowess. Splendid. Danzo wore a faint smile as he slowly turned his gaze towards the arena, his focus honing in on Tokugawa Jink. Master Tokugawa. As a guest, I have a request. In the expansive, serene courtyard, silence reigned, everyone watching in astonishment. The abrupt departure of the Umbu Jonin from Konoha left all present in a state of unease. Could this man be the one to deliver the impending judgment? This question echoed in the minds of the Tokugawa clan members. However, only a few elders and the head, Tokugawa Jink, felt an unsettling twinge in their hearts. May I inquire? Tokugawa Jink steadied himself, speaking with a degree of caution. After a moment's reflection, he discerned an unsettling discord. As an elder, one would not easily leave the village, nor could they substitute for another to undertake this judgment task. This realization deepened his unease. It was said that nearly a millennium ago, this world was beset by the rule of samurai and rampant warfare among the samurai families. For powerful clans stood atop the world, influencing the tides of battle. This state of affairs persisted for many years until several centuries prior, when the Sage of Six Paths elucidated the application of chakra to humanity, heralding the birth of ninjas and ultimately leading to the decline of these 4 families, thus bringing an end to the chaos. These ancient clans were collectively referred to as the Golden Families by the people of that era. Tuanzong chuckled softly, his gaze drifting over the crowd in the stands, revealing a peculiar expression. He continued, I wonder if the nobility is among you. What? The Golden Clan. My lineage belongs to the Golden Clan, the illustrious family from the age of samurai. I have never heard such a thing. How can this be possible? Before Tokugawa Jink could respond, several members of the Tokugawa clan displayed looks of confusion, including the elder Zong Lao, who appeared somewhat perplexed. He chuckled, his heart racing, yet maintaining a facade of astonishment as he replied, Lord Tuanzong, you jest. Although the tales of the Golden Clan have circulated among us warriors, we regarded them merely as absurd rumors. How could my Tokugawa clan, with a mere 200 years of lineage, possibly be related to the ancient Golden Samurai? Humph. Whether true or false, it matters not. It is merely lamentable that the once mighty Golden Samurai, who once dominated the world of ninjas, has fallen to such depths, merely surviving. Tuanzang's words grew increasingly indifferent, accompanied by a sneer filled with disdain. They have utterly forsaken the glory of their ancestors. Lord Tuanzong. Suddenly, 2 indifferent voices erupted like thunder, shaking the stands. 2 elderly figures, their hair gray and faces weathered, emerged from the shadows. Straightening their backs and fixing their intense gazes upon Tuanzong, their expressions tinged with anger. The 2 esteemed elders. Tokugawa Jink turned abruptly, urgency flickering across his face. There is no need for further words, family head. We have heard rumors of this individual. As the leader of Konoha's darkness has personally appeared, he must possess some secrets. One elder slowly gestured, his focus unwavering on Tuanzong. Indeed. The other elder nodded slowly, then addressed the figure in the arena, leader of the Roots. The man who once contended for the position of Hokage against the Third. What insights do you seek regarding my golden lineage? This statement rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, inciting waves of astonishment. The Golden Clan, indeed. The Tokugawa clan was one of the 4 great Golden Samurai families. This revelation left most in a state of shock and excitement. The legendary rulers of the samurai era were said to wield unparalleled unique abilities, even praised by the legendary sage, the progenitor of ninjutsu. A mocking smile crept upon Tuanzang's face as he clasped his hands behind his back. his expression unchanged as he took a few steps toward the direction he had come. Suddenly, he spoke coldly. I seek the golden shins. I demand the golden shins. What? The golden shins? The two elders' pupils dilated in shock, and they shouted in unison. This is impossible. Humph, you two old fools. You still do not understand me. Tuanzong abruptly waved his hand, and the Umbu members standing silently beside him quickly formed hand seals, an aura of swift chakra spreading forth. Boom. His hands came together with force, and he shouted coldly, wind release. Eagle's cry technique. Swish. A pale blue light gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a hawk the size of a fist, which suddenly soared into the air from the hand of the dark ninja. Immediately, a piercing and elevated cry of the eagle reverberated through the air. What? This is. The expressions of the high-ranking officials shifted dramatically, as an ominous feeling surged within them. Shortly thereafter, in the serene surroundings, anguished screams faintly echoed from the perimeter of the courtyard, their muted tones barely discernible. Yet, to the ears of those present, the sound struck like thunder, evoking a chilling terror. The cries were undoubtedly the most harrowing calls of despair from those facing death. Without question, these sounds emanated from the vicinity of the courtyard, the very core of the Tokugawa clan's residence. One of the elder statesmen strode forward with a thunderous presence, a heavy and formidable aura radiating from him, as he proclaimed loudly, Danzo. My Tokugawa clan has safeguarded the borders of the Land of Fire for 200 years and has participated in 3 ninja world wars, contributing greatly to the establishment of peace in Konoha. Today, you dare to disregard our clan's treaty with Konoha. Treaty? Haha. Danzo suddenly erupted into laughter, his expression cold and indifferent as he retorted, Do you truly believe you are worthy of forming a treaty with Konoha? 2 of the golden clans have been obliterated in the relentless tide of history, and the Kusa clan was slaughtered by a single man 3 years ago. Now, your Tokugawa clan shall meet the same fate. The Kusa clan. Could it be you? At that moment, Tokugawa Jinkyo's eyes widened in shock and fury as he glared at Danzo. No. Danzo slowly turned, his voice icy as he stated, He is a man even more fanatical than I. He obtained the sacred treasure of the Kusa clan, the Kusa sword. At the thought of that long blade, even Danzo's pupils constricted. It seems there is no escaping this. Head of the clan, another elder murmured darkly. Very well. Konoha presses us. Today, even if our clan meets the same fate as the Kusa clan, we shall fiercely defend the honor of the golden clans. Tokugawa Jinkyo called out to those around him. At this moment, the members of the Tokugawa clan comprehended the gravity of the situation. These skilled warriors, tempered in the crucible of life and death, swiftly adjusted their mindset, devoid of confusion or panic. Some rushed towards the perimeter, while over a dozen warriors, armed with cold blades, charged toward the arena. Presumptuous. Humph. 2 dark ninjas regarded the advancing warriors with disdain, revealing a hint of scorn as they swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Unbreakable. A sudden, fierce gale erupted from the mouths of the dark ninjas, chakra swirling within the wind like razor-sharp blades. Yua. The charge of the dozen warriors shattered like waves crashing upon rocks, their advance thwarted. The tempest, no less formidable than the sharpest of blades, mercilessly tore through each warrior, blood flowing freely. In that moment, a phantom dashed into the throng, blood flowers cascading around. A sharp shuriken was gripped in the hand of another dark ninja, ruthlessly severing the enemy's carotid artery, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. In a fleeting moment, the scene unfolded. As Tokugawa Masayasu and a host of elder clansmen arrived at the edge of the arena, only to find over a dozen family warriors lying motionless in pools of crimson. The sight was infuriating. Tokugawa Masayasu swiftly drew his right hand across his waist, unleashing a blade that glimmered like the cold moonlight. Aye. The strike was akin to a furious lion pouncing on its prey, as he became enveloped in an ethereal aura, transforming into a fleeting shadow. With a swift motion, the vibrant light converged into the long blade he wielded as he gripped the hilt tightly, releasing a radiant arc of chilling brilliance that enveloped the area where 2 hidden ninjas and Danzo resided. At this moment, the sky had darkened considerably, and the outer periphery of the Tokugawa clan was splattered with vivid red blood, as if to stain the setting sun. Shadows of ninjas, clad in tight-fitting gear and masked by fox masks, flitted about, their gazes radiating a cold, steely resolve. The air was punctuated by the rising wails of despair, echoing throughout the outskirts of the small town. Blood saturated the central marketplace, the acrid scent driving the senses to madness. Lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground, their visages twisted in death. This border town, already sparsely populated, consisted mainly of the direct and collateral descendants of the Tokugawa clan, with numerous distant relatives scattered among them. Now, dark phantoms traversed the scene, indifferent as they harvested each life. As twilight approached, the town seemed to be bathed in a sanguine hue. Suddenly, dozens of towering samurai surged forth from the central estate, their eyes gleaming crimson like wolves, filled with a fierce and desperate rage. The stench of blood thick in the air. Their clan faced humiliation, their kin slaughtered, as relatives fell one after another into pools of blood. Kill! The anguished cries rang out, and blades shimmering with lethal intent were drawn. All the samurai charged towards the flickering shadows. In the air, a shuriken trembled abruptly, transforming into a multitude of shadowy projectiles that plunged into the crowd like bolts of black lightning, unleashing a cascade of blood. Earth release. Flowing river technique. A ninja. Hands forming seals, suddenly pressed his palms against the ground, his cold gaze devoid of emotion, as if surveying lifeless matter. A resounding boom reverberated, akin to thunder, as a sudden and overwhelming force warped the earth's surface. The ground cracked with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, accompanied by the desperate wails of the consumed. In that instant, the true power of the ninjas was revealed to the world, rending the heavens and shattering the earth, nearly driving one to despair. In the secluded courtyard of Tokugawa, a low, pained wail mingled with the stillness as a middle-aged servant collapsed into a pool of blood, shattering the tranquility of the serene abode. A ninja, wearing a fox mask, surveyed the scene, his gaze locking onto the frail figure of an elderly man. In the courtyard, the cherry blossom tree was in full bloom, and after a gentle rain, petals fell like delicate drops. A figure was diligently sweeping, seemingly oblivious to the movements behind them. Suddenly, a shuriken appeared in the ninja's hand, who smirked disdainfully at the silhouette before hurling it with precision, targeting the vulnerable spot at the elder's back. In the ninja's confident gaze, the shuriken transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly reaching the elder's heart. However, instead of the anticipated scream or the splash of blood, an aged hand firmly grasped the shuriken's hilt at the last moment. Has no one ever warned you against attacking unknown strangers? The elder slowly turned, casually toying with the shuriken while his piercing gaze fell upon the two astonished Umbu ninjas. Otherwise, you might find yourselves in trouble. Who are you? The Umbu ninja furrowed his brow, his expression shifting to one of caution upon witnessing the elder's effortless catch of the shuriken. Me? The elder paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am merely a servant of Master Tokugawa. With a slight flick of his wrist, the shuriken shimmered like a dark illusion in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it was thrust into the neck of the Umbu ninja with a speed that had more than doubled from before. Ugh! Shock flickered in the ninja's eyes as his hands trembled and, after a brief struggle, he collapsed to the ground, blood spreading around him. This is serious. There are ninjas slaughtering in the house of the Lord. The elder discarded his makeshift weapon and frowned as he caught sight of a faint mark on the fallen Umbu's arm, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. So it is the mark of the Konoha Umbu. What has happened? I must find the young master. Muttering to himself, the elder sprang into action, soaring onto the rooftop like a great bird, hastening towards the heart of the estate. Meanwhile, in the central courtyard, a chilling radiance illuminated the arena, as if an endless wave of deadly strikes was descending. The two Umbu ninjas stared in horror at the relentless onslaught of cold light, instinctively shielding their faces, their hearts gripped by ice. Is there truly such terrifying swordsmanship in this world? Then, with an overwhelming force, the blade's aura erupted, slicing through the air with countless energy waves, obscuring much of the arena. Humph, humph. From within that brilliance, two muffled groans echoed, followed by a thick scent of blood wafting through the air. It worked. Several clan elders exchanged astonished yet elated glances. If they could capture a Konoha elder, the Tokugawa clan would still have a chance to endure, even if it meant fleeing to distant lands. Today, the actions of the Konoha ninja had extinguished all hope for the Tokugawa family. It won't be that simple. In the arena, only Tokugawa Jink wore a heavy expression. He was certain that two of the Umbu ninja had perished beneath his Iaedo strike, yet the other, the man rumored to command the darkness, was not so easily dealt with. A faint sound of astonishment echoed from the sword flowers, followed by a voice laced with curiosity. Could this be the secret technique of the Tokugawa clan? Truly, it is worthy of the lineage of the former Golden Warriors. Such mastery of swordsmanship is unparalleled, even among the shinobi of Konoha. Boom! A tempestuous whirlwind seemed to materialize from thin air, forcefully tearing apart the last glimmer of blade light emitted by Tokugawa Jink. A shadowy figure gradually emerged, impeccably pristine, devoid of any disarray, though his brow had furrowed. Alas! It is unfortunate that none survived, murmured Danzo, casting a slight glance at the bloodstains that sprawled across the ground, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. He then shifted his gaze to the corner where Tokugawa J-Rin had managed to escape. Child, do you still intend to follow me? His inquiry abruptly halted Tokugawa Jink's impending assault, who, equally furrowing his brows, turned to the ever-observant Tokugawa J-Rin. J-Rin closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before opening them to reveal an icy resolve. My father has taught me since childhood that as a warrior, one must embody the spirit of a samurai, willing to forsake all for loyalty. He turned his back to Tokugawa Jink and stated plainly, today, in my loyalty to you, I shall abandon everything, including the so-called clan. Traitor, how could the Tokugawa clan produce a descendant like you? You disgrace our noble lineage. The elders of the clan, witnessing J-Rin's declaration, erupted in furious indignation, pointing and shouting. Amusingly, two laughter resonated simultaneously, belonging to both Tokugawa Jink and Tokugawa J-Rin, father and son. The more you scorn me, the colder my heart becomes, and the more I relish it. J-Rin shuddered with a peculiar smile. Your choice is commendable. At least you have preserved your life. With a flourish of the blade still radiating brilliance in his hand, Tokugawa Jink disregarded J-Rin and issued a low, thunderous roar, causing a visible aura of pristine white energy to surge around him like smoke. Lord Danzo has long awaited the golden divine treasure of our clan, so behold. One sword style, Lion's Dirge. The wild roar seemed to ignite the very air, engulfing the arena in a fierce blaze, causing the entire platform to tremble. In that moment, Tokugawa Jink's entire being emanated an aura akin to crashing waves, intermingled with threads of sanguine energy. With a single stroke, the blade transformed into a silvery streak, gliding through the air like a meteor. Boom! The residence of the head family erupted in dense smoke, as if the earth had been pierced, dust swirling in the aftermath. The entire surrounding courtyard shook violently in an instant. What tremendous power is this? Truly astonishing. From a concealed shadow not far from the courtyard, Tokugawa Mud gazed intently at the scene, a look of surprise crossing his features. In truth, the commotion caused by the earlier actions of Danzo had already alerted him. With great caution, he employed his mental prowess to probe the secrets of his surroundings, vividly conjuring images of the estate's main street within his mind. The family samurai were mercilessly slaughtered by the ninjas, offering little to no resistance. And the pervasive stench of blood that filled the martial city instantly led him to surmise the dire circumstances outside. Such an overwhelming sin of blood could not be the result of merely a dozen or so individuals, even though his previous life had been steeped in bloodshed. He now possessed a renewed understanding of the brutality of this ninja world. I must survive. Casting a fierce glance at the chaotic courtyard, Tokugawa Mudu's eyes flickered with a moment of hesitation, but it was swiftly extinguished. His abilities were insufficient to alter the current situation. The fate of the Tokugawa clan was already sealed, and there was little he could change. All he could do now was strive to endure. Following the shadows, Tokugawa Mudu began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, a large hand landed on his shoulder, causing his hair to stand on end. Without a moment's thought, he formed 3 steel needles in his hand and shot them towards the figure behind him, all the while gripping the hilt of his sword with his right hand. You cannot leave just yet. The familiar voice, imbued with a gentle warmth, compelled Tokugawa Mudu to abandon his attack and retract the 3 needles. Uncle Da. His face lit up with surprise as he turned to see the familiar aged figure standing quietly in the depths of the shadows, 2 bright eyes emitting a faint glow. The Tokugawa clan has been besieged by the Umbu of Konoha. This presents an opportunity, the old servant remarked calmly, his gaze drifting toward the nearby area still shrouded in smoke and dust, revealing a hint of unusual emotion. An opportunity to obtain the Tokugawa clan's Golden Divine Vault. The Golden Divine Vault? Tokugawa Mudu furrowed his brow in confusion, lacking any recollection of it. Although he could utilize his mental faculties to sense far-off locations, he could not hear sounds. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that the so-called Golden Divine Vault was the catalyst for this genocide. The ancient Golden Samurai clans possessed secret techniques imbued with immense power, known as the Golden Divine Vault, and the Tokugawa clan was one of these Golden Samurai clans. Their Divine Vault comprised a sword technique renowned as the Art of Destruction. The old servant elucidated, then shifted his expression to regard Tokugawa Mudu, saying, I once promised Tokugawa Jinko that I would not seize it without permission, but now, if we do not acquire it, this sword technique will inevitably fall into the hands of Konoha's higher-ups. Rather than that, it is better for the young master to obtain it. After all, you are also a scion of the Tokugawa clan. Sword technique? Tokugawa Muda felt a tremor in his heart. At that moment, he recalled the Iajutsu performed by Tokugawa Yasushi and the sword technique demonstrated by Tokugawa Jinko earlier. Such a formidable sword technique, rivaling ninjutsu in power, indeed warranted the title of the art of destruction. The old servant's proposal ignited a flicker of desire within him. If I could acquire this powerful sword technique, my strength would undoubtedly surge in a short time, effectively compensating for my shortcomings in close combat. After a moment of contemplation, Tokugawa Madeo resolutely made up his mind. This sudden occurrence had illuminated the harsh and indifferent nature of the world, far more perilous than the realms he had previously encountered through anime. The realization that life could be lost at any moment instilled in him a determination to acquire formidable strength in a remarkably short span of time. Waiting for the complete restoration of his mental faculties seemed an interminable task. On a recent day, he sensed that the core of his spirit within his mind had gradually ceased to release mental energy. Tokugawa Madeo understood that this situation indicated his physical form had reached its limit in accommodating more mental power, heightening his sense of urgency. We must depart. Remaining here will only plunge us into further peril. Noticing Tokugawa Madeo's silence, the old servant assumed he was reluctant to part from the Tokugawa clan, or even from Tokugawa Jink, and gently urged him forward. Understood. Nodding slightly, Tokugawa Madeo cast a final glance at the nearby courtyard before following the old servant as they hastened towards the rear of the estate. By now, the anguished cries surrounding the Tokugawa residence had begun to dwindle. From the eaves above, numerous shadowy ninjas leapt through the dim twilight towards the courtyard where tumultuous roars had previously erupted. Following closely behind the old servant, Tokugawa Madeo navigated swiftly through the dense shadows of the small courtyard, evading the watchful eyes of the ninjas perched above. Before long, the old servant abruptly halted, revealing a towering edifice before them, akin to a lofty tower, exceeding 10 meters in height. The sacrificial tower, Tokugawa Madeo exclaimed, astonished. This towering structure was the hallowed ground where the ancestral rites of the Tokugawa clan had been conducted for generations. Although he was not well regarded within his family, being the son of Tokugawa Jink granted him the right to participate in these sacrificial ceremonies. However, the specifics within remained beyond his grasp. Each sacrificial rite was traditionally attended solely by the clan's eldest son, Tokugawa Yasuki. At this moment, the tower stood firmly locked, exuding an aura of sharpness that obstructed their path. Yet, this did not deter Tokugawa Madeo. Observing the old servant's grave demeanor, he furrowed his brows and closed his eyes, channeling a pure stream of mental energy towards the sacrificial tower. With a rush, it felt as though he had pierced through a veil of water. His mental energy entered the tower unimpeded, revealing an expanse of profound darkness before him. Clang, clang. A familiar essence reached him, accompanied by the faint sound of metallic clinks, igniting a spark of interest in Tokugawa Madeo's eyes. He followed the sound deeper into the abyss. Eventually, amidst the shadows, a flicker of light emerged. A pair of tiny flames, akin to fireflies in the wild of winter, danced in the dark, illuminating a small patch of ground. The flames were positioned on either side of a stone table, with two somewhat antiquated kneeling seats placed at the center. In the void ahead, a colossal shadow loomed, shrouded in heavy darkness, obscuring its true form. At this moment, the metallic tremor grew increasingly distinct, emanating from behind a shadow. Yet, Tokugawa Madeo's gaze did not rest upon it. Instead, it was drawn to a long knife resting upon a stone table. This blade, forged to resemble golden glass, measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, its scabbard radiating a faint golden glow. Strikingly, this long knife possessed two hilts, arranged side by side within the palm-sized scabbard. Just as Tokugawa Madeo continued his examination, a cacophony of sounds began to approach from a distance. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, directing his attention towards the elderly servant ahead. Hide, the servant urged in a low voice, swiftly pulling Tokugawa Madeo into the shadows of the buildings surrounding the sacrificial tower. Before long, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed, and from the direction the two had previously arrived, two figures emerged, one tall and one short. The taller figure was an elder with entirely white hair and a dark expression, while the shorter figure was none other than Tokugawa Ko, a familiar presence. Clearly, Tokugawa-ko was also aware of the impending crisis facing their clan. His eyes were blood red, his grip tightening around the cold night-long knife, veins protruding prominently. Ko. There is no time to waste, the clan faces annihilation. If you can successfully escape with the gold hidden away, then there is still hope for the Tokugawa lineage. Upon arriving at the sacrificial tower and witnessing the silent courtyard, the elder's expression softened slightly, and he gravely addressed Tokugawa-ko. I understand, elder. Tokugawa-ko replied softly. Eyes closed as he endeavored to calm the tumult within him. Good. The elder patted Tokugawa-ko's shoulder, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. The last divine treasure of the Tokugawa clan resides deep within the sacrificial tower. The seal at the entrance can only be safely broken by 2 blades. Regrettably, the empty blade is in the hands of the clan leader, and it may be lost forever. Thus, only the cold knight in your possession can unlock it. Go now. I must depart. Where will you go? Tokugawa-ko inquired. To the battlefield of the Tokugawa clan. The elder paused briefly, then turned back to Tokugawa-ko with a gentle smile. I have grown old. I must follow the glory of the Golden Samurai clan. I cannot allow the younger generation to witness our disgrace. Tokugawa-ko trembled, sorrow etched across his face as he bowed his head deeply. The footsteps faded into the distance, soon accompanied by the sharp sound of metal clashing. Tokugawa-ko suddenly lifted his gaze, a heavy and icy murderous intent gradually manifesting in his eyes as he strode toward the stone door of the sacrificial tower. With a hum, the mottled blade of the cold knight began to emit a flickering light as Tokugawa-ko thrust it fiercely toward the sharp aura enveloping the stone door. Splash! The tip of the cold knight knife was met with resistance, and a small black hole began to form on the stone door, rapidly expanding in an instant. A circular void was created. Just then, a faint breeze whispered through, and a lightning-like apparition abruptly appeared behind Tokugawa-ko. Without a moment's pause, it raised a hand and swiftly struck at the nape of Tokugawa-ko's neck. Before he could regain his senses, a wave of intense dizziness and numbness surged through Tokugawa Yasushi's mind, causing his body to collapse weakly. Tokugawa Madeo emerged from the shadows, swiftly supporting Tokugawa Yasushi and, along with the cold night blade, turned to retreat into the diminishing void. Following closely behind was the spectral figure of the old servant, Deshu. The stone door's opening gradually closed, ultimately restoring the semblance of a tranquil void, revealing only a flicker of sharp, menacing aura. The courtyard, shrouded in swirling dust, was enveloped by an atmosphere of foreboding. Silent figures stood vigil, their cold blades glimmering ominously, their eyes reflecting a profound stillness and chill. Far from the shattered arena, Tuanzong wore a dark expression as he gazed ahead. The front of his garment bore a sleek, jagged tear, a biting chill seemingly piercing his chest, igniting a surge of fury within him. The realization that a warrior he deemed inferior had nearly inflicted harm upon him filled him with a sense of humiliation and rage. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Shuren stood in shock, witnessing this unprecedented display of paternal wrath. This was the first time he had seen such destructive fury emanate from his father. Had it not been for Tuanzang's protection, he might have been reduced to mere ash, like the dust upon the ground. Father, does he harbor no regard for our familial bond? Does he wish to slay me as well? Tokugawa Shuren inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to suppress the tumultuous emotions swelling within him, extinguishing the last vestige of familial affection. Truly, the power of the Golden Warrior lineage, which once dominated the world during the age of samurai, astounds me. Meanwhile, Tuanzang's composure began to stabilize, yet his gaze grew increasingly luminous. Such mastery of swordsmanship cannot exist beyond my grasp. I must acquire it. Shuren, Tuanzang suddenly spoke. Where is the secret technique of the Tokugawa clan stored? Tokugawa Shuren abruptly opened his lifeless eyes, contemplating silently before responding. There should be no specific record. However, if there is, it must be in one place. What place? The sacrificial tower. Tokugawa Shuren articulated each word with a chilling intensity in his gaze. Upon hearing this, a faint smile gradually appeared on Tuanzang's face, and he nodded towards the eaves of the building. Suddenly, 2 Umbu ninjas appeared at his side, kneeling respectfully. Master, Tuanzang commanded, leave 2 behind. The rest shall accompany me to search for the Tokugawa clan's sacrificial tower. Tuanzang turned slowly to face Tokugawa Shuren. Wait, understanding Tuanzang's intent, Tokugawa Shuren furrowed his brow and replied, the sacrificial tower is sealed by the remnants of our ancestors. Unless we obtain the cold night blade and the void blade, entry is impossible. With that, his gaze shifted forward, a cold smile forming on his lips. The cold night blade is in my brother's possession, while the void blade is right here. Ah, it seems I cannot allow him to meet his demise unassisted. Tuanzo furrowed his brow, then gently patted Tokugawa Shuren's shoulder, revealing a faint smile as he spoke. If you succeed, then the blade, Kongji, shall belong to you. How could that be possible? Cough, cough. Before Tokugawa Shuren could respond, a sudden, fierce cry laced with painful coughs pierced the air, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Amidst the gradually clearing smoke and dust, a vague figure began to emerge. It was Tokugawa Jink. Yet at this moment, Tokugawa Jink was devoid of his usual composure, half kneeling amidst the rubble, gasping for breath as though the previous onslaught had nearly exhausted his strength, leaving him in a state of disarray and frailty. Behind him lay the bodies of several clan elders, sprawled in a pool of blood, while two shadowy ninjas stood silently, methodically wiping the cold gleam from their weapons. Heaving, Tokugawa Jink struggled to rise, emitting a trembling, feeble laugh. I cannot allow Kongzong to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. It would tarnish the honor of the Tokugawa clan. As he spoke, Tokugawa Jink forcefully raised the blade in his hand, the sword known as Kongji, which had been enveloped in a resplendent radiance. The Kongji was a short blade, merely a foot in length, as dark as the depths of the night, exuding a profound ink-like hue. At this moment, infused with the last remnants of Tokugawa Jink's energy, it began to radiate a twinkling, star-like coldness. One sword style. Ah, swoosh. Before Tokugawa Jink could make another move, two icy glimmers suddenly flashed through the air like shooting stars, their chilling tips swiftly piercing through his chest. Blood gushed forth instantly, streaming down the blades. Cough. Tokugawa Jink spat out a copious amount of blood, his gaze fixed vacantly on the blades embedded in his chest, a glimmer of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Blade, blade, thud. Ultimately, he was powerless to keep his eyes open, slowly collapsing to the ground. The Kongji no longer radiating its sharpness, clattering to the earth beside him. The current head of the Tokugawa clan, Tokugawa Jink, had fallen. The two shadowy ninjas, their expressions obscured, rose indifferently as if they had performed a trivial task, flicking the blood from their blades with a cold demeanor. Humph. Tuanzo smiled coldly, remarking, indeed, this world is no longer suited for you. Vanish, golden samurai. He approached Tokugawa Jink's side, bending down to retrieve the Kongji, observing it for a moment before tossing it to the somewhat astonished Tokugawa Shuren. It is yours now, Shuren. Yes, thank you, my lord. Tokugawa Shuren's expression suddenly shifted, his hand reaching out to catch the Kongji. In that instant, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes, overwhelming all negative emotions. At last, the silent space was abruptly engulfed by darkness, the sacrificial tower mirroring Tokugawa Madeo's earlier observations, dark and deathly still. Setting Tokugawa Jink aside, Tokugawa Madeo took a moment to acclimate before slowly moving forward, seeking the light and shadow deeper within. Suddenly, a brief voice from the old servant pierced through the darkness behind, followed by a flame the size of a fist igniting in the void, casting a fleeting illumination across the space. Tokugawa Madeo cast a glance around, realizing he was in an exceedingly spacious area, surrounded by numerous engraved symbols and texts on the tower walls. Upon closer inspection, he discerned these inscriptions primarily chronicled events related to the Tokugawa family's history, lacking any of the anticipated sword techniques. Clearly, this was not the fabled divine repository either. The earlier admonition from the elder of the Tokugawa clan to Tokugawa Yasushi suggested that such a divine repository would consist of smaller, portable items. Beyond this chamber, a continuous stone wall obstructed further exploration, effectively bisecting the tower's interior. Continuing forward, Tokugawa Madeo discovered a door-shaped opening in the stone wall, from which faint metallic vibrations emanated. This was the place. His eyes sparkled with realization, recalling the visions he had perceived earlier through his mental prowess. Suddenly, the firelight behind him flickered and dimmed, startling Tokugawa Madeo as he noticed the chakra fireball in the void was gradually shrinking. The chakra input could only sustain the flame for a limited duration. Fortunately, he had located his target. The old servant's voice approached from behind. At this moment, the darkness ahead began to reveal vague shadows of light, not entirely engulfed in obscurity. Tokugawa Madeo cautiously stepped through the indistinct doorway. Two bright candles illuminated a stone table, upon which rested a resplendent double-edged long sword, alongside a colossal shadow that seemed to emerge from the depths of darkness. The sound of metallic clinks and clashes echoed intermittently from the shadows beyond the light. With a swift gesture, the old servant formed a hand seal and unleashed a larger fireball, fully illuminating the area. A nearly 10-meter-long gigantic sword loomed coldly behind the stone table, the very shadow he had sensed earlier. Tokugawa Madeo gazed in astonishment at the massive blade, forged entirely of metal and stretching towards the apex of the sacrificial tower. Its width reached an impressive 3 meters, resembling a monumental stele that obscured a vast expanse. Nonetheless, one could still see a raised platform, 2 to 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters wide, standing behind the gigantic sword, upon which countless long swords were densely inserted, producing metallic vibrations at intervals. The blades were inscribed with names, indicating that this was indeed a site of sacrifice. The old servant's expression flickered as he scanned the surroundings before addressing Tokugawa Madeo. Indeed, Tokugawa Madeo exhaled softly. Upon this sacrificial altar, every sword bore a name, appearing both striking and bizarre. This place was evidently the resting ground for the ancestors of the Tokugawa clan. What, then, did this colossal longsword symbolize? Or was it the repository of the so-called divine treasures? After pondering for a moment, Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow. The immense sword was so colossal that if it concealed any mechanisms, it would be exceedingly challenging to discern. After a brief pause, Tokugawa Madeo suddenly leaped onto the stone table, reaching out to touch the colossal long sword. The elderly servant beside him was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of realization crossed his face, clearly perceiving this as the resting place of a divine artifact. With a sharp touch, Tokugawa Madeo's hand made contact with the blade, experiencing a chilling sensation of cold steel that elicited a deep, almost pleasurable breath. The frigid and unyielding texture felt strikingly familiar, as if it were an innate connection. Moments later, Tokugawa Madeo's eyes flew open, his head swirling slightly as a wave of psychic energy autonomously extended from his brow, intertwining with the metallic giant sword he had touched. It was akin to stepping into a warm room. In that instant, as his mental energy flowed into the great sword, he was enveloped by an eerie yet familiar sensation. An unusual expression crossed his face. At that moment, he felt a power reminiscent of his past life. He could command this metal, silently embracing what felt like an extension of another body. A fervor ignited within Tokugawa Madeo's heart. Indeed, this was the nascent sensation of metal manipulation, a precursor to the profound ability of metal control. In his previous life, as a renowned metal manipulator, he had elevated his abilities to the pinnacle, achieving mastery over metal itself. Though the distinction lay in merely 2 words for a psychic adept, this represented the most significant difference in capability. Metal manipulation refers to the ability to wield mental energy to control metal at will, akin to telekinesis. In contrast, metal control transcends this stage entirely, allowing the adept not only to generate metal from psychic energy, but also to alter its form, hardness, and strength at will, even enabling the metallization of all objects. During the ultimate battle of his past life, his mastery over metal nearly transformed the entire island of Dongzhou into a metallic realm. Had it not been for a surprise attack from a space controller, he would never have found himself in this absurd world of Naruto. In the 3 months spent in this realm, he had only wielded power for 4 days. Initially believing his psychic abilities had been entirely diminished due to the transformation of his physical body, he was astonished to discover that the psychic energy inherent to metal manipulators had persisted, albeit at a diminished level. Yet, this revelation brought great joy to Tokugawa Madeo. This iron giant sword. Tokugawa Madeo slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, as waves of psychic energy surged into the depths of the blade. It was a fantastical world, akin to entering the cosmos, where countless iron entities resembled an infinite river of stars, morphing in response to his psychic will. Boom. Within the sacrificial tower, the massive long sword, which connected to the entire structure, suddenly trembled, producing a thunderous roar that shook the very foundation of the tower. What a remarkable ability! The elderly servant widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Tokugawa Madeo's gradually flushed face atop the stone table, his heart brimming with shock and exhilaration. The young master's bloodline powers had indeed grown even more formidable. Yet the reality was far more intricate than the old servant had envisioned. Tokugawa Madeo, employing the full extent of his mental prowess, managed only to induce a slight tremor in the long blade, a far cry from the control he had imagined. The weight of the sword was formidable, and his mental energy was insufficient to sustain such manipulation. Moreover, Tokugawa Madeo did not seek to command the sword. It was merely a fleeting moment of exhilaration. Having regained the extraordinary ability to manipulate metal, he felt a slight relief in this perilous world. Possessing the power of mental manipulation granted him the means to ensure his survival. Thus, the time had come to seek the divine repository. Calming his thoughts, Tokugawa Madeo surveyed his surroundings anew, then suddenly expanded his mental energy, avoiding the massive long sword before him. His mental force swiftly entwined itself within the steel jungle formed by the blades behind. He meticulously examined each sword, but disappointment washed over him. Aside from the simple accounts of each Tokugawa clan leader inscribed on the blades, there were no traces of any swordsmanship secrets. Frowning, Tokugawa Madeo closed his eyes in contemplation. The locations within this sacrificial tower that could house the golden divine repository were rather limited. The massive longsword and the altar behind it had already been discounted. There remained but one possibility. Opening his eyes, he leaped down, directing his gaze toward the pair of golden blades resting upon the stone table, allowing his mental energy to flow gently upward. With a rush, unimpeded, his mental force instantly seized full control of the long blade and deciphered the complex, obscure patterns concealed upon its surface. Swordsmanship secrets. Tokugawa Madeo's eyes brightened with realization as he swiftly grasped the peculiar sword in his hand. With a resonant sound, chakra surged forth, and a crisp blade song echoed in his ears, revealing two segments of a dark golden blade, both brilliant and enigmatic. A peculiar sensation of contradictory perceptions flooded his mind. What a magnificent blade! Even the old servant beside him could not resist stealing a glance, exclaiming in admiration, "This blade is named Lioli." At that moment, a dim shadow suddenly intruded, gazing at the weapon in Tokugawa Madeo's hand, and spoke softly, "Tokugawa-ko." Neither Tokugawa Madeo nor the old servant displayed any surprise. They merely regarded him with calm indifference, clearly having sensed his awakening. In truth, the old servant's earlier strike had not been forceful, it merely rendered Tokugawa-ko briefly unconscious. Tokugawa-ko silently approached the stone table and offered a slight bow toward the altar, then spoke softly. "This is the worship site of the Tokugawa clan's leaders throughout the generations. Perhaps this will be my final visit." He then turned his gaze toward Tokugawa Madeo, specifically focusing on the blade named Liuli, his expression betraying a hint of sorrow. For the sake of this so-called golden divine repository, the entire clan had been reduced to nothingness. Tokugawa Madeo gradually sheathed the long blade in his hand, looking at Tokugawa-ko, a sigh of melancholy rising within him. He is not the original Tokugawa Madeo, and harbors little emotional attachment to the Tokugawa clan. In fact, due to the memories of this body, he feels a deep-seated aversion towards this family and even towards his nominal father. Tokugawa-ko, this so-called elder brother, perhaps only truly met him today during the arena battle. Previously, they had conversed in the medical room, but their next encounter occurred in the ancestral shrine after only a brief interval. He cannot comprehend Tokugawa-ko's feelings, and can only respond with silence. Tokugawa-ko let out a deep sigh and then turned his gaze toward the silent old servant, saying, "We meet again." "Young Master Ko," the old servant replied curtly, offering no further words, seemingly harboring an inexplicable coldness towards Tokugawa-ko. You remain the same, perpetually indifferent towards our father and our clan," Tokugawa-ko remarked with a sardonic tone, before casting a silent glance at the glass knife in Tokugawa Madeo's hand. Suddenly, he declared, "You must already be aware of our family's affairs. The ninjas from Konoha have spied on our clan, launching an attack to seize our secret sword techniques. Your ambush against me was likely for this reason as well, but I shall not hold it against you, for you are also the son of our father, my brother." As he spoke, he abruptly grasped the cold knight blade at his waist and continued, "Listen well, the secret sword techniques of our clan are contained within 3 divine weapons. Aside from the cold knight's silence, this glass knife is the final divine weapon, and the techniques can only be revealed to those who bear the blood of the Tokugawa clan. Time is short. I cannot explain more." Tokugawa-ko paused, his expression growing solemn. "Even in death, you must safeguard the glass knife. It must not fall into the hands of Konoha. This is the promise expected of a Tokugawa descendant." Tokugawa Madeo nodded silently. He would certainly protect the glass knife, and said nothing further as he replaced it at his waist. In a low voice, he asked, "What is your plan for leaving?" "We are unaware of our father's fate, but I have heard from the elders that Shone has betrayed the clan. Therefore, we cannot remain hidden here for long. The silence in our father's hand holds another secret sword technique of the clan and is the key to the shrine. We must leave immediately." At this juncture, Tokugawa-ko's expression grew grave. They needed to depart at once. He turned and ran towards the exit of the shrine. Tokugawa Madeo glanced at the old servant, nodded in mutual understanding, and dashed into the darkness. The sky had darkened, and the entire Tokugawa residence, along with the entire martial city, had fallen into a deathly silence. The moonlight was shrouded by thick clouds, with only faint glimmers of light wandering beneath the heavens, casting a vague and menacing shadow. In the backyard of the Tokugawa residence, numerous dark silhouettes swiftly darted by, pausing momentarily beneath the eaves. Tokugawa Shurin gripped a short blade that seemed to meld with the night, his gaze sharp as he followed closely beside Danzo. Before them lay an expansive courtyard, where a stone tower over 10 meters high loomed ominously in the darkness, partially concealed from view. Is that the Tower of Sacrifice? The calm voice of Danzo gradually resonated. Indeed. Nodding slightly, Tokugawa Shinrin slowly raised the empty blade in his hand. Without a trace of hesitation, charging toward the stone door that exuded a sharp aura. Bang! The blade, as if merged with darkness, was instantly halted before the stone door, its tip seemingly piercing into another void. Then, that sharp aura swiftly diffused, and a portal materialized above the stone door, slowly opening. It was pitch black and profoundly deep. There lay the world within the tower. What is this? A flicker of astonishment suddenly appeared in Danzo's gaze from behind. The techniques of that clan could instantaneously seal immense destructive power within their jutsu, a capability unique to them. Tokugawa Shinrin, oblivious to the expression in Danzo's eyes, was now entranced by the portal, a glimmer of longing gradually emerging in his gaze. Legend spoke of the last of the 3 ancestral blades concealed within that depth, which harbored formidable techniques of swordsmanship. Drawing a deep breath, Tokugawa Shinrin slowly returned the empty blade to his waist, a whisper of discontent stirring within him. Look, dear father, I am the ultimate heir of the Tokugawa clan. I shall obtain the 3 ancestral blades and resurrect the glory of the Golden Samurai. You all have made the wrong choice. I am the hope of the Tokugawa clan. Gradually calming his mind, Tokugawa Shinrin turned to Danzo and respectfully stated, My lord, the golden divine should be hidden within the tower. Danzo nodded quietly, not entering immediately, but closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment, suddenly inquiring, Has there ever been a person with red hair within the Tokugawa clan? Red hair? Tokugawa Shinrin was taken aback. Images of Tokugawa Madeo flashed through his mind, and he furrowed his brow, saying, My brother, Tokugawa Madeo, possesses the red hair you speak of, my lord. Oh. Danzo's eyes brightened, revealing a hint of a smile as he recalled the information conveyed by the root members who had previously accompanied Kakashi's team. It seemed that a child with a similar bloodline ability had emerged within the Tokugawa clan, and that child likely bore the lineage of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan. Bloodlines, metallic Senbon. I almost forgot about this matter. Chuckling softly, Danzo suddenly waved his hand and commanded the Umbu ninja, seal off the entire witching and search for a boy with red hair. Bring him to me. Yes. After a brief acknowledgement, the surrounding cloaked ninjas swiftly dispersed, heading toward the distance. Tokugawa Shinrin observed calmly, though a hint of confusion stirred within him. He displayed no outward sign. This brief encounter made him understand that the Danzo he now pledged allegiance to was a figure of absolute authority and gravitas, likely standing at the pinnacle of power even within Konoha. Let us proceed. Danzo slowly stepped forward, interrupting Tokugawa Shinrin's thoughts, as he led the way toward the portal of the stone tower. Suddenly, as the figure of Danzo approached the doorway, his body momentarily froze, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, a series of tearing sounds pierced the dimness, and ethereal silhouettes, glimmering with a pale golden hue, flitted by. At that moment, Tokugawa Shurin, positioned behind, jolted back to reality, instinctively glancing toward the front, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Before the stone gate, a slender blade emerged, radiating a chilling glimmer. The cold night blade. Upon recognizing the shape of the blade, Shurin's pupils dilated sharply, revealing a trace of ferocity. It seems you have already infiltrated the sacrificial tower. He could not help but lick his parched lips, speaking in a low tone. Who goes there? A deep, indifferent voice resonated from behind, clearing Shurin's mind and prompting a swift retreat. Danzo extended his right hand, grasping a slender metallic needle between his fingers, momentarily taken aback. A metal Senbon. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the dark entrance. Truly, the renowned Leaf Ninja possesses the ability to sense an instantaneous attack even in such dire circumstances. An aged voice slowly emerged from the shadows, gradually revealing a gaunt figure. It was an elderly servant, his hair grayed, body frail, yet his eyes shone with a remarkable brightness. Danzo furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomer. Clearly not the person he had envisioned. Who are you? Just a mere servant nearing the end of his days, the old man replied nonchalantly. Interesting. It seems that even after the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, remnants of their powers still linger. Danzo's gaze lingered on the entrance behind the old servant, speaking casually. Upon hearing the mention of the Uzumaki clan, the old servant's previously calm demeanor shifted subtly, revealing a flicker of disturbance. While I am uncertain why a descendant of the esteemed Uzumaki clan would conceal themselves in such a place, I hope you will make the right choice. I can guide you to a life in Konoha afterward. The right choice? The old servant furrowed his brow, questioning. Do not impede Konoha's annihilation of the Tokugawa clan. Danzo spoke coldly and sternly. Indeed, for the relatively weaker Tokugawa clan, facing obliteration was inevitable, much like the fate of the former Uzumaki clan. The old servant inhaled slowly, seemingly murmuring, before his gaze fell upon Danzo, stating, Is it the style of Konoha to wield the blade against former comrades on the battlefield? Or is this what you deem the right choice? It appears you have chosen poorly. Danzo's expression darkened. His gaze silently fixed upon the old servant and the encroaching shadows behind him. Meanwhile, within the stone tower's entrance, Tokugawa Yasu's expression grew increasingly cold and severe as he quietly gripped the hilt of the blade, his heart seething like a raging inferno. A family endowed with formidable swordsmanship had been annihilated solely due to their own frailty, or perhaps it was simply the world's relentless process of elimination. Everything reduced to mere weakness. A self-deprecating smirk curled upon his lips, revealing a sardonic smile. Tokugawa Mud stood silently in the shadows, his gaze fixed unwaveringly outside. He felt little sentiment regarding the law of the jungle. His past life experiences had rendered him somewhat numb to such realities, perceiving them as entirely commonplace. His focus narrowed on Danzo, who, though not as aged or obscured as depicted in later narratives, was nonetheless instantly recognizable to the well-versed shinobi. The leader of Root. Shimura Danzo dwelled in the darkness. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at that moment, as Mud scrutinized Danzo, the latter suddenly returned the gaze, his eyes seemingly penetrating the darkness, clearly discerning Mud's presence. It appeared that this time, there would indeed be a significant yield. Danzo whispered a low chuckle. And then two gleaming black shurikens suddenly shot forth from his hands, aimed at the old servant. The sharpness sliced through the air with a swift whoosh. The distinct metallic clang resonated in the dim void, sparking as the old servant, unbeknownst to Wen, had grasped a scythe-like weapon, barely the length of his forearm, to deflect Danzo's assault. Vacuum blade. A chilling, deep voice, akin to the whisper of death, erupted from Danzo's lips as a slender stream of air surged forth, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, reaching the old servant in an instant. The air stream, as sharp as the keenest blade, zipped through the space, grazing the edge of the scythe and leaving a deep gash on the old servant's left shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Danzo's eyes glinted with the predatory intensity of a hawk, and his hand swiftly formed seals before unleashing another vacuum blade. However, this time, it bore no effect. As the vacuum blade traversed the air, 16 pale golden phantoms materialized abruptly, launching a rapid counterattack. Crack! The faint sound of metal shattering echoed through the space. And as the vacuum blade dissipated, golden dust gently began to fall from the void. Danzo's expression faltered momentarily as he instinctively glanced towards the shadowy figure in the depths of darkness. At that moment, Tokugawa Mud's expression was equally grim. Nearly a single vacuum blade had obliterated the steel needles he had painstakingly condensed from the majority of his chakra, and due to the utilization of metal manipulation. Although the speed of these needles had been significantly enhanced, their shattering had momentarily disrupted his mental composure. This marked Tokugawa Mud's true first encounter with a ninja. And the situation seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. 10 years had passed. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, causing Tokugawa Madeo to instinctively turn his gaze. He observed the old servant, with a calm demeanor, extending his hand to dab at some blood on his shoulder, and then abruptly clasping his hands together. It had been a full decade since this power had been summoned, an essence steeped in dread. A faint haze began to rise from the old servant's joined palms, as if something was melting within. In that moment, a tumultuous sound seemed to echo from within him. Behind, at the sacrificial tower, Tokugawa Madeo's eyes widened. The sound appeared to belong to the flow of some metallic substance, a realization soon confirmed. With a sudden clarity, a series of fine, intense metallic vibrations surged forth. as slender black chains, resembling serpents, extended from the old servant's hands, dancing through the void. What is this? At this sight, the normally composed Danzo revealed a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "The sealing chakra of the Uzumaki clan." This sealing chakra, a unique transformation of chakra exclusive to the Uzumaki, had once established a sanctuary amidst the chaos of war, standing alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans of that era. Regrettably, the Uzumaki clan was sparse, with only a few capable of inheriting the sealing chakra, rendering their direct combat potential woefully weak. Years prior, they had nearly faced extinction at the hands of a mysterious adversary. Gazing at the wild, swirling chains, Danzo's eyes narrowed. Perhaps no one in the entire shinobi world was more acquainted with the Uzumaki than he. This was a rare constitution able to endure the mightiest-tailed beast chakra of the world, coupled with the legendary power to commune with the supernatural. The Nine Tails, a formidable weapon of Konoha, was contained within a member of the Uzumaki clan, the wives of successive Hokage. Should a member of the Uzumaki successfully refine the sealing chakra, even the Nine Tails could be entirely subdued until the vessel's natural demise. For decades, the Nine Tails had been under tight control. Thus, the exceptional abilities of the sealing chakra were evident. Such power should not resurface unexpectedly. Danzo mused, his expression growing grave, as a whirlwind suddenly enveloped him, swirling relentlessly. In an instant, his hands morphed into a blur, completing the hand seals for his jutsu. Rat, rabbit, dog. Wind release, vacuum wave. A surge of concentrated blue chakra erupted from Danzo's mouth, instantly transforming the surrounding whirlwind into nearly transparent blades of wind, flashing through the air like phantoms. Amidst the swirling shadows, the old servant gradually opened his hands, revealing a dense weave of chains between his palms, sealing the realm of unity. A low and chilling voice resonated, and instantly, the slender chains began to sway, spreading across the void ahead. A hum echoed, as if a portal to another dimension had been opened, transforming the previously empty space into a mesmerizing spectacle. Gleaming blades of wind, seemingly constrained by the laws of space, came to a sudden halt. At that moment, a shuriken, imbued with a sharp aura, abruptly sliced through the chain's domain. What? The old servant's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in fury. The shuriken was enveloped in a deep blue wind chakra, severing several sealing chains in its advance and disrupting his control over the void. The power of the dimensional force. With a low utterance, the area shrouded by chains flickered, resembling a colossal bubble that encompassed the old servant. Space materialized. Observing this scene, Danzo abruptly ceased his assault, his brows furrowing. It seems you are not merely a descendant of the ordinary Uzumaki clan. You've elevated your sealing ninjutsu to such a remarkable level. Within that bubble of space, the old servant coldly regarded Danzo, offering no response. The foundational path of time-space ninjutsu. The sealing technique possesses the ability to influence space. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan is extraordinary. Danzo slightly lowered his head, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips, as he formed another seal with his hands. That sealing technique is merely for self-preservation. How will you counter this one? Zimawin. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Whoosh. The sharp wind chakra surged forth from his mouth, refined to its utmost extent, instantly generating countless blades of wind that filled an expanse of 7 or 8 meters in the void. Almost immediately, this torrent of wind seemed to cleave through space itself, vanishing in an instant. The target? It was to engulf the old servant along with the towering stone tower behind him. What? This is bad. The old servant's expression changed abruptly as he shouted towards the doorway, "Young master, quickly leave the tower." Swish, swish, swish. His words were abruptly drowned out by a cacophony of slicing sounds. The torrent, infused with numerous wind blades, had already enveloped most of the tower's structure, slicing through it with ease. As if sharp, cold blades were tearing through paper, the once mighty stone tower began to crack, sustaining significant damage in a fleeting moment. With large sections crumbling away, enveloping the courtyard in dust. Boom. The tower trembled, and within its confines, Tokugawa Muto and Tokugawa Yasushi's expressions shifted alarmingly. A ninja. This is the caliber of ninja combat, possessing the power to manipulate nature and rend the earth. It seemed to transcend the capabilities of a mere samurai. Whoosh. A blade of wind suddenly sliced through the upper portion of the tower, revealing a slender fissure, yet the wind blade remained unfaded, slicing into the darkness behind the tower. Clang. A dull metallic clash resonated from within, and Tokugawa Muto's gaze brightened slightly. However, before he could react, a series of wind blades appeared above the stone tower, creating a massive gaping hole in mere moments. A faint glimmer of starlight descended, illuminating the two figures beside it. We can no longer linger here. We must venture forth to aid him. Defeat that ninja. Tokugawa Yasu fiercely twisted the hilt of his blade, Cold Knight, and drew it forth, leaping into action. Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brow slightly. Reason dictated that with their meager strength, the three of them could hardly contend with the power of Danzo. Moreover, the members of the Root organization were scattered about, and they may have already been alerted by the commotion, making a direct confrontation with Danzo tantamount to courting death. They should seize the opportunity amidst the veil of smoke to escape, for only then would they have a sliver of a chance to survive. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tokugawa Madeo no longer hesitated and dashed through the narrowing doorway before it fully closed. In the courtyard, within the expansive space, aside from Danzo in the distance and the old servant encircled by chains, only two diminutive figures burst forth from the stone tower behind them. The previously present Tokugawa Shuren, who had stood behind Danzo, had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Tokugawa Madeo's expression turned solemn. In Shuren's possession lay one of the blades from the Tokugawa clan's ancestral legacy. At present, only he and Tokugawa Yasu wielded two of these blades. And he wondered what impact this might have on their swordsmanship secrets. How infuriating. That fellow managed to escape with the void. Tokugawa Yasu scanned the surroundings and, finding no trace of Tokugawa Shuren, clenched his teeth in frustration. He has not fled. He has hidden himself, Tokugawa Madeo stated calmly, casting a glance towards the shadows nearby. His mental acuity had already discerned Tokugawa Shuren's location. At that moment, the latter concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze fixed intently upon the Cold Knight and Lioli in their hands, evidently harboring the same intent, to seize the opponent's ancestral blade. Oh, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, Danzo slowly released his hand signs, ceasing the onslaught of wind techniques. His gaze swept over Tokugawa Yasu before settling upon Tokugawa Madeo as he spoke. It is you. Tokugawa Madeo felt no surprise at Danzo's recognition, after all. The characteristics of the Uzumaki clan were far too evident in him. The blood-red hue of his hair was the most prominent trait of the Uzumaki. You have found the divine repository, haven't you? Danzo's gaze gradually shifted from Tokugawa Madeo as he inquired coolly. Do you think we would hand it over to you? Tokugawa Yasu retorted with a frigid demeanor, pointing Cold Knight at Danzo, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Oh, Danzo's eyes flickered, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. What delightful news this is. Master, we must leave at once. The surrounding ninjas have arrived. Suddenly, the old servant's voice resonated deeply in their ears, followed by two slender chains extending towards them, wrapping around their waists. Thinking of escaping? Is that even feasible? Danzo's eyes widened, and he exhaled a surge of chakra, which entwined around the shurikens in his hands before swiftly launching them forth. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the enhancement of wind-release chakra, the shuriken's speed and cutting power surged dramatically, rendering it almost invisible in the twilight as it swiftly approached the two chains. Metal manipulation. Tokugawa Madeo suddenly closed his eyes tightly, his brow twitching as his mental energy enveloped the space. Although his gaze could not keep pace with the shuriken's velocity, his mental prowess could. Whoosh, whoosh. In the midst of Danzo's astonished expression, two shuriken, radiating sharp chakra, came to a gradual halt in the void, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Whoosh. In that instant, Tokugawa Madeo and Tokugawa Kanto were drawn into the realm of oneness. The old servant paused, his hands swiftly forming a hand seal before his chest. Earth release, earth walking technique. With a burst of swirling smoke, the realm of oneness enveloped the three and they vanished from their original location. Carelessness. Danzo's pupils contracted, and he silently approached the entrance of the stone tower, his gaze fixated on the two shuriken that had lost control and fallen to the ground. A flicker of peculiarity flashing in his eyes. Such a capability. Whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, several figures emerged, swiftly kneeling around Danzo, while more shadows flickered like phantoms atop distant rooftops. My lord, divide into 8 teams and pursue the remnants of the Tokugawa clan, regardless of life or death. Danzo coldly waved his hand, gazing at the two shuriken at his feet, his expression solemn. Those who pose a threat, yet cannot be controlled, must be eradicated. Yes. The territory of Wuching lies to the northeast, adjacent to the land of hot water, and serves as a buffer zone between the land of fire and the great land of lightning. bordered by the small nation of Frost. At this moment, the night deepened, a veil of gloom cloaking the earth. In a desolate area not far from the northern border of the land of hot water, two figures, seemingly shrouded in mist, walked slowly. I say, are you really certain that person has arrived at the border? One figure blinked his bright eyes, lazily turning to inquire. The intelligence is infallible. The other, a tall and robust figure, replied with a cold hum, his voice piercing through the stillness, resonating like thunder despite his deliberate calmness. I implore you, could you not be so loud? You must understand that our current actions amount to courting death. The languid figure nearly pleaded, internally lamenting countless times why he had agreed to accompany this overly energetic individual to this desolate little nation to undertake some damn trial. This area already falls within the influence of the Land of Fire. If we are discovered here, it would not bode well for those in Konoha. Moreover, should we accidentally be captured, it would severely jeopardize your standing. The figure once again tapped his forehead, muttering to himself with a hint of grievance. Very well. This task has been personally selected by me. As for dealing with that individual, I am not so impulsive. The robust figure paused momentarily and spoke with an air of indifference. I shall not permit the ominous clouds of war to cast their shadow over our village once more. However, crack. The languid figure had yet to finish his words when a fist, shimmering with a faint purple lightning, suddenly illuminated the darkness. Hovering before his forehead, the warmth emanating from it felt almost infinite against his skin. Should you continue to prattle? I shall render you unconscious and deliver you to the Leaf Village ninjas before they are any the wiser. The towering figure had, unbeknownst to him, turned around. And in the dim light, two eyes, akin to those of a majestic lion, gazed intently at him. Gulp. He swallowed hard. The languid figure's countenance appeared somewhat pallid and dejected under the flickering light. Truly, this is unjust. He fervently cursed in his heart, yet he tightly sealed his lips. He had no desire to be wrongfully dispatched to the Leaf for interrogation at this hour. Although a peace treaty had been signed with the Leaf, and even if apprehended, he would not endure too harsh a treatment. His reputation within the village would undoubtedly plummet, subjecting him to mockery from those despicable individuals for an entire year. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and he hastily quickened his pace. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from the left side of the ground ahead, followed by a shadow leaping forth from the earth. With this unexpected turn of events, the languid figure instantly reined in his emotions, his expression becoming tranquil, while the taut nerves along his journey tightened once more. The stout figure remained calm, displaying no signs of anxiety. Both figures stood still in the darkness, their gazes fixed upon the motionless shadow. Rustle. A peculiar sound began to resonate, as slender chains, akin to ethereal serpents, slowly unfurled from the shadow, revealing the scene within. It was an elderly man with grizzled hair, accompanied by two adolescents in their early teens. They were none other than Tokugawa Madeo and his companions, who had utilized Earth Release to escape from the martial city. Upon being discovered by the two figures shrouded in mist, Tokugawa Madeo became aware of their presence as well. At this moment, the elder servant's chakra had been severely depleted due to the forced operation of the sealing technique combined with Earth Release, leaving him breathless. As the sealing chakra gradually dissipated into the air, it could be said that their primary combat strength was now incapable of manifesting its true prowess. Faced with two peculiar and unfamiliar figures, the element of danger loomed heavily. Tokugawa Yasushi also recognized the gravity of the situation. His previously taut nerves prompted him to place his hand firmly on the hilt of his cold night blade, his gaze fixed intently upon the two figures. Hey, do not be tense, do not be tense. The languid figure suddenly spoke, casting a fleeting glance over the three individuals with a subtle sweep, discreetly nodding towards the stout silhouette before turning back with a smile, saying, "Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions." Perhaps to bolster his persuasive appeal, the figure trembled slightly, causing the mist that enveloped him to gradually dissipate, revealing his true visage. Beneath the dim starlight, it became apparent that he was a rather handsome youth, a gentle smile gracing his lips, with clear and sincere eyes that seemed devoid of malice. However, his earlier movements caused a noticeable shift in Tokugawa Muta's expression. A ninja capable of manipulating mist. In the world of Naruto, any unfamiliar ninja poses a potential threat. Even those bearing the same headband must authenticate one another to ensure mutual trust. At this moment, Tokugawa Muta could not ascertain the intentions of this seemingly attractive youth and the imposing ninja behind him. "Since there is no ill will, we shall take our leave." Tokugawa frowned, his gaze flickering as he turned to assist his somewhat pale servant, slowly retreating. The two ninjas remained silent, observing quietly without making any move, until the three of them gradually faded into the shadows of the night. Just now, that technique seemed to be anything but traditional ninjutsu. The stout figure cloaked in mist remarked softly. Indeed, it appears to be the rumored sealing technique. The handsome youth furrowed his delicate brows, closing his eyes in contemplation before continuing. The chakra constituting this sealing technique seems to be an ability unique to the once revered Uzumaki clan. As he spoke, wisps of mist began to rise around him, subtly altering his appearance. He still bore that remarkably handsome face. Yet a hint of alluring charm began to manifest at the corners of his eyes, his form gradually becoming more graceful. As the mist swirled away, the youth astonishingly transformed into a captivating young woman. Humph, those three. The girl suddenly pressed a finger to her forehead, sending waves of circular energy surging forth towards the distant area. Beneath the night sky, Tokugawa Muta's body jolted, an unseen wave sweeping through him, rushing forward. This wave resembled a form of psychic energy. His gaze brightened, and he turned to the direction behind him, a flicker of understanding dawning within. That direction was precisely where he had encountered those two unknown ninjas. "What is it, young master?" The servant beside him inquired, noticing Tokugawa Mutu had halted, while Tokugawa Yasushi also came to a stop. At this moment, the servant's complexion had returned to normal, showing no trace of the earlier fatigue. But Tokugawa Mutu's expression grew slightly somber. Moments ago, the old servant discreetly swallowed a pitch-black pill while they were distracted, and subsequently, his spirits lifted significantly, appearing to be completely untroubled now. However, that pill could not elude the scrutiny of Tokugawa Madeo's mental prowess, stirring a sense of unease within him. No, it was merely a fleeting illusion, a sensation of disturbance. Tokugawa Madeo remarked nonchalantly, intending to disclose his ability for mental scanning. A gift seemingly akin to what is known as sensory ninjutsu in the world of Naruto. Drawing from his experiences of reading comics in his previous life, he understood that sensory ninjas could only perceive chakra, using it to ascertain the number of enemies. Yet, Tokugawa Madeo's psychic abilities appeared to grant him a heightened perception, akin to possessing a Byakugan, enabling him to sense vivid imagery. The earlier sensation must have been a manifestation of a sensory ninja's capabilities. Disturbance. The old servant paused slightly, then realized this as well. His gaze softened with a hint of gentle satisfaction as he nodded lightly, saying, "If we can successfully escape, the young master should be able to visit our ancestral homeland. Perhaps there will be something to gain." Ancestral homeland. Tokugawa Madeo halted momentarily, casting a puzzled glance at the old servant, but noticing he seemed oblivious to his inquiry, he chose not to press further. By now, he had discerned the old servant's temperament. If there were matters he wished to keep secret, no amount of questioning would extract them. "Where are we going?" Tokugawa Yasushi inquired casually from the side. "Our destination is the former Whirlpool Ninja Village, where there should still be some undiscovered secrets. The most significant areas are sealed, ensuring they remain intact." The old servant pondered for a moment before gesturing towards the southeast, saying, "If we can evade Konoha Zumbu, we shall set sail towards there." Tokugawa Madeo felt a stir within. In his previous life, he had perused maps of the Naruto world and knew that the Whirlpool Ninja Village resided in a minuscule nation, perched upon an island, surrounded by the sea, facing the land of fire across the waters. Perhaps it is a fleeting haven. Tokugawa Madeo sighed deeply. At this moment, his pursuit of strength had transformed into an urgent yearning. After his clash with Danzo, he had come to a profound understanding of the terror of ninjas, and the initial thrill of discovering metal manipulation had gradually faded. Beneath the night sky, the clouds thickened, gradually swallowing the twinkling stars. At some point, a brisk wind began to stir, carrying a hint of dampness. The night grew increasingly somber. Whoosh! 3 shadowy figures raced across the desolate expanse, their dark cloaks rustling as they moved, akin to whistling arrows slicing through the air. They were already within the territory of the land of water. Was further searching still necessary? As they sprinted, one shadow remarked, maintaining its speed. Their direction has already been confirmed, and soon, results will follow." With that, the shadow cast a glance at another companion who had remained silent. The figure remained with eyes tightly shut, silent and unresponsive. Yet a faint ripple in the air emanated from his brow, quietly transmitting towards the distance. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of light flashing within them, and declared, 500 meters to the northeast. With that, his form surged, adjusting slightly in direction as he raced toward the northeast. Humph, quite swift indeed. The other two figures paused momentarily upon hearing this, before similarly adjusting their course in pursuit. At this moment, amidst the oppressive gale, the trio led by Tokugawa Madeo maintained their speed as they hurried towards the northeast, seeking to circumvent the northern territories of the Land of Fire. Drawing closer to the sea adjacent to the Land of Hot Water, the desolate expanse of darkness, save for the howling wind, bore an eerie silence. They were unaware of when the Roots ninja might catch up to them. Thus they pressed on at a rapid pace, conserving a modicum of stamina. Suddenly, a ripple passed over them, and Tokugawa Madeo's expression shifted. He softly urged, "We've been discovered. Let us change direction." Without hesitation, he turned and sped towards the northwest. The old servant and Tokugawa Yasushi mirrored this change without a moment's doubt. Although Tokugawa Madeo's mental scanning ability had a range limited to a mere 100 meters, preventing him from detecting enemies in advance, he could sense mental fluctuations, providing an early warning. This allowed them to preemptively alter their course and evade the ninja's pursuit. In the span of a few breaths, the three figures gradually vanished into the night. Moments later, three shadowy forms surged into the area, coming to an abrupt halt. Two Umbu ninjas quietly listened to their surroundings but soon abandoned this approach, as the increasingly fierce wind masked all other subtle signs. Their gazes turned to the final companion, for he alone possessed the ability to sense their surroundings. A faint smile of irony graced the lips concealed beneath the mask of the Root Ninja. The chakra required for sensing placed a significant burden on the mind, rendering the ability unsustainable for long periods. Yet, in the midst of this pursuit, despite a slight dizziness clouding his thoughts, he pressed on without faltering. A wave of mental energy radiated from his brow. They've changed direction. In an instant, he regained the trail, opening his eyes to peer into the shadows of the northwest. Astonishingly quick, they had preemptively adjusted their course. Could it be that a sensing-type ninja existed among them? The Root Ninja furrowed his brow in contemplation, then shook his head dismissively. Impossible. Perhaps they are merely evading our pursuit through this chaotic advance. Very well, let us continue. The three figures did not linger, hastening towards the northwest once more. How intriguing. To the north of the desolate expanse, a girl slowly opened her eyes, a hint of excitement glimmering within them. She then turned to gaze at the tall figure shrouded in mist, stating, "My lord, perhaps we need not enter the Land of Fire's territory. It seems that person's subordinates are hastening towards us." "Oh, have they discovered us?" The tall figure stood quietly, exuding an aura of calmness devoid of any tension, as if fear were a foreign concept to him. Indeed, their quarry was none other than the three individuals they had been pursuing. The charming young lady, her eyes narrowing with delight, mused, "Perhaps this is the reason he left the village to come here. After all, those three seem to be connected to the Uzumaki clan." "That is highly improbable," the figure replied thoughtfully, "unless they are direct descendants of the Uzumaki clan, possessing the secret techniques of their sealing arts. Regardless, it appears the master's objective has been achieved." The girl exclaimed, a glimmer of hope illuminating her face as she timidly suggested, "Shall we return to the village?" With a sudden flash, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved the darkness, the figure's eyes snapped open, fixating on the depths of the shadows. A chilling smile crept across his face as he declared, "Impossible. That individual seeks to uncover the secrets of the sealing techniques. I shall not allow him to succeed." Moreover, he abruptly turned to the girl, his demeanor cold. "I too have an interest in those sealing arts, the legendary techniques capable of transcending space and conversing with the divine. To breach the fabric of space is the only way to attain the ultimate speed." As his words faded, the mist surrounding him erupted violently, resembling the tumultuous clouds of a storm brewing in the heavens, with delicate lavender lightning flickering from within, enveloping him entirely. "My lord," before the girl could finish her sentence, the lightning figure transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the air and vanishing from sight, leaving her with a sense of frustration and helplessness. How foolish of me not to realize how much that matter affected my lord. He has always been unwilling to accept defeat in his area of expertise to that individual. Yet, is space ninjutsu truly so easy to comprehend? Tokugawa Mud, on high alert, extended his mental faculties to perceive the changes in the air around him. He sensed that every fluctuation caused by the ninjas evoked a subtle reaction within his spirit. This time, he had changed directions multiple times. But what alarmed him was the increasingly frequent appearance of these disturbances. The ninjas behind him merely trailed closely, not advancing directly, revealing to Tokugawa a sense of being ensnared in an immense web slowly tightening around them in the darkness. When the web began to close in, Tokugawa realized it was too late. Beneath a mound of earth, he abruptly halted, his gaze piercingly surveying the profound silence surrounding him. His keen mental acuity detected not only the presence behind and to the sides, but also more ninjas lying in wait beyond the mound. Their distance was precisely within the 100-meter range his mental capacity could cover. Undoubtedly, they were encircled like prey cornered by hunters, akin to a beast awaiting its demise. At this moment, aside from Tokugawa, even the old servant seemed to sense the impending danger in the air, his expression gradually growing solemn. It is truly astonishing to discover that among the Uzumaki clan, there exists an exceptional ability of sensory perception. A figure gradually emerged from behind the hillock, carried by the gusting wind. His stature was not particularly imposing, appearing rather gaunt. Beneath his short black hair lay a pair of indifferent eyes, emanating a faint chill. It was Danzo. Tokugawa Munenori's gaze abruptly sharpened. Indeed, even without the two powers he would later acquire, the latter remained a formidable adversary. Danzo's gaze calmly swept across the three individuals before him, and then, with a silent wave of his hand, he commanded, "Eliminate them." In an instant, as his words echoed, shadows emerged from the surrounding darkness, as figures of root ninjas began to converge upon them. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped them. Tokugawa Munenori's expression grew increasingly frigid. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the instant before his demise in a past life, surrounded by enemies. The chilling aura of death palpable as if it had taken form, cutting to the bone. In a flash, Tokugawa Munenori was the first to act. His hand gripping the hilt of his twin glass blades, which had already been repositioned to his back, he drew them forth with force. The crisp metallic sound resonating in the wind. Simultaneously, he expanded his mental energy to its utmost limit. Swish, swish, swish. Golden needles, previously gathered and stored, darted from around Tokugawa Munenori like bees escaping their hive, scattering into the dark night, poised like the most skilled assassins, awaiting the perfect moment for a lethal strike. The root ninjas showed no signs of hesitation. As they burst forth from the shadows, they charged toward the three. Aedo! A blinding flash erupted in the dimness. As Tokugawa Yasu had already placed his hand upon the cold night, his eyes fixed intently on the chaotic figures. Yet in the next moment, a shadow surged before him. A shuriken aimed directly at his neck, the glimmering edge nearly causing his heart to cease, leaving him with scarcely a moment to react. Swish! At that moment, a slender chain erupted, twisting and dancing like a serpent, as the voice of the old servant resonated in a low tone. Sealing, the realm of unity. The frenzied chains rapidly enveloped the three, forming barriers as solid as the strongest fortress, sealing off the space around them. The attacking ninja found himself ensnared in the void, a look of confusion and astonishment flashing in his eyes. Hiss! A streak of golden light soared across, piercing through his brow. It was one of Tokugawa Munenori's concealed needles that had flown past. However, before the trio could exhale in relief, bang! With a soft puff of smoke, the figure instantly transformed into a severed piece of wood, while the ninja remained outside, beyond the realm of unity. Tokugawa Munenori's expression darkened, despite his acute mental prowess. He had failed to detect when this ninja had performed the hand seals for the substitution technique. Had the ninja's speed transcended his sensory capabilities? Tokugawa Munenori furrowed his brow, fixating intently ahead. In the murky wilderness, nearly 30 ninjas coldly observed them, their presence looming ominously. The air was thick with a palpable sense of menace, growing increasingly frigid around them. It seemed that all hope had dissipated. Under the relentless assault of these ninjas, escape was no longer a possibility, and they remained oblivious to whether death awaited them in the next moment. Perhaps this was the end. Tokugawa Madeo thought helplessly, as he faced a multitude of adversaries far superior to himself. For the first time, a flicker of impotence and resentment surged within him, a sensation he had never experienced even when confronted with formidable foes in his past life. This world had granted him but a fleeting moment to grow. Having mastered chakra for merely 3 days, he had already reached the level of a genin. Thanks to the innate prowess of the Uzumaki clan and the vast reservoir of spiritual energy he had accumulated in his previous existence. Yet, in the face of genin, the chasm of disparity in power felt insurmountable, rendering him weak and powerless. Gripping his fists in frustration, Tokugawa Madeo harbored aspirations of becoming a world-renowned powerhouse, intent on rewriting the legends of this realm. However, it appeared that all of this would elude him after this night. Suddenly, a massive fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, erupted in the darkness, its violent shockwave crashing against the boundaries of the dimensional seal, jolting Tokugawa Madeo back to reality. This colossal fireball acted as a signal of aggression, inciting a frenzy among the ninjas. With a flurry of hand signs, a barrage of explosive fireballs was unleashed, causing the dimensional realm to tremble. This was dire. The old servant furrowed his brow, the slender chains in his hands vibrating more violently as the external assaults gradually shifted toward them. Although this redirection could only withstand a minuscule fraction of the true onslaught, that minute portion was now being amplified by the relentless aggression. It was evident that while the dimensional realm possessed the ability to temporarily govern a space, it bore a fatal flaw. Should the realm be attacked or forcibly breached, the caster would inevitably suffer some of the inflicted damage. Suddenly, a deep, explosive shout resonated, followed by a fierce gust of wind barreling toward the dimensional realm, seemingly encased in flames. With a roar reminiscent of gasoline igniting upon a bonfire, the fireball surged violently, flames flaring up and gradually enveloping the entirety of the dimensional realm. The combination of fire release and wind release techniques amplified the assault's potency beyond their mere sum. Inside the realm, the old servant trembled violently, a trickle of blood sliding down from the corner of his mouth, his complexion paling, and his breaths growing increasingly labored. Had he truly reached his limit? After more than a decade, not only had his vigor waned, but his very body had become so frail? How ironic it was that even the boundless energy of the Uzumaki clan could be squandered. The weariness in the old servant's gaze deepened, as if in the next instant, everything before him would descend into darkness. At this moment, he suddenly bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, and an excruciating pain jolted his senses awake. A flicker of clarity emerged in his gaze as he slowly turned to face Tokugawa Madeo beside him. In the shadows, that small figure gradually returned the half-drawn glass blade to its sheath. Has he given up? He silently mused. Uncle, you should leave, Tokugawa Madeo suddenly declared, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the old servant's trembling form. Abandon the realm of the One Yuan. With your abilities, you should be able to escape. Though his time reborn in this world, rife with cold death and desolation, was fleeting, it had allowed him to experience the warmth of being cared for, an experience he had never known in his past life. Thus, he wished for the old servant not to sacrifice his life on his behalf. The old servant remained silent, his gaze fixed in a daze upon Tokugawa Madeo. The youthful visage, adorned with a serene smile, seemed to momentarily drift into a daze as a shadowy, delicate figure silently emerged from the darkness. It was a breathtaking beauty, with striking red hair and a fair, charming face. The old servant's eyes widened in astonishment, and a shiver coursed through him as he silently cried out, "Miss." At that moment, Tokugawa K also turned to look, his complexion still pale, yet his gaze resolutely fixed upon the old servant. This is the calamity of the Tokugawa clan. You need not concern yourself. The old servant chuckled softly, his gaze still calmly fixed on Tokugawa Madeo, yet a spark of brightness flickered within his eyes. Young master, as a ninja, we all adhere to a steadfast belief, or perhaps a ninja's way. More than a decade ago, I was entrusted by the clan leader with the task of protecting the young lady. At that time, I found my own ninja way. Later, when the young lady passed away, I vowed at her grave to continue this path and safeguard your growth, young master. However, during the preceding time, you were unable to ascend as the heir to the glory of the Uzumaki clan, and thus, I gradually buried this dedication. But now, you have finally awakened to the essence that belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Let my ninja way be thoroughly realized this time. As he spoke, the old servant's gaze sharpened, and with a low shout, he clasped his hands tightly together. Each ninja of the Uzumaki clan, entrusted with the duty of guardianship, possesses a forbidden technique that can only be executed once in a lifetime. It is called reverse wheel, sealing. Boom. Within the realm of One Yuan, with the old servant's somber command, strands of milky white mist, as if bursting forth from an unknown space-time, began to coalesce around him, filling the confined space. Tokugawa Madeo and Tokugawa K's eyes widened in amazement. Even Tokugawa Madeo, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, displayed a look of astonishment as he stared blankly. The mist seemed to endlessly swirl in the void, gradually engulfing the old servant's figure, leaving behind only a billowing cloud as it rose and fell. In the depths of obscurity, there appeared to be a voracious behemoth, endlessly absorbing the enveloping mist. Eventually, this mist gradually transformed into a cocoon-like form. At this moment, the surrounding ninjas ceased their assaults, and the realm of unity began to dissipate into the void as the old servant became ensnared in the heart of the fog. They were thus abruptly and directly exposed before the ninjas of the root. In this fleeting moment, silence enveloped both parties, yet swiftly. A ninja from the root drew a shuriken from the back of his thigh, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning. The rush of wind from his rapid approach pressed against the air, creating an almost suffocating sensation. Both Tokugawa Muto and Tokugawa Kojiro's expressions shifted dramatically. In the darkness, vision seemed utterly futile. The figure, darker than the night itself, moved with a speed that surpassed the human ability to perceive motion, leaving a long, lingering afterimage in its wake. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance, his gaze betraying a subtle yet chilling intent to kill. With a swift motion, the shuriken sliced through the night sky, aiming with precision and ferocity towards Tokugawa Muto's neck. Clearly, in the ninja's mind, the threat posed by Tokugawa Muto far outweighed that of Tokugawa Kojiro, for the former harbored within him the unique metallic blood of a bloodline limit bearer. Against any foe possessing such blood, one must never let down their guard. The root ninja resolutely adhered to this unyielding principle. How swift! Is this the same root personnel who became mere background characters in the previous Life as comic? Their prowess is truly formidable. Tokugawa Muto clenched his eyes shut. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned nearly all of his mental energy. At that moment, the old servant seemed to be ensnared in the clouds. Yet they faced an imminent threat of death. Even in death, I have no desire to go down alone. With this fierce thought echoing in his mind, Tokugawa Muto's face gradually contorted into a grimace. With a swift motion, layers of psychic energy radiated before him, colliding with the root ninja. A shuriken, like a fish ensnared in a net, was momentarily captured. The image of the shuriken was instantaneously etched in Tokugawa Muto's mind. Now, the next step was to manipulate it. In that fleeting moment, the ninja's grip on the shuriken faltered. The sharp blade quivered unexpectedly, and with a subtle upward flick, it grazed past Tokugawa Muto's neck. Instantly, blood sprayed forth, falling into the cold wind. In response, Tokugawa Muto's expression remained unchanged. His mental energy remained fixated on the enemy, surging forth as dozens of nearly colorless steel needles drifted through the darkness, enveloping the foe before him. The sound of metallic clashing echoed as the root ninja's gaze hardened, remaining undaunted as he deftly wielded his shuriken to deflect all incoming attacks. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Tokugawa Muto swiftly retreated a step, creating distance to thwart any further ambush. Unexpected indeed. A low, resonant voice emerged as the root ninja gradually straightened his posture, flicking the shuriken in his hand with a cold gaze, remarking, "I never anticipated that your blood could influence the metal in my grasp, allowing you to escape with your life." Tokugawa Muto silently regarded his adversary, offering no reply, as he wiped away the blood from his neck. In that brief exchange, the trajectory of the shuriken had been forcibly altered by his mental energy, merely grazing the flesh of his neck and narrowly missing the vital artery. However, such a tactic could only succeed once. The slight disruption had already drained a considerable amount of his mental strength. Should his opponent focus intently next time, given the disparity in their power, Tokugawa Muto might find it impossible to sway the shuriken in the adversary's hand again. It was evident that the root ninja comprehended this as well. Yet he displayed a palpable disdain for employing the same tactics against someone as trivial as Tokugawa Muto. With a casual gesture, he stowed the shuriken in his equipment pouch on his lower back, charging forward empty-handed. Tokugawa Muto furrowed his brows, perceiving the opponent's form vanish once more, his expression tightening slightly. Instantly, he summoned his mental energy, manipulating the metal needles that had been deflected earlier, surrounding himself within a 2-meter radius, forming a protective barrier. A faint crackling sound echoed, and in an instant, a blurred figure burst into the protective circle. Tokugawa Muto's eyes flickered as he directed the steel needles once more towards that direction. Such a speed of attack is merely a child's play. The needles missed their target, and an icy, mocking voice drifted into his ears. Tokugawa Muto's gaze faltered, but almost instantaneously, his metallic chakra surged across his back. With a swift rush, a piercing wind accompanied the clash of metal, igniting sparks in the darkness, and Tokugawa Muto was violently propelled backward, his robes rent asunder, revealing skin that glimmered with a faint golden hue. Flesh and metal amalgamated. Just before the shuriken made contact, Tokugawa Muto had barely summoned his chakra to defend against the assault. Meanwhile, the figure in the black cloak relentlessly pursued, his frustration mounting from 2 failed attempts. As he aimed the shuriken once more at Tokugawa Mideo's tumbling form, his onslaught was intended to be fatal, a definitive end. Boom. At that moment, a brilliant flare erupted against the deep night sky, followed by a lightning-like shadow leaping from the base of the fire, surging toward the pursuing ninja. What? The expression hidden beneath the mask shifted dramatically. The root ninja's eyes widened in shock. The figure's speed was astonishing, and the explosive gust of wind it generated created visible ripples in the air, crashing into the root ninja's body and rendering his breaths heavy, as if burdened by mountains. Simultaneously, the figure closed in, delivering a powerful iron fist squarely into his chest. Undoubtedly, the root ninja was instantaneously sent flying, accompanied by the splatter of blood and the resounding crack of shattered bones that reverberated throughout the area, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. In that fleeting moment, nearly every gaze was drawn to the figure that had so unexpectedly materialized. This included the expressionless Danzo, standing atop a nearby mound, as well as a vague silhouette shrouded in mist that had appeared in the distance. A potent force, he murmured to himself, as a pair of exceptionally bright eyes flickered through the nebulous haze. The area fell into an uncanny tranquility, and the figure came to a halt, revealing a tall and robust middle-aged man whose indifferent gaze swept across his surroundings before settling on Tokugawa Muto, sprawled on the ground, with a slight furrow of his brow. The middle-aged man approached slowly. Beside him, Tokugawa Yasushi watched the advancing figure with a mixture of anxiety and familiarity as the man drew nearer to Tokugawa Muto. A sudden spark of recognition flashed in Yasushi's mind, transforming his expression into one of astonishment. He finally realized who this man was. A knight 10 years ago, an indelible memory. That man, terrifyingly powerful, a threat to the entire Tokugawa clan, even surpassing the might of his father. It was that encounter that had ignited his yearning for ninjutsu and power. Now, it seemed as though the fabric of time had unraveled as this formidable man reemerged. The middle-aged man helped Tokugawa Muto to his feet, offering a slight smile as he produced a black scroll from his robe and handed it to him. "Uncle Da," Tokugawa Muto exclaimed with uncertainty. Despite the drastic changes in the man's appearance, which made him seem 20 years younger, Muto recognized him instantly. "Young master, let us depart," the old servant said calmly, turning to face the surrounding root ninjas with an air of tranquility. "I do not wish to make an enemy of Konoha, therefore." As he spoke, his hands rapidly formed seals, and with a surge of overwhelming chakra, he forcefully pressed his palms to the ground. Sealing technique. Great Thousand Worlds. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the trembling earth, akin to an earthquake, as numerous slender black shadows burst forth from the ground, twisting and extending towards the skies. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, these shadows began to emit a clattering metallic sound. Countless elongated chains unfurled, progressively encircling the airspace above. As a force of confinement brewed and hovered. "This is..." On the mound, Danzo's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, "Sealing technique. How can this be? The range of a sealing technique cannot possibly be this vast. What has transpired to him?" Danzo's expression grew grave as he regarded the figure. Though his face had aged, he still sensed the identity of the old servant through his chakra. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier appearance of the white mist. Could it be that this was also a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan? Had it restored his youth? Had he regained the peak of his former prowess? The prowess of a ninja is akin to the immutable state of an ordinary person's physical condition. The disparity in strength between adulthood and old age is profoundly vast. At this moment, the appearance and capabilities of the old servant seemed to have undergone a dramatic transformation, causing a visible twitch in Danzo's countenance, while his gaze flickered with an intense yearning. This enigmatic and formidable technique can only belong to Konoha and must be wielded by me, Shimura Danzo. You should withdraw. I do not wish to sever ties with Konoha entirely. The old servant's voice resonated once more, as slender chains from the void began to descend, accompanied by an increasingly palpable and imposing aura. Danzo remained silent, contemplating for a moment, his eyes glimmering as he gestured for retreat, signaling the root ninjas encircling the old servant and Tokugawa Muto to vanish instantaneously, reappearing atop the mound where Danzo had taken refuge. "What is that technique?" Danzo inquired with a low voice, his palms slightly clenched. "The reverse-will sealing technique, the art of manipulating time." The old servant chuckled softly, casually remarking, "To seize the lives once lost, confine them within oneself, and reclaim the pinnacle of one's existence. Time. Life. Everyone present, including Danzo, could hardly contain their astonishment, their pupils constricting in horror at the notion of reclaiming past lives, effectively overturning the very concept of time. Such power is profoundly terrifying. The cost must surely be exceptionally steep, perhaps even the decay of one's own life. Danzo revealed a hint of an unconcerned smile. Having grasped a fleeting understanding, he subtly gestured and began to withdraw from the mound. The root ninjas cast a cold glance at the three before their figures vanished, merging into the shadows. They are retreating just like that? Tokugawa Yasu stared in a daze at the still silent old servant, his emotions surging. This man remains as unattainable as ever. However, Tokugawa Muto's gaze reflected a heavy gravity. In any realm, the more potent the ability, the greater the cost it exacts. Sometimes, even the demise of one's soul. This principle holds true in the world of Hokage, akin to the forbidden sealing technique, the dead demon consuming seal, employed by the Fourth Hokage to seal the Nine Tails. The immense price of enduring the eternal descent of the soul was paid to unleash that formidable sealing technique, casting oneself into perpetual darkness. This secret technique appears to be a forbidden art. Tokugawa Muto sighed heavily, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. He instinctively extended his mental prowess to pursue the gradually retreating root ninjas. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, shifting his gaze towards a different direction. Simultaneously, the old servant, who had remained motionless, slowly directed his attention there as well. In the shadows, a flash of lightning flickered abruptly, followed by the sudden appearance of a tall figure not far from the three. Cloaked in a faint mist, he was obscured from view, yet his lion-like eyes fixed intently upon the old servant. It was indeed the enigmatic figure from the duo encountered earlier, the one who remained shrouded in mystery. The biting wind howled, and the air gradually grew thick with moisture. In the desolate expanse far removed from the previous region, Danzo came to a halt, turning his gaze towards the horizon. The sky remained dark and somber, yet amidst the distant shadows, a flash of lightning seemed to pierce through. He silently closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a rainy season it is. The Uzumaki clan. The reversed wool seal. Huh. It is truly hard to part with such memories. Beneath the earth mound, the chill intensified, and an inexplicable pressure began to seep into the air. The figure enshrouded in mist stood immobile like a colossal peak, yet the intensity of his gaze seemed to instill a sense of submission, powerful and commanding. The Uzumaki clan, indeed the one closest to the realm of gods, possessing such formidable abilities. A deep voice resonated, followed by the gradual lifting of a hand, which then clenched into a fist with a sudden force. At that moment, the air vibrated as if echoing thunder, and a web of lightning surged forth, dispersing the thin mist, revealing a figure gradually coming into focus. Lightning release ninjutsu. You are from the Cloud Village. The old servant's eyes flickered as he inquired. Cloud Ninja. AI. The mist was swept away by the cold wind, unveiling a robust and towering figure. He was a middle-aged ninja with short white hair, clad in a scant, brief garment that left much of his upper body exposed, showcasing muscles as solid as iron, emanating a chilling glow. Although he bore no insignia of a ninja village, Tokugawa Muto recognized the identity of the man at once. The Fourth Hokage. A surge of shock coursed through Tokugawa Muto's heart. The man radiating immense pressure before him was none other than the Fourth Hokage of the Cloud Village. The very man who had once subdued the rampage of the Eight Tails in the original narrative, hailed as the most powerful leader in the history of the Cloud Village, wielding overwhelming lightning powers. What could a Cloud Village ninja be doing here? Were they planning to continue their war against Konoha? The old servant spoke coolly, his vigilance heightened. Despite the apparent stillness of the man named AI, an acute sense of danger loomed, as if an attack could ensue at any moment. Konoha. AI emitted a low grunt, its meaning inscrutable. Suddenly, his right fist ignited with brilliance, a series of serpentine purple lightning arcs coalescing around his hand, before he struck violently at the ground beneath him. Boom! The lightning-imbued fist collided with the earth, sending a visible shockwave rippling across the terrain, uprooting the surrounding wilderness and revealing a deep crater, while the lightning surged downwards into the depths of the ground. A brief, anguished wail echoed softly, and then a pool of blood began to seep from the center of the crater. Whoosh! In that moment, a slender figure slowly emerged from the soil of the crater, holding aloft the corpse of a man clad in black robes, his chest pierced through, an unmistakable attire of a Konoha root ninja. What is this? Suddenly, Tokugawa Muto was taken aback. Previously, his spiritual energy had not extended underground, and he had failed to detect the two ninjas concealed beneath his feet. With a soft chuckle, a slender figure emerged, casually discarding a bloodied corpse aside, and addressed AI, saying, "My lord, there are no longer any of their people here." Acknowledging with a nod, AI slowly straightened his posture, his gaze icy as it fell upon the three individuals ahead. He spoke coldly, "I am unaware of Danzo's intentions, but I demand the Whirlpool's secret technique. I demand the Whirlpool's secret technique." He articulated this with unreserved directness, a powerful and fierce aura tightly locking onto the trio. "The secret technique of our clan is not to be sullied." After a prolonged silence, the old servant spoke softly, his palms coming together once more, instantly unleashing an invisible momentum that surged forth. As he completed his hand seals, a sudden, sharp gust of wind rushed toward him, causing the old servant to lift his head. A blinding light grew increasingly larger before him. In a swift motion, like a constricting serpent, chains descended from the air, densely surrounding the old servant. Unbeknownst to him, AI had already enveloped himself in a delicate net of lightning. He transformed into a streak of light, moving with blinding speed, and raised his right hand toward the wall of chains before the old servant, delivering a powerful slash. Lightning release, lightning destruction level. Boom. Crack. In an instant of explosive thunder, accompanied by the sound of fine fractures echoing across the wasteland, it resembled a colossal beast shaking as all the chains retracted, converging towards the position of that light. Swiftly, the deep purple lightning surged through the vast space of chains, severing dozens of incoming attacks. However, the chains cloaked beneath the heavens were too dense, forming an endless torrent of steel with relentless assaults. Clang, clang. One after another, the chain attacks struck AI, yet were repelled by a net-like shield of lightning, proving impervious to their onslaught. With grace, the old servant used the chains to distance Tokugawa Madeo and his companion, swiftly forming hand seals, and then abruptly opening his hands towards the profound night sky. World, descend. In that moment, accompanied by a deep roar, the old servant's entire being radiated light, a torrent of chakra emanating and gradually permeating the heights above. Boom. Within the void of the night, it felt as though a colossal peak had plummeted, roaring like thunder. A massive shadow loomed, a convergence of countless sealing chakra chains, gradually enveloping the region beneath in a spherical formation. What? Within the realm of chains, a binding power surged, and AI's expression shifted suddenly, his pupils constricting, revealing for the first time a hint of gravity on his face. Lightning release, lightning armor. With a calm yet resolute utterance, a lightning arc, as thick as a dragon, erupted from beneath his feet, merging into the surrounding net of lightning. Crackle. The thunderous roar erupted suddenly, and from within the ethereal figure, the lightning gradually coalesced, forming a suit of thunderous armor. Samui, he bellowed, his voice booming as he raised his head, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. "Ah, I understand now." The charming young lady, Samui, who was situated at the periphery, facepalmed in exasperation before nodding and swiftly darting into the distance. In this moment, she realized that Ace was becoming increasingly invigorated by the impending battle. Perhaps it would be his final act of madness. However, acquiring the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan need not be such a strenuous endeavor. In the midst of her charge, Samui appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes gradually brightening. With a swift motion, she altered her course, weaving through the battlefield toward two diminutive figures located behind her elderly companion. Hee, that little brat is from the Uzumaki clan. She had begun to discern the identities of Tokugawa Mudu and Tokugawa Yasu, suddenly fixating on a black scroll in Tokugawa Mudu's grasp that was given to him by that man earlier. Humph, I shall seize it. With that, she surged forward with remarkable speed. At that moment, Tokugawa Mudu had already noticed Samui's approach, his expression shifting slightly. His chakra was now nearly depleted from the brief skirmish with the root ninja, leaving him incapable of summoning any more steel needles. Moreover, the ability to manipulate metal. Samui was evidently approaching empty-handed. Furthermore, within a 100-meter radius, the presence of metallic elements had vanished entirely. The previously scattered shurikens had seemingly disappeared. What are you searching for? A gentle breeze brushed against her face as Samui circled around to Tokugawa Mudu's back, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Is this it? She brandished a few somewhat grimy shurikens before him, chuckling softly, saying, "Dream on. I am already aware of your capabilities. How could I carelessly discard such resources?" As she spoke, she leapt swiftly, evading a cold, moonlit assault. It was Tokugawa Yasu. his expression frigid as he executed a strike with his weapon. Truly unpleasant. Samui landed aside, uttering a nonchalant remark, and in an instant, her form flickered, vanishing from sight. Bang! A shadow, swift as lightning, zipped past Tokugawa Yasu, and he was subsequently hurled away by a tremendous force, landing amidst the underbrush. With a flash, a long blade was lifted into the air, only to be caught deftly in a slender hand. Samui, wielding the cold night blade, scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "You dare to ambush me with such feeble strength. If you are merely a warrior like him, you might as well be beneath him." Tokugawa Mudu observed silently, his strength waning, unable to contend with the rapid ninja. Though his mental acuity could discern her form, his body lacked the power to resist. "Oh, perhaps so." Samui nodded subtly and then remarked, "However, at this moment, you find yourselves in my grasp, rendered my captives." "Humph. Such is the reality." As she spoke, she gracefully approached the grass where Tokugawa Yasamori had landed, lifting Keiyo with one hand, the blade's tip aimed at Tokugawa Yasamori. She then cast a faint smile at Tokugawa Mud, asking, "Do you comprehend my intent?" Following her gaze, Tokugawa Mud's attention shifted to the scroll in his hand, and his expression flickered. Abruptly, he hurled the scroll forward, inquiring, "Is this what you seek?" With a sharp clap, Samui caught it, her eyes glinting with an enigmatic expression as she regarded Tokugawa Mud. "Is this not the secret technique scroll of the Uzumaki clan?" "Indeed," Tokugawa Mud replied calmly. "This scroll contains the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but if one can preserve their name, what harm is there in granting it to you?" "Very well," Samui responded, somewhat astonished, and subsequently discarded the Keiyo onto the ground. In the land of fire, within the region of Wuching, a shadow darted into the eerily silent Crimson City. Moments later, the figure surged forth once more, pausing briefly before dashing northward toward the land of hot springs. Across the desolate black expanse, a chilling wind howled. A ghostly silhouette rose and fell in the wilderness, its eyes cold and wolf-like. Suddenly, its gaze brightened, spotting a figure standing still in the wind. Staring blankly to the north, Lord Danzo. The figure abruptly halted, kneeling beside the still form. Danzo silently opened his half-closed eyes and stated indifferently, "Have you gathered sufficient intelligence? It is the heir of the Yunin village, AI. Humph. The Yunin has dared to venture into the borders of the land of fire." A faint smile of disdain crossed Danzo's lips as he took a deliberate step forward, saying, "Let us proceed. Since the Yunin has shown interest in them, we shall advance our plans." "Understood." The kneeling root ninja responded, and suddenly his form flickered, revealing a shadow clone. As the two transformed into black silhouettes darting in opposite directions. Swish. In the night, three figures traversed swiftly, their faces concealed beneath pale fox masks, revealing only their sharp, penetrating gazes fixed on the distant darkness. The audacity of the Yunin to breach the regulations and enter the territory of the land of hot springs. Have they forgotten it is a buffer zone belonging to the land of fire and the land of lightning? Or perhaps the land of lightning is already prepared for war? For the sake of our lord and the village, the Yunin must be detained. The leading root ninja commanded in a low voice. Yes. Suddenly, a swift figure emerged from the distance, moving with such rapidity that it almost melded into the darkness. The leading root ninja cast a cold glance in that direction, then abruptly froze, exclaiming, "Halt." With that, he swiftly threw a kunai, aimed directly at the approaching figure. Clang. A burst of sparks and the crisp sound of metal echoed in the dimness as the figure deftly deflected the kunai, continuing its advance without a moment's pause. Swish. Without the slightest hesitation, a powerful strike descended upon the neck of the root ninja, rendering him momentarily dazed before he collapsed limply to the ground. "Who dares?" The figure moved with astonishing swiftness, drawing forth a weapon before the other two root ninjas could react, and shouted cautiously. To their astonishment, the figure halted, revealing attire similar to theirs, a dark cloak that enveloped the head and a chilling fox mask, though perhaps the only discernible difference was that this figure appeared slightly shorter. Are you from the root of the Umbu?" He lowered his head, slowly raising it to unveil a gaze both cold and desolate, and a singular right eye that stood out ominously in the darkness. A blood-red pupil, exuding an abyssal chill of terror. It was. The two root ninjas widened their eyes in shock, their expressions betraying a hint of fear as they stammered, "Sharingan. You are." "I am. Your comrade." In an instant, the eerie red eye expanded dramatically, three inky black tomo gradually reflecting in the depths of the two ninjas' gazes, causing their expressions to quiver before slowly revealing a look of bewilderment. Moments later, the three figures resumed their journey deeper into the northern expanse. One of the ninjas appearing nearly identical to the previous one, save for his diminished stature. A gust of wind swept through, unveiling a profound silver that began to blossom in the darkness. In the depths of the north, an immense iron sphere loomed amidst the wasteland, resembling a meteor fallen to the earth. It was enshrouded by countless steel chains, emanating a formidable and solemn aura, as if it were a concentrated world. Crack! Violet lightning flickered across the surface of the iron sphere, accompanied by thunderous roars. Tokugawa Mudu sat cross-legged in the desolate expanse, his eyes tightly shut, fervently restoring his chakra and mental strength. The relentless experiences of the past half-day had left his chakra in a state of perpetual turmoil, yet as it gradually replenished, he found its quantity significantly increased. This brought him a measure of comfort, though the recovery of his mental strength was markedly slower, relying solely on the passage of time for restoration, a situation over which he had no control. He opened his eyes and glanced toward Samui, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. At that moment, Samui was seated amid the grass, his brow furrowed as he observed the immense iron chain structure, seemingly filled with urgency. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Tokugawa Mudu's shoulder, followed by the subdued voice of Tokugawa Yasushi. "Mudu, that scroll. It is of great importance to you. I apologize." His voice was tinged with disappointment, reflecting on the earlier defeat at Samui's hands, which cast a shadow over his heart. Born into a distinguished samurai clan, he had few peers of his age, celebrated as a rare talent within the Tokugawa lineage for decades. However, at this moment of the clan's impending demise, he realized how insignificant his own power was. Even the seemingly talentless Tokugawa Madeo had surpassed him. Ninjas. Is it truly the case that ninjas possess such formidable strength? He roared in defiance within, yet reality remained unchanged. Every phenomenon possesses duality. I do not perceive any detriment in losing that scroll. Before attaining the strength to govern life, it is prudent to temporarily entrust it to others. At the very least, we are safe for now. With these words, Tokugawa Madeo rose with an air of calmness and addressed Tokugawa Yasakata. "In truth, what I wish to convey to you most is to urge you to flee at once." "Flee? Why?" Tokugawa Yasakata stood up as well, his brow furrowed. "The ninjas of Konoha are unlikely to concede so easily. They will undoubtedly return. And in contrast to the hidden treasures of the Tokugawa lineage, they are far more intrigued by the artifacts of my mother's clan. Moreover, the technique that Uncle Tokugawa employed." Tokugawa Madeo cast a silent glance at the enormous ironclad sphere that continued to rumble intermittently, softly murmuring, "It is a forbidden technique. I fear he." "Impossible." Before he could finish, Tokugawa Yasakata, with urgency, interrupted him, lifting his gaze resolutely. "He cannot fail. I have faith in him." How could that man possibly fail? 10 years ago, he was capable of instantly obliterating the Tokugawa clan. Is there anyone in this world stronger than he was then? Undeniably, the old servant, at the zenith of his life, had left Tokugawa Yasakata with an indelible impression of invincibility, fostering a somewhat blind trust in him. Boom! Another violent rumble echoed, causing the iron chains to tremble slightly, and the intricate lightning flashes multiplied unbeknownst to them. Within the realm of the iron chains, the old servant stood, his complexion somewhat pale, suspended in midair with a thick iron chain coiled around his waist. His expression was grave as he observed the dense mass of lightning that occupied much of the space. In the void, the flashes of lightning crackled menacingly, seemingly distorting the very air as if it were ablaze, exuding an aura as profound and vast as an ocean of thunder. Among the foes I face, you are the second to evoke a sense of excitement for battle within me. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the depths of the sea of lightning, followed by the figure of AI, clad in thunderous armor, gradually stepping forth. His form bore no signs of damage, and his spirit was as vigorous as at the very beginning, devoid of any semblance of fatigue. Yet, he remained on high alert, sensing an immense threat emanating from the old servant, as if he were perpetually on the precipice of death. I have witnessed some of the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan. One cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering even more enigmatic phenomena. Standing amidst the sea of lightning, AI's eyes resembled those of a lion, and the thunderous armor upon him deepened in hue, reflecting light as if it were genuine armor. The old servant cast a measured glance at the somewhat cautious AI, his brow slightly furrowed. At this distance, that forbidden technique seems unattainable, and the opponent's speed has far surpassed my own. Moreover, at this moment, contemplating, the old servant could not help but slowly clench his fist, a peculiar sense of weakness surging from the depths of his abundant chakra. This jolted his heart with sudden alarm. He understood the significance of this feeling. It seemed that this battle had reached a point where further stalemate was unnecessary. It must be concluded swiftly. The old servant gradually opened his hands. His gaze not directed towards the solemn figure across from him, but rather calmly fixed on the distant horizon. The colossal world formed by chakra chains could not obscure his vision, and at this moment, he discerned indistinct shadows rising from the desolate plains in the distance. Oh, how timely the arrival of Konoha is! A silent sigh escaped his heart, and his gaze gradually brightened, twinkling like a star. Now, the old servant bellowed abruptly, his hands intertwining once more to form a spectral image. He then clenched his fingers tightly, forming the seal of the serpent. And an immense surge of chakra erupted from behind him, roaring forth like a vast ocean. Sealing technique. World constriction. A deep, chilling voice resonated as the previously formidable chain world seemed to be shattered in an instant by a colossal fist, countless chains resembling serpents dispersing and crisscrossing, instantly filling the void. This scene appeared exceedingly bizarre and terrifying. The myriad of iron chains loomed like a dark cloud, the oppressive weight creating a suffocating atmosphere. Below, in the heart of the chaos, the figure of AI suddenly narrowed his eyes. Although the chakra-congealed chains boasted formidable offensive and sealing capabilities, they struggled to breach the defenses of his lightning armor, and he was confident in his own speed. In an instant, numerous chains descended from the high skies like a curtain of darkness, crashing down upon the spot where AI stood, obscuring the dazzling lightning in a violent tremor. Boom! At that moment, within the curtain of chains, a deafening explosion erupted as countless chains were severed by a colossal flash of lightning. AI stood amidst the cleared space, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Is this the sealing chakra that the famed Uzumaki clan takes pride in? It is truly feeble. Amidst the relentless onslaught, he roared with arrogance, his body nearly transforming into lightning, swift and terrifying, his offensive power extraordinarily formidable. In the ranks of the Cloud Ninja, there exists such a powerful shinobi. Could he be the shadow of this generation? The old servant furrowed his brow, astonished by AI's strength. His gaze sharpened as he once again consolidated his hand signs, causing the chains in the sky to tremble slightly before plunging straight downwards, the rapid impact producing a dull, thunderous roar in the air. Whoosh! A continuous cascade of iron chains descended, resembling an endless tide crashing down, their might utterly terrifying. The bolt of lightning flickered like a solitary boat amidst the wave, dimly glowing before gradually vanishing. After executing these maneuvers, he exhaled gently, feeling his strength wane once more with the immense consumption of chakra. A strong sense of dizziness washing over him. Hesitation was not an option. The old servant suddenly paused and turned to dash toward Tokugawa Madeo. Young master, the ninjas from Konoha are approaching. We must. Before he could finish his sentence, his complexion turned pale, his body swayed involuntarily, and he began to cough violently. A sense of exhaustion gradually enveloping his features. Cough, cough. Damn it. So soon. And at this time, the old servant, struggling against his weakening legs, solemnly urged Tokugawa Madeo and Tokugawa Kei, we must leave this place at once. Quickly, the ninjas from Konoha are drawing near. As he spoke, a wisp of milky mist suddenly rose from his body, reminiscent of earlier, yet different in that, at the moment the mist departed, his hair began to regain its white hue, glaringly bright, while his face visibly aged amidst the intensifying smoke. In an instant, the old servant reverted to his aged appearance, and this manifestation of decay did not cease. Rather, it continued to escalate. It was as if time itself had been magnified countless times upon him. The mist, once liberated from the old servant, slowly dissipated into the void. This scene caused Tokugawa Madeo's gaze to narrow sharply. Could it be that this was the price of that forbidden ninjutsu? A bitter thought crossed his mind as he keenly sensed a hint of decay emanating from the old servant's heart. It was the sin of time. Time, the most enigmatic and mysterious element in this world, capable of granting immortality or destruction. Such power was not something an ordinary being could wield at will. After the old servant executed that forbidden technique, he had anticipated this outcome, yet he had not expected the price to be so abrupt and fierce. We cannot fall. Young master, we have not yet escaped, the old servant murmured, struggling to muster his strength. However, the sense of weakness within him intensified, rendering his words increasingly faint. Behind Tokugawa Madeo, Tokugawa Kei gazed at the old servant with a dazed expression, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. The strongest ninja in his mind had, for the first time, displayed such vulnerability, as if standing at the brink of life itself. "Young master, leave?" The old servant gasped violently, his weary gaze like a tide threatening to drown him in darkness. Tokugawa Madeo remained silent, gritting his teeth as he hoisted the old servant onto his back, casting a glance at Tokugawa Kei before plunging into the darkness without a second thought. Suddenly, a sound distinct from the cold wind surged from behind, startling Tokugawa Madeo. His expression hardened, his senses sharpened. In the dimness, a flash of golden light erupted as he collided with the assailant, sparks flying in the air. "What? You have obtained the secret technique scroll of the Uzumaki clan. And yet you intend to impede my escape?" Tokugawa Madeo's gaze turned icy as he swept it over the figure. "Alas, there is no other choice. My master is momentarily detained by that old man of yours. I cannot simply stand by and watch you flee. This cannot be easily explained." Samui emitted a languid laugh, her countenance devoid of any concern despite being trapped in the haze. Instead, it radiated a certain joyous exuberance. With a playful tone, she directed her words towards the shrouded darkness of the iron chains. "My lord, if you continue to indulge in this game, I cannot guarantee their safety. They might very well fall into the hands of the leaf." As her words echoed, the somber black curtain, reminiscent of a solitary peak, trembled momentarily. In the next instant, a breathtaking flash of lightning erupted forth. Boom, boom, boom. Massive bolts of lightning erupted from the ground, accompanied by thunderous roars, cleaving through the darkness as one brilliant ray burst forth. This light shimmered in a profound shade of purple, akin to a rumble amidst a storm, its shrill cry resonating as it descended beside Samui. It was Upon witnessing the figure, intact and exuding a terrifying aura, Tokugawa Madeo's expression momentarily froze. Just how powerful is this man? His strength seemed unfathomable, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. What? Planning to escape? The fiery gaze amidst the lightning fixated intently on the three. Swish, swish, swish. In the wilderness, silhouettes gradually approached, subtly encircling the battlefield still shimmering with flickering lightning. Danzo stood silently at a distance, his eyes closed in contemplation, as a cold breeze swept by, chilling the air further. "My lord, we are nearing the battlefield." A figure swiftly materialized, kneeling on one knee and speaking respectfully. "Indeed." Danzo quietly opened his eyes and instructed in a soft voice, "Proceed as planned. If we cannot succeed, then we must destroy it." "Understood." The figure responded in a subdued tone before rising and vanishing into the darkness. "They're approaching. The ninjas of the leaf." Samui abruptly interjected, instantly alleviating the tense atmosphere, as he slowly turned his gaze towards the chaotic shadows. Soft footfalls barely audible in the wind hinted at numerous approaching figures. And with acute perception, sensed their overwhelming numbers, prompting a slight frown. "My lord, we should retreat immediately." Samui gently advised, "Regardless, we have concluded our war with the leaf, and although they may deduce that it is the ninjas of the Land of Lightning behind this secret infiltration, we have not engaged directly. If we withdraw, they will likely treat this incident as if it never occurred." A slowly closed his eyes, responding softly. After a moment, he reopened them, the earlier intensity of emotion having gradually faded into a calm indifference. His gaze fixed firmly on Tokugawa Madeo and his companions, he declared. "You will accompany me to the Land of Lightning." His voice was harsh and domineering, laced with a chilling coldness, treating the three as captives. Samui was taken aback, hastily exclaiming, "My lord, if we leave, the people of the leaf are unlikely to mount a full-scale assault. But if we take them with us, that individual will not easily allow us to cross the borders." Moreover, as she spoke, she covertly gestured towards AI, glancing at the sullen-faced Tokugawa Madeo. Subsequently, her body slowly sank into the ground. AI furrowed his brows, then snorted coldly, transforming into a streak of lightning as he turned and sped northwest, seemingly disregarding the matter of escorting the three to the Land of Thunder. It remained uncertain what Samui had conveyed to AI that led him to abandon the trio. Only Tokugawa Madeo furrowed his brows slightly. The sole reason that could compel AI to forsake them was the scroll containing the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, acquired through Samui's threat. However, even though that scroll indeed contained the authentic secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, how easily could it be opened? Contemplating this, Tokugawa Madeo let out a cold smile, carrying the seemingly oblivious old servant and the suddenly complex-eyed Tokugawa Ko, fleeing into the distance. The chilling wind behind them was subtly sharp, Yet there was no hint of urgency on Tokugawa Madeo's face as he maintained his composure. It appeared as though he was entirely oblivious to any looming peril. The cold wind continued to howl fiercely, but now a faint chill had gradually permeated the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Time, at this moment, seemed to slow dramatically. Although the two had slightly recovered their strength after a brief respite, their pace remained sluggish. At this rate, Madeo, we must separate to escape. Otherwise, neither of us will make it out. In the silence, Tokugawa Ko suddenly spoke. Tokugawa Madeo slowly turned around, casting a glance at him, and replied nonchalantly, "Very well, where do you intend to go?" Initially, the trio's objective was to reach the ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan situated offshore, but now, the old servant had succumbed to the aftereffects of forbidden ninjutsu, with signs of his life force waning. Without a guide, the path ahead was evidently impassable. Moreover, lingering too long in this desolate and dim grassland could lead to losing all sense of direction. Not to mention, the ninja from Konoha posed an enormous threat from behind. I don't know. Tokugawa Ko turned his gaze away, then said, "But if we separate, we may have a glimmer of a chance to escape. Whether it be you or me, one of us must survive. Today's events will haunt me for a lifetime." With that, Tokugawa Ko seemed to have made up his mind, securing the unconscious Ray tightly on his back. He then glanced back at Tokugawa Madeo and declared, to carry on living. Burdened by the hatred of the Tokugawa clan, this is my pledge to the elder. Furthermore, this is also your destiny. Tokugawa Madeo remained silent, casting a wordless glance at him, and slowly turned, carrying the old servant in another direction. As Tokugawa Ko watched Tokugawa Madeo gradually recede into the distance, a flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed his eyes. Yet ultimately, he stomped his foot resolutely and turned northward. "Madeo, I hope you can understand. I must survive. I bear the family's entrusted mission. I cannot allow the Golden Clan to vanish completely. I am determined to seek power. For my father, for my family. To cleanse this bloody hatred," he murmured to himself, his expression gradually growing resolute. At this moment, parting ways with Tokugawa Madeo undoubtedly seemed an exceedingly selfish act. The gaze of the Konoha ninjas was entirely captivated by them, seemingly oblivious to the Tokugawa clan. The path he had chosen alone appeared significantly safer in comparison. Resolutely determined, Tokugawa Yasushi's gaze slowly returned to tranquility as he deeply contemplated the darkness ahead, where, according to legend, lay another great nation, the Land of Lightning, that could rival the Land of Fire. What ignited his fervor even more was the ninja sanctum of that formidable nation, the Cloud Ninja Village. This very night, he had witnessed the immense power of the Cloud Ninjas, a force even his once perceived formidable Uncle Da could scarcely contend with. If only I could possess such power. What would Konoha amount to? Tokugawa Yasushi inhaled deeply, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes as he abruptly accelerated, gradually vanishing into the shadows. He chuckled softly. Survive. As he traversed the overgrown grass, Tokugawa Madeo suddenly let out a cold laugh. He could surmise Tokugawa Yasushi's thoughts, yet chose not to reveal them. After all, Yasushi had indeed spoken a truth. Their separation, albeit slightly, afforded them both an opportunity, though it appeared that his chances were considerably bleaker. Who could truly ascertain that he would certainly meet his demise in Konoha's grasp? Based on that individual's nature, my own power might also capture his attention. Reflecting on this, after cresting a low, barren hill, Tokugawa Madeo gently laid his elderly servant amidst the grass. At that moment, the servant's form had grown increasingly frail. The creases on his face as deeply etched as if carved by a blade, his pallor terrifyingly devoid of color, seemingly drained of all vitality. Yet, he had slightly opened his eyes, filled with ineffable emotions, reluctance, worry, and a tinge of regret. With a sudden pang in his heart, Tokugawa Madeo gazed at the old man, and a tremor coursed through him. He inhaled the cold air laced with winter's chill, a shadow passing through his eyes. Before he slowly knelt down, Uncle Da, the words escaped his lips, but he found himself unable to continue, as a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. He gradually lifted his head, gazing at the abyss-like night sky, his heart swelling with tumultuous feelings. I am not the young master he envisions. Yet he is on the verge of sacrificing his life to save me, and I am powerless to change this. With a sigh, Tokugawa Madeo lowered his head. Speaking somberly, Uncle Da, if you have any wishes at this moment. Before he could finish his sentence, a nearly withered hand slowly reached out before him, causing Tokugawa Madeo's body to jolt in surprise as he looked up in confusion. He beheld the aged man, nearly extinguished, straining to retrieve an ancient black scroll from his bosom with his other hand. His eyes widened in astonishment. This scroll was identical to the one his servant had entrusted him with before, the antiquated hue scarcely differing. This is a treasured legacy of my clan. Should we encounter peril, it is to be given to Konoha, to exchange for the conditions of survival. The old servant's faint whispers seemed even more delicate in the wind. Yet Tokugawa Muto appeared as if overwhelmed by a thunderous roar, his gaze fixated on the figure before him, suddenly filled with a gentle sensation. It was akin to a warm current, reminiscent of the morning sun, gradually melting the icy darkness within his heart. The old servant seemed to have exhausted the last vestiges of his strength. His hand could no longer support the scroll and slowly fell. With a thud, the scroll tumbled from his grasp, sliding gently into the fingers of Tokugawa Muto. A crystalline dampness blurred his vision, and as he raised his head in confusion, he saw the elderly man, who had always regarded him with kind and compassionate eyes, slowly closing them. Instantly, an indescribable pain surged up, gradually enveloping his entire being. Tokugawa Muto's expression quivered slightly as he slowly closed his eyes, allowing a bitter, salty taste to wash over his lips. The secret technique he had steadfastly guarded was given away without hesitation to Yunin, yet even at the end of his life. What he could not let go of was still me. Konoha. Yunin. Humph. Ha ha ha. Tokugawa Muto's body gradually sank into the wild grass, a low chuckle escaping his lips, but his gaze grew increasingly crimson and cold. In the 3 months since arriving in this world, he had first experienced a desire to annihilate everything. This desire was fierce and terrifying. Moments later, Tokugawa Muto's partially closed eyes suddenly opened, calm and undisturbed like a still lake. He had deeply buried his emotions, regaining his composure. Holding the scroll beside him, he slowly unfurled it, and a familiar white light gradually blossomed at its center. Suddenly, without warning, a fragmented black mask appeared in the air. So it was this. Tokugawa Muto's pupils constricted sharply. This mask was something the old servant had previously entrusted to him, but had been left in the room due to the selection process. Unexpectedly brought out by the old servant. Without hesitation, Tokugawa Muto removed the mask and carefully stored it against his body, then re-rolled the scroll, holding it in his hand. For at that moment, shadows began to rapidly approach within his mental sensing range. Finally, they have arrived. He mused indifferently, then slowly rose to his feet and looked over. The fierce wind intensified at that moment, stirring up the chaotic grass in the wasteland, and cold, indifferent figures broke through the darkness, appearing before Tokugawa Muto. The first to emerge were 6 figures. Upon seeing that only Tokugawa Muto stood alone, the Umbu ninjas hesitated briefly before dividing into 2 groups. 3 figures darting past Tokugawa Muto, rushing further north. Tokugawa Muto remained calm and motionless, his gaze directed towards the back of the root ninjas. There, more figures were approaching, and Tokugawa Muto directly locked onto a middle-aged ninja who had no cover. Danzo. Sensing his gaze, Danzo's somewhat rigid visage revealed a hint of a chilling smile. The wild wind seemed to momentarily cease, leaving only a series of cold, desolate stares fixated upon their target. Danzo cast a glance at Tokugawa Muto's elderly servant, his gaze narrowing, before speaking in a deep, somber tone. The price of that jutsu is, astonishingly, life itself. What a lamentable fate. With that, he closed his eyes and declared, I trust you are prepared. Then, embrace death. Suddenly, Danzo's eyes burst open, locking onto Tokugawa Muto with a piercing intensity. What? Tokugawa Muto's brows furrowed in disbelief as he looked back. In the dim, chilling atmosphere, Danzo's face was adorned with an icy demeanor, and he regarded Tokugawa Muto with scornful eyes, coldly stating, What? Were you not prepared? Humph. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tokugawa Muto quickly forced himself to regain his composure, asserting, Not only was I unprepared, but I still intend to live well. Is that so? Danzo nodded slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Tokugawa Muto's eyes, saying, Your life may very well rest upon my will. Do you understand? Haha. At this moment, noticing Danzo's reluctance to initiate an attack, Tokugawa Muto felt a sense of calm wash over him. He gradually raised the black scroll in his hand and remarked, This is the secret technique scroll of my Uzumaki clan. I wonder if you might be interested. At the sight of the scroll, Danzo's eyes abruptly narrowed, followed by a flicker of surprise as he remarked, You possess this? It seems my deductions were not erroneous. You are indeed no ordinary Uzumaki. My mother Tokugawa Muto continued, slowly turning his gaze toward the elderly servant, stating, is of the direct line of the Uzumaki clan. She fled and sought refuge within the Tokugawa clan. Direct line? Danzo's eyes suddenly brightened as he regarded Tokugawa Muto with renewed interest. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile emerged on his lips as he inquired, "So, your plan is to barter this scroll for your life?" "No." Tokugawa Muto slowly shook his head, speaking resolutely, "Not only that, but I also aim to enter Konoha and become a ninja." Enter Konoha? Haha, that is impossible." Danzo cast a casual glance at him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stated, "I will not permit you entry into Konoha, nor will I allow you the opportunity to become a ninja. After all, your clan perished at my hands." And that person's death, he turned to glance at the figure of the elderly servant, a cold glint in his eyes, adding, "is inextricably linked to me. Though you do not presently exhibit animosity towards Konoha, latent threats are always a cause for concern. Clan. Tokugawa Muto's eyes gradually revealed a fierce intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Danzo, asserting, "The annihilation of that clan bears no significance to me. That fool, Tokugawa Shuren, is aware of my past. As for that so-called father and that so-called family, I have never admitted it," he declared, slowly drawing a glass blade from behind his back. With a swift motion, he made a cut across his arm, and instantly a crimson hue erupted. Tokugawa Mideo's gaze was cold and piercing as he regarded the faint scarlet on the blade. His expression indifferent as he stated, "I swear by my mother's name to abandon the Tokugawa surname and restore the honor of the Uzumaki clan. From this day forth, I shall be known as Uzumaki Mideo." Toanzo's eyes narrowed as they fell upon the bloodstain on the glass blade, and he slowly retorted, "Do you truly believe that such a simple act will persuade me to allow you into Konoha?" Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he sneered, "The secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan shall not be relinquished by Konoha. However, your life must come to an end. With your potential, you could pose a threat to Konoha, and I have never been one to tolerate even the slightest threat." He gradually raised his hand, pointing towards Uzumaki Mideo. In an instant, like a tempest unleashed, a figure darted forth from the root ninjas, and as the palm turned, a dazzling crescent of cold light shot forth from the figure's fingertips, aimed directly at Uzumaki Mideo. Although he understood that Toanzo was not one to easily compromise, the unhesitating attack still sent a chill through Uzumaki Mideo's heart. A person who can maintain their composure and withstand temptation at any moment is truly formidable, especially when that person is an enemy. As the radiant light surged towards him, Uzumaki Mideo took a deep breath, a wave of formidable mental energy enveloping him. In the realm of his perception, time seemed to slow, and the cold light gradually became clearer, revealing a shuriken firmly grasped in a hand. However, before he could manipulate his mental energy, a flurry of rapid sounds echoed through the air, and in an instant, a lightning bolt surged over a distance and struck the shuriken. With a low cry of pain, the root ninja was violently thrown aside, his body convulsing as he slid into the underbrush. Uzumaki Mideo was taken aback, his focus sharpening as he beheld a figure clad in a low-hanging black cloak. The visage concealed by a fox mask, yet revealing a pair of eyes that shimmered with a chilling duality of black and red. The red pupils, gleaming with an eerie luminescence, housed 3 ebony tomo that rotated slowly, exuding an aura of icy bloodlust. Sharingan. Uzumaki Mideo's gaze faltered as he recognized the distinctive pupils, immediately identifying the figure before him. Lightning release. Chidori. Kakashi. Toanzo's deep voice resonated, his eyes fixated on the figure with a glint of coldness. The figure appeared similar in attire to the root ninja, yet the cacophony of thousands of chaotic birdsong emanating from his palm betrayed his unique identity. A Jonin of Konoha, leader of the Umbu, the prodigious talent who single-handedly developed the powerful lightning technique, Chidori. At this moment, the individual who instilled a greater sense of caution in Danzo was the man represented by Kakashi, a luminary whose brilliance illuminated the entire ninja world, the current Hokage of Konohagakure, Minato Namikaze. Lord Danzo. Kakashi's grip on the chirping bird gradually lessened, his gaze cold as he surveyed the root ninjas surrounding him. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Is the annihilation of the Tokugawa clan an order from the Hokage? If so, what of it? If not, what then?" Danzo's response was abrupt, a flicker of mockery flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "The Tokugawa clan has been reduced to dust. This endeavor is nearing its conclusion. The Hokage would not issue such an order." Kakashi, unwavering, met Danzo's gaze and declared, "It is the decision of the Elder Council. Everything is for the greater prosperity of Konoha." Danzo closed his eyes, a heavy silence enveloping him as he issued a command, "Do not concern yourselves with him." Eliminate that brat of the Uzumaki clan. Understood. As Danzo's words echoed, the root ninjas began to encircle them, their eyes devoid of warmth, regarding the two as if they were mere corpses. A chilling aura of hostility gradually permeated the air. Huh, Tokugawa, you seem to be inescapably doomed today, Kakashi remarked, casting a casual glance at the boy standing beside him, his tone betraying no hint of anxiety. But I have previously stated that I am no longer Tokugawa. My name is Uzumaki, the surname of my mother, Uzumaki. So you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder. Kakashi nodded. And in an instant, his hands moved swiftly to form seals. Ram, horse, monkey, rat. Lightning release, Chidori, buzzing with a cacophony of bird calls. A fist-sized sphere of lightning materialized in the palm of Kakashi's right hand, radiating a blinding light that showcased its formidable power. At that moment, the thunderous sound tore through the darkness, momentarily halting the movements of the root ninjas, whose faces instinctively displayed a flicker of apprehension at the sight of the renowned jutsu and the attacking stance of the prodigious ninja whose reputation had spread amongst the youth of Konoha. Danzo's gaze narrowed, sharply fixated on the lightning ball in Kakashi's hand as he gravely admonished, Kakashi Itaki, do you intend to obstruct me? Do you wish to hinder Konoha's growth? Or are you prepared to forsake the honor of being a Konoha ninja and betray the village? As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly somber, a cold glint of murderous intent surfacing in his otherwise placid eyes, locking onto Kakashi with unwavering intensity. In response to Danzo's inquiry, the surrounding root ninjas sharpened their gaze, preparing for an assault, their hearts brimming with indignation. They had just been intimidated by a mere 15-year-old boy. Even if this youth were exceptionally gifted, having shone brightly at the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, or was the disciple of the current Hokage. Achieving the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12, it did not obscure the undeniable truth. He remained, in their eyes, a complete junior. As elite members of the dark roots of Konoha, they unexpectedly exhibited hesitation, an anomaly that stirred an insatiable murderous intent within their typically cold hearts. It seemed that conflict was on the verge of erupting in the next moment. Amidst the frigid winds, Kakashi merely chuckled lightly. Seemingly indifferent to the approaching members of the roots, he addressed Danzo with unwavering conviction, stating, Lord Danzo, the growth of Konoha cannot be achieved through the slaughter of allies, a principle that has been reiterated by every Hokage throughout history. Moreover, the council's resolutions do not supersede the orders of the Hokage. Konoha remains a village led by the Hokage. Danzo, with a mocking tone, retorted, Oh, and what does your presence here signify? Upon hearing Kakashi's calm demeanor, Danzo's gaze sharpened. Akin to the tip of a needle, his voice laced with barely contained fury as he coldly inquired, Do you believe that the rescue mission was merely fabricated by the elders? Or have you forsaken your former companion, Rin Noera? If so, I might just regard you with new eyes. Rin, Kakashi murmured, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. He then regarded Danzo quietly and declared, I will never easily abandon the village's missions, be it a rescue operation or this selection task. As he spoke, his expression grew grave, his voice becoming a somber whisper. However, I did not anticipate that the Tokugawa clan would be annihilated during my absence on this mission. A mere border clan could draw your personal attention, Lord Danzo. This is neither a mere honor nor misfortune, but a pity that the contributions of the Tokugawa clan to Konoha have been forgotten by the council. Danzo's stern visage twitched as he fell silent for a moment before suddenly erupting into cold laughter. Such audacity. A mere brat who has participated in a single shinobi world conflict dares to speak to me in such a manner. Do you think you are the legendary Konoha White Fang? Or do you believe that with your affiliation to the Anbu, I cannot touch you? As he spoke, his eyes widened in fury, and an overwhelming murderous aura enveloped everything around him, as if the very essence of chakra twisted the cold night air. The violent winds surged forth, causing Uzumaki Naruto to involuntarily shut his eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of shock. At that moment, the power Danzo displayed seemed to surpass all previous encounters. Perhaps he had been concealing his true strength all along. Naruto cast a cold glance at Danzo, contemplating silently while heightening his vigilance. Although Kakashi had already expressed his stance, the disparity in their standing within Konoha and their current strength made it impossible for him to rival Danzo. Confronted with Danzo's overwhelming presence, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. It was only when he heard the name Konoha White Fang escape Danzo's lips that his gaze momentarily darkened. The lightning ball in his hand faltered. its hum gradually diminishing until it eventually dissipated. He slowly retracted his hand, murmuring softly, unable to emulate the figure of my father. Nor can I embody the essence of Master Mizuno, yet as a leaf ninja entrusted with this critical mission, I shall not permit failure to come easily. Nor shall I allow the lives of the Tokugawa clan to be extinguished. Kakashi's calm voice resonated in the dimness, causing a sudden tremor within Uzumaki Mideo's heart, followed by a slight exhale of relief. Although the current situation remained perilous, Kakashi appeared devoid of any visible anxiety. Could it be that he still held a semblance of control? Uzumaki Mideo gradually ceased his search for the hilt behind him, his mind racing. Humph, relying solely on yourself. Do you still dare to dream of rescuing that young fool? Utterly deluded. A faint smirk flickered across Danzo's cold visage, and then, seemingly having exhausted his final reserves of patience, he waved his hand. This served as a signal to attack, igniting the murderous intent of the root ninjas, who surged forward like a tempest, charging toward their adversaries. With a swift motion, Kakashi's left eye glimmered with a composed demeanor, and just before the shadows descended upon them, he swiftly grasped Uzumaki Mideo, leaping backward while retrieving several shuriken from his leg pouch, launching them into the fray. The sharp clang of metal echoed as the two retreated. And at that moment, Uzumaki Mideo's thoughts surged, prompting him to shut his eyes. Metal manipulation. Within the realm of the mind. The surrounding darkness transformed into a faint pallor, and the advancing root ninjas seemed to freeze in the interstices of time, their movements slowed. Uzumaki Mideo's mental prowess enveloped the area instantaneously. In midair, a shuriken collided with an incoming kunai, and the root ninja, with a glint of disdain in his eyes, suddenly froze, revealing a flicker of astonishment. That kunai, on the brink of vanishing from his peripheral vision, appeared to be guided by an invisible hand, momentarily pausing in the air before rebounding. What? The root ninja had no time to ponder further. He swiftly stomped his foot and flickered his body aside, narrowly evading the sharp afterimage. This phenomenon transpired similarly among other nearby root ninjas, be it with kunai or shuriken. It seems your bloodline abilities are truly formidable. Kakashi marveled at the momentary disarray among the root ninjas, yet he sighed, acknowledging, such an attack is currently inadequate against ninjas, especially when all root ninjas are distinguished jonin. As his words fell, indeed, even though they had been momentarily disrupted by unexpected strikes, the root ninjas instinctively raised their hands to block the next wave of attacks, rendering the manipulated kunai ineffective. Uzumaki Mideo inhaled deeply, reopening his eyes and relinquishing this futile expenditure of mental energy. Meanwhile, a flicker of realization crossed his gaze. Though his metal manipulation attack had faltered, it had illuminated a critical insight. Despite his innate talent for manipulating metal, allowing him to control any metallic object at will, however, constrained by the inadequacy of his mental fortitude, the manipulated metal lacked the essence of his own creation, resulting in a cumbersome operation and a significant reduction in both speed and power, nearly having the effectiveness of his attacks. Conversely, if he were to channel his mental energy into metal of his own forging, the velocity and strength of his assaults might witness a remarkable amplification. For instance, the metal needles fashioned from his chakra exhibited a velocity and explosive force that far surpassed his previous endeavors. Yet, to the elite root ninja before him, such attacks remained feeble and insipid. With the absence of Uzumaki's disruptive onslaught, the root ninjas surged forward with fervor, their gleaming weapons emanating a menacing aura as they cleaved through the darkness. Earth style. Earth Road, return. With a sudden force, Kakashi pressed his hand against the ground, and a massive, deep blue rock, towering 2 meters high, abruptly materialized, serving as a formidable barrier against the incoming assault. Simultaneously, he lifted his gaze, his left eye piercing through the obstruction to lock onto Danzo, exclaiming, "Danzo, is it truly impossible to spare Uzumaki? His abilities pose a threat to Konoha." Upon seeing the cold, crimson gaze, Danzo narrowed his eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. Unfamiliar powers always breed unease. Where control fails, annihilation remains the only recourse. However, in the absence of certainty regarding his intentions, the most prudent course is to extinguish the threat at its inception. This boy possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and an extraordinary Kekkei Genkai. His potential warrants vigilance. That is sufficient. Danzo's words were measured, his demeanor unwavering, exuding an air of indifference as he met Kakashi's gaze. In that moment, time seemed to freeze as the two figures transcended the swarm of root ninjas. their eyes clashing in a brief yet intense exchange. Regrettably for Kakashi, he discerned no flicker of emotion in Danzo's expression. It remained cold and resolute. It appeared that reconciliation was indeed unattainable. "Forgive me, sensei." He inhaled deeply, whispering softly, a flicker of determination igniting within his eyes. Before the root ninjas could mount another assault, his right hand swiftly delved into the pouch at his thigh, grasping a peculiar shuriken firmly. As a flicker of lightning erupted within his palm, crackling sounds pierced the suffocating silence once more. As the shuriken enveloped in the vibrant aura of lightning manifested abruptly before all present. Upon witnessing the shuriken clad in lightning, Uzumaki's eyes widened in astonishment, only to gradually settle into a composed expression as if a realization dawned upon him. At this moment, several root ninjas surged before the two individuals, their expressions cold and detached, as a chilling light seemed to envelop the void. However, in the blink of an eye, upon catching sight of the shuriken in Kakashi's hand, they appeared as if ensnared by the very fabric of time, their movements abruptly halted. This is, one of the root ninjas exclaimed, his eyes wide with trepidation, his voice trembling as the cold blade in his grasp slowly descended. "It is the fourth Hokage's." Another root ninja remarked solemnly, the gravity of his tone failing to conceal a hint of anxiety. "The space-time ninja tool." In an instant, all the root ninjas felt their hearts clench violently, overwhelmed by shock. Meanwhile, in the rear, Danzo had also discerned the unique shuriken in Kakashi's possession, which was a standard shuriken enhanced by two smaller, pointed blades on either side. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, the sight of it caused Danzo's eyes to widen in alarm. "The fourth, the blade of flying thunder god," he murmured gravely, his gaze flickering with a mix of desire and apprehension, coupled with a fleeting expression of doubt. Could it be the fourth has foreseen this operation? But how could that be possible? This mission employed numerous strategies, and aside from the executing members, no other root ninjas were privy to this information. Could it be? Danzo's mind raced with indignation as he pondered, a realization dawning upon him that darkened his expression further. He then slowly turned his gaze towards the shadows deep within the abyss, forcibly suppressing the fury that surged within him. Has the root been infiltrated? The fourth truly cannot be underestimated. In that moment, Danzo's thoughts spiraled, his countenance obscured by the fog of dimness. Should we proceed? No. While the ninjas who joined the root possess unwavering loyalty to him, they remain ninjas of Konoha, holding immense respect for the current Hokage. If the position of Hokage were vacant, perhaps they would act as the sharpest fangs, ready to confront any adversary with fierce resolve. Yet now, that esteemed position is occupied by someone recognized by the village as the one destined to approach the first Hokage. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was once revered as a living sage during an era of turmoil, single-handedly balancing the world and establishing peace. Meanwhile, the current fourth Hokage is celebrated as the one destined to become the strongest, closest to the first. His strength and talent are evident. In reflecting upon this, Danzo suddenly recalled the previous Hokage, that ever-present figure overshadowing him, his former comrade, Hiruzen. You relinquished your exceptional disciple to inherit the title of Hokage, choosing that impetuous lad instead, perhaps foreseeing that he would ultimately surpass everyone. Danzo whispered, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. At this moment, amidst the desolate expanse, aside from the flickering lightning, there was an unsettling stillness. Almost all the root ninjas came to an involuntary halt, their expressions a mixture of confusion and helplessness. After all, the shuriken in hand symbolized the contemporary Hokage of Konoha. Kakashi silently gripped the shuriken, his deep gaze revealing a trace of calm. At this moment, no one understood the significance of this unique shuriken better than he did. It was not only the weapon most adeptly wielded by his teacher, the Hokage of Konoha, but it also contained a unique spatial mark associated with the forbidden space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. As long as one was within the mental sensing range of its user, they could traverse space with ease, relying on this spatial mark. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Fourth Hokage had relied on the Flying Thunder God to instantaneously slay over 50 Jonin, thus earning the illustrious title of the Yellow Flash. That battle had solidified the Fourth Hokage's renown, instilling fear in all enemy ninjas and bringing an early end to the Third Great Ninja War. In the eyes of Konoha ninjas, the Fourth was an unparalleled hero, and this shuriken, representing death and glory, was the hero's blade. Everyone in this region was acutely aware of this fact. Danzo was equally cognizant. After a prolonged silence, he finally glanced gravely at Kakashi. His eyes fixated on the shuriken as he remarked, "Even with the fourth's abilities, I believe he cannot arrive here instantaneously. Can he, Kakashi?" His gaze suddenly intensified, scrutinizing Kakashi without a hint of relaxation. Kakashi chuckled softly, slowly withdrawing his chakra and carefully placing the shuriken back into his ninja tool pouch. "I have never truly contemplated this," he replied. He understood Danzo's implication, since no further orders for attack were issued. It was evident that Danzo still harbored concerns about the fourth and did not dare to confront him openly. With this thought, Kakashi couldn't help but exhale gently. Engaging in combat with the root ninjas was not his desire, as they were also part of Konoha and not true enemies in the conventional sense. Danzo nodded silently, then dispersed the surrounding root ninjas, stating, "I can temporarily spare that boy, but he must be taken to Konoha and handed over to Root." As he spoke the latter part, his tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "I will promptly return to the village to discuss this matter with the elders and the fourth." After finishing, Danzo cast a deep glance at Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto, then turned slowly, leaving no opportunity for rebuttal as he walked into the encroaching darkness. Most of the root ninjas gradually withdrew, leaving only 4 to guard. Clearly wary of Kakashi attempting to release Uzumaki Naruto, surrounded by 4 root ninjas emanating a chilling presence. Kakashi appeared somewhat resigned as he scratched his head and said to Uzumaki Naruto, "It seems this is the only way. I am quite satisfied with this outcome. I have always yearned for life in Konoha." The whirlpool of destiny feigned indifference with a faint smile, yet beneath the lowered gaze lay an undeniable flicker of indignation. Although his foremost ambition was to immerse himself in the knowledge of ninjutsu within the Konoha system and emerge as a ninja, it was evident that Danzo would not easily allow him to fulfill this aspiration. Should Danzo's negotiations with the Fourth Hokage prove successful upon entering Konoha, he would likely be handed over to Root, possibly rendering any escape from this fate impossible, forever tainted by the Fourth's influence. "Must you seek to exert complete control over me, Danzo?" Uzumaki Muto took a deep breath, lost in indifferent contemplation, a surge of intense resentment bubbling within him. "Very well. Come forth. Let me witness your prowess." In this moment, his yearning for power intensified fervently. Unbeknownst to him, the chilling winds had gradually subsided. In the depths of the profound night, the clouds that had shrouded the sky began to drift away, and the anticipated rain ultimately did not descend. At this moment, in the borderlands of the Land of Water and the Land of Hot Springs to the north, a crackling sound resonated. The seething lightning enveloped a towering figure, the searing and tempestuous energy seemingly distorting the very air around him. His gaze brimmed with an uncontainable ferocity, cold and authoritative, fixated upon 3 distant silhouettes. "Konoha dares to pursue me here. How foolish." He scoffed icily, and in the next instant, he moved. His form transformed into a blur, hurtling towards the 3 cloaked figures with a terrifying velocity akin to a comet, a tempest of power erupting forth. The ferocious aura nearly ignited a storm, arriving in an instant. What? The 3 ninjas belonging to Konoha's Root could not help but change countenance, fear etched upon their faces. Yet, there was no time for reaction, as a flash of lightning streaked before them. A cacophony of cracking bones resounded within their bodies. The intense spasms and excruciating pain elicited brief cries of anguish before they succumbed to eternal darkness. "Humph! Ignorant fools!" The figure slowly emerged behind the 3 ninjas, exuding an icy and domineering presence. He turned his gaze aside, addressing the nearby figure with a somber tone, "Tokugawa brat, have you truly made up your mind to follow me to the Land of Lightning and join the Cloud Ninja?" This figure was none other than AI. Beside him, on the grassy ground, stood 2 additional figures. Samu, with a grim expression, fumbled with an ancient black scroll, yet despite her efforts, the scroll remained as impervious as if forged from molten iron, her eyes increasingly filled with indignation. The other figure was a strikingly handsome boy of around 11 or 12. None other than Tokugawa Yasu, who was attempting to flee northward. Upon hearing AI's inquiry, he could not restrain himself from gripping the dark long sword at his waist tightly. His expression grave as he replied, "I humbly ask for your protection, my lord." AI's gaze was as frigid as ice. He regarded him briefly and remarked, "Entering the Land of Lightning may be possible, but if you wish to become a ninja, your qualifications are still lacking." As he spoke, he paid no heed to the suddenly pale face of Tokugawa Yasu, striding resolutely northeast. Tokugawa Yasu opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. He was uncertain how to become a ninja. Yet, After a brief silence, he gritted his teeth and resolutely continued to pursue the traces of AI. I refuse to believe that I cannot become a ninja. For the sake of my clan, I must join the Cloud Village. Konoha, just wait and see. At that moment, as Tokugawa Yasu's heart echoed with determination, a delicate hand suddenly struck fiercely upon his shoulder, causing him to stumble. A fierce voice reverberated across the land. Tokugawa Madeo. Despicable brat. How dare you present me with a sealed scroll? Samui clenched the scroll in her hand. Her teeth gritted as she shouted in anger. Without casting a glance at Tokugawa Yasu, she flickered and gradually vanished into the enveloping darkness ahead. How infuriating. This woman's strength is truly formidable. Am I so inferior that I cannot even match a woman? I will not accept this. Tokugawa Yasu, his expression grim, lifted his head, a flicker of suppressed fury flashing in his eyes, before he hurriedly made his way northward. At that moment, the stoic Vortex Madeo followed 4 root ninjas, steadily progressing southward. They would traverse the desolate lands of the Land of Hot Water, then enter the Land of Fire, heading towards Konoha, the most renowned and formidable ninja village in the world. Not far behind, Kakashi, concealed beneath his mask, wore a contemplative expression as he quietly observed the figure of Vortex Madeo gradually fade from view, a trace of melancholy crossing his gaze. Within that still youthful frame, not yet 10 years old, he sensed an extraordinary aura. Whether during their initial encounter by day or in this quiet night, he could not regard Vortex Madeo as an ordinary boy. He possessed independent and solitary thoughts, a composed and calm demeanor, as if he approached every situation from an adult's perspective. Even when faced with the death of a close one, he showed not a flicker of emotional turmoil or animosity, merely gazing with indifference. Such a mindset bordered on coldness. Alas, I hope that Konoha can transform your growth, Vortex Madeo. Kakashi murmured to himself, his expression complex, then scratched his head and turned his gaze to a small mound of earth conspicuously elevated above the surrounding terrain. It was a newly dug solitary grave, containing the remains of an elder from the Vortex clan, whom Vortex Madeo had just buried with his own hands. May you bless him, O Elder of the Vortex. Kakashi nodded slightly, then his gaze gradually shifted towards the depths of the night, revealing a solemn expression. Over there, I hope it is not too late. He silently formed a hand sign, inwardly murmuring, Ninja art, shadow clone technique, release. Bang! A faint mist abruptly enveloped the air, and Kakashi's figure gradually vanished into the night, as if he had never been there at all. A moment later, a figure resembling the earth itself slowly emerged from the ground, cloaked in a dark robe. The gaze peering from beneath the fox mask fixated intently on the spot where Kakashi had vanished, tinged with a hint of astonishment. What a terrifying being! To achieve such a feat solely through a shadow clone technique. Truly, a worthy disciple of the Fourth Hokage. The voice was hoarse and deep, and shortly thereafter, the figure gradually sank back into the earth. The night remained profoundly somber, yet the eastern sky faintly revealed a few morning stars, their delicate glow casting a gentle light upon the land. In the northern border of the Land of Fire, flames engulfed half the sky, the vivid crimson light mingling with a heavy scent of blood that lingered in the air, detectable even from a great distance. Vortex Mudo silently observed the distant inferno, where a small town had stood by day, but was now on the brink of being reduced to ashes before the dawn, destined to become a mere ruin. Several indistinct figures stood around the blaze, gradually distancing themselves as the flames intensified, heading southward. Vortex Mudo took a deep breath, slowly relaxing his clenched fists, burying all emotions deep within his heart, and continued onward with the 4 root ninjas, who moved like phantoms. Before the might of formidable ninjas, his strength seemed laughably childlike. Without power, he would not allow any sentiment to overshadow his hope of survival. Yet, upon witnessing the fierce flames, a tremor of rage surged within him, perhaps in memory of his fallen old servant, or perhaps for a shred of his own dignity, igniting an uncontrollable hatred for this ninja world. Perhaps due to his trust in the 4 root ninjas, when the first rays of light ascended between the eastern mountains, Danzo and the other root ninjas did not reveal themselves, allowing Vortex Mudo to proceed slowly. The 4 root ninjas remained vigilant, their wealth of experience rendering them acutely aware of their surroundings. No rustle of wind or stir of grass could escape their scrutiny. Throughout the journey, Vortex Mudo did not abandon his chakra training. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately refrained from using hand seals for refining chakra, instead employing his formidable mental power to forcibly extract chakra from within his body. Though this method yielded only a meager amount of chakra, it simultaneously honed his mental strength. The enhancement of one's abilities hinges critically on the cultivation of mental prowess. Initially, Vortex Muto had estimated that it would take decades for his metal manipulation ability to reach a commanding stage. However, if he continuously refined his mental strength, this time frame could be significantly reduced. Perhaps within just a few years, he could regain his mastery over metal control. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Vortex Muto's serene visage. In any world, human desires are boundless, and the realm of ninjas exemplifies this truth in vivid detail. Bloodshed, slaughter, and death have accompanied humanity since ancient times, as if an eternal curse binds everything within its grasp. In the tumultuous eras of yore, the sage of the six paths discovered and bequeathed the practice of chakra cultivation, enabling future generations to wield the laws of power in hopes of balancing the world and achieving peace. Ironically, after the sage's demise, his descendants turned against one another, plunging the world into an even more chaotic age, the bloody era of warring ninja clans. The entire ninja realm became ensnared in ceaseless conflict, with lives lost and hatred festering with each passing day and moment. This burgeoning animosity seemed poised to lead the world into an eternal darkness, threatening to obliterate all existence. Until one ninja awakened to this reality, wielding unparalleled strength to bring an end to that age and ultimately establishing an era of peace, delineated by nations and villages. His name was Hashirama Senju, revered by posterity as the living sage and the founding First Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Under his guidance, the world gradually regained peace, radiating tranquility. However, the ominous clouds of war did not dissipate with this newfound harmony. Following the First Hokage's passing, the First Great Ninja War erupted instantaneously. This fleeting peace was violently shattered, unleashing the pent-up hatred with ferocity, and from the ashes of war, new enmities arose, between nations, between villages, and among individuals. It seemed an unending cycle had begun. Following a period of relative tranquility, this hatred intensified, culminating in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, which erupted in succession. Perhaps the harrowing slaughter and bloodshed awakened some to the truth, for after the Third Great War, they once again signed a peace treaty. As for how long this peace would endure, that remains unknown. After the night, dawn's light once again bathed the earth. Beyond a vast expanse of lush mountains, a grand and prosperous village emerged before the eyes. To call it merely a village would be an understatement. It resembled a royal city, flourishing in peace, its mere sight calming the hearts of all who beheld it. This is the heart of the Land of Fire, revered in the ninja world as the foremost hidden village, the Hidden Leaf Village. As dawn broke, figures swiftly sliced through the morning mist, emerging from the distant thicket and landing before the grand and spacious gates of the Leaf Village. Who goes there? A sharp voice shattered the tranquil dawn, as two young ninja clad in green vests and adorned with the leaf headband appeared before the approaching figures, their expressions cold and solemn. However, upon recognizing the leading figure's visage, a flash of surprise crossed their eyes, and they immediately bowed slightly, exclaiming, "Elder." The Council of Elders stands as an esteemed institution in Konoha, independent of the Hokage. Each elder has once been a highly revered ninja, holding a position of great honor. Standing before the grand entrance, gazing at the bustling village that gradually awakens with life, Danzo's stern visage cracked a faint smile. He then subtly nodded to two young ninjas before stepping into the village. In a fleeting moment, dozens of root ninjas darted off in all directions, vanishing without a trace. Danzo walked indifferently along the main thoroughfare, soon halting at the mouth of a particularly quiet alley. This was a shadowy passage with no apparent end, shrouded in darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the obscurity. Moments later, within a sealed underground stone chamber, an ancient, weathered bronze oil lamp flickered atop a pedestal, casting a feeble glow that illuminated the profound darkness. Silently, Danzo seated himself upon a wooden chair where the light dared not reach, his figure cloaked in dim shadows, rendering him indistinct. "Sir, there has been no movement in the village these past few days. All remains unchanged," spoke a root ninja, clad in a black cloak with a fox mask, kneeling quietly before him. And what of the fourth?" came a deep voice from above, devoid of discernible emotional fluctuations. Without a moment's thought, the root ninja replied, "The fourth has been busy with tedious paperwork and has spent time with his wife, not meeting anyone privately." Danzo's eyes hidden in the shadows, narrowed slightly, lost in contemplation for a moment before he commanded, "I understand. You may leave." "Yes, sir." The root ninja bowed slightly before swiftly retreating into the darkness. The stone chamber once again fell into an eerie silence. In the flickering light, Danzo slowly closed his eyes to ponder. Suddenly, he called out to the shadows outside, "So, has that child succeeded?" From the dimness beyond the door, a faint rustling sound emerged, followed by a hoarse, subdued voice. "The situation is promising. This time you have indeed found commendable material. Although not entirely successful, the child remains alive," and as the figure drew closer, he seemed to disdain the flickering candlelight, revealing only a pair of legs, while his somewhat indistinct and elongated form remained enshrouded in a delicate shadow. He paused slightly, then chuckled softly. "The strength and physical abilities have improved significantly." "Ah." At this response, Danzo's gaze shifted slightly, an unusual glimmer surfacing in the depths of his eyes, before he composed himself and inquired, "Then, can we continue the infusion?" "Hee. That is indeed possible, but the child's body may not withstand it, and could end up like previous materials, reduced to mere decay." "I see." Danzo furrowed his brow, then waved his hand. "Let us hold off for now. That young lad possesses some intriguing thoughts, and furthermore, I visited the Tokugawa clan. Though I did not uncover their divine repository, I did stumble upon a more fascinating child. Hee. I eagerly anticipate their encounter." As he spoke, a peculiar chill gradually emerged in Danzo's gaze. "Ah, the little imp you deem interesting must possess extraordinary qualities." It was evident that Danzo's words piqued the interest of the shadowy figure, who responded in a nonchalant manner. "The direct bloodline of the Uzumaki clan." "Indeed. You are the finest material." With a cold smile, Danzo's gaze slowly shifted towards the north, as if penetrating the darkness. He remarked, "Moreover, he will soon arrive." "The Uzumaki clan." In the dimness, the figure's eyes suddenly blazed with an ominous golden slit, exuding a feral and chilling aura. Subsequently, he chuckled coldly, "Hee. It seems your fortune is indeed favorable. With the Uzumaki clan's material, I can ascertain one thing. However, I must caution you. It would be prudent if the Fourth Hokage remains unaware of this material, lest unforeseen complications arise." "Humph." With that, he slowly turned and once more melded into the shadows, leaving only the echo of a fading, deep laugh. "Humph. What a sinister character." As he watched the figure recede, a flicker of melancholy crossed Danzo's eyes. He then rose slowly, making his way towards the entrance of the stone chamber. "It seems I should pay a visit to that Sarutobi fellow." At this moment, as time flowed steadily onward, several figures approached the gates of Konoha. With a swift motion, a dark silhouette landed before the gate's guard, presenting a brief yet distinctive pass. Upon seeing this, the young ninja clad in a green vest relaxed slightly, his gaze shifting to the group of 5 before him, finally resting on a child of about 8 or 9 years in the center. "Ah, it appears another test candidate is about to become a member of the village. He seems to be a promising little imp." "Ah." A ninja in a black cloak replied lightly, then proceeded to walk calmly into the village. Test candidate. The child, characterized by his red hair and eyes, momentarily froze, displaying a look of confusion. However, he soon seemed to recollect something, and his expression settled into calmness as he followed the leading black-cloaked ninja into the village. This child was none other than Uzumaki Nodu. It seemed these 2 Konoha ninjas had mistaken me for a low-ranking test candidate brought in from outside. At this thought, Uzumaki Nodu could not help but reveal a faint smile, pondering. "Nevertheless, it is correct. Although the Tokugawa clan has been annihilated, I indeed participated in the selection competition of the clan. However, will Danzo allow me to fulfill my desire to become a ninja?" With a complex array of emotions swirling within him, Uzumaki Nodu's figure gradually ventured deeper into the central avenue of Konoha. At this moment, the entire village seemed to have awakened, accompanied by a gentle hum of activity. The central avenue was bustling with people, and one could frequently observe several ninjas clad in Konoha's green vests traversing the streets, their expressions relaxed and adorned with faint smiles. The lively atmosphere and bustling energy permeated every corner of the village, creating an air of vibrant prosperity. It appears that this village is indeed a sanctuary of peace and tranquility, with every individual wearing a radiant smile of contentment. The arrival of Uzumaki Wudao and his entourage of 5 did not elicit significant attention. Rather, it merely attracted a few fleeting glances from the shadows, which quickly dissipated. Evidently, this period belongs to Konoha, as they seek to draw in fresh blood from the periphery. Such occurrences manifest numerous times throughout the day, and the guardians of the Umbu pay them little heed. However, some ordinary female villagers express an interest in Uzumaki Wudao, exchanging comments that provoke a wave of amiable laughter. Curiously, Uzumaki Wudao extends his spiritual awareness, only to hear endearing remarks that leave him somewhat exasperated. This body, in its previous state, appeared frail and lacking in charm. Yet, through relentless training, it gradually reveals a healthier demeanor. His complexion is pale as jade, and his large, bright eyes contribute to an undeniably handsome visage. As the four root ninjas blend into the flowing crowd of the street, only one, seemingly the leader, continues to guide Uzumaki Wudao deeper into the village. Upon entering the central thoroughfare, the root ninja silently turns into a shadowy alley. For a moment, Uzumaki Wudao hesitates, furrowing his brow, but quickly resumes his pace. In that fleeting instant, his deliberately projected spiritual energy has already discerned the alley's end and the condition beyond the rusted iron door that stands there. It is a realm teeming with darkness and conspiracy, the underground world. Clearly, this is the gathering place of the root. Uzumaki Wudao's gaze flickers. Yet he maintains an impassive facade as he follows the root ninja into the alley. Once he steps inside, he realizes it feels as though the village has been completely severed from him. The cacophony has vanished, leaving only an oppressive silence. The faint sound of footsteps echoes down the dim and shadowy path, creating an eerie atmosphere, while his figure gradually becomes engulfed by the shadows of the alley. Is that the child? Danzo. Meanwhile, in the central loft of Konoha, two figures quietly observe Uzumaki Wudao's small frame as it ventures deeper. One of them, a middle-aged man with a stoic expression, is indeed Danzo, while the other, who poses a question, stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Clad in a snow-white robe adorned with fiery floral embroidery, the 5 bold black characters emblazoned on the back of his robe shine brilliantly. Third Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, once a legendary ninja who commanded the entire shinobi world, is revered as the doctor of ninjutsu. Though he is of similar age to Danzo, his bright eyes occasionally betray a hint of weariness, lending him an air of greater age. Indeed, he is the child of unique abilities that I discovered within the Tokugawa clan. Were it not for this, he would have perished alongside that family, which harbored treasonous intentions. Reduced to ashes without a trace. In Danzo's gaze, a fleeting glimmer flashed before he replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his response, the somewhat frail figure abruptly turned, cold determination filling his gaze as he intoned, "Is this the justification for your unilateral annihilation of the Tokugawa clan?" Humph. Yet, in the face of the third Hokage's piercing scrutiny, Danzo merely smirked coldly, indifferent as he remarked, "Hiruzen, you remain as obstinate as ever. The Tokugawa clan is an ancient lineage of golden samurai, possessing formidable techniques once lauded by even the Sage of Six Paths. Though their power has waned with the ascendancy of ninjas, were the Tokugawa clan to uncover the art of chakra refinement, what untold strength might this time-honored samurai legacy unleash? No one can fathom." At this juncture, Danzo's eyes suddenly sparked with a chilling intensity as he continued, "Moreover, from the memories of the ninjas selected by the last Tokugawa clan, I have uncovered their conspiracy to disseminate chakra techniques back to their kin. Humph. Do you wish for every member of the Tokugawa clan to possess the prowess of the legendary Konoha White Fang?" The mere mention of Konoha White Fang shifted the third Hokage's expression dramatically, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. The image of a tall figure wielding a short blade surged in his mind, a shadowy silhouette whose lightning-fast strikes left enemies with naught but a fleeting glimpse of white light across the sky, followed by the crimson bloom of blood and the extinguishing of life. That individual had once been Konoha's most radiant blade, instilling fear in the hearts of adversaries. Even in the era dominated by the legendary Sannin, he stood unrivaled, relentlessly pursuing the zenith of swordsmanship rooted in samurai techniques. The fusion of a ninja's chakra with the explosive might of ancient samurai arts reverberated throughout Konoha's upper echelons, inciting even a twinge of dread. The streak of white light that had cleaved through the heavens shone like a meteor over Konoha, albeit for but a fleeting moment. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage's brow involuntarily furrowed, the loss of Konoha White Fang casting a shadow of melancholy upon his heart. Observing the third Hokage's countenance, a cold smirk crept across Danzo's lips. He understood the sentiments of his former comrade all too well, although he sometimes appeared exceedingly rigid. Any threat to Konoha would rekindle his steely resolve. Indeed, after a moment of silence, The third Hokage's demeanor gradually steadied. He slowly turned, casting his gaze once more toward the alley where Uzumaki Noda had entered, muttering, "I suspect that the missing lower and mid-ranking ninjas of the Tokugawa clan have fallen into Root's grasp. Otherwise, I would not have unearthed the secrets of the Tokugawa clan. So, what do you intend to do about that child?" "Humph," Danzo replied with a chilling smile, his voice icy. "He shall forever dwell in darkness, becoming the second Fong of Konoha." As he spoke, he mused silently to himself, or perhaps the third. At this moment, a fleeting image of another youth from the Tokugawa clan crossed his mind, and a flicker of tumultuous emotion gradually emerged in his gaze. Is this not overly reckless? Moreover, that child appears devoid of any semblance of hatred. Could he not develop properly under the guidance of Konoha? After a brief silence, the third Hokage spoke slowly, a hint of struggle evident in his tone. "Hizashi, you are still too soft-hearted. The person you once were would not have hesitated so. Any threat could potentially exist." And this was a lesson imparted by the teacher in the past. At this juncture, Danzo turned slowly, his back to the figure, and stated coolly, "You are the light, while I am merely the darkness. Such matters are best suited for me. Heh. However, regarding the affairs of the Tokugawa clan, I hope the fourth Hokage will refrain from interference." With that, his figure gradually receded, followed by the faint sound of a door closing. Hearing the footsteps fade away, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh, slowly closing his weary eyes. The subterranean realm belonging to the Root far surpassed the understanding of Uzumaki Nagato. After traversing the corridor behind the iron gate for quite some time, a glimmer of light finally illuminated the dim environment ahead, resembling an entrance to the light, suffused with a gentle, soft glow. As he passed through that entrance, the scene before him transformed dramatically. Uzumaki Nagato had never anticipated such a vast expanse residing deep beneath Konoha. It was a grand plaza of blue stone, with dozens of steel columns, each the girth of 3 men, distributed around, supporting the rocky ceiling, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Surrounding this blue stone plaza were numerous closed iron doorways, one of which had been opened for Uzumaki Nagato to pass through. Yet at this moment, his gaze was fixated not on anything else, but rather on the center of this expansive blue stone plaza. There, encircled by dozens of Root ninjas cloaked in black, stood a wide area where over 100 children, aged between 8 and 12, were gathered, some standing, others crouching. Amongst this group of children, a remarkably familiar figure suddenly leaped into Uzumaki Nagato's sight, causing him to involuntarily narrow his pupils. Despite the fact that this figure had grown taller and exuded a significantly more formidable aura, he recognized him instantly, perhaps sensing something. The figure, with a lowered head, slowly raised it, revealing a pair of indifferent and icy eyes. Upon seeing Uzumaki Nagato, a flicker of astonishment appeared in those eyes, swiftly replaced by a cruel, mocking expression. "Tokugawa. Nagato. Ha ha ha. What a surprise to see you here," he exclaimed, extending a slightly crimson tongue to lick his lips, breaking into a chilling laugh. In the vast underground plaza, 2 blade-like gazes collided in the void. "Tokugawa. Shuren." Uzumaki Nagato cast a fleeting glance at him, his steps unceasing as he slowly approached the Root ninjas. "Ha ha ha." Tokugawa Shuren observed the approaching figure of Uzumaki Nindo, a low, chilling laugh escaping from his slightly bowed neck. His eyes fixated on the slender silhouette, momentarily flashing with a barely perceptible crimson hue, as he coldly taunted, "So, after the fall of your clan, you have betrayed your father and abandoned that hypocritical existence, planning to seek refuge with Lord Danzo, are you?" "Humph." In the instant silence that enveloped the space, countless indifferent or inquisitive gazes turned towards him. The only sound echoing in the square was the gentle rhythm of footsteps. Noticing Uzumaki Nindo's unwavering indifference, clearly showing no intention to respond, Tokugawa Shuren's expression gradually soured, his fist clenched tightly, eyes glaring at the approaching figure with fury. Damn it. So brazen, even here. A fool unaware of his own demise. He seethed inwardly, yet suddenly a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he murmured softly, "Just wait. I shall make you relive your wretched memories, Tokugawa Nindo." With that, he slowly raised his head, casting a disdainful glance at Uzumaki Nindo, and at that moment, a faint bloodthirsty glimmer emanated from his gaze, appearing particularly sharp and menacing. Uzumaki Nindo, however, displayed no reaction to Tokugawa Shuren's changing demeanor, his gaze seemingly disregarding Shuren's presence entirely, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued forward, eventually halting before the Root ninjas encircling them. "By Lord Danzo's order, this little brat stays here." announced the root ninja guiding Uzumaki Nindo, swiftly forming a complex hand sign with his right hand. Upon seeing the sign, a seemingly indifferent root ninja nodded slowly, a faint raspy voice emanating from beneath the mask. "Ah, I understand. This is troublesome." With that, the guiding root ninja turned, casting a chilling glance at Uzumaki Nindo from beneath his mask, followed by a low, mocking chuckle. "Little brat, I hope you can endure," he sneered. Uzumaki Nindo's brows twitched slightly. Having journeyed from the northern part of the Land of Fire alongside 4 root ninjas, he was taken aback to hear one of them speak. The root ninja seemed to have read his thoughts but chose not to elaborate further, instead slicing his finger across his left neck, a faint, cold chuckle escaping from beneath his mask as he walked away. "It's him." Upon witnessing the gesture, Uzumaki Nindo's gaze sharpened abruptly. As a chilling realization struck him, within his mind surfaced a cold flash, reminiscent of a merciless shuriken held firmly in a powerful hand, slicing through the murky night towards his carotid artery. This root ninja was the very one who had previously left a scar on his neck. At this thought, a glimmer of icy determination surged within the depths of his eyes. This individual had once made him experience a fleeting brush with death, a sensation that was sufficient after a single encounter. At that moment, a root ninja, shrouded in a black cloak, approached slowly, his gaze penetrating through the mask, fixated coldly on Uzumaki Wudao as he spoke with an indifferent tone. "Listen well, young one, this is an eternal realm of darkness. Regardless of your previous identity, be it the son of the city lord or a scion of a prominent family, upon entering Konoha, upon stepping into this place, from this day forth, you shall be a mere apprentice of darkness. Here, you shall relinquish yourself and honor, living in humble survival, for in this realm, truth is spoken solely through strength. Should you acquire sufficient power to break free from this place, you may officially become a ninja of Konoha, walking in the light. To gaze at the brightness from the depths of darkness, silently guarding, shall be the singular value of your existence. Survive to become a ninja, or perish in obscurity." His voice carried a palpable aura of death, gravelly and low, his eyes filled with contempt. As the words of the root ninja echoed, not only did Uzumaki Wudao's expression shift, but the children and youths around him also fell into a sudden pallor, yet not a single sound of chaos escaped their lips. They merely tightened their fists instinctively. To abandon oneself, to forsake life and death. Humph, is Danzo merely intending to employ such tactics? A cold smile flickered in Uzumaki Wudao's heart as he gleaned the essence of the root ninja's brief utterance. It was evident that this was the site for selecting members of Konoha's root, situated beneath the village, a fitting embodiment of the root's traditions. However, although such a place was destined to be drenched in blood, it was equally a locale for rapid growth and strength. Contemplating this, a hint of doubt surged within Uzumaki Wudao, pondering, does Danzo not fear my strength escalating swiftly? With this faint uncertainty in mind, Uzumaki Wudao was guided by the root ninja to the front of the group of children. Clearly, they were not a mere assembly of naive youngsters, regardless of gender. Each bore a cold demeanor, exuding a subtle yet palpable killing intent, their expressions indifferent as they regarded him. In their presence, Uzumaki Wudao momentarily fell into a trance. For in his previous life, from the moment he could remember, he had lived within the confines of a national special training facility, surrounded by hundreds of peers. After enduring brutal trials, only 3 had emerged alive, and he was one of them. Reflecting on this, a cold smile gradually graced Uzumaki Wudao's lips. He stepped forward abruptly, forcefully parting 2 youths whose expressions had turned ominously frosty, creating a space. "Humph, such audacity. Seeking death." As 2 youthful, indifferent voices rang out. 2 straight fingers swiftly darted towards Uzumaki Wudao's eyes, while another fierce punch targeted his ribs. The 2 youths, each no older than 12, launched their assault without a trace of hesitation, employing their utmost speed and strength in their attacks. Should this instantaneous strike evade no one, the eyes of Uzumaki Wudao and his ribs would undoubtedly face severe injury, potentially leading to blindness or broken bones. Moreover, at the moment when the 2 consolidated their strength, Wudao, with his keen mental acuity, discerned a faint ripple of chakra, indicating that the 2 had already refined a modicum of chakra within themselves. Though still feeble, those who possess chakra would experience a significant enhancement in the vitality of their bodily cells, endowing them with a power that far surpassed the imagination of an ordinary individual. Wudao himself stood as a prime example, although the growth in his physical strength seemed almost extraordinary. It was a boon derived from the unique bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the metallic chakra he had cultivated. At this moment, confronted by the 2 fierce attacks that appeared in an instant, Wu Dao remained unfazed. He swiftly extended both hands. His left hand intercepted the two fingers aimed at his eyes, while his right hand seized the wrist that threatened his ribs. Then, with a nonchalant expression, he exerted a forceful bend. The crisp sound of bone snapping resonated, accompanied by muffled groans of pain. Almost instantaneously, the gazes of all the children and youths upon him transformed. To successfully block the strongest attacks of his peers and retaliate with such precision, this newcomer, Uzumaki Wu Dao, evidently possessed formidable strength. As the two boys collapsed, the expressions of several figures behind them shifted, gradually retreating into the shadows. Wu Dao, maintaining his impassive demeanor, slowly released his grip. Through relentless training along his journey, he had accumulated a substantial amount of chakra, which now flowed continuously through the veins of his body, significantly enhancing his flesh and bones. His strength, under the influence of chakra, had far exceeded the limits expected of someone his age. Since acquiring strength, your demeanor has grown considerably colder, my dear brother. A voice laden with derision suddenly rang out. It belonged to Tokugawa Shuren, who scrutinized the scene with a frosty gaze from within the crowd. Among those present, he was the only one who exhibited no surprise at Wu Dao's display, being aware of the true extent of his power. In the clan's arena battle, Wu Dao had ultimately defeated Tokugawa Yasushi, revered as the strongest of the clan, thus claiming the title of the new generation's mightiest. The Tokugawa clan, heirs to the ancient samurai legacy, boasted elite offspring who were anything but ordinary. Although the youths gathered here were all exceptionally gifted, their prowess was scarcely superior to that of the elite Tokugawa youth of yore. Should Wu Dao have been successfully attacked, it would have indeed been a surprise. However, such strength was still insufficient. With a faintly chilling smile at the corners of his mouth, Tokugawa Shuren arrogantly strode through the crowd in a straight line. Along his path, most youths instinctively parted, stepping aside to avoid him. Like a fearsome beast, Tokugawa Shuren swiftly approached Uzumaki Madeo. Then with a low, mocking laugh, he slowly remarked, "Humph. Do not presume your strength is formidable. Your victory over Tokugawa Yasushi and the clan was merely a result of ninja tactics. But now, I too possess such power. How long can you maintain your arrogance?" The azure stone square fell into a profound silence, with several fiercely burning torches crackling against the bronze pillars, illuminating the entire space. The flickering flames danced upon Tokugawa Shuren's face, enhancing his formidable and sinister demeanor. Meanwhile, the dozen or so root ninjas stood silently at the periphery, offering no indication of their thoughts. This was a lawless underground world, destined to be rife with brutality and bloodshed, where only strength commanded respect. Should one lack the power and meet death, it was an unavoidable fate. Thus, they observed Tokugawa Shuren with detached indifference. Step aside. In the face of Tokugawa Shuren's overwhelming presence, Uzumaki Madeo remained unflinching, merely responding in a cold tone. In an instant, Tokugawa Shuren's gaze darkened, the cold smile vanishing from his lips. He failed to detect the anticipated panic on Uzumaki Madeo's face, finding instead an enduring tranquility. "Still holding on, are we? The old man you relied upon is said to be dead, and yet you remain so arrogant. It seems you need to recall your past, Uzumaki Madeo." Clearly, Uzumaki Madeo's demeanor enraged Tokugawa Shuren, and with a chilling sneer, he suddenly moved, raising his right hand to execute a swift strike aimed at Uzumaki Madeo's neck. In that moment, he was convinced that his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation following his recent chakra training, placing him firmly above Uzumaki Madeo. Having betrayed his family, he had endured nearly half a month of arduous training here, teetering on the brink of life and death on several occasions. Now, his power, speed, swordsmanship, and even chakra had evidently surged. All factors had surpassed expectations. "Uzumaki Madeo, how will you contend with me?" he roared inwardly, invigorated, while his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a faintly golden hilt peeking from behind Uzumaki Madeo. The golden glass blade, that legendary weapon, imbued with my family's divine treasure, shall be mine. His heart ignited with fervor once more, his hand now infused with a weighty chakra energy. Uzumaki Madeo's gaze flickered, his mental acuity instantly detecting the peculiar aura emanating from Tokugawa Shuren's hand. It was a dense, nebulous sensation, exuding a faint solidity. Ninja chakra? He mused quietly, as his left hand was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant, almost tangible golden light, abruptly blocking his front. The palms of his hands glimmered, radiant as if they were solid. One figure appeared wild and robust, exuding a fierce demeanor. In the blink of an eye, They collided violently with one another before the vortex of chaos. Bang! A resounding and muffled impact suddenly reverberated, causing the brows of several youths to twitch involuntarily, even prompting the previously silent root ninjas standing at the periphery to widen their eyes in astonishment. Such formidable power had transcended the capabilities of their peers by a considerable margin. With a sharp clap, the two figures' palms met, and they were both compelled to retreat several steps. The vortex of chaos gazed with surprise at the grinning Tokugawa Shurin, furrowing his brows. The momentary contact of their powers had allowed him to distinctly perceive the savage strength and speed of Tokugawa Shurin, which had seemingly doubled compared to before. In just over a dozen days, such a remarkable enhancement in strength had been achieved. Was the pace of power growth in this place truly so rapid? Haha. During our clan's time, I was already surpassing your elite offspring. Had it not been for your early access to ninja tutelage and your training in the chakra ninja path, how could you have possibly contended with us in that competition, let alone earn the right to participate? Tokugawa Shurin appeared immensely exhilarated by the clash of their fists, a hint of crimson madness gleaming in his eyes. He glared malevolently at the vortex of chaos and continued, now that we all possess the power of ninjas, what chance do you, Tokugawa Madeo, the perennial underachiever, have to rival me? Humph. I have always loathed you. With a cold smirk, Tokugawa Shurin lowered his waist and assumed an attacking stance once more. Even though you are my brother, I shall not show the slightest mercy here. Boom. As he spoke, he forcefully stomped the ground, his body launching forward in a swift black shadow. Tokugawa Madeo. He roared inwardly, his right fist, infused with chakra, hurtling forth with almost unparalleled speed. An unreasonable madman. The vortex of chaos furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the explosive black shadow charging toward him. Although Tokugawa Shurin's speed was remarkable, it appeared sluggish compared to the root ninjas, akin to a crawling snail. With this thought, the vortex of chaos felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, summoning nearly all of his chakra energy, which surged forth with great intensity. Instantly, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, and his entire form became shrouded in a faint metallic sheen. At that moment, the vortex of chaos resembled a figure forged of gold. Not only his skin, but even his hair and eyes radiated a cool, golden hue, exuding an air of opulence. Boom. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch toward the oncoming shadow of Tokugawa Shurin, producing a subtle yet resonant whoosh in the air. Bang. This strike evidently surpassed the previous one, as the shockwave generated in the confined space created a subtle gust of wind, stirring a cloud of dust. As the fierce wind swept through, a staggering figure was abruptly sent flying, tumbling several meters before finally stabilizing itself upon landing. This figure was none other than Tokugawa Shurin. To be struck down in such a manner was astonishing. Even the normally composed root ninjas were taken aback, one of them displaying a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. He was acutely aware of Tokugawa Shurin's prowess. His own strength had approached that of a lower ninja, especially after emerging successfully from the esteemed lord's laboratory, which had significantly elevated his abilities. Among this cohort of aspiring ninjas, his skills had reached the threshold of the first tier, allowing him to rival only a scant few. Yet, here he was, sent reeling by a mere novice who had only just arrived. The disparity in power was unmistakably pronounced. This young one possesses formidable strength. Moreover, that golden chakra is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Almost instantaneously, all the root ninjas fixed their gazes upon the figure emerging from the dust, gradually coming into focus. Uzumaki Madeo stepped forth, his expression unchanged, as if the preceding moment had been but a fleeting illusion. Even more astonishing was the pure golden shuriken levitating atop his outstretched right index finger. Tokugawa Shurin, you are compelling me to take action against you. Madeo approached Shurin, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and in an instant, the shuriken vanished from his finger. Humph. The prostrate Tokugawa Shurin's body jolted violently, a low groan of pain escaping his lips, as a golden shuriken embedded itself deeply into his right shoulder, blood beginning to trickle down. Extending his hand, Madeo slowly lifted Tokugawa Shurin, letting out a deep, chilling laugh, and whispered into his ear, "In my memory, all of your actions can be understood. Whether it be your hatred towards me stemming from your mother's demise or your inherent disposition, I do not take it to heart. For you were once my elder brother. However, I have now discarded the Tokugawa name. I am Uzumaki Madeo. The affairs of the Tokugawa clan are no concern of mine, and you are of no significance to me. Perhaps next time, I shall take your life." With that, Madeo gently extracted the shuriken, casting aside the visage of Tokugawa Shuren, whose expression was one of profound darkness, and coldly dropped him onto the ground. He then turned to join the group of youths, quietly taking a seat. This time, no icy gazes were cast in his direction. Nearly all the aspiring ninjas instinctively averted their eyes from him, and a space gradually cleared around him, as if it had become a forbidden zone. Yet, unnoticed by all, at the moment Medeo withdrew the shuriken, a layer of green luminescence began to emanate from the wound on Tokugawa Shuren's right shoulder, and under this green glow, the deep gash visibly began to mend at an astonishing pace. In a fleeting moment, Tokugawa Shuren felt no trace of pain in his back. Even the lingering ache in his innards, previously struck by a punch from Uzumaki Wudao, gradually subsided. Uzumaki Wudao? Humph. Very well. Even if I am not your match at this moment, the power I possess will ultimately surpass yours. With a sinister gaze directed at Uzumaki Wudao, Tokugawa Shuren recalled the words of that esteemed figure. This is a formidable power known as the strongest chakra. I must acquire it, regardless of the cost. At this juncture, within a shadowy iron corridor, a dim silhouette quietly observed the unfolding events. As Uzumaki Wudao unleashed his flesh metal transformation, peculiar sounds of awe and admiration emerged from the depths of the darkness. Yet, there seemed to be no regard for the subsequent healing of Tokugawa Shuren's wounds. The gaze remained fixed upon Uzumaki Wudao. Perhaps due to the surge of emotions, a faint aura inadvertently escaped. Uzumaki Wudao, seated in meditation, suddenly trembled, his psychic energy instinctively sensing a chilling presence watching him. He swiftly turned to gaze towards the iron corridor where the shadow resided, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Discovered. What an astonishingly keen perception. The figure, upon noticing Uzumaki Wudao's gaze, showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, its eyes brightened further. They were akin to serpentine, dark yellow slits. Writhing in the shadows, Uzumaki Wudao gradually closed his eyes, his psychic energy spreading outwards, enveloping the area. Although obscured by darkness, the psychic coverage allowed him to discern the figure within the shadows. The sight of that figure stirred an involuntary tremor in his heart. It was a middle-aged man with an exceedingly pale complexion, draped in a blue-purple kimono, his tall and slender frame accentuated by long, silky hair cascading down. His handsome visage perpetually bore a faintly melancholic aura, and most striking were his snake-like vertical pupils, exuding a potent aura of darkness. Orochimaru. It is he. The disciple of the Third Hokage, revered as the strongest among the Sannin, his power nearly reaching the limits of an ordinary ninja. At this moment, confronted with those eyes imbued with inscrutable meaning, he felt as though ensnared by a colossal serpent, his body tensing involuntarily. Truly excellent material. A deep, raspy voice emerged quietly from the shadows, the unusual pupils flickering with excitement. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, a unique bloodline ability, a calm demeanor, and keen insight. This child possesses the potential to become an exceptional ninja. How thrilling. The whispered musings echoed in the dimness, and then those enigmatic eyes deeply scrutinized Uzumaki Wudao for a brief moment before gradually shifting back into the darkness, moving further away. The Bronze Plaza. Orochimaru indeed. Vortex Wudao furrowed his brow, slowly shifting his gaze and revealing a hint of contemplation as he murmured to himself. At that moment, while Vortex Wudao was focused on Orochimaru, Tokugawa Shuren approached with a somber expression, albeit from a distance that kept him away from Vortex Wudao. Clearly, the recent encounter had made him acutely aware of the disparity between their strengths, igniting a renewed fury within him. His right hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of a short knife at his waist. As he caressed the cold blade, Tokugawa Shuren's mind began to clear. How infuriating. That fellow's strength had remarkably increased once more, and in that fleeting moment, his entire body had felt as unyielding as steel. What kind of power was that? At this moment, he recalled Vortex Wudao's earlier transformation into a flesh metallic form, the chilling yet brilliant chakra causing his heart to race with confusion. This question was also echoing in the minds of several root ninjas, yet their insight far surpassed that of Tokugawa Shuren, leading them to a realization in no time at all. Bloodline. It was a unique bloodline power. Upon this thought, many root ninjas could not help but cast their gazes upon the quietly seated Vortex Wudao, their faces reflecting astonishment. Bloodline ninjas were an exceedingly rare and exceptional existence, their power far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas of the same rank. Some remarkable bloodline abilities could even pose a threat to elite jonin, a truly formidable talent. This young boy possesses a special bloodline, one wonders how Lord Danzo discovered him. The earlier root ninja, who had described the rules of the Dark Territory, mused internally. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly approached the group of children. His deep, cold voice shattered the silence. Quite an impressive performance, but alas, there was no spectacular bloom of crimson flowers. Your hearts remain insufficiently cold. His gaze lingered between Tokugawa Shurin and Vortex Wudao before emitting a low, chilling laugh, filled with ruthlessness and severity. Ninjas of the Dark Territory have no need for such hypocritical emotions. They are mere shackles that hinder your strength. A ninja must solely obey their mission, casting aside all else to attain true power. Now, Lord Danzo has bestowed upon you your first task, to achieve absolute victory in the selection after the fourth day. The one who excels the most will officially become a member of the root. The fourth day selection, becoming a formal root ninja. As his words fell, the children's eyes immediately brightened, and even Tokugawa Shurin could not suppress his clenched fists, his forehead veins pulsating with excitement. Witnessing this scene, Vortex Wudao's gaze suddenly tightened. In that moment, he sensed a hint of madness brewing. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, fixating on a girl of about 11 or 12 years beside him. At this moment, her countenance, stirred by intense emotions, drew in a deep breath, revealing faint, sinister lines of dark hue etched upon her delicate lips, as though they had melded with her very flesh. This is the cursed seal of ink. Witnessing this scene, the pupils of Uzumaki Wudao abruptly constricted to the sharpness of a needle. The cursed seal of ink, a fundamental means by which Danzo controls the root ninjas. It is an arcane jutsu imbued with formidable restrictions, capable of influencing one's consciousness to a certain extent. So this was Danzo's scheme, to place me among the root's preparatory ninjas, and then inscribe the curse upon me. A surge of fierce, killing intent brewed uncontrollably within his chest, almost compelling him to explode forth. Uzumaki Wudao instantly shut his eyes, employing his mental strength to forcibly suppress the tumultuous tide within him. My power is still too weak. The root ninja, evidently well acquainted with the temperaments of these youths, paused momentarily before speaking again. Naturally, the opportunity to stand in the sunlight and contend against numerous adversaries is limited. As he spoke, he gazed quietly at the group of youth, whose remarkable fighting spirit began to emerge. Extending 3 fingers from his right hand, he stated calmly, "Only 3 will be chosen." Silence. The words of this root ninja swept through the space like a chilling breeze. The previously fervent youth fell into an immediate hush. 3. Among nearly 100 preparatory ninjas, only 3 would represent the root in the selection for Genin. According to past traditions, only. After a brief silence, a palpable icy killing intent surged forth. As the 11 and 12-year-old boys and girls tensed, their expressions cold as they regarded the root ninja before them. Humph. Observing this scene, the root ninja seemed to have anticipated it, letting out a low chuckle before speaking. The path of the ninja is destined to linger between life and death. As guardians of light amidst darkness, you shall encounter this brutal world sooner than others. Bloodshed, death, and fear. Only through experiencing these shall you complete your true transformation. Thus, these 3 slots will belong to the most exceptional members. At this juncture, his voice gradually took on an ethereal quality, akin to the distant howl of a wolf echoing across the wilderness, suffused with connotations of blood and slaughter. Now then, your task will be to identify the 3 weakest among you and procure their hearts. That will serve as your proof of participation in the selection. With a swift motion, Uzumaki Wudao opened his eyes, a glimmer of coldness evident within, to seek out the 3 weakest among over 100 preparatory ninjas and obtain their hearts. This selection is indeed gruesome and merciless. What chilled him further was Danzo's method, systematically eliminating the inferior, ensuring that only the most exceptional would ultimately grow into root ninjas. The vortex of chaos quietly swept his gaze across the surroundings, revealing a multitude of indifferent, cold, and cautious faces, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. Indeed, these individuals were not strangers to the brutal and bloody process of elimination. As the words of the root ninja echoed through the air, the entire bronze plaza fell into a hushed stillness, gradually suffused with a chilling atmosphere. A faint aura of murderous intent was rampant. With a cold smirk, the root ninja cast a fleeting glance at the group of youths, before vanishing into a flurry of phantoms that pierced through the air, leaving behind only the indifferent faces of the young men and women in the expansive bronze plaza. Silently, a multitude of figures began to disperse. And with the departure of the root ninjas, the elimination had commenced. At this moment, Nearly everyone had transformed into a potential enemy, their hearts taut with vigilance against the imminent threat of lethal attacks. Sometimes, it takes but a moment of carelessness to be cast aside by these merciless rules. And the price of elimination is death. Although the regulations stipulated that only the 3 weakest individuals would ultimately be erased, who could truly ascertain who the weakest among them was? Those who could struggle to survive were the truly formidable. The deceased were invariably the frailest. This was not merely a test of personal strength, but rather a selection for survival. As time trickled slowly by, Uzumaki Wudao sat quietly in place, silently observing his surroundings. The upcoming selection for the lower ninjas on the 4th day stirred something within him. As if this contest laid before him ignited an irresistible urge to break free from Root and the clutches of Danzo. Yet, he was not one easily swayed by emotions. Taking a deep breath, Uzumaki Wudao forced himself to regain his composure, pondering deeply within. Danzo of Root within Konoha. The only individual capable of instilling fear in him seemed to be the Hokage. Currently, there were 2 ninjas referred to as the Shadows of Konoha, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage. The third, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was immediately dismissed from his considerations, as memories portrayed him as a ninja deeply concerned for the stability of the village, whose protective spirit for Konoha surpassed all else. Even after Danzo's failed assassination attempt for the position of Hokage following the death of the 4th, the 3rd still refrained from taking action against him. Danzo represented the 2nd tier of protective power in Konoha. For the sake of the village's stability, the 3rd could overlook his transgressions, making it unlikely that he would jeopardize his relationship with Danzo for the life of a mere ant like Uzumaki Wudao, even to the slightest degree. Then there was the 4th Hokage. At this thought, a vision of a radiant, sun-like figure materialized in Uzumaki Wudao's mind, a striking young man with golden, flowing hair and a smile that seemed to warm the very soul. Undeniably, in the impressions of his previous life, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stood as the epitome of the perfect ninja in Uzumaki Wudao's heart, unrivaled in his esteem, his strength, his sacrifice, and his profound love for the village and his son evoked deep sorrow. However, this is no longer a previous life. I can leisurely sit before my computer and observe the unfolding of the manga. Now, I find myself in a world filled with palpable dangers, the realm of Naruto. Perhaps a single misstep could plunge me into an abyss of darkness, marking the end of my existence. For a brief moment, Uzumaki Wudao hesitated, yet ultimately, he resolved to embrace a certain determination within. Should I miss this opportunity, in the face of Danzo, I would be compelled to remain in silence, daring not to harbor any rebellious thoughts. If that were the case, how could I not despise myself? Ensnared by the roots, I refuse to accept such a fate. If my thoughts are clouded, how can I aspire to become the strongest? How can I honor Uncle Da? Taking a deep breath, Wudao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since that profound night, the agitation that had plagued his heart seemed to dissipate with each exhale. Once his decision was made, Wudao swiftly extended his mental energy outward. Although his abilities were limited by age, his mental prowess still enveloped a significant portion of the bronze square. At this moment, a void surrounded him within a radius of several meters, creating a no-man's land that caused several youths to hesitate. The power he had displayed in his earlier encounter with Tokugawa Shurin had already instilled enough caution and respect in them. Clearly, no one dared to provoke him now. Within the square, apart from himself, his mental perception revealed 3 additional areas of emptiness, indicating the presence of another youth within that space, which also aroused their apprehension. Wudao's gaze flickered as his mental energy intently focused on the 3 figures. The one closest to him was a mysterious boy, seated with closed eyes, shrouded in a black robe reminiscent of those from the Root organization, concealing his features save for a sharp, pale chin and thin lips curled into a chilling smile, exuding an aura of eerie indifference. At this moment, he remained utterly still, maintaining his seated position, as if oblivious to the world around him. However, through the lock of his mental energy, Wudao keenly sensed that within a 3-meter radius around this individual, countless black specks floated silently in the void, seemingly guarding him. These minute black dots were, in fact, bizarre and grotesque insects, continuously emerging from beneath the black robe, creating a scene both uncanny and terrifying. This is a member of the secretive Yamanaka clan of Konoha, a family that survives by controlling parasitic insects. A wave of caution surged through Wudao's mind. Even in the manga world of my past life, the Yamanaka clan's enigma was formidable. They made their bodies a nest, capable of commanding nearly infinite parasitic insects as weapons, which, once nourished by chakra, could evolve indefinitely. Though this boy appeared motionless, his insects were gradually spreading, subtly revealing their intent to attack. This individual possesses considerable strength. In a moment of quiet reflection, the vortex murmured softly to itself before shifting its gaze towards another figure nearby. This was a girl of striking beauty. Yet her expression remained detached. She stood still, her eyes tightly shut, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her pale cheeks appeared almost chiseled from marble, exuding an icy demeanor. Lastly, the vortex's attention was drawn to a young boy, approximately 10 years old, whose face bore the markings of crimson paint resembling sharp canine teeth. His short, fierce black hair framed a visage that radiated a primal indifference and wildness. At that moment, he was scanning the surrounding crowd with an intensity that sent shivers down the spine, his lips curling into a chilling and cruel smile, accentuated by his unnaturally pointed canine teeth. Beneath him, a small, pitch-black dog with crimson eyes bared its tiny fangs, vigilantly observing its surroundings as if ready to pounce at any moment. The presence of the diminutive creature only heightened the tension among the onlookers, who were acutely aware of the potential threat posed by this boy and his companion. The Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka. Suddenly, amidst the stillness, the boy from the Inuzuka clan twitched his nose slightly, emitting a sound filled with excitement and a chilling mirth. In an instant, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes, and he transformed into a shadowy figure, crouching low as he unleashed a burst of power, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. With a yelp, the small black dog surged alongside him, matching his pace with surprising agility. The two figures streaked through the air, creating a whirlwind that left several youths scrambling backward, their breaths held in relief as it became evident that the swift shadows had no intention of targeting them. Simultaneously, a mysterious boy from the Oil clan made a sweeping motion with his arm, releasing a swarm of parasitic insects that surged forth from his sleeve, coalescing into a dense black cloud measuring 3 meters across. The ominous hum of the insect cloud sent chills down the spines of nearby youths, who instinctively recoiled in fear of becoming mere sustenance for the swarm. The vortex furrowed his brow, noting the alarming synchronicity of the two boys' actions. However, there was no time for contemplation, as his mental faculties surged forward in a direct line. The speed of his thoughts far surpassed the pace of physical movement, and in an instant he discerned the source of the unfolding chaos. To his astonishment, he recognized the figures lurking in the shadows behind a towering bronze pillar at the periphery of the crowd, 2 disheveled boys, those who had suffered injuries from his earlier counterattack, resulting in broken wrists and severed fingers. Undoubtedly, they were destined to be among the first eliminated in this unfolding scenario. In that moment, they gazed with despair at the approaching shadows and the ominous cloud of insects, gradually closing in on the bronze pillar. As the root ninja recounted the rules, the two individuals foresaw the impending consequences and discreetly concealed themselves, hoping to evade this trial. Unfortunately, they could not escape the keen senses of the Inuzuka clan, nor the relentless search of the insects. Cursed be it, discovered by these 2 rascals. What shall we do? Given their prowess, we stand no chance for resistance. Upon witnessing the ominous silhouette enveloped in an aura of terror, their faces paled significantly, and their voices were laden with a stifling sense of despair. Yet, amidst despair often lurks a frenzied madness. In a state of extreme fear and rage, they exchanged glances, then suddenly darted from behind the stone pillars. You come to take our lives for the sake of the selection. Come then. With a maddened cry, the 2 flushed youths, spurred by the thrill of impending death, unleashed an unprecedented potential, transforming into swift shadows that erupted from the encirclement of the Inuzuka boy, only to subsequently plunge into a swarm of black insects. Ah! The instant shrieks of agony resonated through the swarm, causing the previously restless crowd to collectively gasp and recoil in horror. Though the 2 youths submerged in the relentless swarm of parasitic insects cried out in torment, their speed miraculously remained undiminished as they surged forward. Their target was, "Ha! You wretched fool. It is you who has brought me to this plight. Let us perish together." The 2 figures, shrouded in a dense mass of parasitic insects, laughed maniacally as they lunged toward the now pallid vortex Wudao. Their faces were grotesquely contorted, ravaged by the biting insects, their flesh a gruesome sight. And as they opened their mouths, endless black insects poured into them. The swarm pulsated, a cacophony of buzzing filling the air, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The 2 figures, enveloped by the insects, flailed their arms and let out piercing screams, their fingers stretching to the limit as they clawed toward the figure before them, their desperation driving them to madness as they sought to unleash their pent-up hatred. Yet, Mere inches from Vortex Wudao, their strength seemed to wane, and ultimately, in defiance, they collapsed at his feet. Then, with a resonant hum, all the parasitic insects surged into the air, and the two figures, shrouded in the swarm, vanished at an observable speed, leaving only a few streaks of crimson blood on the mottled ground as testimony to the recent brutality. The cries of anguish faded, and the entire space was enveloped in a suffocating silence. A cold, bloody, and silent terror spread throughout the atmosphere, nearly inducing a sense of asphyxiation. Even the previously unresponsive girl, who possessed a striking beauty and an indifferent demeanor, slowly turned her face, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of impatience. Yet, her eyes remained tightly shut, showing no inclination to open them. All gazes fixated upon the 3-meter square mass of black clouds, eyes flickering with trepidation and dread. The dark clouds loomed ominously in the void before me, swirling restlessly. Yet, after a moment, they showed no intention of departing. Instead, they seemed to revel in the taste of blood, revealing a latent thirst for carnage. The young man known as Vortex Wudao narrowed his eyes coldly, then swiftly turned to regard a youth from the Oil Woman clan not far away. Sensing Vortex Wudao's gaze, the mysterious figure cloaked in black shifted slightly, then spoke slowly. Their hatred for you is palpable. Even at the brink of death, they harbor such intense loathing. Thus, I shall acquiesce to their wishes. You need not continue to be chosen. Instead, you shall be the last of the three. The chilling, domineering words echoed from his rough, gravelly voice, leaving most in a state of shock, soon replaced by a flicker of excitement. Should those fearsome insects consume Vortex Wudao once more, this elimination round would conclude prematurely, alleviating the threat of death. That proposal is quite agreeable. I wholeheartedly support it. A somewhat arrogant voice rang out almost immediately thereafter. The crowd turned toward the sound, witnessing a figure akin to a whirlwind darting to Vortex Wudao's side. It was a youth with a strong, cropped hairstyle. A small dog with dark fur and crimson eyes perched on his shoulder, the descendant of the Inuzuka clan. He regarded Vortex Wudao with a cold glance, then smirked, revealing sharp canine teeth that glimmered with a savage light. It is truly unfortunate to have lost 2 hearts of qualification. I shall claim yours as the requisite for participation. His low, mocking laughter momentarily halted the gazes of some, who then revealed flickers of intrigue. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Tokugawa Shurin's eyes widened in surprise, a subtle delight surfacing. If these two made their move, it was certain that Tokugawa Wudao would meet his demise. A tremor of excitement coursed through him, and his gaze seemed to shimmer with a blood-red hue, reflective of his changing emotions. However, he inwardly hoped that Tokugawa Wudao would not be too lackluster. It would be perfect if they could mutually perish. The 3 weakest contenders would ultimately face elimination, yet 2 had already been entirely obliterated by the swarm of insects, leaving no trace of their flesh. According to the rules of this contest, only the one who claims the heart of the weakest could succeed and qualify for the CH-NEEN selection exam 4 days hence. Thus, only one heart could symbolize the right to compete, the last remaining slot within the body of the 3rd eliminated contender. At this moment, both the Oil Woman and Inuzuka descendants had evidently set their sights on the newcomer, Vortex Wudao. The air was thick with the imminent threat of violence. Meanwhile, some furtive glances fell upon the girl with her eyes perpetually closed, revealing hints of suspicion. The 2 prominent clans among the preparatory ninjas had made their move. Would the Snow Woman, as a descendant of an even mightier lineage, continue to bide her time? Does the Snow Woman truly lack interest in participating? If so, it is indeed a pity, as she would miss even the chance to seize the moment. The duo of Oil Woman and Inuzuka has always maintained a good rapport. However, this fellow is evidently doomed. There exists no possibility of survival when faced with the descendants of 2 clans possessing secret techniques, not even the slightest chance to resist. Humph. How arrogant. A faint, mocking tone echoed in the square. Although they had just witnessed the prowess of Uzumaki Wudao and recognized themselves as inferior, they placed greater trust in those 2 esteemed youths from Konoha, whose strength far surpassed that of Uzumaki Wudao. After all, years of oppression had instilled in them an instinctive fear and blind faith in these 2 young men. At this moment, Uzumaki Wudao's gaze remained as calm as ever, seemingly unperturbed, like still waters that ran deep. Yet gradually, as his mental energy coalesced, the surface of that water appeared to transform into a layer of icy coldness. Humph. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, regarding the onlookers with the same disdain one would show a jester. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to eliminate me as a third party? Huh. Upon hearing his words, the youth of the Inuzuka clan couldn't help but scoff coldly, replying, "You are excessively arrogant. Do you think that defeating a weakling like Tokugawa Shuren qualifies you to contend with me? That fellow has only been here for a few days, at best. He is merely a capable insect. It would take me but 3/10 of my strength to deal with him. Judging by your earlier display, you must have exerted your full power, yet you are all of a kind, utterly worthless." As he spoke, a proud expression graced his face, and he gradually lowered his body, positioning himself on all fours like a beast preparing to pounce. "I will enlighten you ignorant fools to the true essence of a ninja that you shall never comprehend. Secret technique, four-legged technique." Boom. As the voice of the Inuzuka youth rang out, a layer of delicate, pale blue chakra flames erupted around his limbs. He then forcefully propelled himself forward. Whoosh. Like a rift in the air, he transformed into a blurred figure, akin to a tempest, rushing forth in an instant. Foolish. Lowly wretch. One move will suffice to end you. Observing the seemingly unresponsive and tranquil visage of Uzumaki Wudao, he could not suppress a smirk of delight. Yet he showed no mercy in his assault, his right hand slicing through the air like a blade, aimed directly at his opponent's neck. Rip! The speed and power of his strike were astonishingly formidable, producing a faint sound of air bursting in the void, prompting some onlookers to reveal expressions of anticipation. One strike. Perhaps it would only take one strike to eradicate Uzumaki Wudao and conclude this elimination match. Witnessing this scene, Tokugawa Shuren could not help but feel a spark of excitement in his eyes, his heart racing with anticipation. If this fellow were to be slain in such a manner, it would certainly spare me a great deal of trouble. However, reality often diverges too greatly from one's ideals. In an instant, a hand radiating a golden glow suddenly appeared, swiftly intercepting an incoming strike with a crisp sound that commanded the attention of all present. Just before it could reach the carotid artery of Uzumaki Mideo, the hand, enveloped in a faint golden sheen, firmly grasped the attacking hand, halting its advance. What? Impossible. How could you possibly stop me? My speed is such that you should scarcely be able to perceive it. The young scion of the Inuzuka clan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Uzumaki Mideo. There is nothing impossible. Uzumaki Mideo's gaze settled lightly upon the youth before him, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Although the opponent's speed appeared nearly blinding to others, to Uzumaki Mideo, it was utterly commonplace. This time, he did not even need to employ his psychic prowess to thwart the attack. After all, his speed was leagues beyond that of the elite shinobi among the foundational ninjas. Just now, were you planning to extract my heart in exchange for a chance to compete? Quite a commendable notion. Uzumaki Mideo murmured slowly, his voice ringing clear across the stillness of the bronze plaza, followed by a cold, razor-sharp smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. I too harbor an interest in the selection of lower-ranked ninjas. With that, his right hand moved instantly, akin to the sharpest of blades, gleaming with a dazzling golden light as it thrust fiercely toward the chest of the Inuzuka youth. How dare you, ah? The Inuzuka boy stared in shock at Uzumaki Mideo, his voice rising in a scream, but soon a wave of excruciating pain, almost ethereal in its intensity, surged from his chest, forcing an anguished cry from his lips. The crowd surrounding them fell into a sudden silence, eyes wide and vacant as they beheld the hand protruding grotesquely from the boy's back. Crimson and eerie, covered in bloodstains, droplets of blood began to drip slowly from the gaps between Uzumaki Mideo's fingers as a still-beating heart lay nestled within his grasp, pulsating like the collective heartbeat of all present, evoking an indescribable shock. Thud, thud. In the deathly quiet of the plaza, the heart, no larger than a child's fist, quivered slightly between Uzumaki Mideo's fingers, still bearing the vestiges of the Inuzuka boy's life. Yet the body that was impaled upon his arm gradually succumbed to lifelessness, the head drooping limply. Damn, you dare to do this? The Inuzuka youth struggled to widen his eyes, uttering reluctant murmurs, a trickle of blood uncontrollably escaping his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. At this moment, the intense pain radiating from his chest began to fade from his consciousness, leaving behind a chilling sensation that deepened with each passing moment, instilling in him an overwhelming dread. Cold, numb. It seemed that only when on the brink of death could one truly feel this tremor that emanated from the soul. Am I to die? How can this be? As a distinguished member of the renowned Inuzuka clan in Konoha, I cannot possibly be defeated by that ordinary boy. It is inconceivable. I refuse to accept this. I do not believe it. I will not yield. He exerted himself to widen his eyes, striving to perceive the somewhat surreal world around him. Yet, the scene before him grew increasingly blurred, and even the calm-faced youth, who filled him with loathing at this moment, seemed to recede further away. Vortex, no way. Vortex. No way. He opened his mouth in a silent scream, only to be overwhelmed by a profound sense of weightlessness as his consciousness plunged into darkness. As a descendant of the esteemed Inuzuka clan from the illustrious Hidden Leaf Village, he had met such a tragic end. A chilling silence enveloped the space, an eerie stillness that seemed almost otherworldly. In that instant, gazing at the lifeless figure of the Inuzuka youth, nearly everyone felt a surreal, dreamlike sensation. The prestigious ninja clans of the Hidden Leaf Village comprised exceedingly powerful ninja families, endowed with exceptional bloodlines and mysterious, arcane techniques, their potential far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. Almost every adult member of these noble clans possessed the strength of elite jonin. Due to the formidable nature of their family's unique techniques, they shone brightly even in their youth, becoming prominent figures among their peers. In the harsh, unforgiving environment of the root, deaths among the noble clans were nearly unheard of. Yet, at this moment, a descendant of the Inuzuka clan had tragically been slain by a much younger boy, his heart pierced and taken in an instant. This scene was akin to a mirage, rendering it almost unbelievable. Suddenly, a fierce and mournful howl echoed through the bronze plaza, followed by the rapid approach of a massive shadow. Was that the Inuzuka clan's ninja dog? The boy, Uzumaki Naru, furrowed his brow. Watching the rushing shadow, a towering black hound, its crimson eyes radiating a desperate and malevolent glare. It was the contract ninja dog that had been by the Inuzuka youth's side. But now, its size had surged exponentially, both in speed and strength, exhibiting an abnormal increase. Such explosive power often came at the cost of the dog's life force. Yet now, with its master deceased, it was consumed by frenzied emotion. The colossal hound charged forth, conjuring a tempest of blood-scented wind as it bared its razor-sharp teeth. Lunging for the left shoulder of Uzumaki Naru. Boom. In that moment, akin to fireworks blossoming in the night sky, a brilliant golden light erupted. Uzumaki Naru was enveloped in a solid cocoon of golden chakra, his form seemingly forged from gold, emanating an aura of indomitable strength. With a swift motion of his left hand, as the giant dog bared its fangs, a punch of incredible speed shot forth. Bang! A thunderous collision resonated, mingled with a piercing howl, as the shadowy figure was propelled even faster than before, crashing to the ground before the onlookers. Dead. Dead. A boy, trembling with disbelief, gazed at the shrinking form of the ninja dog beneath him, unable to suppress a gasp, and when he looked back at Uzumaki Naru, his eyes were gradually filled with a hint of dread. Humph. Renowned for their tenacity, even the resilient ninja hounds could scarcely withstand the might of his punch. Though this strike landed upon the vulnerable tip of the hound's nose, it undeniably attested to the remarkable surge in his strength over a mere span of time. At this moment, suspended in the concealed passageway above the edge of the bronze plaza, two shadowy figures observed the scene unfold in the dim light. Witnessing the demise of the Oil Woman clan's disciples and the ninja hounds, one middle-aged man with short hair subtly furrowed his brow, then spoke with a dispassionate tone. His words were devoid of fervor, his expression impassive and composed. He was Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root and the clandestine ruler of Konoha. His gaze fixated on the figure of Uzumaki Wudao below, an icy glint gradually surfacing in his eyes. In contrast, the other figure, a slender man with long hair, displayed a hint of amusement, fixing his gaze intently on Uzumaki Wudao. Compared to those decayed remnants, my interest lies with this young lad. How do you intend to wield this weapon? His potential sparks even a flicker of sharpness within me. Humph. Once everything is in place, he shall remain forever loyal to the shadows. Loyal to me, he will become the sharpest blade of the Root. Below, with a resounding thud, Uzumaki Wudao coldly cast aside the lifeless body from his arm, firmly clutching the heart, drenched in thick blood, in his palm. He addressed all present. Do you wish for me to become the Eliminator? Humph. You shall be sorely disappointed. Gradually, he turned his gaze, ultimately landing on the disciples of the Oil Woman clan. Regrettably, it seems the third party has appeared ahead of schedule. Impressive. You dare to slay even the disciples of the Inuzuka clan. How fearless you are. And yet, how ignorant. At that moment, the young disciple of the Oil Woman clan slowly raised his head, revealing a pale and indistinct visage, a cold smile escaping his lips. The prestigious clans of Konoha will not tolerate any provocations from outsiders. You have slain the Inuzuka clan's disciples. Even within the root, you shall not evade their vengeance. Humph. Is this your path to self-destruction? Oh, is that so? Uzumaki Wudao's eyes flickered as he suddenly offered a peculiar smile. The prestigious clans of Konoha? If you were to perish alongside them, I wonder if your Oil Woman clan would unite with the Inuzuka clan to confront me? What? The young disciple of the Oil Woman clan was momentarily taken aback, but his expression swiftly hardened, for within his line of sight, a figure as sharp as a drawn blade surged forth. Uzumaki Wudao's form shimmered brilliantly, his movements swift as lightning. The force of his presence overwhelming the very air around him, compelling the surrounding youths to instinctively retreat. At that instant, his speed reached its zenith, closing the distance to the Oil Woman clan's disciple in the blink of an eye, now less than 10 meters apart. What? His speed is utterly terrifying. The youth of the Oil Maiden clan silently screamed within, his heart tightening momentarily, yet he soon exhaled in relief, for he sensed that his parasitic insects were swiftly approaching, their speed surpassing that of the swirling void. In mere moments, vast swathes of the parasitic insects descended upon him, forming an ominous black cloud overhead. Humph. Truly a self-destructive path. Feeling the seemingly boundless power above him, a cold smirk gradually crept across the young man's lips. Given the circumstances, unless the swirling void immediately dodged and relinquished its offensive, it would soon find itself ensnared by his insects upon impact. To be surrounded by the parasitic swarm was akin to a death sentence. Thus, he was resolute. The swirling void would undoubtedly evade, for otherwise he would not sustain severe injuries, yet the void would surely meet its demise. Would anyone risk their own life to inflict harm upon their opponent? Clearly, in his understanding, the answer was no. Yet, the swirling void exhibited no inclination to evade, even as it closed within a mere 3 meters of him. The black cloud formed by the parasitic insects blocking its path, its expression remaining unchanged. Could it be, do you truly intend to proceed like this? The Oil Maiden youth's expression darkened as he glared at the rapidly approaching swirling void, observing the seemingly mocking glint in its eyes, a tremor coursing through him. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust his right hand forward from the darkness, fiercely grasping at the void in the air while uttering a low incantation. Secret technique, insect devour. Buzz. In that instant, an endless swarm of parasitic insects surged forth like arrows released from a bow, forming a massive black hand aimed at the advancing void. With a soft collision sound, the golden radiance enveloping the swirling void began to dim, its form simultaneously engulfed by the thick darkness. Suddenly, amidst the buzzing of the swarm, a clear sound of a sword being drawn echoed, followed by a flash of golden light that pierced through the blackness like a bolt of lightning. That glimmer of gold was as sharp as if it had rent the very fabric of space, vanishing in an instant. Rip! A crisp sound of fabric tearing filled the air, and the Oil Maiden youth felt a hand swiftly pull him from behind, followed by a chill that coursed through his neck, the icy sensation piercing into his very soul. Staring blankly at the shadow still cloaked in darkness before him, disbelief welled up within his eyes. At that moment, in the figure's palm, a slender blade radiating a faint golden hue was slowly returning to its sheath. What? To think that in such a situation, yet before he could fully grasp his astonishment, his expression abruptly shifted again, as though he had encountered a monster. Fixated on the blurred silhouette of the swirling void. How is this possible? My parasitic insects cannot breach your outer defenses. What manner of power is this? Capable of thwarting the devouring force of my insects? It seemed as if someone had perceived his thoughts, for a soft, chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. His chakra is remarkably unique, enveloping his entire body, permeating not only his flesh and blood, but even saturating his hair and pores. The youth from the Oil Woman clan was taken aback, slowly turning his head to behold a young girl who had appeared behind him. Her demeanor calm and her features strikingly delicate. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with shoulder-length black hair and a fair complexion that radiated a subtle, cool glow reminiscent of a serene moon. What set her apart was the gradual opening of her tightly shut eyes, revealing a pair of distinctive pupils that gleamed like white jade. Hinata. Upon seeing those iconic eyes, the youth from the Oil Woman clan felt his pupils involuntarily constrict, his gaze flickering away as if trying to evade her frigid scrutiny. The Hyuga clan of Konoha is heralded as one of the most powerful ancient families, recognized in the ninja world as a bastion of taijutsu, standing alongside the Uchiha clan as one of Konoha's mightiest families, with a lineage and influence that far surpasses that of other noble clans. This chakra-s nature must be unique to you. It does not align with any of the 5 elemental properties, suggesting it is a bloodline ability. Despite the fluctuating expressions of the youth from the Oil Woman clan, the girl named Hinata Yukino remained unfazed, her gaze still assessing the now-still Uzumaki Wudao with an indifferent demeanor. Huh. A low voice echoed within the parasitic insects, followed by a flash of golden light that suddenly pierced through the darkness, annihilating some of the parasites. Witnessing this, the youth's expression faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a look of disdain as he declared, "I command a total of 90,000 insects, even if they cannot breach your defenses. Binding you is a trivial task. As for your attempts to break free, how many can you slay?" No sooner had he spoken than the swarm surrounding Uzumaki Wudao shifted slightly, causing the golden radiance to dim instantly, shrouded once again in darkness. Observing this, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in the youth's eyes, but before he could revel in his triumph, the still figure of Uzumaki Wudao suddenly stirred. A layer of cracks emanating a golden glow began to manifest, and then, beams of golden light erupted from his body, dazzling and resplendent like brilliant sunlight. In an instant, the dim expanse was illuminated to its zenith. An endless cascade of gold gradually consumed the encroaching shadows. What? This is... The boy from the Oil Woman clan's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting sheer astonishment, a sentiment echoed by the girl Yukino behind him. Suddenly, from the radiating golden torrent, 2 beams of light veered off their original trajectory, swiftly converging toward the 2 of them in the void. These 2 golden streaks vanished like lightning in the air. The youth's eyes flickered, a chilling dread surging within him. He instinctively tilted his head slightly, only to feel a creeping pain on his cheek as a trickle of crimson seeped from his pale skin, a result of being pierced by a golden ray, darkening his expression ominously. A golden ray suspended in midair was suddenly grasped by a delicate, pale hand, revealing its true form. It was, astonishingly, a golden steel needle, as slender as a cow's hair. It trembled slightly at the fingertips of Hinata Yukino, yet within moments, it transformed into a wisp of golden aura that gradually dissipated. A tangible manifestation of chakra. In that instant, even the typically aloof Hinata Yukino could not suppress the gasp of astonishment that escaped her lips. Such a materialization of chakra seemed only possible by that legendary chakra known throughout the history of the ninja world. The most formidable ninjutsu, the wood release technique. The ultimate ninja path that once subdued the entire world. Could it be that his bloodline could rival the wood release? The mere thought caused Hinata Yukino to slowly shake her head in disbelief. Such speculation seemed utterly impossible. The disparity between these 2 individuals was simply too vast. At this moment, the golden aura emanating from Uzumaki Mideo began to wane, and the diminutive figure gradually became clearer. It appeared that in that fleeting moment, it was you who saved him. Otherwise, given his capabilities, he could never have escaped my attack range. A calm and confident voice resonated softly, and then, amidst the dim golden glow, a more resplendent gleam suddenly erupted, rushing forth. How then could this blade be obstructed? Seeing Uzumaki Mideo launch another attack, Hinata Yukino's delicate brow furrowed slightly before her expression turned cold. In the next instant, her body became akin to a phantom, instantly appearing before the young member of the Oil Woman clan. You have underestimated the secret clan of Konoha. Hinata returned to heaven. With a swift motion, as if a fierce scale had materialized from thin air, a thick layer of blue chakra abruptly surrounded Hinata Yukino's swiftly spinning form. This seemingly fragile chakra layer appeared to be infused with 2 opposing forces, which, at the moment the blade of Uzumaki Mideo made contact, erupted violently, forcing his body to veer off course. With 4 successive steps, Uzumaki Mideo finally halted, yet a lingering sensation of faint numbness remained in his right hand, leaving him alarmed. Indeed, the Hinata clan, renowned throughout the ninja world, possesses extraordinary soft fist techniques. They can transmit the force of vibration directly into my body, bypassing the defenses of flesh and metal, causing internal damage. He slowly sheathed the shimmering blade at his waist, casting a detached glance at the composed Hinata Yukino, who had adopted the Bagua palm stance. A smirk suddenly crept across his lips as he declared, "Humph, even if you can withstand my direct physical assaults, can you defend against this?" As he spoke, the golden hue of Uzumaki Mideo's right hand dimmed, and then, between his fingers, 2 shurikens that resembled gold materialized, floating ethereally in the air. Which one is? Among the crowd, Tokugawa Morito's expression tightened as he fixated on the golden shurikens in Uzumaki Mideo's grip. They were identical to the ones before, yet it is astonishing that such a power could be conjured from thin air by him. How could it possibly manifest in his being? At this moment, a shadow of despondency swept across his countenance, and his gaze flickered as it settled upon Uzumaki Wudao, his heart brimming with envy. Witnessing the shuriken nestled between Wudao's fingers, Hinata Yukino's expression likewise turned grave, prompting her to speak. Do you truly intend to provoke discord between the two prominent clans, the Yunyu and Inuzuka? If so, I must inform you that even Lord Danzo, despite being entrenched within the root, would not easily refute the counsel of these two families. At that juncture, you would be forsaken by the root and subjected to expulsion while facing the vengeance of both clans. Even if they refrain from deploying elite shinobi against you in the open, the two families possess many talented heirs. Can you truly assure that you can contend with them all? Humph. Even so, Uzumaki Wudao regarded the youth behind Yukino with a calm expression. In that instant, through the gash in his neck left by the shattered glass, he could vaguely discern the latter's pallid visage, fluctuating between light and dark. With a chilling smile, he replied, "And what of it? This is precisely what I have longed for." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his brow furrowed slightly, and an unseen surge of mental energy erupted instantaneously. As the torrent of psychic force surged forth, the two golden shuriken in Wudao's right hand trembled slightly, instantly transforming into two streaks of gleaming gold that sliced through the air. What? Hinata Yukino's previously stoic face suddenly registered shock. In the depths of her pearlescent eyes, she caught fleeting glimpses of two slender trails in the air, moving with such blinding speed that even her perceptive abilities struggled to fully capture them. For she had not activated her Byakugan to its fullest potential. What manner of offensive technique is this, capable of such effortless manipulation? In that moment, a sense of defeat crept into her heart, and her spirit chilled to the bone. If she could not fully perceive this assault, one could only imagine the plight of the youth from the Yunyu clan behind her. However, in the next heartbeat, the anticipated cry of despair did not materialize. As Wudao's shuriken neared the Yunyu boy's form, a gaunt shadow abruptly materialized in the void above, swiftly hurling a nearly silent shuriken of its own. Clang! The crisp resonance of metal colliding echoed above the Yunyu boy's head, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He looked up in bewilderment, only to see a tall, slender figure clad in a black robe descending rapidly. The root. As he beheld this indifferent silhouette, a flicker of anger began to surface in the depths of the Yunyu boy's eyes, and he suddenly comprehended the mindset of those lower-tier youths eliminated in past trials. Panic, fear, and an insatiable thirst for life. Undeniably, in that fleeting moment, he had felt a twinge of fear towards Uzumaki Wudao, a feeling that filled him with profound shame and rage. Uzumaki Wudao, know when to stop. The newcomer, observing Wudao's increasingly somber demeanor, spoke with a cold authority that crackled in the air. This selection trial has concluded. The individuals advancing to the fourth day selection are Yunyu Sashi, Uzumaki Wudao, and Hinata Yukino, appointed by Lord Danzo. Come, you shall accompany me to meet the Lord. At this moment, upon hearing the words of the root ninja, the expression on Uzumaki Wudao's face grew increasingly grim. The instant the root ninja made his move, Wudao had already employed his mental prowess to perceive his surroundings. Although he was nearing the limits of his mental reach, he still managed to glimpse two figures gradually retreating in the distance, Danzo and Orochimaru. Is this what Danzo intends? A chill ran down Wudao's spine as he recalled that cold, indifferent silhouette. Taking a deep breath, he buried his distractions deep within his heart. After a moment of silence, Wudao slowly closed his eyes, retracting all of his chakra. This caused several individuals to exhale in relief. Should Wudao disregard the warning of the root ninja and slay Yunyu Shuji here, not only would he face the wrath of the Inuzuka and Yunyu clans, but they too could become mere collateral damage in a storm of vengeance. At this moment, the selection had prematurely concluded with the root ninja's declaration. Yet a suffocating silence enveloped the entire bronze square. Almost everyone was gripped with fear, casting wary glances at the diminutive figure of Uzumaki Wudao. As the golden aura dissipated, his true self was revealed, a slender figure with a delicate countenance, exuding an unsettling tranquility that belied his youth. His robe stained with blood, emanating a strong scent of carnage. No one dared confront him. Even the Inuzuka clan's disciples could not withstand his ferocity, and the Yunyu clan's members nearly lost their lives. In contrast, the legendary Hyuga clan's disciples, reputed as the strongest, could not surpass him, indicating the terrifying strength possessed by this seemingly youthful boy. He had already distanced himself from his peers, destined for future glory. The root ninja observed coldly, surveying the area before addressing Uzumaki Wudao, Hyuga Yukino, and the still reeling Yunyu Shuji with indifference. Come, the three of you shall accompany me to meet Lord Danzo. With that, he turned and strode towards the corridor surrounding the bronze square without any intention of waiting. Wudao remained silent, harboring a more profound understanding of Danzo. His strength had surged rapidly, likely drawing the latter's renewed attention. As for this upcoming meeting, he harbored certain speculations. Control or covert annihilation for Danzo. These two outcomes were all that remained. Wudao's conjectures leaned closer to the former. The mark of ink? It too falls within the realm of sealing techniques. Perhaps. A flicker of coldness briefly flashed in his gaze as he followed suit with indifference, watching the two figures, one tall and the other short, gradually depart. Hyuga Yukino furrowed her delicate brows slightly but did not oppose, instead choosing to follow. Only Yunyu Shuji remained, his expression dark and hesitant. The impact of Wudao's strength weighed heavily upon him, and unbeknownst to him, a seed of fear had begun to take root in his heart towards that retreating silhouette. Yunyu Yozi hesitated, and at that moment, the figure of Hinata Yukino ahead paused slightly, turning her head with an expression that was both indifferent and detached as she cast a brief glance in his direction before resuming her slow advance. Yunyu Yozi's expression faltered, and suddenly, it felt as though an explosion erupted in his mind, a surge of crimson rising within him. How could this be? Why has fear taken root in my heart? Damn it! As a bearer of the Oil Clan's ninja legacy, how could I succumb to such a cowardly disposition? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He roared within, his countenance fierce as he quickened his pace, pursuing the increasingly indistinct figure ahead. The footsteps gradually faded, and the atmosphere within the bronze square began to ease. Tokugawa Shuren retracted his cold gaze, casting a subtle glance around before lifting his feet lightly and gradually stepping into the shadows. In the dim and somber corridor, two indistinct figures walked slowly. The only sound resonating through the passage was the rhythmic echo of their footsteps. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that only one individual was making any sound, while the other slender shadow moved like a specter, silent and ghostly, akin to a serpent slithering through the darkness, exuding an air of chilling malevolence. Ha ha ha. In the silence, a faint, raspy laugh emerged, followed by the elongated figure remarking, "What a splendid scene. That child truly captivates my admiration." Perhaps so. An indifferent and frigid voice replied from ahead, laced with a hint of mockery. Yet, all of his thoughts would ultimately prove futile. Ha ha. To slay the offspring of the Inuzuka clan, and even to attempt to include the Oil Clan, his ambitions are indeed grand. Showing no reverence for the two prominent families of Konoha, his intentions are all too clear. He seeks to exploit the pressure from both clans to have me eliminate him from the roots, or perhaps, merely to entertain the delusion of escaping my grasp. Yet, in such a vortex of chaos, how can I feel at ease? His potential ultimately unsettles me. I must preemptively lay down that technique. In the dimness, a flicker of cold intent flashed like bolts of lightning from the figure. The slender silhouette remained silent, save for the pair of dark yellow slit pupils gradually brightening in the gloom. Before long, their forms vanished around the corner ahead. The corridor extending from the edge of the bronze square seemed almost endless, as the trio from the vortex of chaos followed the root ninjas, navigating through several turns. The path gradually ascending before descending again, leaving one in utter confusion, nearly losing all sense of direction. Every few meters, flickering torches danced in the shadows, illuminating the darkness sufficiently to avoid total obscurity. Finally, after reaching a turning point, at the end of the path stood a bronze door embedded within the rocky layers, blocking the way. Before the bronze door, two figures resembling clay sculptures remained quietly concealed in the shadows. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, the two figures immediately lifted their heads, shooting forth glances as sharp as blades. Just a single glance sent a tremor through several hearts, while the pupils of the vortex of chaos suddenly constricted. A murderous intent. In those two gazes, he sensed a palpable and chilling aura of murderous intent. The ability to exude such lethal energy through one's eyes suggested a history of slaying no fewer than 1,000 foes. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. A person enveloped in such a pervasive atmosphere of death had likely eradicated nearly all emotions, reduced to mere instruments of assassination, akin to humanoid weapons. Undoubtedly, these were the two most formidable ninjas he had ever encountered. The fleeting glances exchanged were quickly retracted, yet their actions remained inscrutable. Amidst a low murmur, the bronze door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit chamber. Within, a figure sat quietly in the shadows, eyes closed. Upon hearing the sound, the figure slowly opened its eyes, revealing a gaze imbued with indifference and a subtle authority. The owner of those eyes was none other than Danzo. Outside the bronze door, the root ninjas came to a measured halt, bowing slightly toward the figure before retreating. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward calmly, confronting the shadowy figure. "Ah, your growth has surpassed all expectations," Danzo remarked, his eyes flitting over to Yamanaka Ino and Hinata before settling upon Naruto. "Surely, my esteemed training has not gone unnoticed?" Naruto replied with a serene countenance, betraying not a hint of emotion. "It is precisely this that astonishes me. From the information I have received, it appears you have not exerted yourself in your chakra training on your journey to Konoha, yet your chakra reserves have increased exponentially, by dozens, if not hundreds of times, compared to a fortnight ago. Such potential is indeed the mark of a rare genius." Danzo's expression flickered as he regarded Naruto, gradually revealing a hint of coldness. "I no longer concern myself with your sentiments toward Konoha. Whether you conceal your true feelings or genuinely seek to ally with us is of no consequence." As he spoke, Danzo rose slowly, a complex rune shimmering faintly with dark energy materializing in his outstretched hand, causing Naruto's pupils to constrict to the size of needles. "Mark of darkness," he murmured inwardly, filled with resistance as his palms instinctively clenched tightly, veins bulging. Yet, reason forced him to confront his predicament, besides Danzo before him. The two ninjas radiating an aura of chilling silence behind the bronze door were becoming increasingly insurmountable. A desperate struggle seemed imminent. Perhaps the next moment would lead to his demise. Taking a deep breath, he stood motionless, betraying no external sign of emotion. A satisfied smile crept upon Danzo's lips as he stepped closer, suddenly striking the air. In an instant, the shadowy black fragment darted directly toward Naruto. That peculiar black rune, seemingly alive, descended onto Naruto's neck and, like an octopus, swiftly slithered toward the corner of his mouth. Boom of faint yet resonant thundering echoed within his mind, reverberating like the relentless beating of a drum. A profound sensation of dizziness overwhelmed him, and the pale visage of Xiandao gradually succumbed to weakness, ultimately closing his eyes and collapsing. Meanwhile, in an extraordinarily spacious chamber, a diminutive figure slowly entered. Through the flickering shadows cast by dim flames, it became evident that this figure was Tokugawa Shuren. His gaze roamed, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, his eyes finally fixed upon a slender silhouette turned away from him. "My lord." In the face of that figure, Tokugawa Shuren's expression wavered momentarily in struggle. But he ultimately bowed his head in submission, respectfully declaring, "Ah." The figure did not turn, yet a faint, cold smile began to grace its lips. Beneath the dim, oppressive light, it resembled a nocturnal specter, imbued with an eerie and terrifying rhythm. The distant slender figure, with waist-length black hair cascading down, chuckled in a detached and chilling manner, before a hoarse voice emerged. "What brings you here?" Tokugawa Shuren's body trembled slightly in submission, and a flicker of intense surprise shone in his lowered gaze. In a quivering breath, he spoke slowly. "My lord, you once mentioned that my body could harbor such power. I hope you will bestow it upon me this time. I shall remain eternally loyal to you." Upon uttering these words, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Though he was unaware of the name of that extraordinary power within him, even through initial integration, it had already granted him an almost terrifying capacity for physical recovery, alongside significant enhancements in strength and constitution. That previous gain had merely been a minor experiment by this lord, with the fusion amounting to an infinitesimal fraction. If he could fully master that power, Vortex Xiandao, would stand no chance against him and would be effortlessly crushed. With this thought, Tokugawa Shuren could not suppress a slight, buoyant smile of delight. "Ah, that substance is not so easily assimilated. Are you prepared?" The figure continued to face away, merely posing the question with indifference. "Yes, indeed." Upon hearing this implicit agreement, Tokugawa Shuren's expression jolted, unable to contain a momentary surge of elation, his voice trembling as he replied. "Hee. Excellent. This time I shall augment the process. I hope you can withstand it." At last, the figure slowly turned, revealing a pale yet handsome profile, with dark yellow vertical pupils intently scrutinizing Tokugawa Shuren below. He was none other than Orochimaru. With a soft clap of his hands, Orochimaru's lips curled into an enigmatic expression. As the crisp sound of applause echoed, a somewhat indistinct figure emerged from the depths of darkness, gradually approaching. The sound of footsteps resounded starkly in the dim room, and as the figure drew nearer, it finally came into view in the flickering amber light, a young man with an expression of serene demeanor. A youth, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, donned a form-fitting black attire, his long, pale hair gathered neatly at the back of his head. A gentle smile graced his delicate features, yet his eyes remained obscured behind a pair of glasses, rendering them somewhat indistinct. He appeared to maintain that serene smile in the presence of anyone, exuding an aura of tranquility. "My lord." The boy approached Orochimaru, slowly retrieving a transparent vial the size of a teacup from his pocket. "This is the special material for this occasion." Upon observing the deep crimson liquid within, accompanied by a shadowy figure that floated gently, Orochimaru's pupils involuntarily contracted. Yet a smile soon graced his lips. "Tell me, this time there were no complications, correct?" The boy seemed momentarily taken aback, quickly adjusting his glasses to mask the astonishment in his eyes. "You appear quite invested in this material, my lord, as you rarely inquire about the process." "Aha. After all, this substance," Orochimaru paused, his gaze fixated on the vial, licking his lips as he continued, "is forbidden. It is something that absolutely must not be stolen from that clan." "Hehehe. Forbidden. Such a delightful term." He unscrewed the vial and tilted it slightly, allowing the dark red liquid to spill forth, revealing a dim, spherical object resting in his palm. The resistance from the other party had been fierce, even to the point of self-destruction, yet he had successfully acquired another. The subsequent handling proved to be remarkably simple. The boy smiled gently, exuding warmth as he explained. Orochimaru nodded slightly, seemingly placing great trust in the boy's words, refraining from further inquiry. Instead, he cast a casual glance at Tokugawa Shuren below and said, "Come along. You shall attain the power you desire, and even more." Tokugawa Shuren lifted his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance, though it was but a fleeting glance. He distinctly observed that what rolled out from the vial was none other than an exceedingly peculiar blood-red eyeball. The pupil was surrounded by two dim, black markings. Filled with astonishment, Tokugawa Shuren followed the figure ahead as they stepped into the dimness. The somber space was so silent it felt almost despairing. At an unknown moment, the vortex of chaos abruptly awakened, revealing the scene before him. Vast and hollow, it resembled an infinite cosmic expanse. A colossal star, near limitless, floated in the dim sky, emitting wisps of mysterious mist. A faint rustling echoed through the space, causing the vortex to gaze upwards in bewilderment. A dark, ink-like river, akin to a tempestuous dragon, coiled tightly around that star. Yet alas, the disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The black river flickered with dim, bizarre symbols, yet was utterly extinguished by the mists emanating from the star, unable to impede even a fraction. Witnessing this, a flash of insight suddenly illuminated the vortex's mind. In that moment, the immense star in this realm felt remarkably familiar and comforting. Could it be that this is my spiritual domain? Vortex Wudo's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings, finally discovering another minuscule, anomalous star in the dimness beneath his feet. This was a star that shone with a faint golden radiance, exuding an aura of intense scrutiny and sharpness. My spiritual entity. How enlightening. In that moment, Vortex Wudao comprehended everything. Tawanzo had planted the ink curse seal within him, a seal that would infiltrate the brain through the mouth, taking control of the spiritual sea and thus achieving dominance. However, the ink curse seal opted to erode the source of his spirit from his past life upon entering his spiritual sea. The consequences were predictable. Under the vast and nearly infinite spiritual power, the ink curse seal was utterly incapable of corroding its origin and would instead be continuously obliterated. Upon this realization, Vortex Wudao's gaze flickered momentarily as he made a decisive choice. He lifted his head slightly, gazing at the scene above, murmuring, "What an unexpected delight. Although I can gradually unravel the ink curse seal relying on the sealing scroll of the Vortex clan, the time required will undoubtedly be lengthy. Yet, it seems I need not endure such troubles now. Still, the ink curse seal must be addressed in the short term." Saying this, he gently closed his eyes, establishing an extraordinary connection that instantly linked him to the spiritual star beneath him. With a whoosh, like a tempestuous surge, a golden torrent swiftly ascended, enveloping a corner of the black river above. The void flickered momentarily, and in an instant, the nearly obliterated blackness was drawn downward. In the space below, Vortex Wudao's figure gradually dimmed, yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy penetrated every corner of the black torrent like a steel needle, Unique and intricate seals unfurled before his eyes. The curse seal. This is the foundational technique of the seal. Humph. In the external space. Within the same chamber, flickering candles illuminated the scene. 3 pairs of eyes silently observed the inert vortex Wudao, shrouded in silence. A massive black net continuously shifted over his body, eventually fading from sight. Success. A detached voice abruptly broke the silence as Tuanzo approached, gazing at the still entranced vortex Wudao, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He then turned to glance at Hinata Yukinari and oil girl Yoshiji, slowly stating, according to the agreements established among the prominent clans. While you shall not be marked with the curse seal, I trust you will keep the secrets of darkness. Do not disclose them, even to your own clans. Yes, my lord. From this day forth, you shall be formal members of the root. Tuanzo murmured, casting a glance at Vortex Wudo before continuing, among the trio. Hinata holds the position of the leader. With that, he gradually exited. The bronze door trembled as his footsteps faded into silence. Unseen by anyone. A delicate wisp of spirit gradually permeated the entire chamber. With Tuanzo's departure, the room returned to its previous tranquility. In the depths of darkness, Uzumaki Wudao remained with his eyes firmly shut, exhibiting no intention of opening them. His mental energy permeated the surrounding environment and the corridor beyond the bronze door, encompassing all sights within his grasp. Outside the bronze door, as Danzo's silhouette gradually faded from view, the 2 root ninjas, whom he regarded with great trepidation, also dissolved into the shadows, becoming indistinguishable. Within the confines of the chamber, Hinata Yukio sat calmly in a corner, her expression serene as she slowly closed her eyes, forming a hand seal to condense her chakra. Meanwhile, oil girl Yuzuki, leaning against a wall, casually removed her long hat, casting a mocking glance at Uzumaki Wudao. A cold smile gracing her lips. How pitiful. Your life will forever be shrouded in darkness. At that moment, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. As a scion of the esteemed Yuzuki clan of Konoha, he was no stranger to the cursed seals of the roots, fully aware of Uzumaki Wudao's predicament. Those marked by Danzo would be puppets, manipulated without an ounce of freedom. Contemplating this, the smile on his lips deepened, and with an easy demeanor, he retrieved a scroll from his robe, unfurling it calmly before him as he began to slowly form hand seals. In the dimness, Uzumaki Wudao's brow furrowed slightly. Was he forming seals? A flicker of realization ignited within him as his mental energy surged forward, focusing intently on the scroll that lay spread out before him. The chamber was shrouded in gloom, yet within the realm of his mental perception, everything appeared strikingly clear. The 12 distinct names of hand seals, Zi, Cho, In, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, and Hai, each accompanied by corresponding seal diagrams, flashed vividly in Uzumaki Wudao's mind, sending a jolt through his consciousness. This was, indeed, the foundational practice scroll of a ninja's hand seals. The 12 seals depicted were far from the crude illustrations of the anime world he had previously known. Rather, each finger bore faint red dotted lines, intricately inscribed across the palm. The pathways of chakra's flow. Indeed, the art of hand seals was not as simplistic as it seemed. Uzumaki Wudao pondered deeply, his hands instinctively beginning to form the seals, one after another. 1 seal, 2 seals, 3 seals, until all 12 passed through his fingers. Only then did he silently rise into a meditative posture, his gaze filled with astonishment as he murmured softly. Each of the 12 seals seemed to possess a unique power, drawing forth the pulsation of chakra. Indeed, forming seals was the most accurate method of releasing chakra. After a moment of silent contemplation, Uzumaki Wudao formed an incomplete seal with his hands, allowing chakra to surge through his body in accordance with the flow of the incomplete seal. With a soft whoosh, a golden flash akin to lightning shimmered above his fingertips, revealing a terrifying brilliance. As his spirit stirred, the golden form began to materialize, quietly hovering before him. It was a golden steel needle of the same shape as before, yet it evoked a flicker of surprise within him. Chakra had indeed saved several times the consumption compared to before. Previously, I had relied solely on my mental strength to manipulate the chakra within me. Although this approach saved time in hand seals, it resulted in a significant waste of chakra. Moreover, if my mental strength were to be affected even slightly, the chakra would stagnate within my body, subtly injuring my meridians. However, through the guidance of hand seals, the flow of chakra became more agile and explosive. The most notable difference now lies in the time consumed when releasing chakra. The discrepancy between performing hand seals and not performing them, though seemingly minute, can sometimes mean the difference between life and death. Vortex Wudao opened his eyes calmly, his gaze falling to the side, ready for the next step in his training. Furthermore, from Danzo's perspective, I had already been marked with the curse of ink, and he should no longer have any guard against me. Thus, the next step would be to utilize this fleeting time to enrich myself. With this thought, Vortex Wudao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. For him, in this ninja world, the brief time spent here, aside from half a month within the Tokugawa clan, had seen him on the brink of death nearly every moment. Any single thought from Danzo could extinguish him, and his meager strength always left him restless. In a world where life and death are so precarious, strength is the capital for survival, much like in the dark world of his previous life. The strong contend fiercely, while the weak are devoured. The law of the jungle is ever present among humans. Before arriving in Konoha, each of his training sessions had been nearly an exercise in deliberate self-restraint, never fully showcasing his abilities. Yet now, he was free from such constraints. Taking a deep breath, Vortex Wudao sat steadily on the ground, his hands slowly coming together once more. After a moment, a wisp of golden flame flickered as if ethereal, burning between his fingers. At this moment, the silent Hyuga Yukino slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Vortex Wudao's back, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her gaze. What a pity, she murmured softly before closing her eyes once more. Meanwhile, above the ground, the sunlight had unknowingly drawn near. The afterglow of the setting sun drenched the entire forest, and Konoha appeared particularly serene and peaceful in the gentle radiance. In a spacious street, the sounds of chatter never ceased, interspersed with the continuous barks of dogs. This was the ancestral ground of the renowned Inuzuka clan of Konoha. At the center of the street, deep within a prominent and tranquil courtyard, a middle-aged man knelt on one knee in a dimly lit room, his expression indifferent. Coldly, he stated, according to the information relayed from the roots, the family member representing our clan who entered the elimination match today has already perished. Lord Danzo has conveyed his apologies. Useless. A deep, aged voice echoed from above, casting shame upon our Inuzuka clan for failing even before formally entering the roots. This had never happened before. Yet, could it be that those daring to strike our Inuzuka clan's members are from other noble families of Konoha? Another aged voice slowly inquired. Is it from the Hyuga clan? A middle-aged man's gaze flickered with a cold light as he replied in a hushed tone. No. The individual in question does not belong to any prominent clan. He hails from an outer village. Oh, a slow, aged voice expressed mild curiosity before continuing. I surmise his talent is formidable. After all, he managed to slay a member of the Inuzuka clan in the preliminary rounds of the route. He is indeed a prodigy. At this juncture, his tone abruptly shifted to one of chilling severity. However, those who dare to provoke the noble families of Konoha shall find it difficult to survive. Inform the wolves. At the selection 4 days hence, let him stain the arena with his blood. As the last rays of sunlight gradually faded, the final remnants of the sun sank below the horizon and darkness fell. That night, Konoha was decidedly tumultuous. With the imminent selection for Genin approaching, all the prominent clans within the village engaged in hushed deliberations. The rank of Genin represents the foundational tier of a village, and it is also the stage where young geniuses fiercely compete against one another. The selection process to become a Genin often provides a preliminary understanding of the candidate's potential for future growth and their capability to become exceptional ninjas. Amidst this backdrop, a seemingly insignificant name abruptly emerged in the documents of various clans. Vortex Wudao, a mere 9-year-old boy capable of swiftly slaying members of the Inuzuka clan, endowed with a unique ability that hinted at a formidable bloodline. The details surrounding Root S elimination processes were evidently not of great consequence or secrecy. Casual remarks were sufficient to illuminate the events that had transpired. As the leader of the Shadows, Danzo did not conceal his intentions regarding Vortex Wudao and chose not to investigate further. Yet, this incident subtly transformed into a source of ridicule for the Inuzuka and even the Aburame clans. After all, apart from the Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan's offspring had also narrowly escaped death. Moreover, this minor upheaval unexpectedly established Vortex Wudao's reputation as a genius, inciting unwarranted resentment among the scions of the major clans. Meanwhile, in the subterranean world of Konoha, deep within the Root S hidden domain, Vortex Wudao gradually calmed his mind, allowing the flow of chakra to settle into a harmonious state, unaware of the subtle disturbances in the outside world. He became somewhat intoxicated by the exhilaration of his newfound hand seals and practiced with fervor, his fingers lingering with a persistent ache. At last, in a moment of clarity, he gradually stilled, closing his eyes in contemplation. Subsequently, he rose with deliberate grace and made his way toward the door. The sound of his footsteps stirred Hinata Yukino and Aburame Yoshikazu slightly, yet they remained silent and unresponsive. The bronze door opened soundlessly as Vortex Wudao stepped outside. Moments later, guided by memory, he returned to the spacious bronze plaza, now enveloped in an eerie stillness, devoid of any presence, the faint traces of blood having vanished as well. With his mental energy radiating, Vortex Wudao nodded in satisfaction. Here, he could finally embrace a state of complete tranquility as he pursued his training. Perhaps due to the habits formed from past lives entwined with the cycle of life and death, he never reveals his final card until the very last moment. Even in his cultivation, preferring to practice in solitude away from prying eyes. This is a form of caution, or perhaps it is an obsessive instinct for self-preservation. A blade exposed is easily perceived as a threat, while a sheathed blade is far more perilous. The unknown can endure. Vortex Wudao took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes. At this moment, he needed that sheathed, silent blade. Aside from manipulating metal chakra, he had no hidden trump cards. Although by chance he had uncovered the secrets of the ninja hand seals, which made his chakra usage far more fluid. Yet, this was still insufficient. Living in this world, in this dark realm, engendered a sense of crisis that unsettled him. At a certain moment, Vortex Wudao suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of intense fervor igniting within his gaze. His fingers twitched as he retrieved an ancient black scroll from his robes, a secret technique scroll of the Vortex clan, containing the most vital sealing secrets of his lineage. For some reason, Danzo seemed to have forgotten about this scroll and had never sought it from him. However, this artifact was not destined to be preserved for long. Perhaps soon it would be taken by Konoha. Contemplating this, Vortex Wudao furrowed his brow. He was not particularly interested in the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan, for even the most formidable seals could not withstand the most direct assaults. Otherwise, how could the Vortex clan have nearly faced extermination? Yet, he did not underestimate some of the core pinnacle techniques. Whether it be the reverse wall sealing he had witnessed or the legendary sealing jutsu, the corpse demon sealing, both possessed unfathomable and bizarre powers. Such powers seemed to transcend the realm of ninjutsu, belonging instead to a forbidden force. Both must be mastered. Vortex Wudao whispered softly, allowing a drop of crimson blood to seep from his outstretched fingers, landing upon the scroll. That single drop of blood stirred the surface of the scroll as if it had fallen into water, creating ripples that appeared extraordinarily mysterious. Moments later, a faint white radiance illuminated, and the scroll gradually unfurled. Intricate sealing patterns leapt to life in the center of the scroll, mesmerizing the beholder. However, what captured Vortex Wudao's immediate attention was a fearsome visage of a death god etched at the end of the sealing patterns. This was the corpse demon sealing. Vortex Wudao's eyes brightened suddenly, unable to contain his excitement. It was indeed this ninjutsu, the corpse demon sealing technique. The most secretive and supreme sealing art of the Vortex clan was said to harness the power of the death god to eternally seal an opponent's soul into the void. It was a forbidden technique that required the sacrifice of one's own soul, trading life for life, death for death. Terrifying and enigmatic. The vortex of Wudao's gaze subtly shifted as he gradually released his mental energy, etching the intricate seal diagram deep within his consciousness before carefully resealing the scroll. The mysteries of the sealing technique were unfathomable, and understanding them within a short span was ultimately a daunting task. Thus, he resolved to pursue an alternate path. He murmured indifferently, yet his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance as his right hand descended gently. The crisp sound of the blade being unsheathed resonated, akin to a waning moon rising in the darkness, as the golden glass blade shimmered with a faint, cold glimmer, now freed from its sheath. Wudao had never earnestly delved into the secrets contained within this weapon, which harbored the divine treasures of the Tokugawa clan. Having always existed under the watchful eyes of the root ninjas, he had refrained from exploring the depths of the blade's concealed mysteries. The divine blades of the Tokugawa clan, Cold Moon, Silent Void, and Golden Glass, were each rare treasures, yet even rarer was the secret of the Golden Clan hidden within their blades. This was the swordsmanship that had once allowed the Tokugawa clan to dominate the world, the very essence of the glory of the Golden Clan, a supreme art. Now, however, the Tokugawa clan had perished, and the three blades had found their way into the hands of Tokugawa Yasu, Tokugawa Jiren, and Wu Dao himself. Previously, Wu Dao had gleaned the secrets of the blade from Tokugawa Yasu, learning that only the blood of the Tokugawa clan could unlock the swordsmanship techniques. Yet, Wu Dao had no intention of pursuing that route. His mental energy possessed the unique ability to manipulate metal, thus, no metallic element could conceal its secrets from him. With his mental energy imprinted with a metallic essence, he effortlessly seized control of the golden glass blade in an instant. The golden glass blade, a double-edged sword, bore intricate engravings of a swordsmanship secret. It was of the dual blade style. Wu Dao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not the Iajutsu he had envisioned, nor the lioness lament unleashed by Tokugawa Jink in his battle against Danzo. Instead, it was an inexplicable secret of the dual blade style. Could it be that the swordsmanship secrets of the Tokugawa clan were not singular? Indeed, both Iajutsu and the lioness lament seemed to belong to the single blade school. Wu Dao pondered the fleeting moments etched in his memory, recognizing that both Tokugawa Yasu and Tokugawa Jink had seemingly demonstrated the single blade style. The dual blade style, however, the corners of Wu Dao's mouth twitched. Although he was not adept at wielding cold weapons, he understood one fundamental truth. The attacking power generated by dual blades surpassed that of a single blade, and the difficulty of practice was correspondingly greater. What an unexpected delight! Steadying his emotions, Wu Dao firmly grasped one blade in his right hand while reaching for the other in the sheath with his left. The same subtle yet bright sound of metal scraping echoed softly as the golden glass dual blades were fully revealed for the first time. The radiant golden blades sparkled even in the dim light, dazzling the eye. These were not mere instruments of cold menace, but rather two exquisite masterpieces. Wu Dao's mental energy slowly ebbed and flowed, gradually coalescing around the two blades in his hands, silently comprehending the secrets of the dual blade style inscribed upon them. The concept of the dual wielding technique transcends the mere act of wielding two long blades. It embodies the art of executing the prowess of two combatants simultaneously. Whether employing distinct styles or identical forms, each strike must be delivered as if confronting two adversaries. This demands not only a division of focus, but also a dual utilization of the body. After a moment of contemplation, the indifferent figure of Vortex Wu Dao gradually began to maneuver the long blades in his hands. At first, his movements appeared clumsy and tentative, reminiscent of an inexperienced novice. However, as time progressed, the foundational techniques he had diligently cultivated began to resurface, imbuing his dual wielding with a burgeoning aura of ferocity. The blades gleamed like moons, radiating a chilling brilliance. In the dimness, the cold moon intermittently illuminated the surroundings, casting captivating glimmers. The intricacies of sealing techniques are exceedingly complex, rendering it nearly impossible to forge substantial power within a short span. Conversely, while swordsmanship also demands time for mastery, it proves to be a more straightforward and effective path to enhanced capability compared to sealing arts. In the expansive terrain, Vortex Wu Dao closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rhythmic oscillation of the long blades in his grasp. The edges sliced through the surrounding void, subtly attuned to the minute control of force exerted by his palms. As he transcended the initial phase, he discovered the auxiliary role of mental acuity in mastering his swordsmanship. Though mere days might seem insufficient for others to achieve significant advancement in swordplay, for Vortex Wu Dao, endowed with the ability to manipulate metal, the task became remarkably facile under the guidance of his mental prowess. Once his mental energy infiltrated the crystalline dual blades, he adeptly navigated the familiar foundational techniques, allowing his mental faculties to assume command of the strikes, accelerating their velocity to unprecedented levels. What he achieved now surpassed his previous capabilities. Through the application of metal manipulation, he wielded his blades with the ease of a seasoned swordsman honed over decades. At that moment, Vortex Wu Dao was enveloped in a shroud of intricate, cold blade light, forming a luminous circle around his form. This emanated the sharpest of blade glimmers, sparkling with resplendent brilliance, bursting forth in the darkness. He was nearing the threshold. This state approached the foundational mastery of the first secret technique within the dual wielding style. Both the single blade and dual blade techniques conceal within them the formidable ancient sword arts of the Tokugawa clan, with the Iato strike being the most fundamental technique of the single blade style. Likewise, the first secret technique inscribed within the dual wielding style is also the Iato strike. The Iato strike represents the foundational essence of drawing and slashing, capable of eliminating an opponent in an instant, often before the targeted assailant can perceive the trajectory of the attack. It epitomizes the ultimate explosion of speed and force in swordsmanship. However, It is evident that the Iaido strike within the dual-wielding style is far more intricate and challenging to master than that of the single-blade style. Controlling one blade exponentially increases the difficulty of wielding two, let alone executing the secret techniques of swordsmanship. The dual-wielding Iaido necessitates first mastering the Iaido of the single-blade style. The swirling vortex murmured in a low tone, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him as his mental energy guided the speed of the blades between his hands to gradually diminish. Ultimately, he sheathed his twin swords once more and closed his eyes, delving into deep contemplation. The dual-wielding technique of Iaido comprised left-hand Iaido, right-hand Iaido, and the ultimate dual-sword Iaido secret. As a novice practitioner, the most prudent approach was to cultivate the right-hand Iaido, immersing himself in the sensations of trainings, before progressively honing his left hand. This was a gradual and incremental process. Even with the aid of mental energy, mastery could not be achieved instantaneously. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open in the darkness, his right hand swiftly gripping the hilt at his waist, his gaze penetrating the void ahead. And a formidable aura of the blade surged forth. Yet, he refrained from drawing his sword again, opting instead to shut his eyes once more. No, this sensation was incorrect. He had previously witnessed the Iaido techniques of Tokugawa Yasuyuki and Tokugawa Jinkatsu. Although their manifestations of power varied, the essence was strikingly similar. In an instant, they unleashed all their strength, delivering the most solid and formidable strike. The blade's presence, power, and speed, this was the true Iaido. However, just moments ago, though he had not drawn his sword, the momentum of the blade had already dissipated, marking his Iaido as a failure. Vortex Wudao remained tranquil, undisturbed by this realization. If the mastery of sword techniques were so easily grasped, they would not hold their place as secret weapons. The more challenging they were to cultivate, the more terrifying their potential power. Moreover, he had witnessed the devastating efficacy of Iaido firsthand. Tokugawa Jinkatsu had swiftly executed two root ninjas with a single Iaido strike. The speed of drawing the sword had surpassed the reflexes of even high-ranking shinobi, and the trajectory of the blade had become indistinct, a truly terrifying spectacle. Vortex Wudao once again slowly closed his eyes, calming his thoughts and attuning himself to the subtle accumulation of force between his fingers. He silently awaited the moment of eruption. This time, he reined in all his energy, resembling a decayed log, devoid of breath or movement. In an instant, his palm surged into action. The crescent moon at his waist slicing through the void, its sharp radiance obliterating all tangible matter in its path. Once the brilliance faded, the long sword returned to its sheath. The moment resembling a fleeting illusion, as Vortex Wudao maintained his previous stance. The speed had yet to reach its zenith, and he had squandered a bit of energy. That night, enveloped in quiet darkness, he wasted not a moment, his spirit focused, repeatedly swinging the long sword at his waist. Draw slash, draw slash. It was a monotonous and tedious process, yet Vortex Wudao remained steadfastly composed, persistently repeating the motions with an indifferent demeanor. With each swing, he subtly adjusted the positioning of his draw, allowing his technique to become increasingly swift. As time flowed on, he became unaware of the dawn breaking outside, the world gradually illuminating with a soft glow. In the bronze square, a faint blade light flickered through the void, a chill gradually dispersing over the remnants of emptiness. The swirling vortex of the void exhaled a breath of murky air, gradually retracting the shimmering crystal as his expression darkened momentarily. Ultimately, he refrained from another swing, instead settling into a meditative posture upon the cold stone bricks, channeling the intricate seal of chakra refinement. The night's training had left his arms aching and his mental energy severely depleted, yet it bore tangible results. After merely over 1,000 repetitions, he had finally grazed the threshold of the art of Iaido. Despite this, his swordsmanship had markedly advanced, marking a significant transformation from novice to budding adept. In tranquil meditation, a golden hue danced between his fingertips, a manifestation of concentrated and potent chakra that swelled within him, gradually suffusing his entire being. At that moment, the square once more succumbed to an eerie silence. Crack, crack. After an indeterminate duration, nearly silent footsteps abruptly resonated in Uzumaki Wudao's ear, rousing him from his reverie. Moments later, a slender figure gradually emerged into view. It was a middle-aged man clad in a dark purple kimono, his features strikingly delicate and refined. This time, he did not shy away from the shadows but approached Uzumaki Wudao directly. Observing the small yet resolute silhouette ahead, the visitor's amber vertical pupils narrowed slightly. revealing a glimmer of yearning. Orochimaru, with his back to the corridor, Uzumaki Wudao, silently opened his eyes, an unusual glint passing through them. Gulp, gulp. Beneath the ground, in a realm of darkness, a concealed, shadowy laboratory flickered with the sole source of dim light. A youth lay quietly within a glass coffin filled with an enigmatic liquid, his expression vacant. Were it not for the occasional bubble of breath escaping his lips, one might easily mistake him for a lifeless corpse. What an astonishing reaction! As a soft gasp echoed, a gentle-faced boy wearing glasses emerged from the shadows, seemingly captivated by an extraordinary sight. His gaze fixated on the chest of the youth within the transparent coffin. There, at the heart of the boy, a fist-sized mass of flesh exhibited a starkly different hue. Reminiscent of a pale, yellowing trunk, displaying layers akin to tree rings, exuding an eerie and unsettling aura. At this moment, the flesh appeared almost alive, as tendrils of flesh writhed and integrated into the boy's chest, seemingly siphoning blood. As time passed, a faint crimson hue gradually enveloped the entire mass. With the increasing richness of the blood color, an invisible wave suddenly emanated from the boy's body, causing the glass coffin to tremble slightly. Then, at the heart of the blood-tinged flesh, a black fissure abruptly split open, revealing a scarlet eyeball. The orb oscillated, a dark magatama slowly rotating around the pupil, while a second magatama flickered into visibility just beyond the pupil, almost coalescing, emanating an inexplicable and eerie aura. The air was thick with an atmosphere of desolation, coldness, and despair, causing the youth outside the coffin to suddenly change his expression, murmuring softly. Remarkably, the Sharingan had not been consumed. Instead, it seemed to have evolved into a more advanced form, with two tomo, paradoxically absorbing the power of wood release. Senju, Uchiha. Indeed, just as Lord Orochimaru had surmised, there exists a mysterious connection. The boy whispered slowly, his eyes, concealed behind glasses, shimmering with brilliance. He placed his hands forcefully on the glass coffin, intent on observing more clearly. As the liquid within the glass coffin rippled, the moment an eye opened, the boy's face turned ashen, a faint green hue seeping from his skin and gathering at his chest. A peculiar force burgeoned and spread through his body, while at his chest, crimson fissures formed, gradually tainting the liquid within the coffin. What a miraculous transformation! The liquid became murky, tinged with crimson, and after a brief moment, a hazy silhouette was barely discernible. Floating within, the youth seemed able to see through barriers, clearly perceiving the subtle changes, a faint smile creeping across his face. Surely, Lord Orochimaru would be most delighted. The fusion of wood release and Sharingan had created a perfect balance of mutual restraint. The legendary power of wood release would ultimately resurface. In the desolate bronze plaza, Uzumaki Naruto slowly rose to face Orochimaru, his expression solemn, betraying not a hint of emotion. Humph, an intriguing little brat. It seems I underestimated your perception, and you appear rather unfazed by my arrival. His low, gravelly voice resonated as Orochimaru scanned Uzumaki's form, revealing a hint of surprise. The presence before him was significantly more potent than the day prior, exuding a sharp intent to cut. Truly, a unique and exceptional talent. Your strength has ascended once more. 3 Sannin. Lord Orochimaru. Uzumaki's gaze subtly shifted, landing calmly on the figure before him. Unlike Danzo's cold and oppressive demeanor, Orochimaru exuded a remarkably serene and gentle aura, devoid of the dark and obscure feelings from past memories. Oh, it seems you are aware of me. At the mention of the 3 Sannin, Orochimaru's deep-set eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Then he inquired with an air of nonchalance. It seemed that few in the Land of Fire were unfamiliar with the legendary title of the 3 Sannin. Moreover, I possess a deeper understanding of the ninjas of Konoha than the average citizen. The Tokugawa clan, you say? Humph, what a pity. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered momentarily before he donned a gentle smile, remarking, the last lineage of the Golden Samurai clan has been obliterated. How regrettable. There is nothing to lament. It is merely the survival of the fittest, the law of nature. Uzumaki responded indifferently, while a peculiar feeling stirred within him once more. Orochimaru could not have arrived here by mere chance. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was intentional. But what could his true objective be? Upon hearing the indifferent and unremarkable words of Uzumaki Wudao, Orochimaru's expression flickered with slight astonishment, soon replaced by a hint of peculiar intrigue. It was unexpected that this child could comprehend the most fundamental essence of existence. He paused momentarily before continuing, at any given moment. Neither samurai nor ninja can escape the fate of being human. Humanity is imbued with desires, whether noble or selfish, and these desires ignite disputes, which in turn lead to warfare, and warfare breeds hatred. Such is the simplicity and directness of human interaction. As he spoke, he cast another glance at the serene visage of Uzumaki Wudao, and a glimmer of insight passed through his gaze. If one disregards your exterior, it is not difficult to discern your true disposition. Deep within you lies a well of resentment. Uzumaki Wudao's countenance shifted, his eyes widening in silent astonishment, fixating intensely on Orochimaru. It appears Danzo has underestimated you. However, it is indeed true that your emotions are as profound as those of an adult, lacking the innocence typical of a child. Perhaps this is why Danzo failed to perceive your genuine intentions. Uzumaki Wudao fell silent, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of the blade at his waist, yet he gradually relaxed, uttering softly, "Humph, regardless. I have already been marked by Lord Danzo with the curse of ink. Even if I resent it, I have no choice." Your eyes betray your disbelief in that statement. Orochimaru chuckled darkly and remarked, "The eyes are the truest window to one's soul. I noticed your gaze the moment I laid eyes on you. It reflects an obsession with transcending the mundane." He then slightly tilted his head, brushing aside his silky black hair to reveal his dark, slitted pupils, quietly observing Uzumaki Wudao as he continued, "Just like I once did. Those who possess such eyes will not be ensnared by mere ink marks, nor will they resign themselves to being beneath Danzo. This is my judgment of you." Silence enveloped the dim surroundings, gradually descending into an oppressive stillness. Uzumaki Wudao remained composed, his silence conveying a growing awareness of Orochimaru's intentions. Perhaps it was the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, or perhaps his unique metallic chakra. Regardless, he seemed to have captivated Orochimaru's attention profoundly. In that moment, Uzumaki Wudao's thoughts raced, striving to recall memories from his past life. It appeared that this time frame coincided with the period when Orochimaru was about to be expelled from Konoha, or perhaps it was after the Ninetales incident. In any case, the time Orochimaru could linger in the village, utilizing living beings as experimental subjects, was running short. Even after the exposure of his forbidden experiments, he had managed to escape with ease, secretly establishing the Sound Village in the northern Fire Country, enough to attract his interest. After all, remaining in Konoha posed a significant threat to him. It was evident that Danzo would not allow him to exist as a potential menace. Should the latter discover that the curse of ink held no effect over him, a ruthless annihilation would await. Conversely, Orochimaru appeared relatively secure, at least for now. He seemed not to have developed the forbidden technique of reincarnation. At this moment, he requires a stable period to mature until he can fully grasp his destiny. Perhaps this is not necessarily a negative circumstance. With this thought, Uzumaki Wudao's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "I have comprehended Lord Orochimaru's intentions. Indeed, I am unwilling to submit to Danzo. However, at present, I lack the assurance to extricate myself from Root." This time, Uzumaki Wudao made no effort to conceal his feelings. Though his expression remained unchanged, a subtle air of relaxation permeated his tone. Upon hearing his words, a distinct smile appeared in Orochimaru's gaze as he spoke in a low, raspy voice. "Soon, the opportunity will arise." Opportunity? Uzumaki Wudao's expression shifted, sensing an underlying implication. "I trust you are aware that in just a few days, the Chunin exams will take place in Konoha. Aside from those graduates from the Ninja Academy, any external candidates wishing to become ninjas of Konoha must undergo this rigorous test. During the Chunin exams, the majority of Konoha's elite will be present. This selection competition presents you with the most favorable opportunity." After a pause, a peculiar glint appeared in Orochimaru's eyes as he observed Uzumaki Wudao, who wore a look of astonishment. He then slowly continued, "Do you truly believe there is no one in Konoha whom Danzo fears? That individual embodies the highest honor of this village. He is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha. It is he. Uzumaki Wudao's expression abruptly shifted, and a flicker of understanding crossed his mind. Indeed, the opportunity Orochimaru spoke of aligned perfectly with his prior plans, utilizing the fourth's formidable presence to break free from Root's grasp. Perhaps Danzo does not particularly fear the fourth himself, but he cannot overlook the significance that lies behind him, the Hokage, the ultimate representation of Konoha. Moreover, the lineage of the Hokage is undoubtedly beyond what Root can surpass, making even Danzo deeply wary. Simultaneously, the fourth's wife hails from the Uzumaki clan, and as the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, a cold smile gracing his face as he mused to himself. In truth, it seems that Danzo values not so much your potential as he does the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan that resides within you. The ultimate weapon of Konoha, the Nine Tails. The strongest tailed beast in existence. Its chakra is unparalleled, and historically, the vessel for such power has always been a member of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, the Uzumaki bloodline holds immense value to Konoha. In Danzo's eyes, controlling you may very well lead to the opportunity to control the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails. Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Wudao's expression faltered, his gaze flickering. He was well aware of the Nine Tails' existence, and even more so of the significant events that would unfold in Konoha thereafter. The Nine Tails rampaged through the village, leading to the fourth's demise. Ultimately, the beast was sealed within his only son, Uzumaki Naruto, who would become the new generation's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At this moment, if there were indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan present, the choice of the Nine Tails host could potentially incite a new wave of upheaval. Of course, Danzo could hardly be expected to foresee such a matter, yet he could certainly make preemptive arrangements to orchestrate control over the Nine Tails for some future day. Contemplating this, a chill crept into his heart. Perhaps Danzo had already conceived this notion, and even now, he showed no inclination to reclaim the secret scrolls of the Uzumaki clan, seemingly having forgotten them, which subtly indicated certain truths. The secret scrolls of the Uzumaki clan contained the profound essence of sealing techniques. How could one simply forget them? The only plausible explanation is that Danzo was deliberately overlooking them, showing no trepidation regarding the forbidden techniques inscribed in the scrolls. For the sake of the Nine Tails, perhaps? Uzumaki Muto mused quietly, as a peculiar glimmer flickered in his gaze. Suddenly, a shadow loomed ahead as Orochimaru approached slowly. His voice smooth yet ominous. The Nine Tails is the most formidable tailed beast in existence, and it represents a uniquely potent force within Konoha, perpetually under the dominion of the Uchiha lineage. Should your identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan be revealed, the Uchiha will undoubtedly take you away. They will not allow a possible vessel to thrive in the shadows. This is an inevitable choice. Even Danzo would have to concede. Uzumaki Muto fell silent for a moment, fully grasping the timing Orochimaru articulated. While it mirrored his earlier thoughts, it now appeared clearer and more defined. As shadows danced and flickered, he suddenly felt a flash of insight within his heart, his pupils constricting slightly as he spoke slowly. Danzo may indeed value the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Yet I wonder, why does Lord Orochimaru assist me so, even at the risk of offending Danzo? This question momentarily startled Orochimaru, yet he soon chuckled darkly and replied, "Potential. Your potential is what led me to choose you. This world harbors many intriguing phenomena, yet only a power transcending all can unveil these truths. The strength I hold in the highest regard is the wood release of the First Hokage. However, your bloodline has also revealed something to me, the possibility of evolving into the strongest." The strongest, indeed? Uzumaki Muto's gaze deepened, for he had never denied that the power of metal could not attain supremacy in either his past or current existence. He was not a bizarre and terrifying wielder of time manipulation, yet he too had ascended to the pinnacle of that highest mountain. As for the path of a ninja, he believed he could succeed in this life, surpassing all obstacles and reaching the journey's end. Indeed, if my conjecture is correct, your bloodline possesses a unique ability to manipulate metal, potentially even merging with flesh. Uzumaki Muto silently nodded, acknowledging that his metallic chakra, refined through mental fortitude, could entirely envelop the flesh, a fundamental capability. Evidently, having secured the answer, a noticeable smile spread across Orochimaru's lips. This trait bears a resemblance to that of wood release. The first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, once established peace through his unique wood release abilities, which are universally acknowledged as the most formidable of powers. At this juncture, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest as he continued, suggesting that your bloodline abilities possess potential akin to wood release. Akin, you say? Uzumaki Muto couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He never believed that the power of wood release could surpass that of metal, firmly asserting that metal would utterly surpass the power of wood. Although Orochimaru recognized the strength of metal, his understanding was rooted in the principles of wood release. He remained unaware of the true capabilities of metal. Thus, I eagerly anticipate your future development. It would be a pity if you succumbed to darkness. The fall of a genius always evokes a sense of regret. Orochimaru glided past Uzumaki Muto, this time not pausing, but directly moving into the darkness behind him, his figure gradually fading away. Humph, it won't be that easy. Uzumaki Muto murmured to himself, turning his head slightly. The dimness enveloped him, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed ahead. Light, after all, always belonged to the skies above Konoha. Much like darkness perpetually accompanied the depths below. At the base of a steep cliff, four colossal rock sculptures stood sentinel, silently observing the village below. These statues symbolized this village, representing both past and present guardians. As dawn broke, a shaft of sunlight fell upon the statues, cloaking them in a thin veil of golden radiance, rendering them exceptionally resplendent and sacred. In this hallowed place, two figures bathed in the morning sun stood atop the stone faces, calmly gazing down upon the tranquil village beneath. A gentle breeze swept through, causing their identical white ceremonial robes, adorned with flickering flame-like patterns, to ripple softly, reminiscent of serene lake waters disturbed by a gentle breeze. They shared the same silhouette, differing only in individuality. One figure, slightly shorter and bearing a weathered visage, was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the other, strikingly youthful and handsome, sported brilliant golden hair, illuminated by the dawn. He emanated an aura of peaceful golden light, his azure eyes shimmering with gentle warmth as he gazed quietly at the village below and the increasingly clear expanse of sky and land ahead. This young man was none other than Konoha's current fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Such was the situation. The actions of the Uchiha clan, led by Danzo, were excessively harsh. In a hasty decision, he acted unilaterally. While certain selfish motives may not be entirely ruled out, his actions were ultimately aimed at ensuring the stability of Konoha in the Land of Fire. In the tranquil morning light, the third Hokage turned slightly to regard the handsome youth beside him, speaking gently. Indeed, the golden light danced as the fourth Hokage nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the horizon, a fleeting depth of thought flashing in his eyes. The Umbu has thoroughly investigated the matter. The Uchiha clan has been unusually active lately, attempting to steal Konoha's secrets. Although the decision made by Danzo was rash, it was not entirely erroneous. This village, the need for a hidden force to safeguard us remains ever crucial. The fourth Hokage slowly closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them with a calm expression, stating, "In a few days, the selection for the Genin will take place. This time, we must be thoroughly prepared to prevent a recurrence of such an incident." Indeed, quite right. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, finally feeling at ease. He understood his former comrade all too well. It was likely that the Tokugawa clan, driven by ulterior motives, had issued the secret order for annihilation. However, it was improbable that they would act directly. Yet, this time the fourth had chosen to venture north personally, indicating the presence of significant secrets in such events. Pertaining as they were to the dark division of the shinobi, could hardly have gone unnoticed. The fourth may have already discerned Danzo's intentions, but at this moment, he opted for silence, seemingly uninterested in delving deeper. The coexistence of light and darkness was part of the protective arrangement established by his mentor, the second Hokage, and it was a duty he had continuously upheld. His greatest hope was for both sides to harmoniously coexist in their mission to safeguard Konoha. Minato had become the most competent guardian, and the village was poised to enter an era of profound peace. The third Hokage, with a serene expression, lifted his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He no longer needed to worry about the village. The fourth would become a shadow that transcended him, a belief he had held steadfastly, now deepening in significance. The light grew increasingly radiant, while the winds atop the lofty cliffs began to stir with urgency. Suddenly, whoosh, a shadow pierced the air, landing not far from them, startling both men. The newcomer was a dark-clad Umbu ninja, their face concealed by a fox mask. Kneeling respectfully, the ninja addressed them. "Lord Third, Lord Fourth, the Umbu Kakashi, dispatched for the rain-hidden border rescue mission, has returned to the village." "Ah, finally back." The fourth turned his head slightly, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. However, the Umbu's gaze narrowed slightly, hesitating as they spoke. "Ah, what unexpected turn of events has occurred?" This rescue mission was exceedingly strange. During the journey back, the Konoha ninja, Rin Noera, had suddenly urged Kakashi to kill her, claiming that he had been implanted with a unique weapon from the Mist Village, which would lead to uncontrollable chaos upon their return to Konoha, thus providing the Mist an opportunity to launch an attack on the village. And then what happened, Kakashi? At this point, the fourth's brow furrowed slightly. He understood his disciple well, not only Kakashi but also Rin's mindset. Perhaps, at this moment, the situation was beyond redemption. Mist ninjas had closely pursued them, igniting a tumultuous conflict. By the time the support team arrived, the scene was drenched in blood. Rin, along with the pursuing mist ninjas, had all perished. Their bodies brutally dismembered, leaving only Kakashi, who lay unconscious, as the sole survivor. The mist ninjas also fell? Does this imply the intervention of a third-party force? A flicker of cold light crossed his gaze, and the weight of his heart grew heavy as Minato Namikaze slowly turned his head to glance at the third Hokage beside him. Perhaps it was the hostile forces of the Mist Village. Otherwise, Kakashi too would have faced certain doom. But why did Lin, a fellow Konoha ninja, also meet her tragic fate? The third Hokage murmured softly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The Umbu ninja paused momentarily before solemnly stating, "Upon examination of the wounds, it appears that Lin's demise was likely caused by Raikiri." What? Kakashi Minato's gaze darkened abruptly. Raikiri was a high-level jutsu developed solely by his prized disciple, Kakashi, and no one else in the current ninja world possessed such a technique. Kakashi had slain Lin. His mind raced, recalling the Umbu ninja's earlier words about Lin being targeted by a unique weapon from the mist. Could that be the reason? Minato chose not to linger on his thoughts any longer. His brow furrowed slightly, and in the next moment, his form vanished from sight. The Mist Village. An unknown force? Could peace once again be shattered? Meanwhile, the third Hokage's expression also grew grave as he slowly furrowed his brow and whispered to himself. At that moment, within the towering edifice located at the heart of Konoha, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated a room on the top floor. In the next instant, Minato, who had been on the outskirts of Konoha, materialized in this very place. The room was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Minato's gentle features tightened slightly as his gaze fell upon a scroll standing upright on the ground. A report scroll. He murmured softly, approaching it to retrieve it. A fleeting glance at the bottom revealed Kakashi's signature. The morning sun shone brilliantly, and the village thrived with life. Yet, at this moment, in the most remote corner of Konoha, an unsettling tranquility reigned. Here stood towering black crystal monuments, inscribed with the characters' heroic spirits. These monuments housed the souls of heroes, all interred here having perished on the battlefield in defense of Konoha. In a secluded corner, a solitary figure stood silently before one of the heroic monuments, gazing deeply and lost in silence. A gust of wind swept by, scattering the yellowed leaves around, causing the silver strands of the figure's hair to flutter gently. Obito. The whispering name, barely audible and filled with profound regret, hung in the air. Lin. As he uttered that name, reminiscent of a haunting nightmare, Kakashi's form trembled slightly. The expression hidden beneath his mask twisted in agony. Lin died at my hands, beneath my Raikiri. I killed her with my own hands. I once vowed to protect Lin. Yet I was the first to betray that promise. Not only to you, but I have also failed the trust of my teacher, Minato-sensei. His voice was low and heavy as he slowly removed the fox mask from his face, revealing his hollow, weary eyes. A sense of bewilderment spread over him, a profound silence enveloping his thoughts. He gradually lifted his head, staring blankly at the vast expanse of the sky above. A solitary figure emerged silently in the distance, gazing with a troubled expression at Kakashi's retreating silhouette. This individual was none other than Minato Namikaze. In his hand, he held the scroll containing Kakashi's report, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. His disciple, one who perished in the Third Shinobi World War, had tragically lost another comrade today due to a conspiracy in the Rain Village. Yet, the most exceptional of his students bore the weight of all this anguish with an unsettling indifference. Standing there, Minato could distinctly sense the encroaching darkness rising within Kakashi's heart, an icy despair that pierced to the bone. Kakashi, he whispered softly to himself, hesitating momentarily before ultimately choosing to remain hidden. Letting out a deep sigh as he vanished once more. As the vibrant leaves fell, separated by a thin veil of distance. Some pains could only be alleviated through the passage of time, not mere platitudes of comfort. Thus, Minato arrived and departed quietly, under the gentle breeze and falling leaves. Kakashi lingered in solitary silence for a moment before gradually turning to leave. The clamor persisted, the vast village of Konoha bursting with remarkable vitality in the morning light. Yet, certain areas exuded a faintly oppressive atmosphere, enveloped in silence. A towering gate marked a significant boundary leading to a series of streets inhabited by the villagers of Konoha. However, unlike the others, the residents here bore the same emblem, a fan, black above and white below, embroidered on their backs. Uchiha. This emblem represented the prestigious Uchiha clan, the foremost family in Konoha, and this area was their independent domain, sprawling and secluded. At this moment, within a tranquil training ground belonging to the clan, a boy nearing 10 years of age displayed a calm demeanor as he swiftly formed hand seals. His small hands moved like phantoms, executing 12 ninja hand signs in rapid succession, taking scarcely any time. Subsequently, he drew 2 shuriken from his leg pouch, flicking his wrists to send them flying towards the corner with remarkable speed. Thud! The wooden target at the corner was struck by the 2 shuriken, producing a sound that was almost imperceptibly brief as they landed merely a hair's breadth apart. Clapping suddenly erupted from the side, followed by a deep voice that resonated, truly deserving of being called the elite genius of the Uchiha clan. Shursui, your shuriken technique is unparalleled among the youth. The boy, startled, turned to look, his expression shifting to one of respect as he bowed slightly and replied, "Honored clan leader." The newcomer was a stern-looking young man, his demeanor serious and meticulous, yet a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome boy of 5 or 6, his gaze cold and silent as he regarded the shuriken embedded in the target. Upon noticing this boy, Shursui's eyes brightened, and he remarked casually, "Itachi, are you also training in the family-ish training ground?" "Yes, indeed." Itachi is currently advancing at the Ninja Academy, having established a solid foundation. It is time for secret training. The young man, Uchiha Fugaku, paused momentarily, his gaze admiringly fixed upon Shursui as he spoke. Thus, "I wish to request your guidance in teaching Itachi the fundamentals of shuriken throwing and certain ninjutsu techniques, for my leisure time is rather limited." "Me? Is that possible?" Shursui responded, his expression momentarily perplexed. "Ha. As an undeniable elite genius of the Uchiha clan, you are more than qualified for this task. Furthermore, Itachi has already made his decision to participate in the Chunin examination." "Huh. The Chunin examination? Isn't graduation from the Ninja Academy sufficient to be granted the rank of Genin? That is applicable only to the children of the village. Every few years, Konoha seeks to recruit fresh blood from outside. War orphans or exceptionally talented individuals from other villages are given the opportunity to enter Konoha. Through rigorous evaluations, they may become the most peripheral of ninjas. Those with mediocre potential will be assigned to the outskirts, achieving limited success in life. However, if there are youths with the potential to rise to the rank of Jounin, they may be exceptionally admitted as designated ninjas of Konoha and receive focused training." As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku gently placed his hand atop Itachi's head and said softly, "This is a chance for growth through struggle and survival. An experience unattainable within the tranquility of the Ninja Academy. After all, as ninjas, they must ultimately tread upon the battlefield of life and death." His penetrating gaze rested upon the young boy before him, revealing a hint of something extraordinary in his eyes. A chance for metamorphosis through the trials of life and death. Many who have lived in mediocrity since childhood may undergo a transformation amidst the crucible of survival, soaring to great heights, while even the gifted can reach unprecedented distances. Life and death, accompanied by decay, also heralds new opportunities. Having articulated his thoughts so clearly, he pondered what choice the young boy before him would make. If he possessed the fortitude to confront life and death, it would indeed be a blessing for the Uchiha clan. Yet, should he choose to retreat or turn a blind eye, no matter how great his talents, his future achievements would ultimately be constrained. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silently beside Fugaku, was also observing intently. Uchiha Shursui's brow twitched slightly as he lowered his head, his striking black and white eyes shifting instantaneously. A vivid red hue accompanied by a prominent tomo slowly rotating within them. Since Itachi is participating, I shall join as well. Without this resolve, how could I be worthy to instruct him? He lifted his head slightly, the confidence in his eyes as profound and intense as an abyss. Indeed, he is Uchiha Shursui. Fugaku's gaze brightened, a smile spreading across his face, a sense of tranquility enveloping his heart. He then cast a quiet glance at his son standing nearby. Inwardly reflecting, Itachi and Shursui, even among the Uchiha, where geniuses abound like stars, they are among the very few at the pinnacle. The fate of the Uchiha will ultimately rest in their hands. With a warm sense of satisfaction, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly departed from the training ground, perhaps just as he had envisioned. The destiny of the Uchiha would indeed fall into the hands of these two young boys, though it seemed that the outcome was not unfolding as he had hoped. At this moment, apart from the Uchiha clan, nearly all the prominent ninja families within Konoha are either directly or indirectly encouraging their most outstanding younger members to participate in the upcoming Chunin selection. The Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Saratobi clans view this selection as a crucible for their descendants, considering the chosen youth as the finest whetstones. Through the trials of blood and fire, they seek to temper their clan members' impetuousness, fostering transformation to lay a perfect foundation for their future growth as exceptional ninjas. Meanwhile, those with inherent disadvantages from other villages are dismissed, their fates left to chance. Survival of the fittest is the very essence of this world. Simultaneously, if one can withstand this trial, the most brilliant may not necessarily be these esteemed clan members. Gold shines brightest only when forged in fierce flames. This Chunin selection appears to have captivated the entirety of Konoha and the Land of Fire. Within days, elegantly attired figures began to arrive in Konoha, hailing from the heart of this great nation, comprising its elite, including even the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The fate of a village or a nation for decades to come is now intricately tied to these individuals. From the moment they set foot in this village, their destinies were sealed. Success promises the power to transform their lives, marking the transition from ordinary individuals to ninjas. Failure, on the other hand, will render them mere stepping stones for others, crushed into dust, as they brim with excitement and longing. The higher echelons of Konoha and the Land of Fire share a similarly complex array of emotions. Ninjas are the apex controllers of this world, serving their nation and safeguarding their territory. A formidable ninja can instill fear in rival nations, deterring them from initiating conflict, thus serving as a crucial pillar of peace. The Land of Fire has an even greater urgency for this, not only because it occupies the central point amidst the four great nations of lightning, earth, wind, and water, possessing the most prosperous and fertile lands, but also due to its victories in the Second and Third Shinobi Wars. While triumph brings joy, it has inadvertently intensified the animosity of the four great nations towards the Land of Fire. Consequently, throughout the three Shinobi World Wars, the village of Konoha has consistently found itself at war with one, two, or even three other villages. Had it not been for the emergence of numerous talented ninjas from Konoha in the past decade, such as the legendary three, White Fang, and the Fourth Hokage, Konoha and the Land of Fire might have already been teetering on the brink of calamity. Peace, in this world, is a luxury of uncertain duration. No one can predict how long it will endure. A minor friction might ignite the flames of mutual hatred among ninjas, instigating the next Shinobi World War. Based on the patterns of the previous three conflicts, it is likely that Konoha will face even greater pressure and challenges in the Fourth Shinobi World War, a prospect that fills them with deep concern. They yearn for Konoha to discover and cultivate new talented ninjas, ensuring stability for the decades to come. As the sun sets and the moon rises, the days of anxious anticipation pass quietly and unawares. At last, under the dawn of a new era, the day of selection for the lower ninjas of Konoha has arrived. In the subterranean world of the Root, darkness looms heavy as iron, deep as a chasm and thick as a forest. The corridors resemble a dense web, sprawling across the entire expanse. Within a lower-level passage, several figures gradually approach a monotonous iron door that remains tightly shut. The Root ninjas, Hyuga Yukino, and Aburame Shichi, as scions of prestigious clans in Konoha. Although they have received the personal endorsement of Danzo to officially join the Root, the imminent selection process for lower ninjas leaves Danzo without other assignments. Their foremost duty is to represent the darkness of the Root in this event. At this moment, they follow a Root ninja-esque guidance to locate the final member of their trio, Uzumaki Nindo. What an ostentatious display. Has he forgotten that today marks the selection examination for lower ninjas? Aburame Shichi's eyes, shrouded in the shadow of his hood, flickered with a hint of impatience. Yet this thought remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. A few days prior, the elimination match still lingered in his memory, where he experienced profound humiliation and anger for the first time in his growth thus far. In reflection, he begrudgingly recalled his brief encounter with Uzumaki Nindo. Though he had been somewhat complacent, he concluded that the latter's unique ability seemed to completely counter his offensive tactics. His parasitic insects proved ineffective against Nindo's distinctive golden form, with neither biting nor corrosion yielding any results. This ability exerted total domination over him, filling him with resentment and frustration. Moments later, a thought appeared to dawn upon him, and a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. It seems the Inuzuka clan has disseminated news that they would dispatch their talented scions to partake in this examination, which adds an intriguing twist. These individuals are near graduates of the Ninja Academy and leaders among the younger generation of prominent clans, their strength formidable indeed. Aburame Shichi mused coldly, yet unbeknownst to him. Not only the Inuzuka clan, but nearly all major clans of Konoha had dispatched the maximum number of participants allowed for this lower ninja examination, including his own clan, the Aburame. Their purpose was singular, to seek out Uzumaki Nindo. At the end of the corridor, behind that iron door, a flickering light akin to morning stars suddenly illuminated the dimness, appearing as sharp as a blade. Uzumaki Nindo instantly opened his eyes. Before him lay a dimly lit chamber, with only a flickering candle casting shadows, resembling the setting where Danzo had previously marked him with ink. The only additions were a simple wooden bed and a dining table. Perhaps having dwelled in darkness for too long, a momentary expression of confusion clouded his eyes, but soon a wave of memory surged forth. It has been 3 days. After meeting Orochimaru, Danzo informed the root ninjas to disperse the trio and provided them with separate quarters for their stay. In the dimly lit chamber, Uzumaki Mideo immersed himself in the initial practice of swordsmanship, his thirst for mastery unquenched. With unwavering determination, he devoted himself to the rigorous training of blade techniques, alongside refining his chakra and practicing hand seals. Remarkably, under the potent enhancement of his mental prowess, he successfully mastered the one-blade style of Iaido just half a day ago, a feat that could only be deemed miraculous among the Tokugawa clan. Only a select few are privileged to train in the divine art of the Shin sword technique, and Tokugawa Yasushi is known to be the fastest practitioner, having spent nearly a decade and thousands of daily sword draws to grasp the essence of Iaido. In contrast, Uzumaki Mideo, with the aid of his formidable and enigmatic mental energy, accomplished this remarkable feat in merely 3.5 days, all while still engaging in chakra refinement and hand seal practice. This astonishing result even stirred a flicker of excitement within his otherwise indifferent demeanor. As the shadows on the dull wall shifted, Uzumaki Mideo rose slowly, his eyes gently closed, and his palm deftly grasped the hilt of his sword, enveloped in silence. At that moment, the room seemed to exist in profound solitude, with not even the sound of breath or the beating of a heart to disturb the stillness. With a swift and nearly soundless motion, the blade was drawn, a flash of light cutting through the void before him, accompanied by a thin, sharp aura that sliced toward the iron door ahead. With a soft thud, the iron door quaked as a fine gap was carved into its surface by the razor-sharp energy. Concurrently, 3 faces emerged through the faint glow spilling from the newly formed crevice, causing Uzumaki Mideo to momentarily pause in surprise. Outside, the 3 figures bore expressions of cold detachment, acutely aware that had the sharp energy been just a fraction closer, it could have struck them down. With a click, the iron door swung open, revealing the composed visage of Uzumaki Mideo. However, the trio's gaze was not immediately drawn to him. Instead, it was the door that seemed to possess an enchanting allure, instinctively capturing their attention. Intricate and densely packed, the inner surface of the somewhat weathered iron door was riddled with countless gashes. A moment later, 4 figures emerged from a concealed alley in Konoha. Uzumaki Mideo slightly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to acclimate to the brightness of the outside world. Behind him, besides Hyuga Yukinashi and Oil Woman Yuzuki, a silent, ghost-like root ninja observed him with an unusual intensity, particularly fixated on the exquisite long blade at his waist. The iron door, now appearing nearly irreparable with no intact section wider than a finger, continued to astonish them. The hairline cuts etched upon its surface were the result of the pale golden long sword's relentless strikes. They could only speculate on the countless swings required to achieve such an effect within the mere span of 3 days, an understanding that eluded their grasp. It is essential to understand that the training of a ninja is not only monotonous but also easily leads to fatigue. The refinement of chakra, along with the practice of various physical techniques or ninjutsu, consumes a considerable amount of energy, inevitably resulting in mental fatigue over time. Even a prodigious ninja can train for no more than 6 hours a day, while an ordinary ninja can typically endure only around 4 hours. However, Uzumaki Wudao evidently does not fall into this category. Has this individual truly not rested at all in the past few days? Such a revelation is both shocking and fearsome. The root ninja's gaze sharpened, pondering deeply, while the expression concealed beneath his mask subtly shifted. At that moment, he recalled the task entrusted to him by Lord Danzo. For this nin exam, there was no need for special instructions regarding Hinata and Aburame, as Uzumaki Wudao was merely given one directive: eliminate all challengers without holding back. This applied even to the esteemed descendants of Konoha. Uzumaki, the fourth. A wave of emotion surged within the root ninja's heart. As if the Lord had made some significant preparations, yet he could not unravel the mystery behind it. Perhaps as the nin examination commenced, the streets of Konoha were notably quieter, devoid of the usual bustle and throngs of people. As they journeyed, the familiar sight of ninjas clad in green vests was conspicuously absent. They had all gathered at the testing grounds. Following the root ninja, Uzumaki Wudao and his companions gradually approached the northwestern outskirts of the village, where a grand twin-towered structure loomed majestically, its summit adorned with colossal hand seals, exuding an aura of authority and enigma. This was the designated site for the nin examination. As the four of them drew near the tower's entrance, it felt as though they were stepping into a battlefield on the brink of eruption. The atmosphere was cold and indifferent, charged with a palpable sense of murderous intent. Within the expansive first floor, countless youthful figures were scattered, their demeanor devoid of the innocence and exuberance typical of their age. Resembling seasoned veterans emerging from the throes of life and death, exuding a fierce and ruthless aura, Uzumaki Wudao and his companions pressed onward. While the root ninja turned to depart, having fulfilled the mission and instructions laid out by Danzo, now, only the outcome remained to be seen. Uzumaki Wudao's thoughts weighed heavily on him as he pondered Danzo's intentions. Do not hold back, eliminate all challengers. Was this an encouragement to unleash his fury? In that moment, he could not fully grasp the implications, yet he firmly believed that Danzo would not issue an order devoid of significance, indicating that there was undoubtedly a deeper meaning at play. This unpredictable subtext instilled a sense of unease within him. The upper level of the testing ground was not isolated from the lower level. The second tier merely surrounded the first with a spectator's railing, allowing those above to observe all activities below with clarity. Naturally, the entrance of Uzumaki Wudao and his companions did not go unnoticed by certain discerning individuals. They have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you would shy away from participating. The speaking youth stood among a gathering of individuals on the second tier, their expressions calm yet fearless, exuding no hint of emotion, as if they regarded the ongoing trial as mere spectacle. The young man, with hair resembling steel needles, stepped forward with measured grace, gazing down with a frosty demeanor. Prominently etched on either side of his face were two triangular patterns reminiscent of canine fangs, unmistakable symbols of the Inuzuka clan. His name was Inuzuka Wolf, a paragon among the youth of his generation. Behind him stood the scions of the prominent clans of Konoha. Hey! Inuzuka Wolf narrowed his eyes as he cast a glance at the oil woman Shizuku beside Uzumaki Mideo, then suddenly raised his voice, his gaze locking onto Uzumaki Mideo with a predatory intensity. What? The silence of the testing ground was abruptly shattered by his call, drawing the attention of all, including Uzumaki Mideo, who instinctively turned to see the icy gaze of Inuzuka Wolf. A slight frown crossed Uzumaki Mideo's brow, but in the next moment, his expression relaxed upon noticing the distinctive tattoo of the Inuzuka clan. A faint smirk emerged. He was acutely aware that after he had slain a member of the Inuzuka clan, an irreconcilable conflict had arisen between them. It was evident that this Inuzuka youth did not approach with friendly intentions. Although his initial resolution to eliminate an Inuzuka youth, along with the oil woman Shizuku, had been thwarted, likely due to Danzo's interference, Uzumaki Mideo felt no remorse. Had it not been for the lethal assault initiated by the Inuzuka and oil clans, he would not have entertained the thought of exterminating them to pressure their families against Danzo, thus liberating himself from the root's control. Ultimately, the Inuzuka clan had brought this upon themselves. Moreover, it seemed that Hinata Yukino had once mentioned that the Inuzuka clan would refrain from deploying their elite members to confront him, in consideration of their reputation. Thus, the situation appeared more manageable. Contemplating this, Uzumaki Mideo regarded Inuzuka Wolf on the second tier with an indifferent expression, a cold smile playing on his lips, laced with a hint of disdain. How intriguing. Inuzuka Wolf's gaze turned frosty as he observed Uzumaki Mideo's demeanor, a similarly sharp smile forming at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he leaped from the second tier's railing. A barely audible sound marked his landing, and in the blink of an eye, Inuzuka Wolf reappeared behind Uzumaki Mideo, his movements as swift as lightning. Though one of my clan has fallen to your blade, he was merely an outcast among us. Our secret techniques are not to be underestimated, he stated, casting a languid look at the unyielding neck of Uzumaki Mideo, a hint of self-satisfaction evident in his gaze. Uzumaki Mideo, however, remained impassive, his expression unchanged, offering no words in response. Rest assured, I shall not take action against you here. The silence of Uzumaki Wudao seemed to be pierced by Inuzuka Wolf, who continued with an air of tension. The assessment for a lower ninja consists of 2 stages, with only the second being the formal combat between both parties. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, I will confront you. Humph. Having uttered this, he ceased his words, instead taking a slow step back, his feet shifting as he ascended once more to the railing of the second level. The first level lay draped in a heavy silence. Yet some mocking gazes inevitably fell upon Uzumaki Wudao, their meanings unmistakable. At this moment, not far from the assembly of notable young scions on the second level, 2 youths clad in black observed the scene with indifference. Behind them was embroidered the emblem of the Uchiha clan, a fan design of black and white, marking them as members of Konoha's foremost family. The Uchiha, even among Konoha's illustrious families, stands out as the most unique. Their formidable prowess and exceptional talents have earned them the title of the Genius Clan, which in turn has fostered a certain arrogance among its members. That individual's strength is not to be underestimated. Among the 2, the elder youth slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Ah." The younger one's gaze flickered momentarily, nodding in agreement. They were none other than Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Their conversation went unnoticed by others. As the young nobles of Konoha on the second level keenly watched the returning Inuzuka Wolf, their eyes filled with curiosity. Humph. It seems even the rumors from the root can be misleading at times. This fellow may surpass those discarded by their clans, yet he remains no match for me. Inuzuka Wolf perched upon the railing, a faint smirk of disdain gracing his features as he casually explained. Woof. With his return, a small dog with a shiny silver coat leapt onto his shoulder, affectionately yapping. Inuzuka Wolf patted it gently, but then a thought crossed his mind, causing the smile on his face to gradually turn cold. In a chilling tone, he remarked, although that fellow from my clan is a waste, his ninja dog, Kuro, was born alongside my own, Howling Moon. Since that fellow's demise also claimed Kuro, this debt must be settled with that brat. Humph, he cannot be so easily dispatched. As he spoke, Inuzuka Wolf slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Uzumaki Wudao, this time devoid of any concealing mirth, instead imbued with a frigid, murderous intent. Hee. Such an intriguing affair must not be missed, especially since my opponent seems to belong to the same team. It was then that another figure approached the railing, speaking in a detached manner, and as he glanced down, his eyes instantly locked onto another. Below, to his surprise, it was not only the Inuzuka clan present. Nearly all of the younger generation of Konoha's noble families had gathered. Inuzuka Wolf's appearance not only drew attention to Uzumaki Wudao, but also captivated the assembly of youths on the second level, inciting a flurry of whispers. As one individual emerged slowly from the crowd, the expression of Yun Suji, standing beside Xinyuan Wudao, gradually turned solemn, and the earlier hint of mockery in his gaze towards Xinyuan Wudao vanished without a trace. The 2 locked eyes momentarily in the vastness, before falling into a profound silence. This figure, shrouded in a flowing green robe, exuded not a whisper of presence, as silent and still as a decayed log. Yun Qianmu. Yun Suji's demeanor grew grave, his pupils constricting deeply. After a brief pause, he averted his gaze, sweeping over all the youths above with a sense of urgency in his thoughts. Upon noticing 2 Uchiha youths clad in black robes in a corner, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression darkened. It seems you've noticed as well, came the cool voice of Hinata Yukio, her calm gaze sweeping over the assembly. So what if you've discovered it? You are different from me. You hail from the Hinata main house, willingly entering the route for training, while I am merely a failure of my clan. He walks in the sunlight as a victor, able to advance in the ninja academy, while I languish in the darkness of the route, enduring a grueling existence away from the light. We are destined to be lifelong adversaries, yet I never anticipated that our contest would be moved to the Chunin exams. Young Suji's voice was low and somber. Yet as he spoke, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. But I shall not remain a failure forever. Darkness is not my eternal home. This time, I will conquer him. Nearby, Xinyuan Wudao listened intently to their exchange, his gaze flickering as he regarded the figure above, distinctly adorned in the Yun style. It appeared that the esteemed heirs of Konoha were not as harmonious as one might expect. However, this was hardly surprising. The Tokugawa clan had similarly experienced fierce competition in its ranks, not to mention the rivalries among these ninja clans. Within these clans, the methods employed were often more transparent, with distinctions between the main and branch families or disparities in talent, leading to conflicts among the younger generation and creating inextricable entanglements. The rivalries and struggles among these clan descendants were deemed both rewards and punishments, thereby stimulating the ambition of those from less fortunate families. At the very least, the Inuzuka clan had achieved this objective. Time passed, and the previously hushed atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps, capturing the attention of many. Soon, over a dozen indistinct figures stepped through the doorway, illuminated by the sun. They emerged from the light, their forms blurred and indistinct at first. "What a delightful gathering of spirited youths," exclaimed the leader among them, a broad smile on his face as he observed the group of evidently extraordinary young individuals. As his words echoed, he stepped further into the sunlight, his features becoming clear to all present. A middle-aged ninja, clad in a green vest adorned with the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village, stood tall and robust. His rugged features suggested a certain dullness, yet a flicker of keen intelligence shone unmistakably in his eyes. Behind him trailed a dozen young ninjas, similarly attired, who closely followed the path carved through the crowd. Making their way to the front, the middle-aged ninja turned, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a hint of satisfaction, before his eyes subtly lifted to regard a group of youths on the second floor. A faint, inscrutable expression flitted across his face. Although he was already aware that the participation of prominent clans in the trials for Genin was not a novel occurrence, such events inevitably saw contributions from notable families every decade, resulting in a significantly heightened casualty rate among the ordinary participants. He was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer number of elite clan offspring this time, which far surpassed previous years. He pondered how many of these young ones would ultimately remain. Gazing at the youths below, he felt a twinge of regret, yet this fleeting emotion was swiftly suppressed. Such decisions lay in the hands of the higher-ups, and all he could do was accept them. In his heart, he believed that the scions of the Leaf's noble families were the pillars that would uphold the future of the world. Though these youths might possess a slender chance, they were not regarded with much hope, nor was he. Cough, cough. Enough. The time has come. This Genin examination is divided into two parts. We shall now commence with the first phase, and I shall be your chief examiner, Danzo Masaru. The middle-aged ninja, Danzo Masaru, focused his gaze, speaking with a measured tone. His eyes inadvertently skimmed over the trio of Uzumaki Wudao, subtly lingering on their attire. He momentarily hesitated before continuing. The theme of the first phase is testing. This test will assess your physical constitution, chakra attributes, and the extent of your mental prowess. It pertains directly to your potential to become a ninja. Uzumaki Wudao did not fixate on the rules laid out by the chief examiner. Instead, amidst the throng, he instinctively unleashed his mental energy, enveloping a two-story tower. His mental tendrils extended, gradually permeating every corner. However, a frown creased his brow as he noted the shadows both inside and outside the tower. Aside from a few lurking Umbu ninjas, there were no signs of the high-ranking officials from the Leaf as mentioned by Orochimaru, let alone the individual he sought to encounter. After a moment of silence, Wudao gradually retracted his mental energy, exhaling softly as he fell into quiet contemplation. It appeared that the so-called second phase was indeed the focal point of this Genin examination. The initial phase would hardly attract attention from those in power. The test was structured in 3 levels, assessing the constitution, chakra attributes, and mental acuity. The so-called root bone examination is a test to determine whether your bodies possess the potential to refine chakra. Previously, the chakra refining technique bestowed upon you upon entering the village is the key to today's assessment. Although the time may be brief, it is still possible to extract some chakra. Conversely, failure to do so indicates a lack of potential for chakra refinement, resulting in elimination and the sealing of memories related to the chakra refining technique. This was stated with unwavering calm by the examiner, his voice resonating throughout the space. As his words faded, the expressions of several youths in the crowd shifted dramatically. At that moment, a brooding teenager could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Honorable examiner, we are not familiar with the chakra refining technique. How could we possibly succeed in just over 10 days? Are we all unfit to become ninjas of Konoha?" The examiner, unfazed, coldly furrowed his brow. Before he could respond, A brash voice erupted from the second tier. Not being able to refine chakra in over 10 days makes you nothing but a waste. You simply lack the talent to become a ninja. Being a ninja is not something just anyone can aspire to. It requires exceptional aptitude. The brooding youth's demeanor shifted sharply, his anger flaring as he looked up to see the arrogant face of a young man from the Inuzuka clan. He recognized him as the one who had leaped down earlier, a scion of a renowned family in Konoha. Yet, this did not intimidate him. Instead, he retorted coldly, "If we are worthless, then what about you? Were it not for your clan status, you might also be incapable of becoming a ninja." "Oh, it seems you all share this sentiment." Inuzuka Kiba crossed his arms, surveying the crowd below. Noticing not just the brooding youth but many others with similarly sullen expressions and cold gazes directed at him. A smirk crept onto his lips as he slowly declared, "Then let me show you the vast chasm that exists between mediocrity and genius." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, pausing in the air. With a concentrated expression, a stream of blue energy, as thick as his fingers, began to coalesce at his fingertips. Chakra. What a refined aura. It is actually manifesting externally. What is this? The fluctuation of chakra instantly captivated the attention of many youths below, their eyes gleaming as they involuntarily gasped. "Humph. I began my chakra refinement training at the tender age of 6, successfully refining it in just 2 days. As he spoke, Inuzuka Kiba clenched his right hand, causing the chakra to gradually dissipate. The visualization of chakra was not something he could easily control at this moment. The energy consumption was tremendous, and it could not be sustained for long. Witnessing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto could not help but sneer. Although he had engaged with chakra for a far shorter time than those of noble lineage from Konoha, he was confident that his capability in chakra refinement and quantity surpassed all of them. This was not only due to the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan, but also stemmed from his remarkably abundant mental strength, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. 2 days. This is impossible. How could this possibly be accomplished in such a short span of time? I cannot fathom it. Below, numerous youths murmured in astonishment, their expressions betraying a profound shock. Ahem. Well, the illustrious lineage of Konoha is indeed profound, and its offspring are naturally endowed with exceptional talents. Among them are those few who stand as elite scions of their respective clans. There is no need for you to engage in futile comparisons with them. It is utterly meaningless. At this moment, the gentle cough of the instructor, Banzu Ginma, broke the tension as he spoke with a calm demeanor. His gaze subtly focused on a group on the second floor, a fleeting expression of inscrutable significance crossing his features. TCH, observing the piercing gaze laden with foreboding. Inuzuka Kiba snorted dismissively, though he ultimately chose silence, retreating into contemplation. However, the crowd below gradually fell into a hushed stillness, an eerie atmosphere beginning to permeate the air. In comparison to them, is it truly a declaration of their inability to measure up to the esteemed progeny of Konoha? A faint chill began to brew among the masses, as countless glances laden with inexplicable emotions were cast toward that group of youths on the second floor. Ah, Banzu-sensei truly proves to be an ineffectual persuader. Look. Those individuals below seem ignited with fervor, their fighting spirits soaring high. On the second floor, a round, corpulent boy squinted his small eyes, scrutinizing the scene below with keen interest, exclaiming in awe, "Isn't this splendid? It perfectly aligns with our purpose for being here." I was beginning to find the prospect of one-on-one or three-on-three encounters rather dull. I hope their indignant pride remains ignited. Let them not disappoint us. Another youth, clad in a sleek black ninja suit, coldly clenched his fist, while his gaze incessantly swept over the throng below, his eyes shimmering with insatiable desire. "Very well. Let us commence. The assessment of innate talent shall be conducted alongside the evaluation of chakra attributes." Below, as Banzu Gunma waved his hand nonchalantly, the young ninjas behind him withdrew numerous lengths of white paper from their bags. This is chakra testing paper. It can sense the chakra attributes within each individual. The method is simple. Concentrate your chakra onto this paper. In response, the chakra paper will manifest different phenomena based on the varying attributes. With that, Banzu Ginma produced a sheet of paper, holding it firmly in his hand. He then slightly focused his chakra, and in an instant, a searing red light flickered, consuming the paper entirely. Thus, when fire attribute chakra is present, such an effect occurs. The paper is incinerated. If it were water attribute, it would become damp. Lightning attribute would cause it to crumple. Wind attribute would result in a cutting effect, while earth attribute would lead to fragmentation. The manifestations differ, Yet one truth remains. For each individual whose chakra paper reveals a phenomenon, they shall advance to the next stage of assessment. Conversely, those who do not will be deemed failures. Having spoken, Bonzu Genma quietly surveyed the entire arena of the first floor, meticulously discerning the expressions and reactions of each youth as they received their chakra paper from the Konoha ninjas, his mind engaged in silent contemplation. He bears the responsibility of serving as the chief examiner for the initial phase, a stage that, while lacking the attention of the higher-ups, merely serves as a preliminary elimination round. Nevertheless, he has been advised by the upper echelons of Konoha to keep a concise record of each qualified candidate or those exhibiting notable talent for future reference. Indeed, this young lad has succeeded, albeit a bit older than his peers, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, with little potential remaining. This youth, utterly unqualified to become a ninja, lacks the ability to sense chakra, possessing only a visibly strong physical prowess. However, this individual demonstrates considerable talent. He has managed to manipulate chakra with ease within just over 10 days, marking him as a prodigy worthy of attention. He observes discreetly, remaining impassive, while subtly noting the exceptional youths among the candidates. As the testing period gradually progresses, a subtle buzz begins to stir in the previously silent area, revealing a degree of chaos within the crowd. Dozens of young ninjas clad in green vests move calmly through the throng of youths, collecting the test papers and recording their assessments in their personal notebooks. While some emerge successful, the number of failures is significantly greater. How can this be? I have refined my chakra and yet failed to pass. A young boy in the crowd exclaims, his face flushed with disbelief and indignation. Humph, you possess too little chakra, and your meridians are too narrow to effectively circulate it. This indicates you are unfit to be a qualified ninja. Continuing would only waste your time. The young ninja who presented him with the chakra test paper casts a dispassionate glance at him, coldly retracting the paper from the boy's hand before turning away. This is impossible. I am the most talented scion of my clan. How could I fail to meet even the qualifications of a genin? The boy, hailing from a prestigious family in the land of fire, feels utterly lost and bewildered, murmuring to himself in a state of despair. Humph, I come from a renowned city in the land of fire. Must I really endure such a lowly test? At this moment, another youth slowly raises his gaze from the test paper, his eyes narrowing as he coldly remarks with indifference. He is, in fact, the previously sullen boy. Huh. The testing ninja glanced at him as if he were a fool, then promptly retrieved the paper, uttering not a word as he moved on to the next candidate. What does this mean? The gloomy boy is momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he watches the retreating figure of the testing ninja. Ha! What a joke. Look at that fool, flaunting the prestige of the renowned city here. Truly naive, chuckled another boy. Humph, this is the Hidden Leaf Village, the guardian of the land of fire, the strongest representation in the entire ninja world. Suddenly, a raucous laughter and chatter erupt from behind him, further aggravating the already troubled spirit of the sullen youth. Who? He whirls around, his eyes icy with disdain. Inuzuka Wolf, along with two other young scions of notable families from Konoha, strolls past, entirely indifferent to the fiery glare of the latter. Yet, the group of youths on the second floor had all leaped down, weaving through the crowd towards the forefront. Some test ninjas regarded them with indifference, not granting them qualification for the examination. This realization stirred something within the brooding youth, compelling him to voice loudly, Master Examiner, why are they exempt from the test? Is it not exceedingly unjust that they may pass directly? With this, the brooding youth pointed fiercely at Inuzuka Wolf, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. Oh, you mean them? The examiner, with a glance, explained, they are on the brink of graduating from the Ninja Academy and have already undergone their tests, this time. It is unnecessary. Ahem, you must understand, the chakra test paper is a precious resource, not easily produced. If we can save it, we shall. Listening to the examiner's evidently dismissive response, the brooding youth clenched his fist tightly, an expression of resentment flickering across his face. Foolishness. Is this truly a specialty of the famed city? What a perplexing breed. Don't you agree, Xiaya? Woof woof. The sharp bark of a dog mingled with laughter, causing the brooding youth to lose his composure, the veins in his neck standing out. You dare call me a fool? As he shouted, he stepped forward abruptly, his hand reaching for the short sword at his thigh, a murderous aura erupting forth. Oh. The three youths paused momentarily, halting their movements, their laughter fading. The imposing presence was commendable, yet it was regrettable. Inuzuka Wolf remained unmoved, His eyes closed as he murmured softly, and in the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished. Reappearing behind the brooding youth as effortlessly as he had with Uzumaki Wudao, his speed surpassing the limits of ordinary perception, rendering his form nearly untraceable. "This is utterly useless to me." His voice resonated softly in the brooding youth's ear, causing an instant chill to seep into the latter's heart. A sudden dread washing over him, spreading like ice along his spine. In that moment, he genuinely felt the looming threat of life from behind, leaving him in a state of panic, nearly gasping for breath. "Humph, just the same refuse," Inuzuka Wolf muttered coldly, as he circled around the brooding youth, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Uzumaki Wudao, not far away. At that moment, the latter was pinching a test paper between his fingers. It begins. I am eager to witness the peculiar properties of his rumored unique bloodline limit. Inuzuka Wolf's eyes brightened, fixating intently on the paper in Uzumaki Wudao's hand. Meanwhile, many subtle gazes from the crowd fell upon Uzumaki Wudao, scrutinizing him deeply. Sensing the intertwining gazes around him, Uzumaki Wudao's lips curled into a slight smile. He had no intention of concealing anything. Although his metallic chakra had only been applied once at the roots since entering Konoha, those from the noble clans of Konoha would undoubtedly recognize him, thus this piece of information could not be unknown. With a flicker of thought, a strand of metallic chakra surged up his fingers, merging into the test paper in his hand. Crack, crack. Subsequently, a subtle disturbance arose, and the sheet of paper underwent an inexplicable transformation, faintly glowing with a golden hue. What is this change? The young ninja, tasked with testing the whirlpool of nothingness, narrowed his gaze. He extended his hand to grasp the test paper, but upon touching it, his expression shifted dramatically. The once delicate sheet now felt significantly heavier, and its iron-like hardness compelled him to exert pressure. The paper bent slightly, yet reverted instantly to its original form upon releasing his grip, resembling a resilient metal plate. Gold, iron, steel, tin, copper. No, none of these. Although it appeared metallic, it was not a mere singular type, but rather an extraordinarily mixed superalloy. The young ninja privately concluded, his eyes gleaming with insight, and simultaneously marked the name of the whirlpool of nothingness in the book he held, making a special note. Bloodline chakra possessor. Unknown metallic chakra. Potential unknown. Meanwhile, the chief examiner, Dans, gradually withdrew his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Bloodline limit holders have always been rare, each possessing immense potential. Their inherent talents far surpass the limits of ordinary ninjas, marking them as individuals destined to reach the level of a Kage. A truly remarkable gift. This young boy deserves attention. In this moment, Danz's gaze sharpened, once again fixating on the whirlpool of nothingness amidst the crowd, lost in thought. On the same day, members of the Oil Woman clan appeared alongside him. Aside from the local Konoha students from the Ninja Academy, there could only be that particular place. Lord Dans truly possesses remarkable means, even able to locate bloodline limit holders. After half an hour, the testing finally approached its conclusion, with nearly half of the youths ruthlessly eliminated, leaving just over 100 remaining. The dejected faces of the failed candidates were guided out of the testing grounds, rendering the area significantly more spacious. Well, you are all candidates who have undergone a first round of screening. Thus, I trust you will effortlessly pass the upcoming mental assessment. Dans eagerly gathered the booklets submitted by the young ninjas, casually announcing the details of the next test. A mental assessment. The whirlpool of nothingness squinted slightly. He was acutely aware of the significance of the term mental. The complexities of a person's emotions are akin to an endless sea, concealing numerous secrets, all stemming from the ocean of the mind, the most essential domain of a person, touching the very essence of the soul, an area not to be trifled with. A mental assessment, then, is a method to prevent the leakage of Konoha's power system. How astute. The whirlpool of nothingness furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. If the sea of the mind were to be subjected to examination, all his secrets would be laid bare, leaving no room for privacy. Aha! I found it. This is it. At that moment, Danz's spirit jolted as he opened a record booklet, his gaze sharpening. Whirlpool of nothingness. 9 years old. The surname Whirlpool. Could it be that, apart from the Lady Kai Shernai of the Fourth Hokage, there remained descendants of the Uzumaki clan in the shinobi world? Nevertheless, this revelation is indeed a delightful surprise. The innate talents of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with their unique bloodline limit, seem to align perfectly with the highest standards outlined by the upper echelons. reaching a potential commensurate with that of a Hokage. The esteemed Genma, holding merely a scroll, could not suppress the tremors of his heart, an overwhelming sense of awe welling within him. Hokage-level potential, a youth destined to ascend to the pinnacle of power in the years to come, casting his gaze over the entirety of the Land of Fire. While Konoha has never been lacking in prodigious shinobi, boasting an unparalleled rate of exceptional talent, at this moment, only a handful possess such Hokage-like aptitude. From the elder generation, there are the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin, alongside the fourth, while among the younger generation, only the fourth's prodigious disciple, Kakashi, is recognized as possessing such potential. It appears that the younger cohorts have not yet manifested such gifted individuals, seemingly lacking the spark to inherit the will of fire. However, from this day forth, Konoha shall rectify this shortcoming, welcoming a potential pillar of strength in the form of a mere 9-year-old boy. This village shall flourish with newfound vigor. Genma, suppressing his inner tumult, maintained a composed demeanor as a ninja, tightening his lips to conceal any hint of emotion. He slowly set down the scroll, squinting slightly to prevent any trace of excitement from escaping. At that moment, a soft patter of footsteps abruptly broke the silence of the surroundings. The footsteps were brief, halting suddenly, and a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance of a tower's passage. Before anyone could turn to look, a deep, chilling command echoed throughout the space. The art of mind manifestation, like a gentle breeze stirring the night sky, with the utterance of this command. A cold and eerie ripple emanated from the back of the crowd, spreading through the air as if it were water, creating ripples. This subtle disturbance seemed to possess a terrifyingly enchanting power, enveloping all the youths, causing their perception of the world to warp, space twisted, figures distorted. And even their very selves underwent a horrifying transformation. It felt as if they had transcended reality, entering an otherworldly dimension. What is this? Some youths could not help but exclaim, entranced by the illusion before them, their expressions betraying a sense of fear, ultimately succumbing to mental collapse, plunging into the depths of unconsciousness. Such formidable genjutsu. Meanwhile, the notable scions of Konoha wore grave expressions, their eyes glinting with determination as they rapidly formed hand seals, striving to break free. Yet, ensnared by this overwhelming force, all attempts at resistance proved futile, and in the next moment of clarity, they too fell into darkness. In the realm beyond, tranquility reigned. All the youths stood with heads bowed, resembling wooden stakes, frozen in place. The art of mental manifestation not only governs their minds, but also preserves the functionality of their bodies in that fleeting moment, preventing them from collapsing to the ground. For an instant, within the tower, aside from the evaluators and the steadfast Chuanma, the expressions of the youthful ninjas remained unchanged. While it appeared that all the young souls had succumbed to a state of trance, how delightful it is to witness so many successful individuals. It indeed presents an unexpected surprise. The sound of footsteps once again reverberated, resonating with a newfound resonance. As the voice echoed, a figure gradually emerged amidst the crowd. It was a middle-aged ninja with chestnut-long hair, meticulously tied back into a ponytail, his visage ancient and unremarkable, save for a pair of eyes that mirrored the depths of a tranquil pool, emanating subtle ripples. He donned a green vest and wore a ninja headband adorned with the symbol of the hidden leaf, appearing to be in his 30s. Master Shiyang Wujing, thank you for your efforts. Xuanma, evidently unperturbed by the entire scenario, slightly bowed in deference to the newcomer. This task was specifically entrusted by the Fourth Hokage. It poses no burden, and I too wish to witness the flourishing branches of the future of the hidden leaf. With that, the middle-aged ninja, Xiang Wujing, waved his hand nonchalantly and continued, very well, this area is now enveloped in my illusionary technique of mental manifestation, where the secrets buried deep within their minds shall respond to the interrogator. Thus, let the mental assessment proceed. Spare not a single soul. After uttering these words, he did not linger but instead turned, weaving through the gaps in the crowd towards a specific area where he sensed a hint of resistance, piquing his curiosity. His prowess had reached the pinnacle of human potential, with no further growth attainable. Yet, as an elite jonin of the hidden leaf, he took immense pride in his mastery of illusion techniques. The fact that he could unearth a young individual exhibiting a will to resist his illusions in this humble testing ground was, without a doubt, an unexpected revelation. Perhaps this youth could be a prodigy endowed with extraordinary talent in illusion. He mused quietly, instinctively directing his gaze towards another sector. Within his realm of illusion, he sensed two discrepancies. Aside from the one gradually approaching him, the other sensation left him perplexed and bewildered. There, It seemed not merely resistance, but rather akin to a wild beast ensnared, invoking an inexplicable sense of caution within him. This astonishment ignited a subtle thrill of inquisitiveness. It appeared that this mission would yield unforeseen surprises. He murmured softly to himself, instinctively quickening his pace. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, the vortex Wu Dao remained tranquil. Eyes closed, a faint smile gradually gracing his lips. Indeed, events unfolded just as he had anticipated. Despite the immense transformations between his past and present worlds, the essence of the mind remained consistent across both realms. Although constrained by the limitations of his youthful physique, his spiritual prowess from his previous life had not fully converged to its zenith. Nevertheless, it surpassed that of his peers by a considerable margin. Beneath the subtle ripples imbued with spiritual energy, he effortlessly repelled the encroachment of the latter, dispersing it with the support of his more refined and substantial spiritual strength. Oh, no wonder, he is indeed a scion of the Uchiha clan. Not far away, the setting sun paused momentarily, casting a detached gaze upon the two youths. It appeared that one of them was exceedingly young, merely 5 or 6 years of age. Its eyes flitted back and forth between the two, seemingly confirming something. The older boy, Uchiha Shursui, furrowed his brow, the corners of his closed eyes trembling violently, as if straining against some unseen force. From beneath the intermittently fluttering eyelids, a hint of crimson glimmered. His Sharingan had awakened. What an extraordinary lineage! The setting sun mused quietly, a flicker of admiration crossing its gaze. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, possesses the terrifying ability to instantly pierce through all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, along with an innate high resistance to illusions. The mere presence of a young Uchiha could withstand the genjutsu wielded by elite Jonin, underscoring the formidable nature of these eyes. Yet, moments later, Uchiha Shursui, ultimately constrained by his age and strength, found his spirit waning, his expression gradually calming as he succumbed to drowsiness. The setting sun nodded in appreciation before shifting its gaze to the side, landing on Uchiha Itachi, whose demeanor was remarkably composed, eyes closed serenely. His fair and handsome visage bore an inherent air of indifference. At that moment, the delicate arch of his brow twitched slightly, and, under the suddenly widened gaze of the setting sun, he slowly opened his tranquil eyes. Those eyes, dark and luminous, resembled the clarity of black pearls. Yet they struck the setting sun with profound astonishment. While the technique of mental manifestation may not be deemed an exceptionally powerful genjutsu, and he had intentionally moderated his efforts given the youth of his opponents, the mental challenge it posed should not be something one of this age could easily shake off. It was not merely a matter of strength, but rather whether the mind could maintain its clarity. Yet, this child appeared to have effortlessly transcended it. Could it be that his innate spiritual strength and mental fortitude are so resolute? Heavens, the Uchiha clan has once again given rise to a child of such prodigious talent. It is truly alarming. Since the fall of their most formidable warrior many years ago, could the clan be on the cusp of resurgence? The setting sun inhaled deeply, its gaze fixated on Uchiha Itachi, shadows of foreboding flickering in the depths of its eyes. For many years, no one in Konoha had wished to see the emergence of such individuals from the Uchiha, for the legendary would release capable of countering such power had long been lost to the village. The assessment did not falter in the face of the breathtaking sunset. Time continued its slow march. The youthful ninjas relentlessly interrogated the boy, who lay in slumber amidst the shadows, dismissing him from the examination at the slightest hint of ambiguity in his responses, much like the previous batch of eliminations, thereby irrevocably forfeiting the opportunity to become a ninja of Konoha. After all, this world is rife with enigmas and perils. Even the mightiest of villages, Konoha, must maintain a vigilant stance to thwart spies from enemy nations lurking in the shadows, intent on undermining Konoha's interests. At this moment, dozens of youths had been mercilessly eliminated. Upon awakening, their expressions varied. Some were bewildered, others infuriated, some questioned, but all their sentiments proved futile. The Konoha ninjas remained impassive in the face of the village's latent threats. Even the slightest suspicion must be utterly eradicated, lest it be underestimated. Meanwhile, in another part of the crowd, the figure known as Sunset Without Boundaries cast a lingering gaze upon the remarkably composed Itachi Uchiha before silently turning away. Although he was profoundly astonished that Itachi had managed to break free from his genjutsu, he chose to remain taciturn. The progeny of that clan, no matter how exceptional, could never be entirely trusted in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups. This sentiment had begun to infiltrate the power dynamics of Konoha since the era of the Second Hokage. After all, the individual once deemed a taboo had hailed from that clan, ultimately committing an act of betrayal against Konoha. The demise of the first Hokage seemed to bear some connection to this as well. The Uchiha, a clan that once illuminated the entire shinobi world, appeared to have been cloaked in an intangible shadow since that fateful moment, distancing themselves from the heart of Konoha. Perhaps this stemmed from that upheaval many years ago. Or perhaps it was a lingering fear and unease among Konoha's elite regarding the legendary potential of that clan. As sunset without boundaries ambled forth with closed eyes, a tinge of regret coursed through him. Itachi Uchiha. What a pity. The emergence of such a gifted Uchiha youth would inevitably draw the keen attention of the higher-ups, who might choose to guide, control, or even annihilate him. Even the faintest germination of talent necessitated ensuring the village's stability. Taking a deep breath, Sunset without boundaries' gaze deepened once more. His steps regained their conviction as he gradually approached the side of Uzumaki Naruto. In this vicinity, he sensed a resistance more profound than that posed by Itachi, reigniting his astonishment. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, he fixed his gaze upon Naruto. Unsurprisingly, the boy before him, like Itachi, had already extricated himself from his genjutsu, his eyes gleaming like stars, calm and composed. As the setting sun cast its fading light, Uchiha Itachi, a scion of his clan endowed with extraordinary potential, regarded the scene with a discerning gaze. However, if an ordinary person were to reach such heights, it would inevitably raise suspicions. In that moment, the setting sun's realm reflected this uncertainty. He furrowed his brow, observing Vortex Wudao with an air of unpredictability. Could this youth truly be an ordinary individual? Clearly, the answer was no. He silently affirmed within himself as a radiant glimmer ignited in his rippling pupils, enveloping Vortex Wudao in its brilliance. Perhaps due to his apprehensions regarding the Uchiha clan, he refrained from launching another attack on the resistant Uchiha Itachi. Yet, he exhibited a more carefree demeanor towards the other participants, striking swiftly and decisively. Nearby, Bingbu Xuanma felt a tightening in his chest as he witnessed this, a sense of unease washing over him. He had privately assessed Vortex Wudao's potential to be of a shadow-level caliber. Although astonished by Wudao's ability to escape the initial illusion cast by the setting sun, his astonishment paled in comparison to that of the latter. Now, as the setting sun prepared to strike again, a twinge of apprehension gripped him. This youth hailed from the roots of darkness. While the setting sun was a proponent of the Hokage lineage, although the root organization served as Konoha's protective force, it did not imply an absence of conflict between the two. This is illusion. Vortex Wudao's expression shifted to one of slight astonishment as he beheld the rapidly changing spatial environment, silently reflecting upon the situation. The illusion employed by his adversary was evidently sophisticated and intricate, having ensnared his consciousness before his mental faculties could mount a defense. Wudao gazed upward, revealing a look of surprise. He found himself ensconced in an endless expanse of darkness, enveloping all directions. A star radiating a brilliant golden light hung in the sky, exuding an eternal luminescence, while above, a larger shadow loomed, flickering in and out of sight. This is my mental sea space. Vortex Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured these words. Then, sensing something amiss, he abruptly turned. A figure began to materialize from the void behind him, gradually taking form, a tall, slender silhouette with an ancient, tranquil visage, unmistakably the setting sun who had previously cast an illusion upon him. The setting sun, too, appeared astonished to find himself here, his gaze fixed intently upon the resplendent star above Wudao, his expression shifting towards one of shock. What a dark and oppressive mental space. What immense and profound spiritual power. This defies all reason. He muttered to himself before suddenly fixing his gaze upon Vortex Wudao, his tone growing serious as he inquired. Tell me, who exactly are you? Why have you come to participate in the Chunin exams of Konoha? Vortex Wudao remained silent for a moment, a slight, amused smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he replied nonchalantly. Did you not see my participation card, my lord? It was personally delivered to the examination committee by Lord Danzo. What? You mean to say you have not fallen victim to my illusion? The anticipated response eluded him, and a palpable change washed over Shiyang Wujing's countenance. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he beheld the resolute eyes of Uzumaki Wudao, prompting him to voice his astonishment. Yet, in the very next moment after his inquiry, he succumbed to deeper contemplation, for Wudao had just unveiled a crucial piece of information. Lord Danzo had personally entrusted the examination group with. This boy is a member of the Root. A jolt of surprise coursed through Xiang Wujing's heart as he lifted his gaze once more to the mental source of Uzumaki Wudao. The colossal star-like entity within the realm of the mind filled him with overwhelming awe, akin to tumultuous waves crashing within him. Such a formidable concentration of mental power, nearly rivaling his own lifetime of cultivation, explained why he remained unscathed by illusions, unlost to himself. Moreover, while Xiang Wujing had reached the zenith of his capabilities, this youth was evidently at the very beginning of his journey. A genin assessment. How extraordinary it was that a boy yet to attain the rank of genin possessed mental prowess second only to that of a jonin. The mental space was shrouded in mist, profound and obscure, save for a singular point radiating an everlasting golden brilliance. As for the vastly greater mental source above, it was beyond Xiang Wujing's perception. Had the mental source not been intrinsically linked to Uzumaki Wudao, even he would have been unable to sense it, let alone Xiang Wujing. However, Wudao appeared unperturbed, allowing the latter to scrutinize with intent. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Wudao's spirit stirred ever so slightly. In an instant, the golden star above dimmed, and the next moment, a shadow resembling a swirling storm materialized, descending upon Xiang Wujing. It was a dense web of intricate runes, suffused with an eerie and inexplicable aura. What? This is the mark of the root. This is bad. It has already detected my presence. The expression of Xiang Wujing shifted dramatically as he swiftly formed hand seals, culminating in the creation of a tiger seal. Ninjutsu. Release. As the mark descended, his figure became indistinct, ultimately fading away. I wonder if this will suffice for the mental assessment. Uzumaki Wudao remained stationary, casually shrugging his shoulders while observing the spot where Xiang Wujing had just been, a peculiar smile slowly gracing his lips. Outside, Xiang Wujing suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, his expression still tinged with shock. The mark of the root was indeed a troublesome affair. It was said that anyone tainted by it had never successfully escaped its grasp, and even one as powerful as he would not risk its contamination. It was akin to a parasite, eternally entwined with the course of one's life until death's final embrace. Such a unique curse was sown only in true members of the root by Danzo himself. All of this served as irrefutable evidence that Uzumaki Wudao was indeed a member of the root, leaving Xiang Wujing in a state of contemplation. At this moment, the enigmatic figure known as Vortex Wudao slowly opened his eyes, though they appeared somewhat vacant, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the setting sun. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Wujing's expression darkened abruptly. It was evident that Vortex Wudao had been affected by the ink seal. The observations made within the depths of Vortex Wudao's spiritual realm had unmistakably revealed that this young individual was a true prodigy of illusion, a rarity even in Xiang Wujing's extensive experience. The spiritual core, akin to a celestial body, symbolized boundless potential, destined to surpass all predecessors of the ninja arts, should he devote himself to the mastery of illusion. However, all possibilities seemed to dwindle. The ink seal had ensnared him. Bound by Danzo's machinations and ensconced in the shadows of the root organization, he would find it impossible to reach such heights. After all, the ink seal not only muddles the mind, but also constrains the growth of spiritual power, preventing the subject from breaking free from control. With a deep sigh, Xiang Wujing was once again overtaken by a swirl of complex emotions. During today's assessment, he had sensed the presence of two remarkable children and youths, yet, without exception, both belonged to families and organizations deemed forbidden by Konoha, rendering them incapable of aligning with the Hokage. This realization filled him with unease and regret. The mental evaluation was tedious and cumbersome, lasting until the sky dimmed, marking the conclusion of the selection process. As anticipated, the number of candidates had diminished once more, leaving only around 60 to 70 remaining. Surprisingly, only Vortex Wudao had neither received a definitive approval nor been eliminated. All that remained was to await the results of the following day. That night, in the central region of Konoha, within the Hokage Tower, the third and fourth Hokage sat under the bright incandescent lights, quietly absorbing the information from the day's assessment. Although the third Hokage had retired to recuperate, he still served as a senior advisor to Konoha. However, the selection of genin was crucial to the foundation of lower-level ninjas in the village's future, prompting him to remain even in the late hours. Below them, after presenting a dossier, Bufu Xuanma stood silently. This document, containing the profiles of all candidates assessed, circulated between the fourth and third Hokage before settling on the table. The number has increased significantly since the last selection, and the quality has improved as well. Excellent. Yet, why has this one not received a directive? The fourth Hokage's gaze fell upon the first name on the document, a flicker of mild astonishment crossing his features. Vortex Wudao. A descendant of the Vortex clan? Is he a relative of Kushina? In that moment, a gentle smile blossomed on his handsome face. In stark contrast to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who scrutinized Vortex Wudao's name for a moment before reaching for another document from the side of the table, seeking further information. Moments later, his expression abruptly darkened as he clutched a competition card bearing the name of Uzumaki Naru. The photograph and name inscribed on it caused his graying brows to furrow in concern. This youth was a descendant preserved by Danzo after the fall of the Tokugawa clan, and he possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Contemplating this, his gaze became increasingly solemn. This is a matter that Lord Sunset has specifically preserved, for he was unable to successfully employ the mental exploration illusion on Uzumaki Naru. How could this be possible? Upon hearing the response from the Nara clan Shinji, not only the fourth Hokage but even the third Hokage, with his serious demeanor, displayed a hint of astonishment. Lord Sunset is a renowned illusionist within Konoha, and the few who can rival him are exceedingly rare. How could he fail to cast an illusion on a mere genin? This is utterly inconceivable. Lord Sunset's inability stems from the fact that Danzo has already implanted the cursed seal within Uzumaki Naru's mind. Attempting mental exploration would provoke resistance from the seal. What? Is it truly so? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, narrowed his eyes sharply and then gestured to Shinji below, before addressing Minato. Minato. Let us postpone discussions regarding this child for now. Observing the third Hokage's expression, Minato's gaze briefly faltered before he slowly nodded and replied, I see. Then, Shinji. Thank you for your efforts. Shinji maintained his composure, responding quietly before turning to leave. He understood that the matter concerning Uzumaki Naru had garnered significant attention, and as he recalled the darkness lurking behind him, he could not help but take a deep breath. With the emergence of this youth, the power dynamics within Konoha's upper echelons seemed to be subtly shifting. In the room, as Shinji departed, the third Hokage felt unburdened and, noticing Minato's puzzled expression, explained. The reason this boy appeared in the roots of Konoha is that he hails from the Tokugawa clan, which has already been eradicated by the roots. I regret this matter deeply, as I was also unaware of his Uzumaki lineage beforehand. It seems Danzo has concealed this from me. It is evident that his intention in doing so was to buy time to successfully implant the cursed seal on Uzumaki Naru. As he spoke, the third Hokage's expression grew increasingly grave, tinged with a trace of indignation. Danzo's clandestine machinations had extended far beyond acceptable limits, daring to approach the realm of the forbidden, inciting his fury over the latter's ambitions. The Tokugawa clan, the roots, Elder Danzo? I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Minato allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he regarded the third Hokage. Elder Danzo would not act in a manner that would bring shame upon Konoha. This is a belief we both hold, and that is sufficient. But Minato, observing the fourth Hokage's unyielding smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Lord Third, I merely wish for our village to remain stable, to safeguard against the prying eyes of enemy nations. Moreover, the youth from the vortex may not necessarily belong to the darkness of the heart. With these words, he took the participation card for the vortex competition, a faint smile gracing his lips, as a glimmer of determination flickered in his gaze. Since he shared roots with Konoha, let him continue to compete. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, in a dimly lit chamber, Danzo had his eyes half closed, listening intently to the report from the Umbu. After a brief moment, he slowly exited the chamber, stepping into the shadows. Navigating through the intricate underground passages, he eventually halted in a secluded area, the deepest point of the underground, solitary and steeped in silence. Suddenly, a voice laced with an inexplicable cry echoed from the far end of the corridor, resonating with a profound sense of desolation and eeriness. Evidently, Danzo was not taken aback by this sudden disturbance. Instead, he merely curled his lips into a cold, indifferent smile, a fleeting flash of fervor evident in his eyes. He then proceeded forward with a deliberate pace. At the end of the corridor lay a relatively bright space, illuminated by flickering candlelight that dispelled the oppressive darkness. In this dim light, one could observe a multitude of towering dark green glass vessels scattered throughout the expansive area, shimmering with a peculiar luster, as if casting a faint green hue upon the surroundings. A slender figure stood silently before a glass coffin. It was Orochimaru. At that moment, the glass coffin was riddled with fine cracks, as though it had endured a violent assault, with thin streams of a subtly sanguine liquid seeping out, staining the vicinity. The figure of the struggling Takamatsu tree man curled within the coffin appeared to be in immense agony, his face contorted beyond recognition. Harrowing shrieks reverberated throughout the space, as his muscles spasmed violently, reminiscent of countless insects crawling beneath his skin, a truly terrifying sight. Such fragile nerve fibers, what purpose do they serve? Orochimaru's elongated silhouette stirred slightly, an air of impatience flickering within him as he murmured softly. Subsequently, he extended his pale, slender hand towards the glass coffin below. With a sudden flare, a pale blue chakra flame ignited between his outstretched fingers, descending silently. As if piercing through water, his finger penetrated the upper glass layer, and with a gentle flick, the chakra flame landed upon the neck of the Takamatsu tree man. In an instant, the chakra flame made contact, and the voice of the Takamatsu tree man abruptly diminished, his flushed and contorted face gradually relaxing. At this moment, it became evident that a fist-sized area on his chest had transformed into a vibrant green, engraved with deep tree-like growth rings. Upon this surface, a scarlet eye incessantly opened and closed, while two obsidian tomo rotated slowly, emanating an inexplicable and potent aura. Indeed, your experimental direction is not misguided. Just as wood release can counter the powers of the Sharingan, the Sharingan is equally capable of suppressing the encroaching abilities of wood release. As a detached voice echoed, Danzo's figure gradually emerged from the darkness behind. His cold gaze sweeping over the still unconscious Tokugawa Shurin, he remarked with indifference. Humph. Not only that, this child appears to possess the powers of both the Uchiha and the Senju. Orochimaru's shoulders quivered slightly, emitting a low, hoarse chuckle. Oh. A glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Danzo's eyes, and soon after, the corners of his mouth curled into a strange and fervent smile as he declared, "The power of the Uchiha is indeed remarkably perfect. In that case, I shall expedite my bodily experiments. Are you not waiting?" In the realm of experimentation, absolute safety is but an illusion. Since one instance has already succeeded, even with its inherent risks, it can be embraced. Speaking thus, Danzo slowly advanced, his gaze once again fixated on Tokugawa Shurin, casually stating, "Moreover, my plan has already unfolded flawlessly." Humph. Yet, no matter how intricate the strategy, it must be backed by strength to ensure its success. Orochimaru cast him a sidelong glance, pondering for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Are you afraid of the Fourth Hokage's power?" You naive brat, what is there to fear?" Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice dropping solemnly. "Humph. Your deliberate choice not to conceal the secret of the Uzumaki lineage might well be intended to draw the attention of the Shadow Clan. And your secret orders to him have incited a massacre against the noble descendants of Konoha. Should the Shadow Clan succeed in their pursuit, it would create an unseen rift among the noble clans. Humph. What a cunning mind you possess." Orochimaru's eyes flickered, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. How could you possibly know?" Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression abruptly shifted, his gaze darkening, as fleeting shadows crossed his mind. Could it be that this individual has spies within the root? Well, Orochimaru offered a light smile, stating, "I harbor no interest in your actions. These insights are merely the analysis of one of my assistants. Do not concern yourself with them." "Assistant?" Danzo furrowed his brow slightly, his expression flickering, yet ultimately, he suppressed the doubt that arose within him, choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, at that moment, he felt a twinge of wariness towards this cold figure among the legendary Sannin. "Humph, very well, let us commence. Yet, the artifacts of that clan are ultimately bound by their own taboos, and I have no prepared materials. We can only proceed with the first phase of the injection." "Humph. The Uchiha, then." His deep voice faded quietly into the thick shroud of darkness. Outside, the frost-laden moon cast its silvery glow over the entirety of Konoha village, enveloping it in a dreamlike veil, rendering it ethereal and tranquil. A lush forest thrived in a corner of Konoha, sprawling across a vast expanse. At the forest's edge, layers of wooden houses stood quietly, arranged in a neat and orderly fashion. At this moment, the night had deepened, and apart from the cold brilliance of the stars and the moon above, there was not a glimmer of light to be found. The sound of faint footsteps echoed, reminiscent of insects gnawing at leaves in the wilderness, as a vague silhouette gradually approached. The assessment team has indeed placed these individuals in this location, amidst so many rooms. It is quite a challenge to find them. The newcomer raised a hand to adjust the glasses perched on his nose, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Under the moonlight, his pale strands of hair appeared strikingly luminous, accentuating the unnatural pallor of his fair complexion. Suddenly, his brow twitched, as if sensing something amiss. His expression turned grave as he inclined his ear to listen. A barely audible, intermittent sound emerged from the dense thicket nearby, causing his gaze to shift slightly. This sound it seemed akin to the unsheathing of blades. With that thought, a subtle smile graced his lips as he altered his course, following that faint, sharp sound into the dim forest. Swish! A blade, as cold as the moonlight, abruptly sliced through the darkness before swiftly returning to its sheath, leaving behind only a fleeting wisp of shadow that dissipated in the night sky. The hand that wielded the sword was steady and elongated, unwavering. After a brief pause, the hand resting on the hilt tightened once more, and once again, a vague silhouette materialized in the nocturnal expanse. A chilling gleam flashed forth, piercing the air with remarkable swiftness. Vortex Wudao, with half-closed eyes, calmly quelled the fluctuations of breath that accompanied that fleeting moment, silently attuning to the subtle stirrings of chakra within his being. This, too, was a form of cultivation, a most fundamental practice of drawing the sword. He did not employ chakra or mental control. He relied solely on the raw power of his physical form. Mastery of swordsmanship cannot be achieved in the span of merely 3 days. While he could harness the effects of mental acuity and chakra to attain such results, he would ultimately forfeit the essence of swordsmanship, the accumulation gained through the journey from initiation to success, which is paramount in the path of cultivation. He had not thoroughly studied various sword techniques. Although he had dabbled in some sword manuals in his previous life, he had not delved deeply into their understanding. Yet, this did not impede his insight into strength. True power, beyond mere talent, is forged through relentless perseverance, the most solid path to mastery. At this moment, Vortex Wudao was forging the path beneath his feet, honing it inch by inch, solidifying his foundation. After executing another strike, Vortex Wudao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharply turning towards a section of the dense forest. The night breeze rustled through the trees, producing a soft whisper, yet amidst this, an unusual sound unexpectedly emerged. Step, step, step. It resonated like a low drumbeat, sudden and erratic. As time flowed, the sound grew increasingly distinct. It was a figure, a ninja weaving through the branches of the forest. Vortex Wudao fixed his gaze upon the dark shadow, narrowing his eyes slightly. Swish. The individual made no attempt to conceal their presence, effortlessly leaping over the final branch and landing not far from Uzumaki Wudao. It appears that the so-called genius does not achieve success solely through innate talent. Indeed, the young one whom Lord Orochimaru values is far from an ordinary character. Humph. Remaining in his position after landing, his gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, fixated on Uzumaki Wudao, as he spoke coolly. However, I am rather pleased that you did not hide away in your room to rest, as it spared me the trouble of searching for you. Orochimaru's subordinate. Uzumaki Wudao's eyes flickered slightly, and a strand of mental energy emanated forth, instantly capturing the visage of the newcomer. With pale hair, a fair complexion, and a glint of sharpness in his eyes, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. In the original narrative, he was referred to as Orochimaru's right hand, possessing a brilliant intellect and formidable medical ninjutsu skills. What brings you here? Purpose. Humph. Perhaps it is due to your discontent with Lord Orochimaru's praise. Regardless, you must now prepare yourself for death. Kabuto's gaze slowly lowered, his voice dripping with a chilling tone. Whoosh. Like a fleeting gust of wind, he surged forward as soon as his words fell. Buzz. In the night sky, it was as if a bright light had been ignited, and 2 blade-like chakra constructs suddenly materialized above his swift, indistinct figure, descending with lethal intent. The wind appeared to grow more urgent and frigid. Faced with the rapidly approaching chakra blades, which seemed to rival the sharpness of real swords, Uzumaki Wudao's eyes momentarily flickered, and he instinctively tightened his grip. Then, chakra surged forth with vigor. Drawl whoosh. A cold moon rose between them, transforming into the most brilliant glimmer within the darkness. Bang! A brief yet sharp clash echoed through the void, and Kabuto's expression changed instantly. The chakra blades in his hands began to indicate signs of subtle defeat upon contact, as an intensely sharp aura penetrated his arm's chakra pathways, causing a hidden pain. The brilliance flickered and vanished. When Kabuto regained his composure, a pale golden blade was poised dangerously close to his nose, chilling his heart. Speak. What is your true intention? Uzumaki Wudao gradually sheathed the crystal blade. His gaze composed as he spoke. He was not convinced that Kabuto had come merely to kill him. Acting so recklessly without ascertaining his true strength did not seem to align with Kabuto's character. Kabuto's eyes narrowed slightly, and he then relaxed his expression. Extending a finger to adjust the glasses perched on his nose, smiling faintly as he remarked, "Truly, you are a genius born of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline mutation. To defeat me so easily without employing your bloodline abilities. Frankly, I feel a twinge of envy regarding your talents." Talents? What do you mean? The Uzumaki bloodline possesses the capability to resist the mental impacts of the sunset's eternal illusion and exhibits a terrifying rate of training speed. To my knowledge, your training period seems to have been less than a month. How can you possibly know all this? Although your information has been classified as confidential following today's assessment, it is not beyond the reach of the Anbu. As for your training duration, perhaps even the higher-ups of Konoha have not taken note of it. This is something I have learned from another's lips. Uzumaki Wudo's gaze sharpened, and he remarked indifferently, "Tokugawa Shurin. Indeed, however, you must not underestimate him now. After undergoing Lord Orochimaru's transformation experiment, his strength has markedly increased." Transformation experiment? Oh, I see. The reason for such a significant change in his power is that he has become Lord Orochimaru's test subject. A single transformation has amplified his strength severfold. Uzumaki Wudao, are you not tempted? This is a shortcut to acquiring power. Yakushi Kabuto's lips curled slightly, speaking carelessly, yet his tone gradually filled with an inexplicable significance. Uzumaki Wudao cast a cold glance at him, then smiled icily, saying, "I have no need for such things." Without waiting for a response, he suddenly fixed his intense gaze upon Yakushi Kabuto, continuing, "Even if it is said to be the strongest chakra, I shall remain indifferent." As a traveler from another world, he was well aware of Orochimaru's possession of the First Hokage's cells, yet he harbored no interest in wood release power. As a master of metal, he firmly believed in the supremacy of his own strength, dismissing the prowess of wood release. Yakushi Kabuto's gaze momentarily faltered. Then he inquired, "Have you, perchance, discovered the secret power residing within Tokugawa Shurin? Wood release, you say?" Uzumaki Wudao chuckled coldly, offering no further reply, and turned to depart towards the outskirts of the dense forest. "Wait, what about this?" Observing Uzumaki Wudao's intent to leave, Yakushi Kabuto's expression shifted, and he slowly produced a scroll from his bosom and tossed it over, saying, "This pertains to Danzo's forthcoming plans regarding you. Consider it a personal gift from me." With a swift motion, Uzumaki Wudao caught it mid-air, his gaze lingering on Yakushi Kabuto for a moment before he remarked, "So this is your purpose for tonight?" One could say so. "Thank you." Uzumaki Wudao replied nonchalantly, and in an instant, his figure melded into the forest shadows. Uzumaki Wudao did not venture deep into his training area. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the fringes of the forest. Ahead, nestled beside a wooden house, was the gathering place for those who had successfully passed the first test. Moments later, a dim candlelight flickered within a wooden room, where Uzumaki Wudao sat quietly beneath its glow, unrolling the scroll. In the tranquil room, silence reigned, save for the soothing rhythm of his elongated breaths. Is that so? After what felt like an eternity, Uzumaki Wudao finally set the scroll down, casting it aside, and then closed his eyes in contemplation. Ever since Danzo had issued the lethal order to eliminate any provocateurs through the Anbu, he had harbored a lingering premonition that Danzo's ambitions extended far beyond this. Eliminate provocateurs. Among the provocateurs, apart from the ordinary youths vying for supremacy, it is perhaps more indicative of the noble scions of Konoha, given their inherent sense of superiority. The formidable emergence of Uzumaki Wudao will undoubtedly ignite their competitive spirits. Moreover, having previously slain a member of the Inuzuka clan, he has seemingly declared war upon the prominent families of Konoha. Thus, in the forthcoming encounters, he will inevitably confront the challenges and provocations from these illustrious heirs. Danzo harbors this very hope, wishing for Wudao to continue his reckless slaughter, thereby stoking the flames of ire and indignation among the noble families. And where this fury will ultimately lead is something he has long anticipated. It is directed towards the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina Uzumaki. Uzumaki Wudao. As kin of the Uzumaki clan and the ideal vessel for the Nine Tails, the shadowy figures of the village, akin to what Orochimaru has suggested, will undoubtedly regard his existence with great significance. They will not permit him to remain ensnared in darkness, and should he execute Danzo's clandestine orders flawlessly, the inevitable consequence will be that the animosity harbored by Konoha's esteemed families will subtly shift towards the Hokage, thereby instigating nuanced changes within the upper echelons of the village. Is this Danzo's true objective? Humph. A chilling smile graced Wu Dao's lips as he reclined slowly against the wooden platform, half closing his eyes to gaze out the window. Danzo, how presumptuous you are. Every one of his actions seems to affirm that Uzumaki Wu Dao will inevitably succumb to the influence of the mark and obey his commands absolutely. Yet he has ultimately miscalculated. How could the mark possibly influence me? Contemplating this, a faint glimmer of cold light emanated from Wu Dao's nearly shut eyes, akin to the solitary and frigid moon in the night sky. With a gentle motion, he raised his hand to extinguish the flickering flame, restoring the room to its original darkness. Dawn arrived as expected. When the first rays of sunlight spilled onto the windowsill, Uzumaki Wu Dao sat cross-legged, focusing on the refinement of his chakra. Golden flames flickered at his fingertips, and threads of chakra were gradually extracted from various parts of his body, ultimately converging within his meridians. As time slowly passed, the stream of golden chakra at Wu Dao's fingertips grew increasingly sacred and turbulent, signifying the gradual unlocking of his physical potential, rendering him ever more formidable. After an hour had elapsed, Wu Dao finally ceased this session of refinement, and the external world was now bathed in brilliant light. The morning radiance illuminated Konoha, which once again buzzed with life, enveloped in an atmosphere of prosperity and tranquility. The streets thronged with pedestrians, their gentle laughter and chatter filling the air. Yet, unlike any other day, the villagers noted the long-absent elite ninjas reappearing upon Konoha's main thoroughfare, making their way towards a restricted area. There, within a circle of towering barbed wire, lush foliage appeared to conceal all prying eyes. This is a forbidden zone, perpetually shrouded in dense forest, where even in the harshest depths of winter, not a single branch or leaf withers. An inexplicable essence of life permeates through nearly every tree. At this moment, the tranquil atmosphere that once enveloped this place has been shattered, as it has now been designated as the second main examination site for the Konoha Chunin selection. The hour has just passed 9, and at the edge of the jungle, over 70 youths have gathered, yet no other Konoha ninjas are present. Is this a test of our patience? At last, one boy, unable to contain himself, coldly voiced his complaint. Fool, exercise some patience. Can't you see that even the esteemed heirs remain utterly unmoved? To become a ninja, one must learn the virtue of endurance. Do you wish to allow these arrogant individuals to look down upon us? Another boy chimed in, gesturing towards the group not far off. His words captured the attention of those nearby, who instinctively turned to glance in that direction. Not far away, a dozen youths were gathered, some standing, some crouching, all silent and unmoving, their expressions betraying no change, merely casting cold, scrutinizing gazes that hinted at mockery. They were the prestigious heirs of Konoha. At this moment, the examination had subtly divided the participants into two camps, the esteemed heirs of Konoha and the youths from outside villages. The heirs looked down upon the strength of their outsiders, while the outsiders could scarcely tolerate the haughty demeanor of the Konoha elite. Each faction clearly gathered with their own. Humph, what a splendid attitude. I truly hope you all remain this resolute. Dagazuka Kurigane sneered, standing among the group of youths, casting a slow, scrutinizing gaze towards the opposing crowd. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. Is that fellow not coming? He directed his gaze towards the oilwoman Yuya Shizuku, who stood within the ranks of the elite. Ah, there he is. Yuya Shizuku pointed towards the depths of the forest, speaking softly. Following her gesture, Dagazuka Kurigane's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he approached. So, you are hiding here, Uzumaki Wu Dao. A peculiar smile played upon his lips, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable murderous intent, unmasked. Uzumaki Wu Dao leaned against a large tree, his eyes gently closed, seemingly oblivious to his words, offering no response. Humph. Dagazuka Kurigane's expression darkened further, his gaze flickering as he moved closer, whispering, Today is not like yesterday. This examination carries a risk of death. Humph. Are you prepared for demise, you rustic fool? Suddenly, Uzumaki Wu Dao opened his eyes silently, casting a glance at Dagazuka Kurigane. Is the so-called Dagazuka elite merely a dog that incessantly bites in madness? Do you wish to experience death ahead of time? Dagazuka Kurigane's eyes widened in shock, and all expressions vanished from his face, leaving only a chilling and intense murderous intent that surged forth. Uzumaki Wudao remained unfazed, his gaze equally icy. Though he held a profound disdain for Danzo's secret order, he could not disregard the provocations from some individuals. The atmosphere here abruptly fell silent, and even those in the nearby crowd turned their gaze towards him. It was indeed him, Itachi. He was certainly more complex than anticipated. Among the distinguished youths, a boy with short hair cast a fleeting, indifferent glance, fixating on Uzumaki's presence, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. It seems I underestimated him yesterday. To remain unscathed under the second assault of Konoha's Jinjutsu master, Sunset Without End, is no small feat. He squinted, surveying his surroundings. Then a faint smile graced his lips as he declared, "This time, he shall be the sole contender. Let us choose him as our target." However, it appears he has quite a few rivals. The Inuzuka clan, the Aburame, and even the Hyuga family harbor a hint of interest in him. Beside him, a delicate-faced boy, around 6 or 7 years old, remarked coolly, "What a nuisance. Yet if they dare to intervene, we shall confront them together. Do you possess confidence, Itachi?" "I cannot say." After a lengthy pause, just as everyone anticipated an impending conflict, Inuzuka Wolf abruptly turned, slowly tilting his head, a chilling tone escaping his lips. "Though I am somewhat impatient and had previously promised my clan to eliminate you during the assessment, this time it is my own decision. Uzumaki, you have successfully provoked my ire." With that, he walked away indifferently, yet an unmistakable aura of coldness enveloped him, a palpable sense of murderous intent. Following this interlude, the atmosphere of the entire venue grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized silently in midair, then descended before the crowd. The newcomer, cloaked in a dark robe and adorned with a mask resembling a fox, instantly captivated everyone's attention. Umbu. The youths present were hardly strangers to this official organization of Konoha. Among them were those who had been sought out by Umbu from various corners of the Land of Fire, and some had been guided out of orphanages secretly supported by Konoha's Umbu. Thus, their familiarity with Umbu might even surpass that of the noble offspring. "Humph. Do you wish to contest now, little ones?" The Umbu ninja spoke in a low tone, gradually straightening his posture and scanning the scene with indifference. His words clearly conveyed that he had silently observed the unfolding events, only now making his presence known. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to shatter in an instant. With the arrival of the Umbu ninja, the previously stagnant air began to dissipate. "Ahem, enough time has already been squandered. Let us commence the second round of the assessment." He gestured towards the dense thicket beyond the crowd and continued, "This will be the arena for this trial. This assessment will hinge upon your innate talents and abilities. Within this dense forest, 12 hidden ninja headbands have been concealed, each representing the emblem of the Leaf Village Ninja. These 12 headbands will serve as the sole testament to your successful completion of this trial, granting you the status of a Leaf Genin." However, the Dark Ninja abruptly paused, a hint of sardonic amusement creeping into his voice as he remarked, "With only 12 headbands available, it implies that only 12 individuals will succeed in obtaining their qualifications, while the remainder shall face elimination. A mere 12 slots." The revelation from the Dark Ninja struck the crowd like a thunderclap, sending ripples of shock through the assembly. In that instant, the atmosphere ignited with fervor, as nearly all the youths exhibited a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. There were over 70 participants, yet only 12 would emerge victorious. The implications of this were palpable even in imagination. Not far away, Uzumaki Wudao inhaled deeply, astonishment flickering in his gaze. The selection process for foreign ninjas by the Leaf Village was indeed stringent, as only 12 would be chosen from a pool of hundreds. The subsequent struggles would be arduous beyond description. A cool breeze swept through, rustling the trees behind him, while the Dark Ninja let out a low chuckle before swiftly leaping into the forest. With his departure, the area erupted into chaos, as several figures eagerly followed him into the woods. With only 12 headbands available, it became a race against time. This singular thought consumed their minds. As the first contenders surged ahead, the atmosphere among the crowd grew tense, and soon dozens of figures rushed into the forest until within moments, nearly all had plunged into the thicket. The once crowded space now appeared sparse, perhaps aside from Uzumaki Wudao. The only ones remaining still were the scions of prominent families from the Leaf Village, who had observed with a detached demeanor, seemingly indifferent. As the numbers dwindled, finally, after a brief silence, a young noble rose from his crouched position, stretching languidly. "The prey has begun to move. Shall we commence?" he mused. Indeed. It is time to act. I can no longer restrain myself from those arrogant fools. Another youth interjected, licking his lips, a predatory grin spreading across his face. My hands have been itching. Let us not forget our true objective. It is not merely for the genin slots. Blood and slaughter have always been my desires. It has been far too long since I witnessed the sight of bloodshed. Laughter filled the air, dark and cold, as some youths echoed his sentiments, brimming with an insatiable thirst for violence. At this moment, there was an undeniable excitement among them regarding the impending action, a stark contrast to their previously indifferent demeanor. Hey, before we commence the hunt, shall we indulge in a bit of opening entertainment? Suddenly, a young boy proposed, his gaze shifting towards the still figure of Uzumaki Wudao, revealing a hint of intrigue. Oh, isn't that the target of the wolf? However, it would be quite convenient for you if the wolf were to take care of it, thus saving you from wasting this trial opportunity. After all, prey is limited. The boy, cloaked in a dark green robe, abruptly waved his hand, sending forth a dazzling green light that pierced the air like an electric arrow. Chikuki, that task belongs to me. Inazuka Wolf furrowed his brows, displaying a flicker of annoyance, evidently displeased by the impulsive action of the other. Humph, I have long heard that someone from the Oil Girl clan also nearly met a similar fate. It's merely sparked my curiosity. Yet, his laughter was abruptly stifled, as if someone had grasped his throat. For he witnessed a chilling beam of light swiftly pass by his ear, striking the green radiance ahead. Then, whether by accident or design, that light, undeterred in its momentum, continued its trajectory towards the chest of Uzumaki Wudao. Clang! A crisp metallic sound resonated from his front, followed by the revelation of a pitch-black shuriken, which, at that moment, appeared to have encountered an exceedingly robust barrier. The shuriken merely hung precariously at an angle on the fabric of Uzumaki Wudao's chest, creating an almost surreal spectacle. Uzumaki Wudao cast a cold glance at his chest, his eyes narrowing slightly. Upon the shuriken's approach, he had indeed summoned chakra to envelop his front, forming a metallic defensive layer. Yet, this shuriken managed to penetrate slightly, nearly breaching his metal defense, which elicited a sense of astonishment within him. Though he had only employed a minuscule amount of chakra, its hardness was comparable to that of ordinary iron, making the strength of the shuriken thrower evident. I apologize for the interruption, but it is regrettable to mention that there seems to be a village regulation prohibiting conflict prior to officially entering the trial grounds. A clear and composed youthful voice resonated from behind Oil Girl Chikuki. Gradually, he maneuvered past the prominent disciples of the Leaf Village, heading into the forest, accompanied by a younger boy who followed closely beside him. These were merely two slender silhouettes, yet they rendered all the disciples of the Leaf Village behind them breathless. Their gazes fixated on the back of the duo, landing on the emblem of the Fan clan, black above and white below. Uchiha. They were the offspring of the Uchiha clan, renowned as the foremost noble family of the Leaf Village, and among them was Uchiha Shursui, already whispered about as a prodigy within the upper echelons of the village. Their hearts trembled with intensity, narrowing their eyes in wary apprehension. Conversely, from beginning to end, the inconspicuous figure of Uchiha Shursui remained unnoticed by others, appearing rather unremarkable, ignoring the expressions of those behind him. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi casually approached the edge of the forest, gradually drawing closer to Uzumaki Naruto's side. I am Uchiha Shursui, although I am unaware of your name. It is clear that your talents and abilities are exceptional, as you have captured Itachi's attention. I sincerely hope to encounter you during the trials. Pausing slightly, Uchiha Shursui turned his head towards Uzumaki Naruto, smiling faintly. Uchiha Shursui. Shunshin Shursui. Observing that smile, a name flickered in Naruto's mind, and as he shifted his gaze, he noticed a strikingly aloof boy nearby. Uchiha Itachi. Though he had harbored a vague suspicion prior, the confirmation brought forth a peculiar emotion within Naruto. This boy, who was a few years younger than himself, was the famed Leaf Village's wanted ninja, Uchiha Itachi, the one who single-handedly annihilated the illustrious Uchiha clan, and who had awakened the perfect Manjiki Sharingan through his extraordinary gifts. At that moment, he stood there, coldly observing Naruto, his eyes reflecting a flicker of unusual intrigue. I too wish to test my strength against you. He spoke in a crisp, indifferent tone, before turning and entering the forest alongside Uchiha Shursui. Naruto felt a tremor of excitement as he gazed at the two disparate figures, suddenly ignited by a long-forgotten fervor for battle. With a slight stir within his heart, he called out, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi. I am Uzumaki Naruto. It seems the Uchiha have already taken notice of you. Heh, your days are numbered. The gaze of Yamanaka Ino was heavy as he regarded Naruto, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes. While he lacked confidence in handling Uchiha Shursui, he felt indifferent towards Uzumaki Naruto. Just a kid from the countryside, he thought. Even if he achieved something, his foundation was limited. Naruto, unwilling to waste further time, harbored a desire to battle the young strongman. With a chilling smile, he remarked, "You boast of being hunters, while labeling others as prey. Heh, one wonders if others regard you as mere quarry, awaiting the chance to hunt you down." With that, he strode confidently into the trial ground, unperturbed by the displeased expressions of the noble offspring of the Leaf Village. In this assessment, he was confident that with the power of metal and the blade in his hand, he could overcome all obstacles. The forest was dense and oppressive, with colossal trees pressing together like dragons, obscuring the sunlight above. The light within the woods appeared dim and murky. Although the season had reached the depths of autumn, this forest still bore no trace of fall. The greenery enveloped everything, creating an illusion as if one were ensnared in a nightmare. Creak. In a remote area, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed faintly, followed by a cautious figure emerging from behind a colossal tree, casting a shadow as it silently observed its surroundings. The forest lay in a profound silence, devoid of any sound, yet the figure had no intention of venturing deeper. After a brief moment of scrutiny, it gradually crouched down along the massive trunk, visibly relieved. However, just then, a glimmer of light abruptly manifested, flashing fleetingly atop a nearby tree. A soft hiss pierced the air, and before the figure could react, a projectile brutally penetrated its throat. With a thud, the figure collapsed. Yet what should have been a lifeless body suddenly erupted into a thick cloud of smoke. The technique of shadow clones. A dark-faced youth nearby froze momentarily, his expression shifting as he realized the precariousness of his situation. The recent attack had exposed his position, rendering this place unsafe. With this thought, he swiftly stowed away his crossbow and slid down the shadows of the trees. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the tranquil forest. A shadow, ghost-like in its swiftness, leaped from a low shrub, its eyes glinting with malice as it closed in, hurling a shuriken with lethal precision. "You wish to ambush me? You outsiders are still a decade too early." The cold words were accompanied by an agonizing pain that pierced the dark youth's soul, prompting a terrified scream that shattered the stillness of the forest. Blood splattered forth as the shuriken's sharp tip embedded itself deep into the flesh of his back, the crimson fluid oozing out and filling the air with a heavy stench of blood. A few droplets trickled down to his lips as the shadow emitted a faint, cold chuckle, savoring the metallic taste of life ebbing away. At the end of life, the fear of death, your demise will fuel my ascent. I shall grow stronger, he mused with a chilling calmness, withdrawing the shuriken and allowing the now cooling body to fall. With a veneer of indifference, he murmured, "The growth of a ninja must be accompanied by blood to hasten one's progress. This assessment has proven fortuitous." Suddenly, his upright form trembled slightly, his ears twitching as the faint sound of rapid footsteps approached. Someone was coming. However, the speed seems too swift for those individuals. It must be them. A sly smile crept across his lips as a thought crossed his mind. He quickly flickered out of sight, leaping into the branches of a nearby tree to conceal himself. Moments later, two indistinct figures came to an abrupt halt, their gazes fixated on the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. An outsider, though it appears he is already quite dead. A figure cloaked in a verdant robe slightly crouched, reaching out to touch the corpse of the shadowy youth, causing a faint green glow to flicker momentarily before gradually fading away. Suddenly, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Humph. The time of death was just a moment ago, not exceeding 5 minutes. The one who killed this fellow has either hidden away or fled. Humph, wolf. It's your turn. We cannot afford to squander time on this." Another youth, his expression solemn, surveyed the surroundings before gently patting the silvery dog perched upon his shoulder, saying, "Hell Moon, what do you sense? Is it the lingering aura left by that individual?" The dog barked in response, "Woof, woof." "Eh? It's not." The boy frowned slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Beneath the fragmented light and shadows, the two were none other than Oil Woman Senki and Inuzuka Wolf. The crisp, low barks of the dog and their ensuing dialogue caused the youth perched atop a nearby tree to tense up, peering through the gaps in the foliage. "This poses a threat. Inuzuka Wolf and that little dog possess an acute sense of smell. They might expose my presence. Although the clans of Konoha are not at odds with one another to the point of life and death, I could still be expelled from this assessment, which is quite disheartening. However, the unfolding situation below left him astonished. He distinctly perceived a fierce killing intent in Inuzuka Wolf's demeanor. Yet he merely cast a cold glance at the youth's hiding spot before plunging deeper into the forest alongside oil woman Senki in search of something. The youth remained on the branch, furrowing his brow as he observed their receding figures, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. This trial is a crucible of fire refining true gold, and yet you still have the audacity to seek out others. How pitiful, he muttered to himself, when suddenly a figure intruded upon his thoughts, and a cold smirk graced his lips as he mused. Vortex Wudao seems to be quite a formidable character. Humph. This fiery trial appears to be intensifying. I eagerly anticipate it. With that, he leapt into the air, vanishing among the branches. That individual vanished without a trace upon entering the forest. How infuriating. Ahead, Inuzuka Wolf was sniffing the air repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly grim. Half an hour into the woods, he had failed to catch even a whiff of Vortex Wudao's presence. Could it be that we are moving too swiftly, and he hasn't ventured deeper? Beside him, oil woman Senki occasionally released a burst of green light, softly stating, "My green glow bug has not detected anything either." Suddenly, a series of faint, piercing howls echoed from afar, startling them momentarily. What is that noise? After listening for a moment, their brows furrowed once again. It was a cacophony of shouts, intertwined with frenzied energy, as if a fierce battle involving dozens of individuals was unfolding in the distance. Are those the Earth Dwellers? Has a ninja headband emerged, creating such chaotic energy? With that, Inuzuka Wolf's gaze turned icy, and he shot forth. Such a commotion might attract that fellow as well. Humph. Even if he doesn't show up, I must calm my mind. Humph. The hunt has commenced. Yunkayamu chuckled softly and dashed out. At this moment, Uzumaki Madeo, upon entering the jungle, did not hasten his pace deliberately. He merely strolled leisurely, meticulously searching every nook and cranny along the periphery of the forest. The 12 ninja headbands were pivotal for his advancement to the rank of genin, although he was currently situated in the roots and had officially become a ninja. The significance of this headband would only manifest upon leaving that place. Once he entered the woods, he intentionally dispersed his mental energy, yet curiously. This enigmatic jungle seemed to possess a field that suppressed the mind, restricting his mental coverage to a mere 3-meter radius, 100-fold diminished. This was undoubtedly disheartening news for him. Searching for those ninja headbands amidst the dense foliage with only the naked eye was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It appeared that this trial was not merely a test of patience, but also an examination of a ninja's intuition regarding their tasks. Truly a formidable challenge. He mused silently, yet his heart remained unperturbed. He had already reached the pinnacle of endurance in his previous life. This relatively simple and brief trial was hardly worthy of his concern. Suddenly, a discordant, harrowing scream shattered the tranquility, resonating throughout the jungle. Uzumaki Madeo's brows twitched, yet he did not halt his steps. Such a deathly wail was not out of place in this jungle, due to the restrictions on numbers. Every youth encountered within the forest would engage in a life-and-death struggle until one party succumbed. However, this time, it did not gradually abate as he had anticipated. Instead, the fervent cries intensified, as if a fierce battle involving numerous participants was unfolding in the distant thicket, rife with brutality. Madeo's footsteps faltered momentarily, and his expression shifted slightly as he pondered. Could it be that the esteemed scions of Konoha and the exam participants have clashed head-on? No, that seems implausible. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight illuminated his eyes as he contemplated a possibility. Could they have already discovered the ninja headbands? Humph. Searching alone is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. With that thought, his figure began to fade, ultimately dissolving into the jungle, merging with the radiant essence as he surged toward the distant region. The wind rushed toward him, whipping his hair against his face. After the distant scream echoed, the jungle seemed to awaken anew, with shadowy and swift figures darting between the dense branches, leaping and weaving with remarkable speed. Madeo observed with a detached gaze, noting that no less than 4 figures followed closely behind him, soaring through the air as they raced toward the source of the screams. Clearly, they too were drawn in. What on earth has transpired? Deep within the jungle, blood, a torrent of crimson flows abundantly. It seeps from the lacerated flesh, dripping onto the damp soil, forming mottled black specks. The stench of blood is overpowering. 1 figure, Two figures. A succession of over a dozen youths falls helplessly into the pool of blood, gasping as if on the brink of death. A faint glimmer of despair flickers in their eyes as they gaze towards a solitary figure not far away. This region, at this moment, feels as though it has been swept by a chilling wind, the aura of slaughter rampant. A figure sits quietly upon a stone, surveying the youths who possess no will to resist. With a casual tone, he inquires, "What? Do you still not intend to surrender?" A scoff escapes him. "Then I shall have no choice but to end you." Cloaked in a black robe, his hood obscures much of his face, revealing only a cold, sharp chin, exuding an aura of frigid ruthlessness. After uttering his words, he slowly rises, taking 2 steps forward, a chilling presence instantly radiating from him. "Are you prepared for death?" he asks once more, his voice devoid of emotion. Is he truly going to kill us? I give up." A young man's eyes widen with terror, swiftly morphing into a look of bewildered regret, yet ultimately unable to withstand the fear within, he hesitantly moves his fingers, rasping his surrender. With the first to yield, the remaining youths nod in unison, opting to relinquish their fight. I see." The figure pauses, seemingly speaking to himself. "A wise choice indeed, though you have chosen to live at the cost of your qualifications to become a ninja. You have grasped the art of ensuring a more stable continuation of life. Truly, the ninja path does not suit you." Whispering softly, the figure then turns, gradually making his way into the depths of the jungle. Upon leaving this area, he suddenly halts, a flicker of motion beneath his black robe as his hands intertwine, forming a series of hand seals. In C, water release, water barrier. With a flourish, a wave of water erupts around him, shimmering with ethereal hues, enveloping him within a colossal sphere of water. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of green light darts forth like arrows from the jungle behind him. Thud, thud, thud. The green projectiles collide with the surface of the water sphere, merely creating ripples, failing to penetrate further. Truly the methods of a jonin. A cool voice resonates, followed by the gradual fading of the green lights, restoring tranquility to the scene. Thud, thud. As the question lingers, 2 figures with impassive expressions descend from a large tree, revealing themselves as Y Ninja Chiki and Inuzuka Wolf, the pursuers. The special parasitic insect of the Y Ninja clan, the green glow bug, possesses formidable impact capabilities, said to easily pierce even the hardest of rocks. "It seems you are Y Ninja Chiki." The figure clad in black gradually dissipated the power of water escape, murmuring softly to himself. He then turned once more and declared, "Although you are scions of the prestigious Konoha, your participation in this assessment grants you the right to challenge me." With a slight tilt of his head, he continued, "However, since you have already made your move against me, you now face 2 choices, to forfeit the examination or to defeat me." Humph. To forfeit or defeat AJ Nin. What nonsense is this? Inuzuka Wolf's gaze flickered, his voice low and resolute. "Rules," replied the black-clad ninja coolly. "Do you expect mere Jinin to triumph over AJ Nin? Such rules are absurd." The figure in black let out a cold, disdainful chuckle, choosing silence as he surveyed his surroundings, attuning his ears to the faintest sounds. A smile spread across his lips, and in an instant, his form surged forward, transforming into a shadow as he charged ahead. "Since we have begun, let the second phase of the assessment commence." His voice resonated with a hint of mockery, and while suspended in midair, he rapidly formed a series of hand signs. Dog, pig, dragon, rat, pig, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. With a series of thunderous booms, dense clouds of smoke erupted, and over a dozen shadowy figures surged into the surrounding forest. Subsequently, a cacophony of sounds arose, followed by the descent of several youthful figures, their postures comically awkward, clearly having been unceremoniously thrust down from above, leaving them momentarily disheveled. Abruptly, a sharp glint accompanied by the sound of snapping branches heralded the arrival of a figure, Vortex Wudao. "Indeed, I have drawn them here." Upon witnessing this figure, Inuzuka Wolf's gaze flickered with intensity, and he stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. Suddenly, another wave of shadowy figures landed, all clad in black robes, their numbers having multiplied to a dense array of identical forms. Shadow clone technique. This advanced jutsu allows the user to create multiple near-physical clones through chakra, albeit at the cost of dividing one's chakra and strength among them, a technique reserved for those who have attained the Jonin level. Humph. This year's assessment presents quite the formidable little challengers. One of the shadows lowered his head, glancing at his right hand, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Had I not exhausted this clone's explosive power earlier, it would surely have been torn apart. He mused, his gaze settling on Vortex Wudao, revealing a hint of intrigue. However, this makes things all the more interesting. Ahem. I presume your questions are all similar. Why, as an elite Genin of Konoha Esumbu, do I appear here? The black-clad ninja stated nonchalantly, casting his gaze over the surrounding youthful figures, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. Because I am the Genin in charge of this assessment. Genin in charge of the assessment. An examiner? A voice from among the youths questioned, laced with disbelief. Humph, one could indeed say that, yet I shall exist as your adversary. A figure cloaked in black gradually retreated, continuing to respond. While the other clones had already assumed their attacking stances. Each of these clones possessed the capabilities of a standard genin, their ninjutsu confined within the limits of this rank. Let the contest begin. However, before we commence, allow me to remind you, those who fail this assessment shall forfeit their status as ninjas, while those who succeed shall be rewarded with this. As he spoke, he slowly retrieved an item from his robe, a pale blue headband of the Leaf Village. The ninja headband. How could this be? In an instant, a startled exclamation erupted from the previously nonchalant youth. Could it be? Uzumaki Wudao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively drawn to the headband, followed by an overwhelming surge of incredulous speculation. Is this headband not concealed somewhere in this jungle, but rather held by this so-called examiner? Did you deduce it? This trial is not merely a straightforward contest. As Genin, the strategy employed against adversaries largely hinges upon collaboration among comrades. The cloaked ninja pondered as he retreated to the base of a large tree. Crossing his arms and leaning back, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his features as he observed the dozen or so youthful figures. As he withdrew further, the atmosphere in this region grew increasingly tense. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. Uzumaki Wudao stood resolutely to the side, surveying all the figures. Realizing that there were precisely 12 youths present, matching the number of shadow clones possessed by the Umbu ninja. One-on-one, or perhaps. His heart tightened as he took a few steps back, and with his movement, one of the shadow clones surged forward with remarkable swiftness. Whoosh! The rush brought with it a chilling wind as the dark figure lunged, aiming fiercely for his eyes. Following this sudden strike, the remaining shadow clones erupted into motion, charging towards the group of youths. The fierce battle ignited instantaneously. Blood flowed profusely within mere moments. Amidst the chaos, several youths were swiftly overwhelmed by the shadow clones, their bodies marred with wounds, some even suffering grievous injuries to their limbs and tendons, collapsing helplessly to the ground, stripped of their capacity to resist. In that fleeting moment, the somber groans and anguished cries echoed throughout the vicinity. Uzumaki Wudao's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze instinctively flickering, and his expression turned grave. After incapacitating the assessment participants, the shadow clones did not relent. Instead, they surged back into the fray. Even Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino began to feel the weight of the situation, promptly unleashing their clan's secret techniques to mount a defense. Beast mimicry technique, four-legged technique, secret art, flowing cloud arrow. Boom! As the deep rumbling echoed, a tempestuous flow of chakra surged forth, enveloping the forest in a mist reminiscent of emerald-hued insects, swiftly covering vast expanses of land. Unbeknownst to them, the two had managed to evade their adversaries and stood back to back, engaging in a collaborative defense and offense. They had evidently unleashed their true prowess. Do you fools not understand the value of teamwork in battle? With a grave expression, Inuzuka Wolf witnessed yet another youth inadvertently propelled away by a shadow clone, causing his brow to twitch involuntarily as he let out a fierce roar. If this continued, with the fall of these exam participants, they would be confronted by an increasing number of shadow clones, plunging them deeper into arduous conflict, a scenario he clearly did not wish to see. Even though they, as scions of prestigious clans, possessed esoteric techniques beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, they would ultimately be unable to withstand the combined onslaught of 12 lower-ranked ninjas. Lower-ranked ninjas? Bah! At this thought, a fiery determination ignited within Inuzuka Wolf's heart. Although the chakra of the Umbu-S shadow clones was deliberately restrained to the level of lower ninjas, their combat experience and the judicious application of ninjutsu mirrored that of upper ninjas, rendering their combat capabilities far superior to ordinary lower ninjas, thus making it exceedingly challenging for him to cope. In this moment, spurred by Inuzuka Wolf's warning, A flicker of hesitation appeared in the eyes of all surviving participants, only to be swiftly extinguished by a surge of resolute determination as they crowded together, their backs pressed against one another. They were commencing their initial collaborative resistance. Observing this scene from a distance, an Umbu ninja leaning against a great tree revealed a subtle, enigmatic smile, and with a slight movement of his fingers, a covert intent was silently disseminated. In an instant, black phantoms darted across the battlefield as 10 shadow clones surrounded Inuzuka Wolf, Yamanaka Ki, and the remaining youths, launching another wave of attacks. The coordination among these shadow clones was flawless. Even in mere taijutsu, they surged forth like ferocious beasts, only to then lie in wait like a serpent lurking in the shadows, anticipating the fleeting moment to strike with devastating effect. Meanwhile, in another location, aside from the first shadow clone to engage, another Umbu clone had already reached the vicinity of Uzumaki Wudao. With a swift motion, he evaded the shuriken's thrust. Chakra coalesced in his hand, forming a golden shuriken that was promptly released. In a whisper of silence, the golden phantom darted through the lower right space, aiming for the opponent's heart. With a sharp clang of metal upon metal, sparks erupted momentarily, illuminating the shadow clone's sharp chin. Without a moment's pause, he effortlessly blocked Uzumaki Wudao's sudden assault, retaliating with the shuriken in a swift motion aimed at Wudao's throat. Truly, a presence befitting the rank of a jonin. Even while merely wielding the chakra of a chunin, the seasoned experience exhibited in that fierce contest was undeniably of jonin caliber. Fixating his gaze upon the approaching glint of cold light, Uzumaki Wudao suddenly erupted from his stance, executing a series of swift, evasive maneuvers. Simultaneously, a shuriken affixed with an enigmatic paper tag whizzed through the space he had just occupied. An explosive tag. Wudao's eyes widened, and with a mere thought, his chakras surged, enveloping him entirely. Boom! A resounding blast echoed, unleashing a tempestuous shockwave that engulfed the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring all visibility. An opportunity presented itself. Allowing the scattered impacts to brush against his form, Wudao's gaze sharpened. Without pausing to ponder, he launched himself forward toward a location etched in his memory, simultaneously extending his mental prowess to its fullest capacity. Whoosh! Although the Umbu ninja responded with remarkable swiftness, they remained constrained by the limitations of their shadow clone's strength. And a fragment of Wudao's mental force captured the last trace within a 3-meter radius. In an instant, Wudao's right hand grasped the glazed blade at his waist, his eyes igniting with a cold glint. Aido! A decisive strike. With fingers tightly clenched, he drew his blade and swung. In a mere heartbeat, a dazzling pale golden radiance burst forth from his waist, swiftly condensing into a slender line, surging forward like a whale gulping water. This golden line seemed imbued with unparalleled sharpness, slicing through all tangible matter in its path. Cutting through the air without restraint, Wudao unleashed the full might of his glazed longsword. Within the swirling dust, it appeared as if 2 worlds had been cleaved apart in an instant. A clear line parted the air and rapidly pursued the fleeting shadow. A brief, anguished cry followed, and in that instant, the shadow clone was ruthlessly severed. Dissipating into a wisp of mist, the glazed blade gradually returned to its sheath, signaling the demise of the first shadow clone. Meanwhile, not far from the scene, an Umbu ninja, who had maintained a facade of calm, suddenly trembled, and an inexplicable muttering arose from the brim of his hat. How careless! What kind of attack was that? So swift, so powerful. After successfully vanquishing a shadow clone, Wudao displayed no sign of triumph. Instead, his expression grew increasingly solemn, his mental energy perpetually in motion, as if he were quietly awaiting something. Indeed, he was in anticipation. He awaited the strike of another shadow clone. His previous actions had revealed his location, while another clone lurked within the haze, poised to launch a sudden assault at any moment. However, to his surprise, as time passed slowly, the surroundings became eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. As the dust settled, the blurred environment gradually came into focus. Suddenly, as the time for action arrived, water style, rain of 1,000 leaves, a somber voice resonated in the air, and the figure of Uzumaki Wudao abruptly narrowed his gaze, charging forth without the slightest hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, an endless swarm of buzzing sounds erupted, dense water vapor cascading down violently, enveloping a multitude of droplets that crystallized into silvery ice needles, forming a colossal curtain of rain that descended. Sizzle, sizzle. Even in the briefest moment of retreat, He had not completely evaded the encompassing reach of the 1,000 books rain ninjutsu, and the impact surged forward. Countless ice needles, as fine as cow hairs, began to rain down upon his head, neck, shoulders, and face, slowly seeping crimson droplets of blood. Uzumaki Wudao's eyes momentarily closed, and suddenly, a seal coalesced in his hands. His chakra surged with fervor. Boom! An invisible shockwave reverberated as the golden chakra enveloped his entire being, rippling outward in a golden hue that quietly spread through the dimness. Metal and flesh merged, fusing throughout his form. In that instant, Uzumaki Wudao transformed into a statue of gold, exuding an aura of cold hardness and sharpness. More importantly, the water-style steel needles lost their efficacy entirely, clinking harmlessly against his body in a clear and melodious sound. Moments later, sensing the challenging abilities of his opponent, the curtain of 1,000 books rain gradually began to dissipate. Swiftly, a figure descended from the air, revealing another shadow clone. Indeed, I have broken a rule for your sake. This ability is truly beyond the reach of ordinary ninjutsu. This time, he refrained from attacking again, instead confronting Uzumaki Wudao directly, speaking in a calm tone. Rules? Uzumaki Wudao furrowed his brows slightly, yet his expression remained taut. The first individual to defeat the shadow clone of a genin will be regarded as having passed the assessment. They will no longer be subjected to attacks and shall be rewarded with a Konoha ninja headband. At this juncture, he paused for a moment, casting a slow glance at a nearby group of individuals who appeared rather disheveled, and continued, however, even with the headband, you must still successfully deliver it to the chief examiner at the center of the forest for your position to be secured. Before that, should you lose the headband, your journey in Konoha will come to an abrupt end. He chuckled darkly after finishing, then with a sudden burst, he vanished from sight, while simultaneously, the remaining 10 shadow clones of Umbu ninjas disintegrated in unison. Upon turning, Uzumaki Wudao realized that the Umbu ninja, who had previously leaned against a large tree, had mysteriously vanished. A light blue pendant, however, was left hanging on a prominent branch, fluttering in the breeze. Damn it! Uzumaki Wudao clenched his teeth. The Umbu ninja had clearly done so intentionally, carelessly leaving behind the reward he was entitled to, and without a word, had vanished in an instant. It is evident that he is compelled to contend once more, and this time. The adversaries are not merely himself, but the young individuals whose eyes shimmer with brilliance at this very moment. They have retreated? How astonishing. The abrupt withdrawal of the Umbu ninjas left the previously anxious youths in disbelief, followed by a profound exhalation of relief. Although they had been hailed as geniuses within their clan and had successfully navigated the preliminary tests for the lower ranks of Konoha, confronting the deep-seated murderous intent of a true ninja was a novel experience, sending chills down their spines. Ninjas symbolize death, glory, and the most formidable power this world has to offer. How could any spirited youth resist such temptation, grappling with fear while simultaneously yearning to seize power for themselves? Consequently, after a moment of respite, their gazes once more grew resolute, fixating on the Konoha forehead protector dangling from the branches of a large tree, igniting a flicker of fervor within their hearts. At this moment, perhaps only Inuzuka Wolf and Yamanaka Chiyuki did not direct their attention there. Instead, they were intently observing a nearby area that was becoming increasingly clear, their expressions fluctuating. This was the location where Uzumaki Wudao had been situated earlier. Umbu ninjas, governed by the principle of prioritizing their missions, would never withdraw without substantial reason. Something critical must have compelled his retreat. What could possibly induce such an abandonment? Their eyes sharpened, collectively conjuring a foreboding possibility, their expressions darkening. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, dispersing the light dust, and soon, a slender, diminutive shadow emerged, Uzumaki Wudao. Inuzuka Wolf's gaze intensified, locking onto him, followed by a barely perceptible smirk as he murmured, "It seems he has indeed eliminated the shadow clone that posed as his opponent. I underestimated his capabilities previously. However, his strength should be limited. There had been 10 shadow clones here, so he likely faced the assault of only 2. Or perhaps he executed a sudden ambush after engaging just one, completing the test before the clones could coordinate their efforts." Yamanaka Chiyuki nodded slowly, the corners of her mouth obscured beneath her green hood, tightening slightly as she spoke solemnly. "Regardless, we must not let our guard down. This individual is not to be trifled with." Indeed. Inuzuka Wolf inhaled deeply, his gaze flickering before gradually calming, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous chakra within him. standing by with an air of indifference. At that moment, a slender youth, unable to contain his inner yearning, slowly moved his feet, then suddenly surged forward with extraordinary speed. His eyes gleaming with madness as he fixated on the pale blue ninja forehead protector. It shall be mine. Ha ha ha. A bunch of fools. The wind howled fiercely by his ear as the young boy gazed at the gradually clarifying hue of pale blue in his vision. A smirk of triumph slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. In this moment, he had already devised an escape strategy. After seizing the ninja headband, he would dash into the depths of the jungle, seeking his destination to complete his mission. However, before his smile could fully bloom, it froze upon his face. For he witnessed the headband unexpectedly springing away the instant he touched it, soaring into the air like a bolt of lightning, only to pivot and land in the hands of a slight, slender boy not far behind him. What? Staring in disbelief as the coveted headband soared away. The emaciated boy momentarily faltered, but soon a flicker of fury ignited deep within his gaze. In that instant, he completely forgot everything around him, consumed by rage, and turned to glare fiercely at Uzumaki Wudao, his voice dark and oppressive. You little brat. Was it you who did this? How dare you snatch what is mine? Humph. You are courting death. He spoke coldly, then cautiously advanced a step closer, chillingly adding, hand over the headband, and perhaps I shall spare you. Though he uttered these words, he halted a prudent distance from Uzumaki Wudao, having somewhat quelled the tempest within. His gaze, though still heavy, was now slightly tempered, fixed intently upon the other boy as turmoil churned within him. At that moment, the remaining boys hastened towards them, their expressions flickering with concern. Their earlier failure to intercept the emaciated boy now weighed on them, but upon witnessing that the headband had not fallen into his possession, they could not help but exhale a breath of relief. Yet, in an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. As they drew closer, they caught sight of Uzumaki Wudao's features, and their steps faltered slightly. Although they were not well acquainted with Uzumaki Wudao, whispers of his prowess had reached them. He had once personally vanquished a prominent heir of the Inuzuka clan, and his strength and potential had drawn the attention of Konoha's elite. Moreover, during the recent skirmish, they had witnessed his ability to hold his own against shadow clones, suggesting that he had already reached the level of a Konoha genin, a level far beyond their own capabilities. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become a Konoha genin. Yet, persuading themselves to abandon the pursuit was a decision not easily made. Gradually regaining composure, Uzumaki Wudao tucked the headband into his cloak, casting a sharp, icy glance at those surrounding him before turning away and striding into the depths of the jungle without a backward glance. His movement startled the encircling boys. The previously emaciated boy's face flashed with dissatisfaction before he finally called out once more, "What? Do you think so little of us that you can simply flee unchallenged?" As he spoke, he cast a significant glance towards Inuzuka Wolf, the implication unmistakable. At that moment, seeing his gesture, the other boys exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with dawning realization. Indeed, it is satisfactory. The shadow clone from the Umbu has channeled most of its power to our side. This headband should be entrusted to us. Yes. In comparison, our contributions far exceed yours. They spoke in unison, their gazes subtly drifting towards Inuzuka Kiba, anticipating his intervention. However, to their disappointment, despite the icy murderous intent in Kiba's eyes directed at Uzumaki Wudao, he remained eerily still, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Escape. Uzumaki Wudao momentarily paused, exhaling softly, then his form suddenly blurred, vanishing from sight. In that instant, an inexplicable rush stirred the air, as a fleeting shadow appeared before the emaciated youth, its gaze languidly fixed upon him. Does your strength warrant my retreat? His voice was cold and unflinching, though facing the latter. His gaze had shifted to Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino, who stood not far away. With a sudden approach, Uzumaki Wudao's presence elicited a palpable wariness in the gaunt boy, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps, his expression grim. Oh, how intriguing. Upon feeling that gaze upon him, Inuzuka Kiba was momentarily taken aback, before a low, sinister chuckle escaped his lips. He had intended to assess Wudao's capabilities but was surprised to find the latter more eager than himself. Could it be he possesses such confidence? Yamanaka Ino raised an eyebrow, her expression subtly serious. Yet what of it? Even if he had just faced 2 shadow clones head-on and emerged victorious, it remained within the realm of possibility. Inuzuka Kiba gradually lowered his stance, fixing his gaze upon Uzumaki Wudao, his pupils elongating into beast-like crimson slits. Humph. It seems conventional methods will not yield a swift resolution. Thus, I shall employ Howling Moon, Beast Mimicry Technique, four-legged technique, human mimicry technique, beast clone, woof, bang. A surge of chakra erupted violently, enveloping Inuzuka Kiba and the surrounding area. As thick smoke billowed forth, accompanied by indistinct, primal growls resonating within. In the dim forest, the menacing sounds echoed, instilling a chilling aura throughout the region. Whoosh! Suddenly, two black shadows surged forth from the smoke, transforming into streaks of light that arced toward him. The wind howled fiercely, shrill cries piercing the air as if to tear through everything. Boom! Uzumaki Wudao's eyes narrowed, a tangible chakra erupting instantaneously, the air swirling ominously, propelling the emaciated boy before him away. Immediately, a golden aura enveloped his form, a formidable, oppressive presence brewing around him. At that moment, the two black shadows converged almost simultaneously, colliding with Uzumaki Wudao. Swish! The intense pressure of wind, accompanied by a terrifying, oppressive force, bore down upon his face. Uzumaki Wudao's brows furrowed as he placed his hand upon the hilt of his glass sword at his waist. Die! With a chilling roar, two identical figures of the Inuzuka wolf abruptly materialized before Uzumaki Wudao, claws raised for an onslaught, their fierce gleam flickering ominously. In that moment, the Inuzuka wolves appeared to have entirely forsaken their human rationality, their eyes blazing crimson, fangs bared in a terrifying grimace. Their hands were remarkably robust, fingers curled like talons, veins protruding grotesquely, exuding a savage glint akin to that of a wild beast. In a swift motion, the resounding clang of a blade echoed. As the blade's radiance danced in the dim light, Uzumaki Wudao instantly drew his sword, positioning it to thwart the two wolves' assault. Concurrently, he forcefully stomped the ground, executing a sweeping kick. The force surged like a tempest, yet the Inuzuka wolves, as agile as ethereal felines, leaped into the air just before the full power of Wudao's kick could manifest, landing deftly above him and then vaulting away with a rapid succession of leaps. Meanwhile, another Inuzuka wolf crouched low, its menacing gaze fixated on Wudao's neck. Noticing this, Wudao felt a stirring within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself upward on one leg, while his right hand shimmered with golden light as he deftly flung a shuriken. With a low growl, the wolf swiped at the shuriken, deflecting it, and in an instant, surged forward. Indeed, a beast remains a beast. The cold glint in Wudao's eyes flickered momentarily, the shuriken's interference causing the wolf to pause just long enough for Wudao to adjust his attack midair. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed a golden blade of light that erupted downward like a torrential wave. Aido slash! Howling Moon. Witnessing this scene, the advancing Inuzuka wolf's eyes narrowed, and it let out a thunderous cry, its chakra surging forth once more, a surge of intent emanating through an inexplicable connection. At that moment, confronted by the descending golden blade, a flicker of fear crossed the wolf's crimson gaze, its expression nearly vacant. Suddenly, a familiar aura enveloped it, and with a renewed vigor, it spun its body without hesitation. Inuzuka-style ninjutsu, tooth for tooth. A deep, cold voice echoed simultaneously, as it spun like a minute whirlwind. The shadow beneath the blade surged forth, breaking free from the luminous edge, yet it was not entirely unscathed, as a slice of energy struck true, sending it crashing down. Meanwhile, once again, a frenzied force swirled in the air, surging towards Uzumaki Wudao. A single release of tooth for tooth? Wudao's expression remained impassive as his gaze shifted to the side. Another towering gust of wind had approached, sharp and dense, cutting through the space before him, resonating with a buzzing hum. Success. On the ground, Yamanaka Chikamatsu's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope as he murmured softly, concealing the radiant green light from his robe sleeve. Suddenly, under the incredulous gaze of the oil-wielding maiden, the brilliant blade of light that descended with great force unexpectedly twisted in an exceedingly awkward and bizarre manner, striking upwards once more towards the whirlwind formed by Inuzuka wolf. What? This is impossible. The dazzling radiance, so close at hand, abruptly surged upwards, causing the rotating Inuzuka wolf within the vortex to narrow his eyes in disbelief. Letting out an incredulous gasp, Vortex Wudao furrowed his brow, his complexion slightly pale from forcibly manipulating the spirit energy within the glass, and remarked coolly, "What is truly impossible is your excessive confidence in your own power." With that, he continued without hesitation, his blade colliding fiercely with the T-Na whirlwind. Sizzle. Boom. An indescribable force of impact surged forth, unleashing a fierce gale that enveloped the surroundings. In an instant. Ugh, what is this? It's overwhelmingly powerful. The gale, sharp as a blade, scattered violently, mingled with a faint chakra, sweeping below and sending the few youths who had previously encircled Vortex Wudao flying, leaving them in utter disarray. The power of the wind was severed layer by layer, casting light on Inuzuka Wolf's pale visage, as he gazed in disbelief at the blade radiating with a luminous golden glow, slowly advancing. Utterly unable to fathom how the so-called unparalleled sharpness of wind chakra could be ruthlessly cleaved by another force. Through the unfolding scene, he could vaguely discern a small, slender figure on the opposite side. Vortex Wudao. Inuzuka Wolf furrowed his brow deeply, channeling the last remnants of chakra within him into the whirlwind surrounding him. Reluctantly closing his eyes, he had exerted his utmost effort, yet he had still underestimated his opponent's strength, and at this moment, was mercilessly defeated. Perhaps this defeat would mark the end of his life. Pop! In the midst of his bewilderment, a faint sound echoed in his ear, causing Inuzuka Wolf to suddenly ease all his emotions. At last, the innermost layer of the whirlwind was breached, and a chill brushed against his cheek, bringing a slight sting of pain. Damn it, this guy showed no hesitation whatsoever. As pain surged through him, he thought oddly. A wave of indignation welled up within. This bastard! Is it so easy for him to kill the offspring of the Inuzuka clan? But in the next moment, that coldness abruptly receded, followed by a subtle, yet heavy impact from his back. Huh! Inuzuka Wolf opened his eyes in astonishment, immediately spotting a shadow concealed beneath the dim sunlight of the forest. He had already fallen to the ground, met with the indifferent gaze of the other. Are you not going to kill me? Inuzuka Wolf struggled to rise, despite being utterly drained of chakra, his body weak, yet he persisted in his efforts. Vortex Wudao did not cast another glance at him. Instead, he slowly sheathed his glass blade and turned to depart. Throughout it all, no one sought to impede his path. Inuzuka Wolf stood there, momentarily stunned and speechless. Crackling. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a familiar voice that floated in the air. Indeed. Quite formidable. Surpassing the ordinary limits of a mere genin. It seems that this is not even his full strength. Full strength? What do you mean? Inuzuka Wolf furrowed his brow slightly and asked nonchalantly. Do you not know? In the route, Oil Woman Shuji has also clashed with him. Although we are competitive rivals, I can extract some information from him in the name of my clan. Oil Woman Shinmu, clad in a green robe, stepped forward and continued. According to Shuji's description, his body can transform into a form as resilient as steel, devoid of any pores. This ability is deemed a nemesis technique of our clan. My glowing green insect may surpass Shuji's parasitic insect, but it may not prove particularly effective. You and Inuzuka are adept in close combat. Yet it is now evident that this fellow is equally formidable in melee. Thus, I shall refrain from engaging. You are truly insidious. Inuzuka Wolf remarked coolly, then waved his hand toward the side. The weary Xiaoyu, having undergone a transformation, approached him, and he gently placed her on his shoulder. Ah, are you not leaving? Oil Woman Shinmu, having walked some distance, turned around, surprised to see Inuzuka Wolf still showing no intention of moving forward. Ah, no. Inuzuka Wolf shifted his slightly aching back and replied in a nonchalant tone. This time, I have gained quite a lot. I have decided not to participate in this assessment. I shall deepen my training. I shall not forget the defeat that Vortex Wudao dealt me. This debt must be repaid. As he spoke, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he gazed into the depths of the forest where Vortex Wudao had vanished. Ah, you are so relaxed. I still need to play with Oil Woman Shuji, so I shall not accompany you. Oil Woman Shinmu shrugged, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings. At this moment, the other youths had quietly retreated into the depths of the forest, leaving only the two of them. What a pity! I had yet to make a move. And these fellows have already fled. Have they so quickly forgotten their earlier bravado outside the examination grounds? Humans truly possess a remarkable talent for selective forgetting. Oil Woman Shinmu murmured softly, then signaled behind her, her figure gradually dissolving into the shadows of the forest ahead. Inuzuka Wolf watched her retreating silhouette, took a deep breath, and then turned back toward the direction he had come from. He had resolved to abandon this assessment, returning to his clan to continue his training, no longer lingering here. Moments later, this area returned to tranquility, with only a faint hint of crimson remaining, a testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. A gentle breeze stirred, and suddenly, a shadow descended, breaking the profound silence. The figure was tall, cloaked in black, unmistakably the Umbu examiner from earlier. Inuzuka Wolf has chosen to forfeit. Bringing my record to 14, including the previous participants, along with one exceptional performer. Yes, the task seems complete. It is time to report, he muttered softly. And then his figure flickered, disappearing once more. Swish, swish. Amidst the dense jungle, a dark silhouette darted gracefully among the branches, swift as a lightning bolt. Time seemed to blur, until a sudden flash of white light appeared ahead, illuminating the dimness. The figure felt a surge of energy, accelerating once more, bursting forth into the brilliance. The warmth of sunlight, long mist, enveloped him, causing the expression concealed beneath his hood to soften slightly, and his speed gradually diminished. He surveyed his surroundings and pressed onward. Before him lay an expansive area, at the center of which stood a grand, imposing stone tower, radiating an air of mystery and authority. A cascade of light streamed down from the heavens, and even in the depths of autumn, an unseasonable warmth lingered in the air, akin to the evergreen trees surrounding him, vibrant with life and exuberance. At the entrance of the stone tower, the doors swung open, revealing a spacious courtyard within. Two Umbu ninjas stood silently at the threshold, casting a cold glance at the newcomer before returning to their quietude. The figure did not linger, slipping inside with agility. Moments later, in a room on the top floor of the tower, over a dozen Umbu ninjas quietly reported on a record they held. Seated in a position of authority was a striking young man with golden hair, his hands clasped thoughtfully. He was none other than the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Area 3, 8 failures, 1 success, recommended for the final assessment. Area 9, 6 failures, 1 success, recommended for the final assessment. Area 10, Area 4, Area 8, 9 failures, 2 successes, specially recommended for the final assessment. A slightly shorter Umbu ninja spoke in a low, measured tone, his presence radiating an aura of icy detachment, filled with an air of mortality. As his words echoed in the room, all eyes turned to him. It was known that this jungle examination was divided into 12 zones, each overseen by a Jonin examiner, meaning each possessed a ninja headband. Typically, only one qualified candidate emerged from each area. Exceeding this number indicated that a zone's task item had been forcibly seized, disqualifying it from advancement. However, such occurrences were fraught with difficulty, as the task items were either held by the examining Jonin or possessed by the most formidable candidate within a zone. Yet, if one succeeded, it was often an exceptionally gifted ninja. Clearly, a remarkable ninja had emerged from Area 8, leaving them in awe. Minato squinted slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of surprise, though he remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a shadow burst into the room, only to find its gaze locked onto Minato, the expression on his face shifting to one of acute embarrassment. My sincerest apologies, Fourth Hokage. I was unaware of your presence. Finally. How fares the situation with Subject 7? Spoke Minato Namikaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, replied the newcomer, briefly pausing before producing a report from within his robes. In the 7th district, there were 11 failures and 1 success. It is recommended for entry into the ultimate assessment. With that, he slightly lifted his chin, the shadows of his hood revealing only a sharp jawline, reminiscent of the Jonin encountered by Uzumaki Wudao during the earlier trials. As anticipated, that young fellow, Minato contemplated momentarily before softening his expression, rising to his feet. Well then, their Chunin examinations have concluded. Inform the Elder Council and our esteemed daimyo. Let us commence the ultimate battle. Who shall become the pivotal force in the future of Konohagakure? The leaf and the land of fire shall bear witness. Understood. The dark forest appeared endless, its verdant canopy obscuring all. Were it not for the conspicuous path beneath their feet, many would surely lose their way in this vast wilderness. Crisp sounds of footsteps echoed softly as Uzumaki Wudao gradually stepped forth, his complexion still somewhat pale. The exertion required to control the Iaido technique had drained more of his mental fortitude than he had anticipated. Yet, this confrontation also illuminated his limits. The manipulation of Iaido would undoubtedly amplify its potency, an advantage not possessed by previous practitioners. Reflecting on this, he retrieved a headband from his robe and casually secured it over his shoulder, continuing along the overgrown path. Suddenly, 2 shadows leapt from the branches nearby. Wudao's body stiffened momentarily, narrowing his gaze toward their direction. Hyuga, he murmured to himself, a realization dawning upon him. A smile crept onto his face as he quickened his pace in pursuit. The rush of air swept across his cheeks, tousling his dark hair. The girl maintained her usual icy demeanor, yet her elegant brows knitted with a hint of impatience. Is the Hyuga clan of Konoha truly so feeble? Resorting to flight before an outsider? A mocking voice echoed behind her, tightening the furrow in Yukino Hyuga's brow. Although she typically regarded such conflicts with indifference, it did not diminish her pride as a member of the Hyuga clan. On the contrary, her pride was deeply ingrained, rarely displayed. At this moment, however, the boy behind her had undeniably provoked that pride within her. With a flick of her thoughts, Yukino shifted her leading foot slightly, pressing down forcefully. Her form then gliding gracefully like a whispering breeze. As she descended, a boy concealed in the shadows momentarily froze, then a menacing smile spread across his face. Indeed, this is the so-called prestigious clan of Konoha, brimming with arrogance. Just as I had hoped, the young boy wore a sinister smile, his gaze flickering with a faint crimson intent to kill and a hint of satisfaction. It was evident that his prior words were deliberately crafted to provoke his opponent's fighting spirit rather than merely to flee. In this moment, he seemed to have achieved that objective. With a thud, he gracefully descended to the ground, revealing a figure as emaciated as a withered branch. The Hyuga clan humph. Such foolishness. Your decision will surely lead to your downfall today, he remarked nonchalantly, as if he were facing not the legendary strongest Hyuga clan, but merely an ordinary girl. His thoughts echoed this sentiment, for during their previous encounter, the Hyuga girl had not demonstrated any remarkable prowess in her training. Confronting a girl who was not even a genin, he felt resolute in his assured victory. His gaze fell anew, locking onto the frigid countenance of Hinata Yukino. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he coaxed. Should you choose to willingly surrender your forehead protector, you might spare yourself some suffering. Furthermore, that individual behind you appears to possess a forehead protector as well. I could assist you in reclaiming it. Hinata Yukino's expression shifted. Recalling the fleeting image she had glimpsed in the forest, a trace of surprise blossoming within her. Yet, nothing could deter her now. She took a deliberate step forward and declared in a low voice, "The brilliance of the Hyuga and its strength cannot be represented by a single individual. But your words have undeniably provoked my bloodline." As she spoke, her form began to shift, an azure chakra enveloped her being in an instant. With a peculiar sound echoing from her muscles, Hinata Yukino raised her head slowly. Her eyes, representative of the utmost honor, had now awakened. Byakugan, the patterns are fearsome. Those eyes, devoid of emotion, emanated a chilling aura that inspired dread. The pearlescent pupils seemed to shimmer with an unknown radiance, casting a faint, resplendent glow. Gentle fist. Hinata Yukino gradually spread her stance, her gaze fixed intensely upon the boy before her, coolly uttering the name of her technique. Gentle fist. A secret technique of the Hyuga clan. Upon witnessing those eyes, the boy exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he growled in indignation, though different. It is still a renowned ocular technique of Konoha. That individual. His mind was suddenly engulfed by a tumultuous wave as a dark shadow loomed over his consciousness. The despairing crimson gaze threatened to drive him to madness. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. In an instant, he had been rendered unconscious by his opponent, unaware of even her name, and the forehead protector that symbolized his passage through the genin examination was snatched away. Do not presume that merely having red or white eyes renders you powerful. All of you are doomed. The boy seethed, his eyes icy as he charged forward. However, in the blink of an eye, a blinding light sent him hurtling backward. Accompanied by a piercing pain in his chest, the last words he heard before losing consciousness were a chilling declaration. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams air palm. Upon the manifestation of chakra, a sudden strike with both hands created a powerful compression of air to launch an attack. Gentle fist, indeed. Vortex Mu Dao stood amidst the branches, observing this scene with a faint trace of astonishment in his heart. At that moment, Hinata Yukino also glanced over, her Byakugan activated, rendering her acutely aware of all movements within her vicinity. With a comprehensive 360-degree insight and the ability to perceive infinitely within a certain distance, this was the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hinata clan of Konoha. A cold breeze swept by, stirring up a wisp of dust. Hinata Yukino briefly fixed her gaze upon Vortex Mu Dao's shoulder, pursed her lips, and regained her icy demeanor. Neither party exchanged a word. In fact, although they belonged to the same team, the three seemed devoid of team spirit, having instinctively acted independently before entering the jungle. Both the Inuzuka and Hinata clans were esteemed families of Konoha, while Vortex Mu Dao was perceived by some as an outsider from a different village, having offended the prominent Inuzuka and Aburame clans. Hinata's gentle fist, truly the most formidable martial art of Konoha. After a prolonged silence, Vortex Mu Dao spoke calmly. From that moment on, I had already made my determination. At that time, Hinata Yukinari's brows twitched as she recalled the strike she had parried with her heavenly spin within the roots, remaining silent. Yet, between her hands, chakra gradually reignited. For she had no concrete grasp of this seemingly youthful adversary's strength, which exerted a significant pressure upon her in this crucial moment. Her eyes remained focused, scrutinizing the resplendent golden chakra that enveloped his entire being, its grandeur almost unfathomable. Was this the nature of his bloodline? Hinata Yukinari's body gradually tensed. Suddenly, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, a figure cloaked in black appeared instantaneously, shattering the stillness. By the order of the Fourth Hokage, Vortex Mu Dao and Hinata Yukinari, the two qualified candidates must proceed to the Guardian Tower before sunset to participate in the final assessment. The newcomer materialized on the ground, their voice monotonous as water, and upon delivering the message, vanished once more. The fourth. Vortex Mu Dao's gaze narrowed sharply, a glimmer of light igniting within. At last it has arrived. He lifted his head, catching a glimpse of the sunlight gradually waning through the dense leaves, his heart racing as he chose to disregard Hinata Yukinari below, his feet exploding with power as he dashed forward. Let it be for another time. He left behind these words, his figure gradually fading into the distance. In the heart of the jungle, the domain known as the Guardian Tower. Truly, it is remarkable how the strongest man of the past has left this wilderness unchanged for decades. A middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out of a window at the lush world beyond, filled with nostalgia. The primordial force has always stood as the most formidable representation. This region is merely a fleeting manifestation of its might. A detached voice reverberates within the chamber, echoing in response. Through the windowsill, a cascade of brilliance spills into the room, yet the figure shrouded in shadows remains impervious to the illuminating rays, as if the light itself cannot dispel the darkness that surrounds him. With a rustling sound, the figure slowly approaches the side of a middle-aged man, revealing a peculiar visage. His right arm and eye are obscured beneath layers of mysterious bandages, rendering him an exceedingly uncanny presence. This individual is none other than Danzo, the embodiment of darkness in Konoha. Regrettably, the once renowned Senju clan, hailed as the mightiest of the forest, has withered away through the passage of time, and such manifestations of power are now a rarity. The middle-aged man gradually turns his head, a flicker of regret evident in his gaze. Humph. At these words, the corners of Danzo's mouth curl slightly, his right arm, concealed beneath the bandages, instinctively tenses, a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, resonating deep within his core, allowing him to truly feel strength. Though it is but a mere whisper of that power, it is already overwhelming for my body to endure. Yet, this force undeniably belongs to that legendary hero, to the mythical strength of your would release. He muses inwardly, then speaks. Might the esteemed lord wish to witness such power once more? It is not beyond the realm of possibility. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, the feudal lord of the Fire Country, abruptly turns, astonishment etched across his features. Could it be that within Konoha there still exist hidden members of the Senju clan who have awakened their bloodline? No. The Senju have perished alongside time. The inheritor of this power is another. Danzo replies, slowly turning away, his voice low and grave. As his words linger in the air, a similarly deep yet youthful voice resonates from beyond the door. Inu Tatsumi would release. Shape of the tree. Crack. A bizarre sound of splintering erupts from the sturdy wall, and before the astonished gaze of the Fire Country Lord, a small vine begins to sprout and grow. Lush and vibrant, it seems to possess a life of its own as it weaves between the walls. Would release. His eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping his lips. Due to certain circumstances, he had not participated in this assessment, a decision he now regrets. Danzo retreats back into the shadows, letting out a soft sigh. This power should indeed be the most exceptional ability. I believe the Fourth Hokage will permit his participation in the upcoming evaluation. The Fire Country Lord's gaze flickers, glancing at the vine that is now retracting. And he remarks coolly, humph. Danzo chuckles darkly, turning to open the door, where a shadowy figure kneels before him, head bowed low. Hiss. A vivid green vine coils around the figure, resembling an agile and sinister serpent. Within the room, the Fire Country Lord witnesses this scene, his gaze narrowing with apprehension. Would release has indeed resurfaced. Then, the Fire Country shall once again ascend. As he pondered, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Moments later, he suddenly let out a commanding shout, summoned someone to arrange a meeting with the Fourth Hokage to discuss the recent disputes at the borders with the Land of Water. What a prudent decision. Outside the door, upon hearing this declaration, Danzo's silent figure stirred slightly, murmuring softly before gradually retreating into the shadowy corridor. Throughout this exchange, the half-kneeling figure remained motionless, only now lifting its head slowly. It revealed a pale and cold visage, the countenance flickering with madness and an insatiable desire for destruction. The lower ninja assessment, how intriguing. With a swift motion, a figure burst forth from the dim thicket, emerging into the gentle light, treading upon the solid bluestone slabs. Uzumaki Naruto cast his gaze towards the looming guardian tower ahead. The lingering twilight shimmered against the weathered high tower, as if it were adorned with a delicate golden sheen, adding a touch of brilliance. At the entrance of the stone tower, several youthful silhouettes stood, some tall, some short, yet without exception. Each bore a pale blue ninja headband either on their person or in hand. Naruto's expression sharpened as he recognized two familiar figures, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. They had surprisingly completed their mission ahead of schedule and arrived here. Additionally, a few other youths were similarly present. At that moment, Naruto's arrival had already captured the attention of the group. Although it was regrettable not to have encountered them within the jungle, engaging in the ultimate battle was far more significant. The adolescent Uchiha Shursui, arms crossed, fixed his gaze on Naruto, speaking in a measured tone. The ultimate battle, is it? The concluding phase of the second assessment? Naruto approached and inquired casually, his gaze then drifting to the other youths present. Among the participants of this assessment, the prestigious scions of Konoha did not dominate the majority of spots. Aside from the two Uchiha, no other prominent clans were represented at this gathering. Hunting? The lower ninja headband serves as the ticket to the ultimate assessment. However, participants can choose whether to partake. Choose? Naruto's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Acquiring the ninja headband already marks one as a Konoha lower ninja, and regarding the subsequent assessment, one may choose to participate or not. It is simply that. Shursui clarified softly. Thus, Naruto's eyes sparkled as a slight smile formed on his lips, choosing silence thereafter. He certainly could not opt out. This assessment was pivotal for that final step. The Fourth Hokage. Naruto gradually seated himself, closing his eyes to calm his spirit. Time flowed quietly in the stillness, until the sunlight began to slant westward, growing hazy. Within the shadowy thicket, the faint sounds of metallic clinks and muffled cries intermittently pierced the air, indicating that the struggle continued unabated. At long last, the final two successful candidates arrived in succession, apart from Hinata Yukino. The one who emerged from the dark forest was Oil Woman Chiki. His appearance signified the conclusion of the Oil Woman clan's family trial in Konoha. Evidently, the victor remained Oil Woman Chiki. Without lingering for long, they were soon guided by a dark ninja into the Guardian Tower. Upon passing through the door, they stepped into a realm bathed in shimmering light. Before them lay a vast and spacious plaza, enveloped in radiance, exuding an air of sanctity. Several simple long tables were filled with figures, shadowy yet numbering no less than 50, most of whom were elderly individuals, some adorned in luxurious garments, while others bore resolute and cold expressions. They hailed from various corners of the Land of Fire, or were elder council members of Konoha, collectively representing the higher echelons of both the village and the nation. Among them, the most captivating were the four figures seated prominently at the center. Facing the entrance, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, Danzo of the village, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Aside from a few dark-cloaked Umbu ninjas, no other Konoha ninjas were present, evidently by design. This was a clandestine examination of special significance. As the moment the Uzumaki Wudao set foot upon the plaza, silence enveloped the space, with only the crisp sound of footsteps echoing. Konoha's talents are indeed exceptional, remarked the daimyo of the Land of Fire, adorned in splendid attire, gently fanning himself, his gaze glimmering with a hint of peculiarity as he observed the 12 approaching youths. With golden light shimmering, his golden hair, hidden beneath a red and white hat, swayed as Minato responded with a gentle smile, directing his attention toward the approaching boys. Ultimately, his gaze swept over all present before halting upon a slender, diminutive youth. With crimson hair and eyes, he was unmistakably from the Uzumaki clan, evidently inheriting the purest bloodline of the Uzumaki lineage. Danzo, the third Hokage, who was also watching, exhaled a long plume of smoke, his eyes gradually narrowing. Indeed. Danzo replied with a slight nod, expressionless as he lifted the teacup before him and took a modest sip. You did not express such sentiments back then. The third Hokage's voice grew increasingly somber as he turned to face Danzo, his gaze penetrating. This is something I have only recently discovered, and for that, I express my apologies. Danzo's response was indifferent, seemingly not of great import. Yet, at that moment, he alone comprehended that his gaze upon Uzumaki Wudao had turned increasingly frosty. That matter was not executed according to the mission, was it? Where did it falter? Could it be the ink seal? Just moments prior, he had received a secret communication from the Umbu, indicating that during this forest competition, Uzumaki Wudao had merely defeated a member of the Inuzuka clan, without diligently pursuing the assassination mission. This revelation has caused a subtle disruption in all his previously laid plans. As his gaze flickered, a hand concealed beneath the voluminous sleeves of his robe stirred slightly, forming a seal that was unlike the ordinary 12-style hand signs. Simultaneously, a faint stream of elusive energy began to surge forth. In the profound silence of the void, a dim mist was gradually encircled by a pale golden aura of mental energy, slowly dissipating, as if sealed in eternal stillness. Boom! An eerie wave of disturbance surged forth, a vortex, devoid of principle. This was an intent, imbued with coldness and indifference, resonating with the voice of Danzo. In an instant, the subdued mist that had been sealed began to contract violently, swelling with tumultuous ripples, attempting to break free. Yet, the sharp mental energy remained impervious, as if it were an eternal force of nature, unyielding to the chaos surrounding it. In the external realm, the footsteps of the vortex momentarily faltered, and its gaze locked onto Danzo, who had also turned to observe from a higher position. Suddenly, the vortex's attention sharpened, recognizing the silhouette that now approached the depths of its memory. Has it undergone transformation? Yet, it seems the Sharingan has yet to be implanted. A faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. At this moment, the concealed seal that Danzo had maintained abruptly trembled, unavoidably fracturing, becoming unsustainable. What? The expression of the latter shifted instantly, a wave of disbelief surging within him. The ink seal had shown no sign of reaction. In his perception of technique, the seal within the vortex seemed to vanish entirely, devoid of presence. How could this be? The ink seal has failed. The so-called insurmountable forbidden seal has been undone by this mere child. Danzo's momentary lapse of composure swiftly reverted to normalcy. After a brief contemplation, he regained his tranquility, as if the failure of the ink seal bore no consequence upon him. Step by step, 12 figures established their positions within the arena. At this juncture, standing at the center, Minato Namikaze rose and surveyed the assembly, proclaiming, "This year's Chunin exams will conclude with your participation. Aside from the prestigious heirs, Konoha has once again produced 6 exceptional Chunin. This final secret evaluation will determine your future mentors and team assignments, so I implore you to showcase all of your abilities." Suddenly, Danzo also stood, interjecting calmly, "Fourth Hokage, I propose we add an additional spot. There is a talented individual who missed the opportunity to participate in the first 2 evaluations. However, due to his remarkable abilities, I suggest we allow him to directly partake in this final assessment." Minato's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. Although this deviates from the rules, if he can demonstrate his capabilities, he may be granted passage. Capabilities, indeed. Ha. I happen to have encountered him. Fourth Hokage. I previously mentioned the incident with the Mist Village. He is an exceedingly intriguing young man, possessing the ability of wood release. At this moment, the feudal lord of the Fire Nation also interjected calmly. What? Would release? In an instant, the words of the Fire Nation's daimyo reverberated like a thunderclap, stirring boundless waves upon the tranquil waters, and the crowd erupted into a cacophony. Among them were the elders of the previous generation, possessing a far deeper understanding of wood release than the younger cohort. Some had even witnessed the legendary figure who, in the desolate lands of the Fire Nation, single-handedly crafted the endless expanse of jungle. Would release. The arrival of the tree realm. It was a miraculous power, one that even the 9-tailed beasts, renowned for their boundless strength, could not contend with. The lore surrounding it elevated its status above all forms of power. Could it be that someone in Konoha had once again grasped such might? Truly, an astonishing revelation. The silence was abruptly shattered, and the clamor became the prevailing theme among the crowd. In this moment, regardless of their lofty positions or profound thoughts, They could not maintain their composure. Minato Namikaze's gaze shifted, locking eyes with the third Hokage, who then nodded slowly, stating, "In that case, I permit his participation in this assessment in the name of Hokage." "Thank you, Lord Fourth." A clear and calm voice unexpectedly broke through the noise, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Step by step, a figure emerged from behind Danzo, advancing into the view of the assembly. He was also a youth of around 10 years, with short black hair and a tall frame, his gaze serene yet somber. His presence immediately captivated nearly all attention. Was this child the embodiment of would release? Though young, if true, he would undoubtedly become a leading figure of the next generation in Konoha, wielding such power. Tegawa Shiro. Truly, he is a lingering specter. Uzumaki Wudao's eyes narrowed, recognizing the newcomer. Compared to days prior, Tegawa Shiro had clearly undergone some transformation. Not only had his aura changed, but his previously extroverted demeanor seemed entirely subdued, deeply introspective. Additionally, a long blade hung at his waist, named Kongji, its hue a profound shade of ink. In contrast to Uzumaki Wudao, Tegawa Shiro offered a slight smile, his figure moving swiftly to the center of the gathering. Let the test commence. The daimyo of the Fire Nation closed his folding fan and extended his hand over the table before him, where 4 ninja identification cards were laid out. Suddenly, his finger hesitated mid-air before retracting, stating, the wood-release ninja has not had the opportunity to prepare an identification card. So I shall not select one. Let us directly choose him. Is that acceptable? Your choice aligns with my thoughts, Lord Daimyo. I too wish to witness that power once more. The third Hokage replied nonchalantly, extending his finger to select one of the 4 cards before him. Tegawa Shiro, the Nameless One. Within the Guardian Tower, an unexpected silence enveloped the space, heralding the imminent clash of Konoha's foundational forces. Moreover, the presence of a wood-release ninja within this assessment heightened anticipation even further. The expanse of this plaza is vast, more than sufficient for a duel between ninjas, who are merely of the lower ranks. Although the confrontation among the wood-release ninjas has stirred some elderly onlookers, it bears no impact on the youths undergoing their assessments. Wood release? What is that? A form of ninjutsu? With a shadow of a melancholic smile gracing his lips, the boy selected by the third Hokage strides confidently to the center, standing alongside Tokugawa Shuren. It seems you are quite popular. I hope they maintain this sentiment. The boy towers impressively, hardly resembling a lad of merely a decade or so. His physique is a tapestry of solid, tightly knit muscles, exuding an undeniable aura of strength that demands respect. At this moment, he speaks softly, his voice barely reaching Tokugawa Shuren's ears. Hey, I look forward to your guidance. A subtle smirk plays upon Tokugawa Shuren's lips, revealing a hint of malevolence. As both combatants take their stances, a moment of silence ensues before, suddenly, whoosh, the boy lunges forward, a dark blur slicing through the air, his iron fist striking with the weight of steel towards Tokugawa Shuren's face. His punch seems to tear through the atmosphere, emitting a faint buzzing sound, its power evidently formidable. However, before the blow can connect, Tokugawa Shuren deftly sidesteps with a slight glide, a mocking tone ringing in the boy's ear. Is that all you have? At this rate, you may not even compel me to employ wood release. As he speaks, Tokugawa Shuren nimbly evades the boy's relentless barrage, appearing effortlessly at ease. The boy's demeanor remains unchanged, yet his speed intensifies, becoming more ferocious and ruthless. Tokugawa Shuren's smile broadens, the chakra coursing within him surging rapidly, his form resembling a willow in the wind, dancing gracefully amid the boy's flurry of strikes, akin to the most adept of shadows, navigating the razor's edge of peril. At a pivotal moment, Tokugawa Shuren's hand unexpectedly settles on the hilt of his empty sword at his waist. His gaze sparkles with resolve. Without a trace of hesitation, he draws it forth. Prepare to receive this technique. Whoosh. It is as though a shadow has materialized into reality within Tokugawa Shuren's grip. The blade of the empty sword is as dark as ink, emanating a faint, chilling aura. In the next instant, from within that thick darkness, a brilliant silver light suddenly erupts, eclipsing all else. The silver radiance swiftly fills the space within 3 feet. Iato. Flash. The deep, cold command finally reverberates through the air. Whoosh. The silver blade arcs forward in a direct line. What? Chakra transformed into a blade. This is bad. The tall boy's eyes widen as he instantly assesses the situation. Yet the force is so swift that he scarcely has time to react before it is upon him. The sharp energy bearing down. No choice left. Damn it. He channels every ounce of strength into his right fist, the chakra swirling fiercely, and launches a powerful counter. I cannot possibly lose. Crack. Boom. The fist collides with the blade's edge, and an explosion of brilliant light ensues. Darkness, blood, and suffering. An incessant tide washes over, evoking a profound sense of despair akin to the boundless waves of a turbulent sea. Such is the realm of the infernal abyss. In the dim and confined confines of a crystal coffin, he awakens, whispering softly to himself. Soon, a somber and indifferent shadow looms over him, imparting something that rekindles that harrowing sensation, an agonizing torment akin to unending flames, slowly consuming every inch of his senses, until, at last, he succumbs once more to slumber, descending into the depths of darkness. For what purpose is all this? Power? Or perhaps the deep-seated hatred within? No, I awaken again merely to bear witness to your folly. Tokugawa Shurin gently closes his eyes, quietly retracting the void at his waist. The roar subsides after a fleeting moment, the afterglow dissipating. Suddenly, he focuses intently, transforming into a shadow that flickers past like a bolt of lightning. A cry of anguish pierces the air, followed by the appearance of a figure soaring through the arena, the tall youth from earlier. At this moment, his right hand is grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, with hints of bone protruding between his fingers, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. In an instant, the clash has determined a victor, the outcome evident in mere moments of engagement. Though the wood-released ninja refrained from employing the rumored powers, it still left many in awe. Such an extraordinary youth. The disparity in strength is staggering. This far exceeds the limits of a mere genin. Indeed, one can see why he inherited such capabilities. Alas, it is regrettable that he did not utilize the wood release. Whispers of admiration and regret permeate the crowd of elders, their gazes frequently drifting to the solitary figure of Tokugawa Shurin, filled with reverence. What a formidable youth indeed. Upon the dais, the daimyo of the Land of Fire gazes intently, his tone laced with commendation. That aura of malice is overwhelming. Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closes his eyes, sighing within. Though he has yet to witness Tokugawa Shurin wield the wood release, he harbors certain conjectures. Having followed the first Hokage since childhood, how could he misjudge the essence of such power? The wood release does not flourish through hatred and malice. Without the requisite mindset, one cannot ascend to the pinnacle through wood release. A pity indeed. With such thoughts, he gradually opens his eyes, casting a cold glance at the composed Danzo, remaining silent. In the first match, Tokugawa Shurin emerges victorious. An Umbu member, with a somber expression, commands, "Take the injured to the medical unit for prompt treatment." Understood. Two Umbu shinobi, emerging from the shadows, bow slightly before swiftly lifting the tall youth, vanishing in an instant. The examination continues, leading into the second match. Chosen by the Fourth Hokage and Danzo, the Uchiha Shursui. Perhaps intentionally, the scions of the esteemed Konoha clan distance themselves from one another, engaging in duels with the youthful challengers from the outer villages as they aspired to ascend to the rank of genin. The clash of Jisue bore little difference from the initial bout, as he triumphed over his opponent with overwhelming prowess and an innate talent for the body flicker technique. This technique, reliant on the explosive power of chakra in the legs, facilitates extraordinary speed, rendering it deceptively simple to learn yet difficult to master. Each practitioner exhibits varying results. Yet Jisue Uchiha appears inherently attuned to this ninjutsu, seemingly possessing no limits to his speed enhancement during combat. Before his adversary could react, he had already closed the distance, his shuriken poised threateningly against the artery, securing his victory. His presence instilled a sense of pressure in some onlookers. What an exhilarating opponent, mused Tokugawa Moritomo, standing aside. He then turned his gaze toward Uzumaki Muto, a fleeting crimson glimmer flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "Muto, do you not find this reminiscent of our family's assessments? Yet, it lacks a certain fire." With that, he subtly licked his lips, his expression cold and merciless, fixating intently upon Muto's countenance. Such trivialities. Muto retorted, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful smile. "Oh, trivial, you say?" Tokugawa's demeanor faltered, his eyes ablaze with a searing intensity, distorted with inner turmoil. "Trivial, indeed, father. Is this truly your son? Does it sadden you? No, you ought to regret it. I shall rend both Tokugawa Yasu and this individual to shreds. Since my return from the depths of hell, I am the strongest,